Hastings College Football is brought to you by 5 Points Bank of Hastings, the better bank. By High Street Insurance Partners. By Highland Dairy, locally made, naturally delicious. By Mary Lanning Healthcare, your care, our inspiration. By Pepsi, and by Runza Restaurants. Now, here's the voice of the Broncos, Mike Will.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Joe Quintal Field. We're in Mitchell, South Dakota here this afternoon. Hastings College Football on the air here on Extreme Sports as we get ready to wrap up the 2025 regular season as the Broncos get ready to take on the Tigers out of Dakota Wesleyan. I'm Mike Will. Got the play-by-play for you this afternoon. Jimmy Purcell will join me alongside. Hastings coming in a record of 4 wins and 5 losses on the season. The Broncos coming off of their bye week last week. In fact, the last time we were on the field, we took one of the best teams in the nation to the wire before finally losing to Dort by the score of 31-26. Dakota Wesleyan coming in. They've got a record of 4 wins and 6 losses on the season. The Tigers last week losing to Midland by the score of 45-7. So Hastings coming in 4-5 of the season. Dakota Wesleyan is sitting at 4-6. The Tigers up and down season so far this year. They knocked off Dakota State in their season opener, winning by the score of 16-14. Then they went on a binge where they lost 4 games in a row. They lost to Dort 66-7. They lost to Concordia 27-22 and lost to Northwestern 23-0. Before losing to Briar Cliff 21-7. They picked up a win over Doane 33-7 this year, losing to Morningside 49-17. They're winning 2 games in a row, beating Waldorf 33-14 and knocking off a Mount Marty in a good win 44-41. Then they lost last week to Midland 45-7. So Hastings 4-5 in the season, looking for their best year since they finished 7-4 in 2022. They can do that this afternoon with a win here in Mitchell, South Dakota. All-time series pretty even. Dakota Wesleyan has got an 11-10 advantage over Hastings in the all-time series. The Tigers winning last year in Hastings by the score of 31-10. And for the middle part of November, we'll take this day. It's going to be a mostly sunny sky today as we get this ball game started in Mitchell. The temperature will be sitting at 54 degrees with winds blowing out of the north at about 14 miles per hour. So we're sneaking up on game time here today. Hastings and Dakota Wesleyan. Only one of several games going on in the Great Plains Athletic Conference today. In fact, some important and big ball games. We got an update from Corey Westra as we continue with Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, November 15. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Landera Ag Finance, presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On this GPAC Football Saturday Report, we begin with the scoreboard from last Saturday. Northwestern was a winner at home over Doane, 51-21. Dort in Sioux Center defeated Concordia 56-20. Midland wins in Mitchell over Dakota Wesleyan 45-7. Briar Cliff on the road defeats Waldorf 28-12. And Morningside with a home win against Mount Marty 63-20 was the final. Here's your Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. Offensively, Colby Duncan, quarterback from Northwestern, a sophomore from Papillion, Nebraska, had a big day with 384 total yards and 6 touchdowns. Victor Atupra of Morningside at defensive back is the defensive player of the week. The sophomore from Council Bluffs caused 4 Mount Marty turnovers on the week, picking off 3 passes and also forcing a fumble. And Tommy Fitzsimmons, the kicker for Morningside, is the special teams player of the week. The sophomore from Vale, Iowa, was 9 for 9 on PATs last Saturday. That's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview the final regular season Saturday for the 25 GPAC football season. The GPAC Football Saturday Report continues right after this.
First Dakota National Bank created Dakota Mac in 1993, we knew we could offer ag producers something few other banks dared to. Long-term, fixed-rate loans for ag real estate refinances and purchases. Today, we go by Landera, and we provide the same great service and even more banking options to help your operation thrive for generations to come. Banking evolves. Trust endures. Landera, a division of First Dakota National Bank.
It's the final Saturday of the GPAC football regular season with 5 games on the schedule this week. Let's go to that schedule and start with the big matchup in Sioux City with Morningside hosting Dordt. Dordt comes in undefeated in conference play on the year. Morningside has 1 league loss. Concordia's home. They'll take on Northwestern in Seward. Hastings travels to Dakota Wesleyan. Doan is at Waldorf, and Midland will host Mount Marty. Briarcliff has the bye for week number 11 of GPAC football. What is at stake today in Sioux City is this. The winner of the Dordt and Morningside game will get the league's automatic qualifier to the NAIA Football Championship Series. The NAIA Football Selection Committee will meet at the conclusion of all games this weekend to determine that 20-team field, and the NAIA FCS gets underway next Saturday. We are in the middle of championship season in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Want to highlight some champions for you today. In cross country on the women's side, Dordt is the conference champion, and on the men's side, it was Doan winning the league title. Women's soccer postseason tournament title went to Hastings earlier this week, with the men's tournament title going to Concordia. And the women's volleyball championship match for the postseason tournament is tonight in Orange City, with Northwestern hosting Concordia. Again, final Saturday of GPAC football. Details and more at gpacsports.com, on X at GPAC Sports, and on Instagram, GPAC Sports as well. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, November 15. Brought to you all year long by Landera Ag Finance. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
If you experience heating problems this winter, call the experts at Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning of Hastings. Ruts is a locally owned family business with over 45 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They service all makes and models of heating and cooling equipment for both residential and commercial customers. You can trust Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning to complete all repairs, installations, and maintenance work on time. If you're shopping for a new air conditioner or heating system, remember Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. Call 402-463-4853.
For all of your professional, residential, and commercial cleaning services, call the trusted experts at B&B Cleaning Pros of Hastings. They have been in business for over 4 years, delivering professional services one clean at a time. Reclaim your time and enjoy a healthier, fresher home with a call to B&B Cleaning Pros. Their meticulous cleaning professionals handle everything from routine upkeep to intensive deep cleans, tailored perfectly to your schedule and needs. They focus on kitchens, bathrooms, high traffic areas, dust removal, and floor care. Give them a call at 402-519-4602. Stop in at 123 North Lexington in Hastings, or visit them at bnbcleaningpros.com. Looking for a night out that hits different? Head to the 2nd Street Slammer in Hastings, where the music is loud, the drinks are cold, and the vibe is always right. Shoot some pool, play some darts, or tear up the dance floor with live DJs spinning every weekend. Whether you are rolling in with friends or meeting someone new, the Slammer is the place where good times and late nights come standard. Open Thursday through Saturday. Come see why the locals call it Hastings' favorite weekend escape. That's 2nd Street Slammer, 2315 West 2nd Street. Let loose, live it up, slam into your weekend.
Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland. Win fun prizes. Highland. Locally made, naturally delicious.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
Hi, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell back here at Joe Quintal Field in Mitchell, South Dakota here this afternoon. Bronco football for you on Extreme Sports as we get ready to go to the final game of the regular season for the Hastings College football team. Ironically, today we're also opening up the conference season for men's and women's basketball, and Hastings is at home today to face Dakota Wesleyan at Lynn Farrell Arena. Women's ball game will go at 2 this afternoon. The men will go at about 3:45. You'll be able to catch Hastings College basketball today over on Extreme Sports 2. Marcus Metcalf will have the play-by-play description beginning at 1:45 this afternoon. So we've got football here on Extreme Sports. We've got basketball beginning at 1:45 today over on Extreme Sports 2. But another gorgeous day, a fall afternoon here, mid-November. Final game of the regular season for the Broncos. Hastings trying to get to the 500 mark here with a win this afternoon over the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan. And Jimmy, has been kind of a topsy-turvy type of season. Got up to kind of a rocky start. But I tell you what, over the past 4 or 5 weeks, Hastings may be the hottest team in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. We have played well down the stretch.
Yeah, we really have in all phases of the game with the games here of recent time. But, yeah, you talk about the start of the season, boy, we'd have one good week and one bad week. You never knew what team was going to show up, and just trying to keep the team together, keep their heads in it, right the ship out. And Matt Franzen and his staff have done a tremendous job. And for whatever they said, whatever they did, they've definitely done the job, because offensively they've done a nice job. Protection-wise, offensive line has been much better in the last few weeks. The defense has really, really been good, and boy, we got a lot of those guys coming back next year, so that's a good sign. But just a kind of a weird year, but we're up here in Mitchell, and I looked at the schedule. I always do every year before we even go to our first game to kind of see where our road trips, because road trips are important for us, and I look all the way down the line, and I'm like, we go to Mitchell in November. That's not going to be very good, because I know how your driving is on icy and snowy roads. We didn't have to worry about that today. All we had to worry about was the deer running out of the fields with deer season in Nebraska starting this morning. But, nice drive on the way up here, and beautiful afternoon, little breeze, sunshine, a little cooler than when we left this morning from Hastings, but going to be a nice day, and a couple of teams really wanting to finish out their season with a win, and hopefully Hastings has come to play. A really odd situation, 2 byes for the season for Hastings. We get one a week ago, so we were on a bye, had a couple games, then we come back and play a game, then on another bye, and for whatever that's worth, well, hopefully they got some guys healthy. In the pregame, Matt touched on some guys that are kind of beat up through the course of the year. That happens with GPAC football. Hopefully we can get a few of them guys in there, and a couple of the seniors, see if they can't maybe make some stuff happen here in this last game of the season. Hopefully Hastings is ready to go, fired up, and a good crowd coming up here from the Hastings area.
All right, we got the singing of the national anthem as we get set for football today on Extreme Sports.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we
All right, the singing of the national anthem. We get set for football action here this afternoon in Mitchell, Hastings, and Dakota Wesleyan. We'll get you the starting lineups brought to you by B&B Cleaning Pros of Hastings, your trusted cleaning experts for homes and businesses. Not a whole lot of changes for the Broncos here offensively. In fact, neither side of the ball showing any major changes this week in the starting lineup. Jared Sinek will be the starter at quarterback for Hastings, the 6', 216-pound redshirt junior out of Hastings High. Running back Dalton Armbruster, 5'7", 182, a junior out of Corcoran, California. The tight end, although he's a little bit banged up today, Jake Bargan will get the start. He'll be somewhat limited in the ball game today. 6'3", 230-pound senior out of Utica. Wide receiver Jake Weiniger, a 6'4", 207-pound junior from Flagstaff, Arizona. The other wide receiver, Eli Nappy, 6'2", 205-pound redshirt senior out of Warrensburg, Missouri. And Quayshawn Hill, the 5'10", 160-pound senior out of Abilene, Texas. The center will be Jaden Lagunas, 6'1", 326-pound junior out of Hastings St. Cecilia. The two guards going to be Sal Nacarelli, 6'1", 285-pound junior out of Omaha. And Traquan Henry, 5'11", 320-pound redshirt sophomore out of Lincoln. And the two tackles today for Hastings will be Josh Beavis, 6'7", 296-pound sophomore out of Parker, Colorado. And Jaden Lawrence, 6', 281-pound senior out of Elizabeth, Colorado. Hastings on the defense today. It's going to be David Lopez at defensive end, 6'1", 262-pound sophomore out of Greeley, Colorado. Marquise Keaton, 5'10", 270-pound junior out of Bellevue. And Chase Pulowski, the 5'11", 251-pound redshirt junior out of Pleasanton. The linebackers for the Broncos going to be Jake Lambert, 6', 293-pound senior out of Tucson, Arizona. Justice Hostetler, a 5'11", 203-pound sophomore out of Grand Island. Wyatt Ryan, 6', 296-pound senior out of Overton. And Dawson Kissinger, 6', 187-pound sophomore out of Glenville. And the defensive secondary for Hastings, Gio Mendoza at corner, 5'9", 175-pound senior from Platteview, Colorado. The other corner is going to be Jensen Olford today, 5'9", 183-pound junior out of Wiley, Texas. The two safeties will be Sam All, 6', 195-pound senior out of Cedar Creek, Nebraska, and Marcus Dustin, 6', 196-pound senior out of Lincoln. Those are your starting lineups for the Broncos, both offensively and defensively. It's going to be Dakota Wesleyan kicking off. Hastings will get the ball first on offense.
Hastings will be moving.
Oh, I've got this field figured out.
You've got it?
Gino helped me a little bit.
You had Gino's help.
I cheated it a little bit. This field sits in there. It's kind of odd. It's west to east here today at the Joe Quintal Field. We'll be kicking off from the west, kicking to the east. Hastings will be moving to the end zone to our right, and the ball game is underway. It's going to be
You are a veteran. Comes down at the 10.
Yeah, back to the center of the field, back to about the 12-yard line. They're going to be drugged down there right about the 12. He runs it from the far sideline all the way back to the near side hash mark, and he is brought down. That's a Quayshawn Hill as he is brought down deep in their own territory. So that's where Hastings will start. First down and 10 at about their own 11 or 12-yard line.
I tell you what, leave it to you and Gino to study up when I don't know where I was. I've been with you guys the whole morning. You must have did that on the way back from Sandy Creek.
Oh, behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. Hill got up a little bit gimpy there as he was brought down at about the 10-yard line. He did go off under his own power. We'll keep an eye out for him. So Sinek and the offense out there at about the 11-yard line officially.
Hastings wants to run the football. They're going to go right to work here. Armbruster brings it to about the 12-yard line, a pickup of only 1 yard on the play there for Hastings. Across the front for Dakota Wesleyan on defense. You're going to have Parker Barnes at defensive tackle, Carter Skaggsburg at defensive lineman, and Weston Woolberg will be the defensive end. We'll set the rest of the starters after this play. It's going to bring up a second down, 9 yards to go for Hastings deep in their own territory. Sinek throws the ball out to the far side. It is caught. Did it touch the ground? Yes, it did. Incomplete pass. 3rd down and 9. Grayson Hansen, maybe their best player on the defense for Dakota Wesleyan, who started outside linebacker. He's a 6', 200-pound senior out of Platte, South Dakota. Leads the team in tackles with 89, 6 tackles for loss. You've got Joe Vandershield at linebacker, along with Brody Bollinger. And then you got a bunch of defensive backs out there as they'll play a nickel defense most of the way. Here's a pass across the middle. It's caught there at the 10-yard line. Springs forward to the 15, across the 20 to the 25-yard line. That's our man Cooper Butler. Well, the reception there is that Coop makes the reception and picks up the first down for the Broncos as he brings the ball out here to the 24-yard line. The 15th reception of the season with a former St. Cecilia Blue Hawk.
Yeah, we'll give Cooper a 12-yard gain. Brought him in motion across the far side of the field. And went about 5 yards across. Sinek hit him in stride, and then he was able to, with his legs, do all the work from there to get the first down of the afternoon.
Here's Armbruster again. He's got the ball as he brings it to the right side, brings it to about the 25-yard line before he's brought down in the play. There's Grayson Hansen out of the stop for DWU. So a couple of running plays for the Broncos and not much to show for it here. Armbruster gets about a yard in the play. 2nd down, 9 yards to go. Just underway here in Mitchell, South Dakota, the final game of the regular season. Well, the Broncos against Dakota Wesleyan. Sinek wants to throw. Spins out of there, goes to his left. Sinek is going to unload the ball down the left sideline, and the ball is going to be caught out there down at the 25-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. That's a Cooper Butler hauling the ball in. So 2 big plays for Coop here on his opening possession of the ball game. He fights for the ball down there at the 25-yard line and hauls the pig in. A big offensive play there for the Broncos.
Somebody find his mother and make sure she is not going to fall out of her seat on the far sidelines. 2 big catches. That one's good for 43 yards. Cooper was in double coverage down there, was able to come down with a catch. What a play.
Sinek hands the ball away to Armbruster. He moves off to the right side, 25 down to the 20-yard line. So the Broncos putting together a nice drive here to start off the ball game. They take the ball down to the 20. Tackle made by Joe Vandershield for the Tigers. Vandershield, a 5'10", 225-pound senior here from Mitchell. Hastings already up to the line of scrimmage here. It's a 2nd down and about 3 yards to go. There's a pass thrown on a slant to the right side to Weininger. He overthrows out, and it's incomplete. And now it's 3rd down. Hastings looking at 3rd down and about 2 yards to go. The ball is sitting at the 21-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan, just underway here in the first quarter. 11:59 to play in the opening period.
Yeah, Hastings tries to hit Weininger on a slant towards the middle of the field, and just a fastball thrown there by Sinek a little bit high. Jake not able to bring that one down, so Hastings looks now at a 3rd down and 2 as we are in our facility where I have a tough time seeing the west end of the field.
Here's Sinek. He hands the ball away. Armbruster goes off a right tackle, takes the ball down to about the 18-yard line. He should have enough for a first down as the officials will eye it up with the chains on the far sideline. They haven't moved the chains yet.
They say 4th down.
So now 4th down in the yard. The Bronco players were indicating a first down. So it's 4th down in less than a yard. Sinek comes up under center now. Both tight ends in tight. Sinek calling the signals down here in the 4th and a yard. Sinek goes straight ahead on the quarterback sneak. Dakota Wesleyan says they have stopped the Broncos, but we definitely had a push up there, Jimmy. You only needed about a yard. Now the officials will unstack things here. And they're going to...
Yeah, I was going to say, they give him a great spot. The line judge run in from the far sidelines, and the Bronco, isn't that what we dubbed that, the Bronco push?
They still haven't to move the chains. Now they are. Yeah, the Bronco push. The quarterback sneak there as they help us Sinek to the first down. The ball just at the 18-yard line. So Hastings converts on 4th down and a yard down here at the 18-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. No score, 10:49 to play here in the first quarter. Hastings on the near side hash. Armbruster in the backfield. Armbruster is going to get the handoff, sweeps the left side. Armbruster is hit at the 22-yard line, and down he goes. He fumbles the football. It is loose. It's picked up by the Tigers, but the officials right there, they blow the ball dead.
Oh,
Oh, the
goodness.
The fans right below us, they thought that was going the other way, and that certainly would have been 6 there. Armbruster pops up the pig as he took it to the left side on the sweep. Ball came loose, and now let's see if Dakota Wesleyan is going to make an early challenge here. I don't think they are. It's still way early in the ball game.
But look at where they met Armbruster in the backfield. They only got him down at about a 1.5 yard loss. He was a lot deeper in the backfield than that, so a big break here for Hastings early.
Sinek hands the ball away again to Armbruster. He sweeps right, 15, 10, 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. So just like that, they started off left and now right. Armbruster takes the ball in from 20 yards out, and the Broncos are out on top with 9:48 to play.
Touchdown number 3 for Armbruster on the season. He's had a good year along with Merriman. 7:58 coming into this game for Armbruster. He got the boatload of carries there. He got 5 of the 6 carries and caps it off with a 19-yard touchdown officially. Now our kicker into the game, Colton Wilmot, who has had a pretty good season this far, and he will try the point after here after the initial drive. Broncos get it in.
All right, here comes the point after touchdown. Ball is up there, and the kick goes through the uprights. It is good. So a 19-yard touchdown run for Dalton Armbruster, and Hastings goes out on top here. We've got 9:48 to play here in the first quarter. We'll take a break with a score. Hastings 7, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football today on Extreme Sports.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tri Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's food truck, and Sweet Herbs Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
All right, here's the kick out, the return by Dakota Wesleyan as they bring the ball out here across the 15 out to about the 17-yard line. The drive for Hastings, 8 plays, 89 yards for the first score of the ball game. Armbruster takes it in from 19 yards out, and the Broncos have a 7-0 lead. Hastings converting on a fourth down, and maybe they escape a fumble from Armbruster, and then he comes back on the next play and runs it into the end zone for the score. So first down and 10 here for Dakota Wesleyan. They'll start this drive from their own 27-yard line. They've had trouble rushing the football here this season. There's a play-action pass. They throw it off on the far side. It's going to be underthrown, nearly intercepted. Jensen is the quarterback here for DWU, although we expect to see some Connor Drake today. Jensen is a 5'10", 167-pound sophomore out of Rapid City, South Dakota. He's got some good numbers. He's thrown 1,791 yards, 17 touchdowns. Again, the Tigers have had a tough time rushing the football. They're averaging only about 60 yards per ball game rushing the pig, so expect to see the ball in the air a whole lot here today. There's an inside handoff on this play as they bring the ball across the 30 out to about the 33-yard line. Landon Iverson with the carry there for DWU as they pick up about 5 yards in the play, and now the Tigers looking at 3rd down and 5 yards to go. Dakota Wesleyan right to left here in the first quarter of play. 9 minutes to go here in the first period. Hastings out on top of Dakota Wesleyan here in the final game of the season. 7-0 is the score. Jensen wants to throws it across the middle. That baby's going to be hauled in out here at the 43-yard line. Ball is hauled in by Stephen Christian. Christian, a redshirt junior out of Lenox, South Dakota. He picks up his 19th reception of the year as he holds the ball in here at the 42. They move the stakes, first down and 10 for the Tigers.
Yeah, just got out into the second wave of defense on the Hastings College side and just kind of set down there. Quarterback Jensen hit him, took it up field, a couple of yards extra, and they got the football out there at the 44-yard line, first and 10.
Jensen is going to hand the ball away again to Iverson. He gets the ball to about the 45-yard line where he's brought down on the play. Tackle is made in there by Justice Hostetler for the Broncos on defense. Justice has had a good year. The sophomore out of Grand Island, 57 tackles so far this year, 11 tackles for loss, and 1.5 quarterback sacks. The inside linebacker for the Broncos, Justice Hostetler. There's a second down, 8 yards to go now for Dakota Wesleyan. They fake the ball. Jensen wants to throw it across the middle. That's going to be incomplete. Right in the center of the field, they cannot connect. Incomplete pass, and it's going to bring up a third down. Broncos with good coverage downfield.
Yeah, Jensen had a whole lot of David Lopez breathing right down through his face mask there. He had to get rid of that quickly. Hastings had good coverage downfield, just basically threw that one away. So now DW looks at a third down and about 8, ball sitting at the 45-yard line.
Wide receivers left and right here for Jensen as he waits for the snap on third down and long. Maybe changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. Long count. Jensen still waiting for the ball. Now he's got it as he backs up again. Jensen surveys the field. Moves to his right. He's under pressure. He gets away. Runs down the far sideline. He's going to be tripped up and down he goes. Loss on the play. Tripped up. Jake Lambert is in the area there for the Broncos on defense. So Jake Lambert gets credited with a tackle. Jensen was scrambling with the ball. No gain actually on the play. So no quarterback sack, but no gain in the play. Again, bring up fourth down and 8 yards to go.
Colton Marsh and Cooper Butler, as expected, back deep for Hastings. Cooper Butler with a roaring start. A couple of catches and, 55 yards for Coop already.
All right, so Dakota Wesleyan will punt the football. It's going to be high in the air. Going to be grabbed there by Marsh at the 16. Marsh gets to the 17-yard line, still on his feet to the 18, where he's ridden out of bounds on the far sideline. So the Broncos with their second offensive possession of the ball game. Hastings going 8 plays, 89 yards on their first possession, and the Broncos have the lead here by a score of 7-0. Bronco football for you this afternoon here on Extreme Sports. We'll have Hastings College basketball today with Dakota Wesleyan at home. The beginning of the conference basketball season. That one tips off at 1:45 this afternoon with a pregame show over on Extreme Sports 2 today. So if you're looking for basketball, it'll be on Extreme Sports 2 today as we provide coverage of football and basketball here on this busy Saturday. There's Armbruster with the wrist. That's Merriman into the ball game now. Merriman brings the ball as he slips a couple of tackles across the 30 out to the 36-yard line. That's been a good punch all season long.
Well, it definitely has. They've stayed pretty healthy as well, and it's a nice 1-2 punch for Matt Franzen and his Broncos. But yeah, Armbruster got the nuts and bolts of the carries on the first drive. Merriman with a 17-yard carry. Now he's going to get it and take it off left side.
He gives some ground back to the 30. Now takes it down the sideline, 35, and he's going to be run out of bounds on the far sideline up around the 40-yard line. So, yeah, Armbruster, he had 134 carries coming into the ball game here today. Merriman has got 81 carries. And then Brady Lichtenberg, who we expect to see in the ball game today, he's carried the ball 12 times so far in this 2025 season. That was a pickup of about 4 on the play. Second down, 6 yards to go. Hastings with the ball right at their own 40-yard line. They fake the ball to Merriman. Stenik throws it. It's going to be caught here at the 40, down the sideline. 45, 50, inside Dakota Wesleyan territory to the 48-yard line. That one goes to Eli Nappy as he hauls the ball in for the Broncos. That's going to be another first down for Hastings as they have moved the ball into Tiger territory down here. They'll put her down right at the 49.
Yeah, nice simple play. Nappy lined up in the slot, just came in motion to this side of the field. Stenik hits him. He picks up 11 yards. Boy, just a tough thing mentally to get over that game a couple of weeks ago that went right out of Nappy's hands into the defenders.
Here's a Merriman inside handoff. He breaks it back outside the hash mark. He takes the ball down to about the 46-yard line of the Tigers. Then on the stop there for Dakota Wesleyan is going to be Gavin Hazelhorst, a redshirt junior out of Yankton, South Dakota, coming up from a safety spot to make the stop. That's his 40th tackle of the season for the Tiger defense. Merriman is stopped after a pickup of about 3 on the play. Second down, 7 yards to go. Line of scrimmage at the 46 of Dakota Wesleyan. Senek throws the ball. That's going to be off of the fingertips of Merriman down here at the 45-yard line. So, incomplete pass. Back in coverage for Dakota Wesleyan was their defensive back there, and Trevor Slackney. Ball was overthrown. Third down at about 7 yards to go. The glare of the sun coming up on my spot sheets there, buddy.
Yeah, I got you.
Third down and 7 yards to go. Here's Senek. He wants to throw. Throws it. It's going to be caught here at the 45-yard line down to about the 43. That's Bargan with his reception there as he takes the ball to the 43. He was banged up after the ball game with Dort. Really didn't see a lot of practice time during the time between the Dort game and getting ready for this one. But he's on a limited basis here today, but he makes the reception there.
Yeah, first catch of the day, just a 3-yard gain. So Hastings will be forced to punt here on a 4th down and about 5 yards to go. Trayvon Shaw into the game for Hastings, no relation to Gene Shaw, as Shaw's had a pretty good year as well. We got Trayvon Shaw, 38.6. He gets a good snap, gets it away. Corner kick down in the coffin corner. It's going to roll into the end zone. So with 3:38 left to go here in the first quarter, Broncos lead this 7-0. Dakota Wesleyan will have their second possession.
All right, so the Broncos on top. They got their first possession, and they went 8 plays and 89 yards out of the end zone. On the 19-yard run by Dalton Armbruster for the Broncos to go out on top 7-0. Hastings forced to punt on their second possession, so here's Dakota Wesleyan coming out offensively here for the second time today. They had to punt on their first possession here this afternoon. There's a reverse play as they take the ball to the far side of the field across the 25 to the 27-yard line. So that was one of those shovel passes.
Yeah, that was number 85. I know what you mean about certain jerseys. They don't ask the media what color jerseys you.
Yeah, these are not my most favorite jerseys here.
No, if you want to give the player's name, you need to be with binoculars because it makes it very difficult here. Blue on black, actually.
Thomas Thompson was the last ball carrier for the Tigers. There's a handoff here as he takes it off of the left side, maybe for a yard. That's Lane Darrow, another running back we're going to see in there. Darrow is a senior out of Rapid City, South Dakota. That's his 54th rush of the year. He's got 154 yards. Yeah, this team has had a tough time rushing the football this year. They're only averaging about 60 yards per ball game. Dakota Wesleyan now looking at 3rd down and 5 yards to go. Line of scrimmage is the 25-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. Jensen wants to throw it across the middle. It's going to be incomplete. They threw it too far, an incomplete pass. They're going to have to punt the football away. The intended receiver was Cole Holden. He's their leading receiver on the year. Holden has got 55 receptions, 838 yards, and 7 touchdowns. That one was overthrown, and he had no chance at that one. So the Tigers 2 possessions off the punt for the second time here this afternoon. Hastings again with Cooper Butler and Colton Marsh and double safety back here at the 33-yard line. Good snap. There's the punt. High in the air. Going to be grabbed here by Marsh at the 40-yard line. Dances to the 45. He's to the 47 to the 48-yard line. And he's going to be drugged down there. But good field position for Hastings on their third offensive possession of the ball game. And now we've got some extracurricular activity out there already.
Yeah, I was going to get, that's what I thought. Jaden Lagunas, one of the linemen out there. Marsh took it up the middle. It was kind of a low-hanging punt. Got it at about the 35-yard line, got it up to about the 45, and then he was gang tackled. Well, no whistles, so everybody keeps playing. And then the pushing and shoving came, and Marsh, they exchanged a few times, and then Lagunas walks out there and
breaks things up.
He's a big frame.
Yeah,
and,
I'd want him on my side here at 326 pounds and 6'1".
Yeah.
If you're going to have a scuffle, I want Jaden Lagunas on my side.
Well, if you're going to push Lagunas around, it's about like pushing a big Studebaker around out there. He's got a big frame. So the Bronco offense, third possession, back out on the field offensively for D-Dub. They've got 20 yards of total offense in the game for Hastings, 69 through the air, 58 on the ground, 5 first downs, and they look for more. They got the football at their own 38-yard line.
2:07 to play here in the first quarter from Joe Quintal Field and Mitchell. Play action pass. Sinek winds up, throws the ball, and he swatted away. That's Quayshawn Hill, the intended receiver. Back in coverage was Trevor Slatke, the safety coming out there, a sophomore out of Bishop Newman.
Yeah, I noticed there was a lot of. You remember years ago I did the ones that got away. Well,
yeah.
How do you determine whether they got away or not? But they do have a lot of Nebraska kids on their roster. That was a great defensive play. Quayshawn Hill out on the route, but batted down, second down and 10 here, Hastings.
There's an inside handoff. Armbruster breaks into the open 40, 45, 50. Inside Tiger territory, moves the ball all the way down to the 45-yard line. Another great run there by Armbruster for the Broncos on offense. Finds a little seam right up the middle there and takes it all the way into Tiger territory. Nose of the football right at the 45.
Ooh, Hastings already nearing the 100-yard marker rushing here in this football game. That was a 17-yard burst. The offensive line doing a nice job. Again, a couple teams that are pretty balanced as far as the front line and weights and whatnot goes, but Hastings winning the battle right now down in the trenches.
Again, to give the ball away to Armbruster, sweeps the right side. He's going to be tripped up here at about the 41-yard line. So a pickup of about 4 on the play for Armbruster. That's Joe Oberside. Oberside with the tackle there for DWU. He's a senior out of Mitchell, South Dakota.
Armbruster already with 53 yards on 7 carries. Merriman got in limited there on the second series, 3 carries, 24 yards. Hastings with a second down and about 6.
Hand off again. That was going to be stacked up. Loss of a yard. Armbruster is going to be tackled in the backfield there. Overside again in the stop there for the Tigers. Loss of about a yard. Now it's going to bring up third down. We're down to 29 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Hastings down on top of the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan in our season finale here in Mitchell. Scored 7-0. Hastings down with an empty backfield as Armbruster is going to be one of the 4 wide receivers split out to the left side of the formation. Hill comes in motion down to the near side. Sinek has got the ball, backs up. Sinek in the pocket. He throws it. It's going to be off of the fingertips of his intended receiver, Eli Nappy. That was right in his hands at the 30-yard line. Off of his fingertips, and the Broncos will have to punt on 4th down and 7.
Yeah, that probably should have been a ball that Nappy catches. He starts out around the numbers on this near side, runs down about 10, 15 yards and cuts it inside. Sinek hit him perfectly right in his hands, just kind of went through his hands, falls incomplete, and we're at the end of the first quarter already here in Mitchell.
1 quarter in the books. Hastings challenges and got the lead. Hastings 7, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco football today on Extreme Sports.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero never tasted. Zero never tasted so good. Try it now.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
Yeah, back here in Mitchell, South Dakota. Hastings with a lead over Dakota Wesleyan, 7-0 is the score. The Broncos will punch. Shot of the football. Angles it to the right side. It's going to go out of bounds down around the 9 or 10 yard line, and the Tigers will have the ball.
It's just some first quarter numbers by Ruts Heating and Air. Your number one source for residential commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For Dakota Wesleyan in the first quarter, 20 total yards, 9 through the air, 11 on the ground, just one first down. For Hastings, very impressive first quarter, 67 through the air, 78 on the ground, 145 total, 20 offensive plays, 6 first downs. D-Dub with the football now in the start of the second quarter at the 10.
There's a quick throw over there to the 10-yard line, to the 15, out to the 20-yard line as they swing it out there to Maxwell Robb. Robb, the senior out of Yankton, South Dakota, with a reception. He takes it down the far sideline in front of the Bronco bench as he moves the ball from the 10 out to about the 19-yard line. Second down and a yard now for the Tigers. Dakota Wesleyan moving left to right here in the second quarter of play. Just underway in the second period. Hastings with a 7-0 lead. Jensen fakes the ball. Now he's in trouble. He's going to be hit, and down he goes, coming out for the corner for Hastings, and sacking the quarterback is going to be Dawson Kissinger. Kissinger gets his second sack of the season. Came off of the left side of the defense, got around the corner, and sacks Jeb Jensen, a loss on the play back here at the 14-yard line.
Hey, what Dawson Kissinger has just continued to get better and better every game, even through the bye weeks, and he stayed healthy. He has had a tremendous season. He comes around the corner. He had help with him, but he was able to bring Jensen down virtually by himself. He wasn't going to go very far, so a loss of about 6 there on the sack, bring up third down, and about 6 for D-Dub.
Wide receivers left and right here. Third down situation. Jensen waiting for the ball. He's got it. Now they're going to blow this one dead. And it's going to be illegal procedure going to be called here on the DWU.
I think delay a game.
Nevertheless, it's a 5-yard penalty.
You can't do that. Whatever they did, they can't do it. So it puts them back behind the original line of scrimmage, back to the 9-yard line. So they'll redo third down. But third down and 11 here. Boy, the Hastings defense can pin their ears back and really get with it here.
Jensen will have a running back in the backfield with him. Man is going to come in motion to the near side. Now he goes back the other way. Jensen wants to throw. He throws it in the center field. They hold up. Ball in at the 35 across the 40 to the 45-yard line. Stephen Christian right in the center of the field holds up. Baby in there for the Tigers. The redshirt junior out of Lennox, South Dakota. Right between those two side stripes there, the two hash marks, Jimmy. Holds the ball in and moves it all the way out here to about the 44 or 45-yard line.
Tell you what, coming in, Jensen's had some impressive numbers when you looked it up early in the week, and he dropped a dime right over the defense in double coverage. 2 Hastings receivers running stride for stride. He dropped it right over the shoulder. 34-yard gain out to the 44-yard line.
Christian goes in motion now as they hand the ball away. Brings it across the 45 to the 50. Inside Bronco territory down here to about the 48-yard line. So D-Dub finding some success there with the rushing attack as they move the ball into Hastings College territory down there at about the 48-yard line. Running the football there was Kobe Kaiser. Kaiser, the redshirt junior from Emory, South Dakota. Picks up about 9 yards in the play. Second down and a yard. Dakota Wesleyan with the ball down here at the Hastings College 48-yard line. And they come up to the line of scrimmage with 2 wide receivers split to the right side. Jensen has got the ball, fakes it. Now he's going to run it. He is not going to find much success there as he took it around the left end. He looks up and saw nothing but white shirts over there. Jensen is knocked down in the play, gets it back to the line of scrimmage, and now Dakota Wesleyan, actually about a yard loss in the play. Hastings now looking at third down, rather Dakota Wesleyan looking at third down against the Hastings defense. Third down and about 3 yards to go. Line of scrimmage is the Hastings College 48.
Yeah, watching most of these plays through my binoculars, and that one there was a wall of Broncos and nowhere for Jensen to go. So third down and about 3 here for D-Dub.
Man comes in motion on the near side. Jensen is going to sprint out here. He throws the ball. It's kind of at the 48 to the 45 to the Bronco 42-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down. So the man who came in motion, Kaiser out of the backfield, and just swing the ball out to him. They got him a one-on-one with a Bronco defender, and he picks up enough yardage for the first down as he moves the ball down to the 42. So they move the sticks here in the second period. Hastings out on top of the Tigers. The score is 7-0. But Dakota Wesleyan is now on the move in Hastings College territory down here at the Bronco 42.
Yeah, D-Dub looked like they wanted to run the option to the near side of the field with Kaiser, and then the quarterback Jensen just stopped, threw it up over top of the defenders, and right into Kaiser's hands, picks up nearly 6 and a first down.
Jensen wants to throw. He backs up. He throws it down the left sideline. The man is open. He hauls the ball in, and he's out of bounds at the 15-yard line. The pass is completed there to Cole Holden. Somehow he got loose in the Bronco secondary. Wide open on the sideline, and again, Jensen delivers a strike to him. Holden just runs out of bounds, and they got the ball down here around the Hastings 15-yard line.
First down number 4. Dawson Kissinger on coverage there, and Holden just simply ran right by Kissinger. And again, the ball was thrown very accurate, right on track. 24-yard gain inside the red zone, inside the 20 of Hastings.
At the 15, Jensen, he's going to throw the ball again. It's thrown into the end zone, and it's incomplete. Holden was back there for Dakota Wesleyan. It's incomplete. It's going to bring up a second down situation. Second down and 10 yards to go. Line of scrimmage is the 15-yard line. Those are the football between the 15 and 16.
These newer press boxes are amazing.
They never
talk
to the guys that use the press box.
No, not at all.
All right, so it's second and 10. The ball just outside the 15-yard line. Jensen's going to send the man in motion. He drops back to throw. Jensen throws it to the near side. It's going to be incomplete. So they brought the man in motion. They try to throw the ball out to him again. That's Kobe Kaiser. Kaiser couldn't come up with the ball. Now it's a third down. Dakota Wesleyan has not really put a lot of points on the scoreboard this year. They're averaging about 18 points per ball game, but they've had a couple of games. In fact, a couple of weeks ago against Mount Marty, they scored over 40. But they're averaging 18 on the season. They're now looking at a third down situation here. Third down, 10 yards to go. Line of scrimmage is between the 15 and 16-yard line of Hastings. There's a Jensen. He's going to hand the ball away to Kaiser. Kaiser slides through there as he brings the ball close to the 10. So they're going to be looking at a fourth down and 5 now from the Bronco 10-yard line. So we'll see what they elect to do here. It looks like the field goal team will be coming on for Dakota Wesleyan. Danny Karsrud is the field goal kicker. Karsrud 4 out of 6 on field goals this year, as long as 42 yards. This is going to be a 27-yard field goal try from the far side hash mark. Ball is down. The kick is up. Plenty long. So sailing for the uprights, and it's up there. No good.
Well, it's watching the teams warm up. The wind is kind of swirling down here and swirling now because every 2 years we come up here, they change something. They have had a huge construction project in the last couple of years. They basically built a new high school with some money that has been donated. The old school setting off to our east across the street, but everything is new around here, so it's kind of getting condensed in here, and it seems like the wind is swirling a little bit east to west, and both kickers were having a tough time in that west end zone, and that was the case there. So the Broncos dodge a bullet, and they come back out offensively, leading this ball game 7-0.
8:52 to play in the second quarter here from Mitchell. Sitting has got the ball. He hands it away to Merriman. Merriman gets outside. Penalty flags are down. Merriman has popped out of bounds here at the 25. So everybody in the stand saw something there. At least they thought they saw something as the came to their feet. That's going to probably be a penalty on Hastings.
Yeah, as a lineman, you can't grab the defender and pull him to the turf, and that's what happened. Left tackle there for Hastings. Brought down the defender as Merriman tried to get around the corner, so going to be a holding call on Hastings.
Raekwon Henry is going to be the guilty party there, a hold on Henry. They move the ball back to the 10-yard line. So it's going to bring up a 1st and 20. And welcome to Hastings College football again here on Extreme Sports. Final game of the regular season for the Broncos. Playing here in Mitchell against the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan. So 1st down and 20. The ball is pushed back here to the 10-yard line. There's a handoff again. Merriman as he slides through there. Didn't go far. Gets it to about the 12-yard line. So a pickup of 2 on the play. The Hastings offense now looking at 2nd down and long from their own end of the end zone here. In Hastings College basketball, they begin their conference season today at home against Dakota Wesleyan. That will be at Lynn Farrell Arena. Women's game will go at 2. The men's game at 3:45 this afternoon. We've got coverage today on Extreme Sports 2, beginning in just a little bit, 1:45 for the pregame with Marcus Metcalf from Lynn Farrell Arena today. We get out the round balls for the conference season. 2nd down and 17 now for Hastings. Sennick wants to throw, sets up a screen. Merriman with the ball across the 15 to the 20, 25, and he's spilled out here at the 30-yard line. So a good play there. Merriman on a screen pass right in the center of the field. He springs forward as he gets the ball. They're going to mark it just shy of the 30, in between the 29 and 30. So Hastings will now be looking at a 3rd down. 3rd down and about 1. They needed 18. They got to 17 on the play. So Hastings now looking at 3rd down and a yard. Their own territory. In between the 29 and 30-yard line. Hastings working right to left here in this second quarter of play. 7:10 remaining in the opening half. The Broncos have a 7-0 lead. Sennick hands the ball away to Merriman. He crashes forward across the 30 out to about the 32-yard line. Going to be brought down on the play there at the 32. That's going to be enough for a 1st down.
Yeah, 5 carries now, 33 yards for Merriman. For Armbruster, 8 carries and 53 yards. And the 7th 1st down for Hastings.
Brody Bollinger into the last stop there for DWU. A junior out of Jefferson, South Dakota. Sennick again hands the ball away to Merriman. This time he brings the ball to the 35-yard line. When Matt told me they were going to have a heavy dose of the running game, I didn't expect this. They just pounded the ball here at the Tigers here. Joe Vander Overscheide again. Joe Van Overscheide, a senior from Mitchell. A lot of the stop there.
A lot of vans up in this area.
A lot of syllables.
I'll tell you what, when you're picking up 3 at a crack, why don't you keep doing it? I guess they move the sticks back, so actually a gain of 2. 2nd down and 8.
Here's Lichtenberg into the ball game now as he sweeps right side across the 35 to the 40. He's got the 1st down and more as he brings the ball across the 45 to the 46-yard line. Brady Lichtenberg, a 6'1", 198-pound sophomore out of Windsor, Colorado. His 13th carry in the season as they bring the ball onto the 45-yard line. 1st down, Broncos.
Yeah, and from the very first time we've seen him this year, I have really liked this kid. He is more of the physical back, short yardage, but he picks up 10 there out to the 45-yard line. Nice carry. He'll stay in the game, and he'll get the handoff here.
Looks inside, bounces outside across the 45 to about the 47-yard line before he is brought down on the play. Tackle is made in there by Carter Skosberg, the redshirt sophomore out of Vermillion, South Dakota. So Schosberg picks up the tackle there, a big old boy at 6'3" and 250 pounds. Broncos pounding the rock here in this one.
Yeah, Hastings already with 17 carries, 9 passes in the football game. Right at 102 yards unofficially on the ground in this game.
Sennick backs up. He wants to throw this time. A throw across the middle. It's going to be incomplete.
That was ugly.
To that one, Weidinger, the intended receiver.
Pass intended for Weidinger.
So it's going to bring up a 3rd down situation. 3rd down and 8 yards to go now.
3rd down.
Hastings with the ball on their own 47-yard line. Broncos again with a 7-0 lead. Hastings scored in their opening possession of the ball game. They went 8 plays, 89 yards. Dalton Armbruster taking it in from 19 yards out for the only score of the ball game. Hastings has dominated this first half of play, but only a touchdown on the board. Third down and about, 8 yards to go. Line of scrimmage is the Hastings 47-yard line. Sinek wants to throw. Steps up. Here comes the pressure. Sinek on the move. 50, 45, and he slides down here at the 40-yard line. That's enough for a first down. So Sinek wanted to throw the ball. Nothing downfield. He takes off running, and Sinek will slide down. They say his slide started here, and he's down to 43, but that's enough for a first down for the Broncos.
Hey, well, usually when we got Carson Kalachek in there, he's got them big old legs. He can really gallop really good. And Sinek, not much of a runner, but he does what he needs to, and he did a great job there. Everything opened up, the sea parted, and he picks up 10.
Handoff again to Merriman. Inside handoff, 40, 35, runs over a man at the 33 and takes the ball down to the 30-yard line. Merriman on the move there down to the 30-yard line. Tackle made in the defensive secondary there by Brody Bollinger for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. But tell you what, he just gets run over down there. Bollinger finally brings him down. Spot is going to be the 30-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. 1st and 10 here for the Broncos. Sinek now hands the ball away to Merriman as he dances across the 30. Breaks it outside, 25 down to the 20-yard line. Brought down on the numbers at the 20. Hastings on the move now here late in the second quarter. 3:26 to play. The Broncos with a 7-0 lead here.
First need raffle tickets. First down, number 11 for Hastings. Their last 3 rushing plays, gains of 10, 11, and 11. Merriman 22 of those as he took it off right side. Now they've got the football down around the 21-yard line of DWU.
Armbruster into the ball game now. He sweeps right side. Armbruster to the 20. Armbruster to the 15-yard line. Moves the stack down at least to the 13-yard line. Hastings will be a couple of yards shy of the first down.
Armbruster with the carry.
Armbruster with the carry there. Tackle is made by Parker Barnes. Barnes, the defensive end there on that left side, comes up with a stop.
How about the 2 running backs for Hastings? Armbruster was 61 yards unofficially. Merriman 58 yards in this ball game, and Armbruster stays in there, giving a little bit of a break to Merriman. 2nd down and 2 for Hastings.
Hand the ball away again to Armbruster. Eludes one man in the backfield, and he's going to be drugged down in the play. Bollinger into the stop there for the Tigers. So now it's going to bring up a 3rd down situation. That hole closed in a hurry there as Armbruster trying to take it off of the right side. Bollinger fills that hole and brings him down. Actually about a half a yard loss on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd down situation, and now Matt wants to call a timeout. Hey, well, this is a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning now here in the second quarter. Hastings with a lead. Broncos 7, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football on Extreme Sports.
Your locally owned and operated business here in Mitchell.
What is Mammoth? Excellent question. Mammoth is everything you need it to be. On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
Along with Jimmy Purcell, Gene Shaw here at Joe Quintal Field in Mitchell, South Dakota today. Season finale for the Hastings College football team. The Broncos trying to get to 5-5 on the season, which would be our best finish since we went 7-4 in 2022.
Seeing a lot of guys. Things keep going the way it is. There's going to be a lot of guys on that far sideline. See action. Josh Beavis, one of the guys that just spotted, 6'7", 300 pounds. He's in the game. Red shirt sophomore out of Colorado.
And there's a left tackle now for the Broncos. 3rd down and a couple of yards to go. Armbruster gets the call, puts his shoulder down, drives across the 10, inside the 10-yard line, down to about the 7. That's going to be enough for a first down. So Armbruster takes the ball off of right tackle, puts his shoulder down and drives it to first down territory as they move the ball down to about the 7-yard line. Tackle is made by Grayson Hansen again, the linebacker for the Tigers. Armbruster picks up the first down. The Broncos on the move down here at the 8-yard line. Minute and 33 seconds to play here in the second quarter. Sennig has got the ball, high snap. He hands the ball away to Armbruster. Armbruster to the 5, down to about the 4-yard line before he's brought down. That's a Gavin Hazelhorst coming up from his safety spot to make the stop there for the Tigers. They move the ball down to about the 4 now for the Dakota Wesleyan defense. Hastings looking at second down and goal. We're down to a minute and 3 seconds to go.
You always have a lot more inside information than me. You looked at me and you were confused why I put another stat sheet down for passing numbers for Hastings. Hastings has only attempted 10 passes in this ball game. They've rushed it 24 times, 150 yards already.
There's Armbruster. He takes it around the right end. He leans for the goal line. He did not get there. He's going to be stopped at about the 1. So they move it from the 4 down to about the 1, maybe the 1.5-yard line. 34 seconds to play, and Hastings will burn another timeout here. So we'll take another break. 34 seconds to play in the second quarter. The Broncos on the move. Hastings 7, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco football today on Extreme Sports.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the advanced funeral planning specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, the Broncos on the move here late in the second quarter. Hastings looking at third down and goal. Ball is just outside the 1-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. Hastings out on top of this ball game by a score of 7-0.
Going to have a fullback in there, a high position or a high formation here for Hastings.
Jude Smith is in the backfield now as a fullback as they flip the ball here and into the end zone for the touchdown. It's going to be Armbruster from 1 yard out.
Not even touched. He went right in behind the fullback in there for Hastings. Nobody got a hand on him for D-Dub. So Hastings puts another 6 spot up. We're just figuring up some numbers. 77 yards unofficially in the 77 yards unofficially in the second quarter, 78 unofficially in the first quarter. 26 carries in the game. Wilmot in for the PAT. Hastings having their way on the ground here today.
That score with 32 seconds to play here in the second quarter. Here comes the PAT. Wilmot swings the right leg, and the PAT is through the pipes. It is good. So Hastings College will grab the lead here. Broncos with a couple of touchdowns in the first half. Hastings with a lead. We'll take a break with 32 seconds to play in the second quarter. It is Hastings 14, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Ben works at Runza, and he loves his teammates.
We got Rockstar Rachel, Johnny J-Town, and T-Money Terry in the house!
What's your nickname, Ben?
They call me Benst in the world.
Did you give yourself that?
Maybe.
Nickname or not, Runza makers stick together. Want to join the team? Apply today at runza.com/jobs or text Runza to 242424. Runza makes it all better.
You are listening to exclusive coverage of Hastings College football on Extreme Sports.
Boy, how about that drive, Jimmy? 16 plays, 90 yards for the Broncos to get into the end zone here with 32 seconds to go. Second quarter.
Well, and primarily everything on the ground there. Hastings has had their way on the ground here today as Wilmot's into the football. High end-over-end kick. Going to come down at the 6.
Quickly back to the 10, center of the field. Now angles right side, 15, 20 to the 22-yard line. So Hastings has scored on 2 possessions here in the first half. 8 plays, 89 yards in the first quarter. Then they go 16 plays, 90 yards in the second quarter. And the Broncos are enjoying a 14-0 lead over Dakota Wesleyan with 27 seconds to play now here in the second quarter.
Broncos have only thrown it 10 times for just 86 yards. Why do you need to? You're running the football so effective. Why switch things up? So D-Dub comes out with 27 seconds left here, 1st and 10.
Jensen throws it near side. That's going to be overthrown. Intended receiver there was Caleb Kilbride, who's into the ball game now as a wide receiver. 6'2", 275-pound sophomore out of Dayton, Wyoming. He had no chance at that one. That was overthrown. 2nd down and 10. Ball is at the 20 of Dakota Wesleyan. 3 wide receivers split to the left side. 1 wide receiver to the right. And Jeff Jensen's ball is thrown to the far side. Caught there at the 25. He spun down at about the 27-yard line. And now I think the Tigers want to call a timeout. They do.
Timeout.
So timeout Dakota Wesleyan. They're going to be looking at a 3rd down situation here. 3rd down and about 3 yards to go from the 27. We'll be right back after this. You're listening to Bronco Football today on Extreme Sports.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
You are listening to exclusive coverage of Hastings College football on Extreme Sports.
All right, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell, Gene Shaw back here in Mitchell, South Dakota. Tigers looking at a 2nd down here. 2nd down and about 3. Actually, 3rd and 3 it should be. From the 27-yard line. There's a pass across the middle. It's going to be caught at the 32. That's going to be enough for a 1st down as they haul that baby in. Bringing the reception is Holden again. It's going to be enough for a 1st down. The quarterback, Jensen, drilled on the play. And he got the ball right in the center of the field to his wide receiver and Holden, who brings the ball in, picks up the 1st down. Now the Tigers will call a timeout. We'll just keep it right here. With just a few seconds remaining here in this second quarter. Hastings out on top, 15 seconds to go. It's a 14-0 ball game, Broncos.
Well, and as you have alluded to, D-Dub having a tough time running the football, only averaging around 60 yards per game. Right now I've got him for 19 yards on 9 carries. Throwing the football around, Jensen, I've got him unofficially at 95 yards. As they will look at a 1st and 10 here, D-Dub with 6 first downs in the first half of action, all of them through the air. They have been the complete opposite of Hastings here as far as rushing the football.
Yeah, the Broncos have pounded the rock here in this first half, and so far so good. A couple of times in the end zone. Hastings out on top of this ball game, 14-0. Jensen trying to engineer something here in the final seconds of this second quarter. Jensen sprints out right side, holds it, now runs it, 30, 35, 40, and he's going to be run out of bounds here by the Broncos. Kissinger making sure he runs out of bounds in the Dakota Wesleyan bench. Pickup of about 8 or 9 yards in the plays. They bring the ball close to the 40. Broncos will give that up now with 8 seconds to play as Jensen, the quarterback, scrambles out of there, runs it to the near sideline where he runs out of bounds. 2nd down and 2. The nose of the football right at the 40-yard line of DWU. Jensen has got the ball again as he backs up again, sprints out right side, holds it, now throws it. The pass incomplete. We have a holding call. Penalty flags are down.
A little extracurricular activity in there.
It seems like every time we get together with DW, we have something. One of the defensive linemen for the Broncos, and Eli Kaler, the redshirt sophomore out of Bocook, mixing up here, but no penalty on the Broncos. That's going to be a holding call on the Tigers.
Second penalty for D-Dub here in the first half of action. That'll put them back behind the chains. They only had about 2 yards to go to get a first down, as we have very, very close. 3 seconds left here. A punting situation. They just snap it back to an up man, and he takes a knee, and D-Dub says, we'll get in the locker room.
All right, so we reached halftime. The Broncos will have the lead here at the halftime break. Hastings 14, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco football today on Extreme Sports.
I became the manager about 1.5 years ago. Now what I get to do is, as the manager, I get to support my nurses and continue to help them grow and develop into fantastic nurses that give exceptional care. The favorite part about my job is being able to round with those patients and hear how great my nurses are. They say, oh, so-and-so is great, and talk about the great care that they are providing to them. I just love the impact that nursing can make. That's why we do this job. You know, it's for those positive outcomes. It's for those miracle stories. It's for the relationships that you build and the heartache that you feel for these families, but yet the triumphs that they have at the end. And they get to hold their baby because of the care that we provided here. And that's just incredible to me. And that's the whole reason I became a nurse. Mary Lanning Healthcare. Your care, our inspiration.
At High Street Insurance and Financial Services, we are agents of change. We believe life is full of new opportunities, and we guide you forward with strength and confidence, so together we can build stronger, more resilient communities, illuminating the path ahead, where opportunities are always within reach. We do it for all our futures. High Street Insurance and Financial Services, located at 3606 Cimarron Plaza, Suite 280 in Hastings.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero never tasted so good. Zero never tasted so good. Try it now.
The Halftime Show is brought to you by Family Medical Center of Hastings, your home for healthcare since 1963.
All right, back here at Joe Clinch Hall Field in Mitchell, South Dakota this afternoon. Halftime, Hastings has got the lead over the Tigers. The score is 14-0. Again, the basketball is getting underway today as far as the conference season is concerned for the Broncos. Hastings hosting Dakota Wesleyan at Lynn Trail Arena. Women's game will be tipping off here in just a couple of minutes at 2 o'clock. The men's game will go at 3:45. If you're looking for Hastings College basketball today, we've got it for you over on Extreme Sports 2. You got our social media apps and things like that. Just punch on there at the bottom of the page, Extreme Sports 2, and you'll get Hastings College basketball today with the Tigers. Flip back and forth here while we're at halftime. We got the second half coming up here on Extreme Sports with Hastings and the Tigers in the football. 14-0 is the score here at halftime. A couple of nice drives for the Broncos, and Hastings enjoying the lead here at the halftime break.
Yep, I got to thank all the coaches for Hastings College. You're very satisfied with what has happened here in the first half of action. Just haven't give up at a big play. They played pretty sound defense. And then on the offensive side of things, Hastings hasn't needed to throw it. They've been able to run it, and they've done a great job doing that here in the first half. Get you some halftime numbers brought to you by Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning with locations in Hastings, Kearney, and Lincoln. For Dakota Wesleyan in the first half, D-Dub with 5 first downs. They rushed it 11 times for 27 yards. They were 7 of 13 passing for 98 yards, so 24 offensive plays, just 125 yards for the Tigers here in the first half. They were hit with a couple of penalties, and 9:08 time of possession. Hastings heavily on their side. 9:08 for D-Dub, 20-25 for Hastings here in the first half. Again, Jed Jensen really the only offensive person with any output, 7 of 13, 98 yards for Jensen. For Hastings in the first half, 14 first downs for the Broncos. They rushed it 27 times for 149 yards. Jarrett Sinix, 5 of 11 for 88 yards, so 38 offensive plays, 237 total yards for Hastings. 20-25 time of possession. Individual rushing leaders, Dalton Armbruster, 15 carries, 70 yards. Caden Merriman, 7 carries, 53 yards. Armbruster, by the way, has both touchdowns on the day. Receiving leaders, Cooper Butler, a couple of early catches, 2 catches, 59 yards. Merriman has 1 for 15 and Nappy 1 for 11. Jake Bargan, don't know how much we'll see him in the second half. He did catch 1 ball for 3 yards. Defensive leaders, they've got Jake Lambert with 5 total tackles, 1 sack, 2 tackles for loss. So I don't know what much more you could do last game of the season. You want to end on a positive, and right now Hastings just looks just real solid right now where they're at, coming off the bye week, and we've started seeing some fresh faces in for Matt Franzen's Broncos.
14-0 is the score here at halftime. Hastings with the lead. The other games going on in the conference today, some big ones. Dordt has got the lead over Morningside. They got about 2 minutes to go in the first half. Dordt is leading Morningside by a score of 14-13. Northwestern battling for a spot maybe in the NAIA playoffs. Northwestern has got the lead over Concordia. They're at the 2-minute warning in the first half. 14-7 is the score. Northwestern has got the lead here. Hastings halftime lead over Dakota Wesleyan. The score is 14-0. Waldorf looking for their first win of the season. They've got the lead here with a minute to play in the second quarter. Waldorf is leading Doane up in Forest City, Iowa. The score is 10-7. Waldorf with the lead. And the other game going on, Midland has scored 3 times in the first half, and now they've just added a field goal. Midland has got the lead over Mount Marty. The score is 24-0. Midland has got the lead over Mount Marty in college football. Again, the score here at halftime, it is Hastings out on top of the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. The score 14-0. We'll have more after this. You're listening to Bronco Football on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
All right, back here at Joe Clinch Hall Field in Mitchell, South Dakota. 14-0 is the score. Hastings has got the lead over Dakota Wesleyan today. Major college football, here's what's going on in the fourth quarter. 11 minutes to play in the game. Texas A&M is trailing South Carolina by a score of 30-24. Texas A&M, again, the third-ranked team in the country, and right now the Aggies are trailing South Carolina 30-24. 11 minutes to play in the game. 9th-ranked Notre Dame is leading 22nd-ranked Pittsburgh. The score is 37-9. Northwestern has got the lead over Michigan. 13 minutes to play in the ball game. Northwestern 23, Michigan 21. Navy is leading South Florida 34-24. They've got just under 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Arizona is leading Cincinnati 27-24. They've got about 5 minutes and some change left in the fourth quarter. Kansas State, the Cats, out on top of Oklahoma State. 8 minutes to play in the game. Kansas State 14, Oklahoma State 6. 2 minutes to play in the game. UConn with a lead over Air Force, 26-16. 2 minutes to play in the game. Texas San Antonio out on top of Charlotte, 28-7. 2 minutes to play in the game. Eastern Michigan is leading Ball State, 24-9. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. LSU 16, Arkansas 14. 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. Tulsa 24, Oregon State nothing. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. Arizona State 22, West Virginia 10. Halftime score, Kentucky 28, Tennessee Tech 7. 5.5 minutes to play in the first half. Marshall has got the lead over Georgia State. The score is 14-7. 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. North Texas leading Alabama Birmingham 28-7. Just getting started, Texas El Paso and Missouri State, and a final score in. Indiana has beaten Wisconsin today. Final score of 31-7. Those are some major college football scores to report to you here today. Last night we had the semifinals in high school football in the state of Nebraska. So we got the championship game set now for 2025 in Class A. Millard South, no problems with Omaha West Side, winning 62-21. They'll play Papillion La Vista South in the championship game on Tuesday, November 25th. Papio South beating Omaha Creighton Prep last night 24-21. Class B championship game will have Waverly playing Gretna East. Waverly beats Bennington last night by a score of 38-18. It was Gretna East over Gretna, 55-34. In Class C1, Wahoo beat Ashland Greenwood 61-21. And it was Sydney knocking off Columbus Lakeview last night 28-24. Wahoo plays Sydney for the Class C1 state championship. Class C2, Grand Island Central Catholic will play Bishop Newman. The Crusaders beating Ord by a score of 23-13. And it was Bishop Newman shutting out Kearney Catholic last night 34-0. Class D1, Sandy Creek will play Crofton for the championship a week from Monday. That'll be on November 24th at 10:15. Sandy Creek in the ball game we had last night here on Extreme Sports, beating Plainview by a score of 53-22. Crofton wins over Shelby Rising City in the other game 28-6. So Sandy Creek will play Crofton on Monday, November the 24th for the state championship. 10:15 will be the starting time. We'll have the game here on Extreme Sports, beginning with the pregame show at 10 o'clock. Finally, in the Class D2 from last night, in the semifinals, St. Mary's and Wynot picked up wins. St. Mary's beating Howells Dodge 52-28. Wynot beating Central Valley 45-28. St. Mary's will play Wynot for the state championship in Class D2. Finally, in the six-man ranks, it'll be Garden County against the Southwest. Southwest winners over Red Cloud last night by a score of 35-0. Garden County beats Stewart by a score of 44-28. Again, you're listening to the halftime show here this afternoon. Hastings College with the lead, 14-0. We'll have more after this. You're listening to Bronco Football.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
All right, we told you Bronco basketball beginning their conference season here today. Women's game is underway. The Broncos off to a good start. Hastings leading Dakota Wesleyan a couple of minutes into the first quarter, 10-2. Hastings out to a 10-2 lead over Dakota Wesleyan in their conference opener at Lynn Farrell Arena. Then we've got coverage over on Extreme Sports 2. Marcus Metcalf is back at Lynn Farrell Arena. That reminds me, we've got more Bronco basketball coming your way this week. We put the pigskins away after this one for college football. We begin in earnest with Hastings College basketball. Wednesday night will be in Crete for Doane and Hastings. That'll be a doubleheader beginning at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. Next Saturday, back up to Sioux Center, Iowa. Hastings and the Dordt Defenders beginning at 2. So Bronco basketball getting cranked up for the 2025-2026 season. Road games next week at Doane Wednesday, at Dordt on Saturday. And remember, your exclusive home for Bronco basketball throughout the 2025-2026 season is Extreme Sports. 14-0, our lead here for Hastings as they lead Dakota Wesleyan here in football. That's the halftime show. Stick around. We've got the second half coming up. You're listening to Bronco football today on Extreme Sports.
The halftime show has been brought to you by Family Medical Center of Hastings, your family's home for healthcare since 1963. Stay tuned. The second half is coming up on your exclusive home for Bronco sports, Extreme Sports.
If you experience heating problems this winter, call the experts at Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning of Hastings. Ruts is a locally owned family business with over 45 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They service all makes and models of heating and cooling equipment for both residential and commercial customers. You can trust Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning to complete all repairs, installations, and maintenance work on time. If you're shopping for a new air conditioner or heating system, remember Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. Call 402-463-4853.
For all of your professional, residential, and commercial cleaning services, call the trusted experts at B&B Cleaning Pros of Hastings. They have been in business for over 4 years, delivering professional services one clean at a time. Reclaim your time and enjoy a healthier, fresher home with a call to B&B Cleaning Pros. Their meticulous cleaning professionals handle everything from routine upkeep to intensive deep cleans, tailored perfectly to your schedule and needs. They focus on kitchens, bathrooms, high traffic areas, dust removal, and floor care. Give them a call at 402-519-4602. Stop in at 123 North Lexington in Hastings or visit them at bnbcleaningpros.com.
Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland, locally made. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
When the lights go down in Hastings, the party starts at the 2nd Street Slammer. It is more than a bar. It is your weekend headquarters for live DJs, cold drinks, and nonstop fun. Whether you are here to dance or just kick back with friends, there is always something going on. Big energy, friendly faces, and a night you will not forget. Open Thursday through Saturday at 2315 West 2nd Street. Do not just go out, go all out. Only at the 2nd Street Slammer.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
All right, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell, Gene Schaub back here in Mitchell, South Dakota. The score is 14-0. Hastings with the lead. As we look in on the Hastings College women's basketball team, Dakota Wesleyan has come back to grab the lead over Hastings. 15-12, a minute and 34 seconds to play in the first quarter from Lynn Farrell Arena. Again, you can catch the game over on Extreme Sports 2 with Marcus Metcalf. The men will follow the women's ball game at 3:45 this afternoon. So a couple of nice drives for the Broncos. They're pounding the rock here in this ball game against Dakota Wesleyan. Hastings 16 plays in 90 yards, 8 plays, 89 yards for the scoring drives for the Broncos. And now Hastings will kick off to begin the second half with a 14-0 lead.
Yep, D-Double will have a couple of guys standing inside their own 10-yard line as the sun continues to work its way to the west.
We've done this long enough where we should have known not to wear black today.
Well, I'm not so concerned about that. Hastings with the onside kick.
There's a penalty flag down. Onside kick to begin the second half. Did the Broncos come up with the ball? I don't think they did. Now we got some extracurricular activity. Some guys pushing and shoving here at the 48-yard line. Hastings came out of there with the ball, but I don't think they recovered it. I think they wrestled for the ball at the bottom of the sack, but we do have a penalty flag down.
Yeah, right here at midfield, the officials will get together and discuss this. I was looking back deep, waiting for the ball to come down, and Wilmot got into an onside. Now I think we've got it sorted out. Maybe we have, maybe not.
Could have a couple of penalties here. Perhaps the Broncos offsides, and then we'll see what happened after the play as the officials will huddle here right at the 50-yard line.
Now I think they're ready.
All right, here comes the call.
Catch interference. Kicking team, number 9. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
That's going to be a penalty on Hastings, an interference call on a kickoff. Quayshawn Hill got into the guy trying to cover the onside kick here.
Yeah, and then he was the one that was pushing and shoving after the play was over. So
we'll ask Matt on
whatever reason why we went for an onside kick. Now Dakota Wesleyan will have the football inside the Hastings 40 at about the 37-yard line.
Yeah, remind me to ask Matt on the post game. Interesting play because we have dominated this ball game, and now an onside kick that we don't recover. Now Dakota Wesleyan has got the ball in deep territory. They go right to work. There's a pass thrown. It's going to be caught and then dropped in the Bronco end zone.
Boy, and that was close to the receiver coming down with that. It was one-on-one matchup downfield inside the 5-yard line. Jensen with the deep ball. And Dakota Wesleyan nearly come up with that. Ball falls down to the turf, so second down and 10 here. Yeah, interesting start here to the second half.
So with the penalty on Hastings, Dakota Wesleyan starting in the Bronco territory, trailing by only 2 scores after Hastings really dominated the first 30 minutes of action here this afternoon. Second down and 10 yards to go. There's a handoff there. Kaiser is getting the call here, and he's brought down to play as he picks up only 1, maybe 2 yards as he moves the ball down to the 36-yard line. So now DW looking at a third down situation here. Third down, about 9 yards to go. Nose of the football right at the 36-yard line of Hastings. Tigers moving left to right here in this third quarter. Hastings with a lead, 14-0.
Tigers trailing by 2 scores here. You might be out already in the second half, out in no man's land, and have 2 downs to get this 10 yards.
Jensen, he backs up with the ball. Here comes pressure off of the corner. Jensen throws it. It's going to be incomplete. Incomplete just off of the fingertips again of their intended receiver down there. At about the 10-yard line of Hastings. That's their tight end, Chase Milligavery. A redshirt freshman out of Rockhorn, South Dakota. Now he comes up with the ball. And it's now a 4th down situation. I think you're right, Jimmy. This is going to be 4 down territory for the Tigers. 4th down and 9. Line of scrimmage is the 36 of Hastings.
Yeah, Tigers never did have their special teams lined up ready to send them in, so they were intending on going for it on 4th down here.
So Jensen has got the ball again. He backs up, looks right. Here comes the pressure. Jensen scrambles 35-30. First down, breaks it outside 25, run out of bounds to the 20-yard line.
About a 16-yard pickup there by Jensen. Nobody open downfield. The C parted. He had nobody out in front of him. It was all just green turf, and he took it up the middle, cut it off to the far side of the field in front of the Bronco bench, and picked up a much-needed first down on 4th and 10.
Now the onside kick that Hastings attempted to begin the third quarter. They come back to Hanum here as Dakota Wesleyan has got the ball now during the red zone down here at the Hastings College 21-yard line. First down and 10 from the Hastings 21. Jeb Jensen, the quarterback, is going to hand the ball away, and that's going to be stuffed in the backfield. A loss of a couple of yards in the play. Kissinger on the stop there for Hastings on the defense. No gain, actually a loss of a couple of yards in the play. Second down and 12 yards to go. Clock running. We're in the third quarter, under 13 minutes to go.
And again, Hastings continues to shuffle 2 and 3 guys in each and every play. They brought 3 more in here on this defensive set. And D-Dub looks at a second down and about 12.
No,
we got, going to be a penalty, going to be a legal procedure on the offense.
So that's going to bring up a longer situation here. Second down and 17 now for the Tigers. Hastings College basketball, the conference season underway at home against Dakota Wesleyan. The action going on right now over on Extreme Sports 2 today. We've got the second half of the football action right here on Extreme Sports. Here's a Jensen. He throws the ball again. A guy's wide open to the 10-yard line, down the sideline to the 5, and he's knocked out of bounds. Guy was wide open here on the sidelines for Dakota Wesleyan as he hauls the ball in as Jensen throws again a perfect strike down here. And the Tigers now knocking on touchdown door early in the third quarter.
21 on the pass and catch. He was all alone. He got in between the linebackers and the secondary.
That was Holden again.
Of Hastings, and here comes 4 more guys in defensively for Hastings and 4 out. But, nice pass there by Jensen. First and goal here inside the 10. They've got it down officially at the 7.
Holden hauls in the ball there, the leading receiver for the Tigers. Inside handoff there, that's going to be stuffed. Kobe Kaiser again, the ball carrier. He's going to be stuffed on the play. Little if any gains. So that's going to bring up a second down situation. Again, the Tigers, a team that struggled to put points on the board at times this year. They're averaging about 18 points per game. Their only attempt to put points on the board so far in this one has been a missed field goal in the first half. So now they've got the ball down here. There's their best chance at a touchdown. They're down here at the Hastings College 8-yard line. There's a Jensen. He's got the ball. He looks left side. He dances in the pocket. Jensen still with the ball. A lot of green grass out there, and he throws the ball into the end zone and sliding down and then able to make the catch in the back of the end zone is going to be incomplete. The receiver was Cruz Vaughn. Vaughn, a sophomore out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, unable to come up with the ball there. Now the Tigers looking at third down. Third down and goal. Ball is down here at the Hastings 8-yard line with 10:55 to play here in the third quarter.
Good there by the lineman up front for Dakota Wesleyan. They give Jensen enough time. He could have sat back there and ate a couple of sandwiches, drank a soda, and then make the pass, and it was right on the money. Receiver just couldn't come down with it. Now Jensen's going to pull away and call timeout.
All right, timeout here for D-Dub as they look at third down and goal from the Hastings 8-yard line. We'll take a break with 10:55 to play in the third quarter. Hastings 14, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You are listening to Bronco Football on Extreme Sports.
Orange ticket.
What is Mammoth? Excellent question. Mammoth is everything you need it to be. On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
Along with Jimmy Purcell and Gene Shaw back here in Mitchell. Hastings on defense. Dakota Wesleyan looking at third down and goal from the Hastings 8. Coming out for the corner. Jensen has hit. The ball is loose. Hastings is going to recover the ball at the 19-yard line. Jensen wanted to throw the football. The Broncos lower the boom on him. Ball was knocked loose from Jensen. Hastings comes up with the ball, and the Broncos a big turnover here. Hastings with the ball on the 19-yard line.
The product out of Overton, Nebraska, Wyatt Ryan, coming off the corner, was able to get to Jensen, the quarterback, and lay a big hit on him and just knocked the ball, stripped it right out of him. Hastings going to come up with a turnover here after a strange start with the onside kick. So Hastings will take over here. The Ryan family, they're pretty good athletes. I wasn't aware until my time with my knee surgery, and Wyatt Ryan's mom's the volleyball coach at Overton. I
had a little conversation during rehab.
I noticed, hey, he's got a couple of sisters that are very good on the volleyball court, so good athletic family.
All right, the Broncos with a turnover. Hastings gets the ball. They go right back to work. Look out outside 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Inside Dakota Wesleyan territory. Down to the 49-yard line. Carrying the football there is a Dalton Armbruster. He's already got 2 touchdowns in the ball game today. And that one was nearly taken to the house. Touchdown-saving tackle right there. Right about the 50-yard line is where they'll spot the ball. 1st and 10 Broncos.
15 carries, 107 yards for Armbruster. That was a burst of 30 all the way to midfield, right off that big, yellow M here at Mitchell.
All right, here's a handoff again. Armbruster breaks it outside the numbers down to the 45. Stiff arms the man. And he's run out of bounds here at the 43-yard line. Over here to make sure he is run out of bounds is going to be Landon Ruzick for Dakota Wesleyan. Ruzick, a senior from Del Rapids, South Dakota. That one a pickup of 7 yards in the play. 2nd down, 3 yards to go. Hastings with the ball now at the DAC West 43-yard line.
Hastings nearing the 200 yards of rushing. I don't know when we've said that in recent weeks.
I think we've had. I think we've had one game that's at least has been over 200 yards this year.
That's all right. It's a good one to finish off of. Everybody hopefully get a lot of guys in the game, and we can take her in here after a couple big plays.
Here's a Senig. He wants to throw the ball. He does. It's a leaping catch. It's going to be made down there at the 30-yard line. Going high in the air to grab that ball is going to be Eli Nappy. He climbs the ladder, and he's brought down right at the 30, but that's enough for a 1st down.
For Nappy, that's his 2nd catch for 30 yards on the afternoon.
8 of 12, 1st down.
Nearly down to the 30-yard line. Call it the 31-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan.
Pick up 12 yards on a completed pass from Senig to Eli Nappy. The Broncos on the move now after recovering a fumble at the other end. 1st and 10 from the 30. Handoff to Lichtenberg. Looks inside, bounces outside 25 down to the 23-yard line. Brady Lichtenberg is brought down to the play. The big old linebacker, Joe Van Oberscheide, picking up the tackle there for Dakota Wesleyan. The local boy, a senior here from Mitchell. A pickup for Lichtenberg of about 8 yards in the play. 2nd down and 2. Ball is down here at the 22-yard line of DWU. Broncos moving right to left here in quarter number 3 here in Mitchell with a 14-0 lead. Senig with the ball, backs up. He throws it down the left sideline. Weidiger out here, makes the catch, touchdown. Touchdown, Hastings.
And I think that'll stand. I think we got offsides on Dakota Wesleyan down here at the line of scrimmage. They had a guy jump early, and Senig knew he had a free shot at it. It'll be a 31-yard touchdown, actually 23-yard touchdown pass if it stands.
Now offsides on Dakota Wesleyan, a 23-yard touchdown pass, and the Broncos get on the board.
And for Weidinger, his 3rd touchdown catch of the season. Boy, Senig threw a good ball there, only where Weidinger could really come down with the football. Now Wilmot into the game for the PAT.
Hastings out on top now by a score of 20-0. That one occurs with 7:59 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Ball is down, the kick is up, and the kick is through the pipes. It is good. So the point after is good there by Hastings. And the Broncos go on top by 3 scores. 7:59 to play here in quarter number 3. It's now Hastings 21, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco football today on Extreme Sports.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero never tasted so good. Zero never tasted so good. Try it now.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
You are listening to exclusive coverage of Hastings College football on Extreme Sports.
All right, back here in Mitchell, South Dakota. Hastings adds one on the board here in the third. Broncos now leading by a score of 21-0. Here's a kickoff and the return, 15 to the 17-yard line. Bronco football for you this afternoon on Extreme Sports. Final game of the regular season for the Broncos. Hastings on that last drive, 5 plays, 81 yards. After they recovered that fumble on a sack back here at the other end, Hastings puts together a nice drive, and they stick her in the end zone for the touchdown. And the Broncos now comfortably ahead here in this one. 21-0 is the score. So here comes Dakota Wesleyan back out. Jeb Jensen again, the quarterback here for D-Dub. 3 wide receivers out to the left side. There's a pass. It's going to be caught short gain to the 22-yard line. Pick up of maybe 4 yards in the play. That's going to bring up a 2nd down and 6. Dawson Kissinger and the stop on the last play for the Bronco defense. Actually, they give them forward progress up to around the 24. So pick up of 6 yards in the play, 2nd down and 4.
You know, we got here early enough. I didn't know if you had plans. Usually we it's kind of an eventful trip when we do make our trip up here to Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, we've been in a parade a couple of times up here.
Yeah.
No parade downtown today. There's a Jensen sets up a little screen, and the Broncos stuffed that one out, and down he goes at the 22-yard line. So they set up a little screen pass, but the Broncos smell that one, and they knock the ball carrier down, or the receiver down. That's Lane Darrow. Lane Darrow. I don't know what all the hype is. You just got knocked down, and it's a 3rd down.
I think they had the 3rd or 4th drawing for the split the pot. I think somebody must have won it down here.
Are we in the drawing? Did you come up with a couple of bucks?
I was going to ask you to check your ticket because they were looking for a winner, and I think they just did down in front of us. So 3rd down here and about 4 yards to go for Dakota Wesleyan.
Jensen, a little slant over here on the right side, is caught at the 30. If they give him the 30, that's going to be up for a 1st down. A little slant play there goes to Caleb Kilbride, the sophomore out of Dayton, Wyoming. He hauls the ball in. They're going to give him the 30, and that's a 1st down for the Tigers.
Yeah, no parade, no extracurricular stuff, just straight here.
Yeah,
off
right
the interstate,
to the field.
right to the field. I think I did hear chatter with you and Gino. We are going to the Corn Palace to check the theme out.
Oh, we're driving by on the way out of town.
Sure, you have to.
1st down, 10 yards to go here for the Tigers from their own 30-yard line. Hastings with a 21-0 lead. Inside handoff, bouncing off of a couple of defenders is going to be Darrow, and Darrow does not make it back to the line of scrimmage. Hastings had a lot of penetration there defensively. Darrow got loose. He only ends up, they're going to give him the 30-yard line, so no gain in the play, 2nd down and 10.
Bryce Chaplin shot through there like he was shot out of a cannon. Timed it perfectly, but he missed the running back. He would have brought him back deep in the backfield, but went right beside him and wasn't able to bring him down. But 2 or 3 other Broncos were able to gobble him up. No gain, 2nd down and 10 here for the Tigers.
Jensen looks right. Now spins out there. He throws it the other way. It's going to be caught out here at the 45-yard line. They haul that baby in. That's the leading receiver again in Holden as he comes up with the ball up here at the 45 of DWU. First down for the Tigers.
Gain of 15, first down.
10 first downs for D-Dub in the football game. 9 of them through the air, only 1 on the ground. Boy, their rushing totals 27, 42 yards on the ground here unofficially, 144 through the air. That was a 10-yard, 15-yard pass completion out to the 45-yard line.
4:40 to play third quarter. Hastings out on top by a score of 21-0. Jeb Jensen has went all the way at the quarterback. We expected to see some Connor Drake today. We have not seen him. And now the Tigers want to burn a timeout. 4:31 to play here in the quarter number 3. Hastings with a lead. Broncos 21, the Tigers nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football today on Extreme Sports.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tribe Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's food truck, and Sweet Herb Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
All right, as we come back, a completed pass here for a couple of yards as they move the ball to the 48-yard line. That's another completed pass there to Cole Holden, their leading receiver, but not much there. Pickup of 3. So now the Tigers looking at second down and 7 yards to go, and they're in territory at the 48.
Yeah, Jake Lambert really putting a lot of pressure on Jensen, got in there and brought him down right as he threw the football. Very fortunate that was a reception, short at best, and the football at the 48-yard line.
Jensen again backs up. Here comes the pressure. He's going to be hit, and down he goes. Jensen is down back here at the 39-yard line, swarmed under by the Broncos defense. Getting through there is going to be Eli Kaler for the Broncos. Got some help. Quinn Rosno down in the ball game here for the Broncos. He was in there as well. So Rosno in there is a linebacker now. He's in on the play and give him a half a sack apiece there as he goes down to the official statistics. And now it's a third down.
Yeah, round him up. Anybody that hadn't got in, get over here by a coach.
Third down and 14 yards to go. Jensen wants to throw again. Throws the near side, incomplete. Penalty flags down.
Oh, boy. They're going to get Jensen Alford. He had a hand on the back of the receiver, and it looked more dramatic than what it actually was.
Well, the pass was not even close to being completed.
No, but I think they're going to get him for a PI.
Officials will discuss things.
He's lobbying. I guess that's Marcus Dustin down there lobbying for Alford.
This is going to go on Dakota Wesley. It might be an offensive PI. Nope, they're going to march it off against Hastings.
Yeah.
The official was marching it off the other way, Jimmy. Hastings, if it's a penalty on Hastings, you got to march it off that way.
Well,
so they pushed the football down here at the 47 of Hastings, first down.
I feel his pain. I know some people that don't have a sense of direction.
Oh, I was just in a deep conversation earlier today. Not far from home. First down, 10 yards to go from the 47. There's a Jensen. He's under pressure again. He's got the ball 45, and he slides down at the 44-yard line. That was a Kissinger again, and he ready to bring him down as he slides down at the 44. 2:45 to play here in the third quarter. 21-0. Hastings has got the lead.
Boy, you look at the rushing woes for Dakota Wesleyan. I was kind of surprised when I heard the all-time series was Dakota Wesleyan leads by 1 game.
Yep.
You remember the years that we would come up here, and I know there's a running back. If you get the book, there's a running back that ran for a game high record up here against Hastings some years back.
There's a ball thrown to the far sideline. It's going to be caught there. That's going to be Cruz Vaughn as he runs it across the 45 to the 40 down to about the 38-yard line of Hastings. Yeah, they've had a lot of good running backs up here.
Yeah,
that's Dakota Wesleyan.
And a famous coach used to work.
Coach Harper,
there,
a former coach of Hastings College, used to be a head man up here. Oh, pickup down here. They're going to be still short of a first down. Third down and about a yard to go. D-Dub with the ball down here at the Hastings 38-yard line. 1:40 to play in quarter number 3. Hastings with a lead, 21-0. Jensen may be changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. He's got the ball, fakes it. Here comes the pressure. Jensen gets away. He throws it. It's going to be caught down here at the 22-yard line. Fighting and finally brought down as he never did get to the turf. The Broncos had about 5 guys hanging on to him. Reception made there by Kilbride. Hauls the ball in. He finds a little seam in the Bronco defense and hauls it in. 5 guys that converge on him. He never got down to the turf, but they blow the whistle. And now D-Dub has got the ball down here at the Hastings 22.
12th first down, 11 of them through the air for the Tigers. And the football down at the 22-yard line.
Dakota Wesleyan working left to right here in the quarter number 3. Jensen backs up again. He throws the ball. It's going to be off of the fingertips of his intended receiver in the end zone.
That was right in his hand.
That was the same guy, Kilbride, in the end zone off of his fingertips, about 4 yards deep in the end zone.
Yeah, one of the spectators right in front of us, he couldn't have done it any better.
Yeah, we might as well put him on the air.
Put him on. That went right through his hands.
It always looks easier in the stands. You know?
Absolutely. And the best coaches are in the stands.
Oh, no doubt. Second down and 10 yards to go. Dakota Wesleyan with the ball down here at the Hastings 22-yard line. They're trailing in the ball game by a score of 21-0, trying to get on the scoreboard. Inside handoff, breaking one tackle, bouncing off of another one, but then he's brought down. Running the football there is going to be Lane Darrow. And Darrow is brought down at about the 19. Give him a pickup of about 3 on the play. So now D-Dub looking at third down and 7 yards to go from the Hastings 19-yard line. And I think they're going to allow time to expire here. Now D-Dub is getting up to the line of scrimmage. We're down to 9 seconds to go. 8 seconds to go on the game clock. 5 seconds to go. D-Dub up to the line of scrimmage here on third down. They're going to run a play. Here's a pass that's going to be thrown in the end zone, and they're looking for a pass interference over there.
He bumped him.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Hit him down.
Bumped him down. That was Sam All. Sam All bumps the receiver, but no penalty flag down. It's fourth down, and now we've got the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
Take your blood pressure medicine.
What?
It's fourth down and 6. The ball is at the Hastings 18. That is the end of quarter number 3. Hastings has got to lead the Broncos 21, the Tigers nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football today on Extreme Sports.
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there is no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 to 2, where you will find an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes to sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It is all you can eat and all you could ever want. Make your Sundays special with the brunch buffet at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd in Hastings, right across the street from the water park. It is the perfect way to unwind and savor the flavors of the weekend.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
Hastings College women's basketball team has a 43-39 lead over Dakota Wesleyan at halftime. Hastings College basketball airing this afternoon over on Extreme Sports 2. Broncos opening up their conference season with the Tigers here this afternoon. Fourth down and 6. The ball is at the Hastings 18. And with the Tigers trailing by 3 scores, they will go for it here. Fourth down here Here's some pressure off of the edge and a quarterback sack. Jensen is brought down in the play. That's Wyatt Ryan again coming off of the left side of the defense and getting up there and sacks the quarterback, Jeb Jensen, on a 4th down and 6 from the 18-yard line. A big sack there. Hastings will get the ball.
Yeah, again, same thing second time around for Wyatt Ryan. Same area, left side, just brought it right around the left tackle. The right tackle, and not able to hold him up. He had a free shot at the quarterback, Jensen. 9-yard sack, and now Hastings offense will take over at the 26-yard line.
So the Broncos are pitching the shutout so far here in this ball game. We're in the 4th quarter. Hastings down with a lead. The score is 21-0. The offense back out there as Sinek hands it away. Merriman with the ball, sweeps right side. Merriman is met with a bunch of black shirts out here, and down he goes at about the 23. Loss of about 3 yards in the play for Merriman. And now it's second down and 13 yards to go here for the Broncos.
Get you some quarter numbers brought to you by Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning, in business since 1984. For Dakota Wesleyan, 214 total offense, 167 through the air, 47 on the ground. I'll get you Hastings numbers after this play.
Second down and 13. Sinek fakes the ball. Oh, that's going to be
Carson.
That's Carson Kalachak into the ball game. Now he fakes the ball to a Sinek, and Carson Kalachak takes the ball for the first down across the 35. They're going to mark the ball right at the 35-yard line, so Hastings now looking at third down.
Through 3 quarters, Hastings 121 unofficially through the air and a touchdown. They've rushed it for 200 yards, so 321 of total offense, 41 offensive plays. Broncos with 13 first downs. Armbruster, by the way, 16 carries, 117 yards. Merriman, 8 carries, 58 yards. And the emergence of Carson Kalachek, that carry there for 10 yards. Now a manageable third down and 1 here at the 35.
Yeah, Sinek back in there as a quarterback now. Sinek hands the ball away across the 35. Brings it across the 40 to the 41-42-yard line. That is Merriman carrying the ball there for the Broncos. So, yeah, on that one play, it was Kalachek and Sinek both on the field at the same time. Sinek went in motion. They faked the ball to him, and then Kalachek takes off and picks up close to the first down stakes there for the Broncos. We get the first down here with Merriman. Hastings in business now on 1st and 10 on their own 42-yard line.
Well, you can do that set last game of the season because teams will forget about that going into next year.
We did that
a couple of games ago.
Well, I think against Dorton. I think that we ran a couple of plays that were not very successful. There's Merriman. He's going to be rocked here in the backfield, and down he goes. That's Parker Barnes, the defensive end. He came off of the edge and knocks down Merriman. Barnes, 5'11", 211 pounds, a redshirt freshman out of Rapid City. Spins Merriman down like a top down here at the 36-yard line.
I didn't check the offensive front, but I don't think he had a lineman in front of him the way it looked. He came through virtually untouched, and the minute Merriman got a hold of the football, they brought him down. So Hastings now will look at a second down and long. They'll have trips out to the far side of the field. They'll bring Merriman out here, and now they'll call timeout and change everything.
All right, timeout. Hastings with 12:05 to play in the game. Hastings 21, Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football today on Extreme Sports.
Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're two sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue to support this. And we're going to continue to support this community for as long as we can.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
Along with Jimmy Purcell, Gene Shaw back here at Joe Quintal Field in Mitchell, South Dakota. All Hastings today. The Broncos down on top by a score of 21-0. Hastings looking to get back to the 500 mark. to wrap up this season. Hastings will be 5-5 with a victory here this afternoon. Broncos looking at second down and 15 yards to go. Ball is on their own 37-yard line. Sinek fakes the ball to Merriman. A pass across the middle is going to be caught here. Penalty flags are down. Spun down at about the 39-yard line. They're going to maybe a wait here after the receiver was brought down.
Pass was complete to Hill.
We'll check out the penalty flag on the far side of the field. Here comes the indication. Offsides against Dakota Wesleyan.
Now they're really going to be mad.
So repeat second down.
5 penalties for Dakota Wesleyan. Look at Hastings College numbers here. 4 penalties for Hastings in the football game.
So it's going to put it back at 2nd and 10. 2nd down and 10 for Hastings in their own territory. Those are the football at the 42-yard line. Sinek in there at quarterback with wide receivers split to the left side. Weidiger, wide receiver to the right side of the formation. Sinek claps his hands, fakes the ball, backs up, surveys the field, throws it downfield. It's going to be caught and dropped down here at the Dakota Wesleyan 32-yard line.
So, again, the crowd knows all. What was any different than what happened to Nappy down there on that one, that the defender climbed his back before the ball was there. So, anyway, it's always good to be up behind the hometown crowd.
Anyway, we're looking at 3rd down and 10 yards to go. It's 3rd and 10 despite all that.
That is really funny. 3rd down and 10.
3rd and 10 for the 42. 11:27 to go. Backing up again is going to be a Sinek. He's going to air it out again down the left sideline. Jump ball, and it's going to be incomplete down there at the 20-yard line. Weidiger, the intended receiver, no whining in the stands. And it's going to bring up a 4th down now, 4th and 10 from the 42.
Yeah, going to bring up punting situation. And Trayvon Shaw coming out. Going to be his 2nd punt. That's a successful day when your punter has only punted once. It's really successful if he doesn't have to punt at all. But this will be his 2nd punt of the day. Averaged, the first one was 41 yards, according to the stat sheet. So they'll get the football here, a little high snap, and he'll get it away.
Kicks the ball downfield. A boomer bounces at the 15.
Oh, boy.
Bounces at the 10, and it's going to die right there at the 10-yard line.
That's juicy.
I like that. Inside the 20-yard line. Boy, a shot, a great kick. Flips the field, and Dakota Wesleyan is going to have the ball deep in their own territory.
46 on the punt. Actually, check that. That's the 3rd punt for Shaw. Averaging 43 coming in. 43, so that's not going to hurt his average at all.
14th time this year that Shaw has boomed a punt that lands inside the 20-yard line. So Dakota Wesleyan with the ball, 11:07 to play here in the 4th quarter and the season for both of these teams. Hastings out on top of a score of 21-0. Jensen comes back out. They run the ball, big hole across the right side, 20, 25 out to the 26 or 27-yard line. By far their best running play of this ball game as Kaiser takes the ball straight up the field for the first down out across the 27-yard line.
Yeah, 13-yard gain for D-Dub. That'll be their 2nd first down of the afternoon on the ground, and they'll throw here. Jensen back in the pocket.
Again, throws it down the right sideline. That one is incomplete. Incomplete, 2nd down and 10 yards to go. You got to like the spam phone calls right in the middle of the broadcast.
You ought to answer one of those.
I'm never going to answer.
Excuse me, I'm right in the middle of a broadcast.
Yeah, excuse me, don't you know what I do?
Excuse me.
My Saturdays are usually booked up in the afternoons. Yeah. Don't call me. Goodbye.
Yeah, see you later.
2nd down and 10 yards to go. 10.5 minutes to go here in the game. There's a pass that's going to be knocked down here at the line of scrimmage. They're trying to throw the slant to this left side, and the ball was knocked down by the Bronco defense.
That was Kissinger, I think, wasn't it, up in the front line? Nearly come up with that.
3rd down now and 10 to go.
What's Kissinger on the year? 3 interceptions. 71 tackles. Man, he's at a He's had a big year.
3rd down and 10 for Dakota Wesleyan. They've got the ball back here at their own 26-yard line. Trailing the Broncos by a score of 21-0 here this afternoon. There's a Jensen, backs up again, sets up a screen, overthrows it. I think the Broncos intercepted the ball.
Lambert.
They did. Lambert intercepts the ball at the 32-yard line. They overthrow a screen pass there. Lambert was right there for the Broncos, intercepts the football, and the Broncos set up 1st down and 10 at the Dakota Wesleyan 32-yard line.
Lambert's second interception on the season, and I think he was as surprised as the guy down in front of us in the crowd as he continues to keep yelling. Hastings comes up with another turnover. They'll spot it down at the 32-yard line. Now, if you haven't been in the game, you definitely need to get in front of the coach. That's what they used to tell us in high school football when you were down to the last game of the season. If you haven't been in, you've got to play a certain amount of minutes to get a letter.
Well, you got to find your helmet first.
That's true.
So Hastings has got the ball here at the 32. There's going to be a Senek back out there for the Bronco offense. He fakes the ball. Senek wants to throw. He does. Weidiger is out there, and he overthrows him down inside the 5-yard line.
Ooh, he was there, too.
Incomplete pass, 2nd down and 10 yards to go.
15th pass attempt for Senek here today. Unofficially 121. He's thrown a touchdown of 23 yards to Weidiger. That was at this end of the field. That one there, boy, he broke away from his defender.
2nd and 10. Ball down there at the 32 of Dakota Wesleyan. 3 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left side. Empty backfield here. Senek has got the ball. He backs up again and throws it down the right sideline. The ball is going to be caught and then dropped. Trying to haul the ball in for Hastings was Bargan. Had his hands on it inside the 5-yard line, and it was knocked out of there. So it's going to be a 3rd down and 10 from the 32.
That'd have been a way to go out. Bargan, the senior, touchdown catch in his last game. Boy, that ball was there. Had the defender right in his hip pocket. That would have been a tough catch, but that would have been pretty cool to see.
Well, maybe come back to it here.
Yeah, there you go.
3rd down, 10 yards to go from the 32. Hastings down on top here. Regular season finale here in Mitchell. It's 21-0. Hastings with a lead over Dakota Wesleyan. Senek again backs up. Here comes the pressure. He steps up. Senek dancing here at the 37. Across the 35 down to the 33-yard line. It ends up being a 1-yard loss. And Hastings now looking at 4th down and 11. So they get the interception, they get the turnover, and then they can't do anything with the ball offensively. And it's going to bring up a 4th and 11.
Are they going to try to kick it?
Nope, let's go for it here. Why not?
Go for it. Try to get Bargan another one. I think we ought to see if we can find another year of eligibility for Bargan. We'll miss him next year, but I bet his wife would lobby that he's done.
You think?
You know how they are.
Yep. 4th down and 11. Ball is at the 33 of Dakota Wesleyan. Hastings will keep the offense out there. Senek wants to throw. He does across the middle. It's going to be caught there at the 27. Bargan gets the reception, but they're going to be short of a 1st down here by about 4 yards. Hastings will turn it over on downs. Dakota Wesleyan has got the ball back here with 9 minutes and 16 seconds to go. Hastings College basketball this week here on Extreme Sports will be in Crete on Wednesday. Hastings and Doane beginning at 5:45. Women's game will be at 6. The men at 7:45 on Wednesday. Next Saturday on the road again. We'll be in Sioux Center, Iowa. Hastings and the Dordt Defenders in basketball. Women's game at 2. Men's game 3:45 on the air with the pregame show 1:45 next week on your voice for the Broncos. Extreme Sports. Jensen's pass here is going to be caught at the 37. Advances to the 40-yard line. The reception made there by Cruz Vaughn. Vaughn, the sophomore of Sioux Falls. So a completed pass, pick up a 14 in the play as they bring it right to the 40-yard line.
Maybe I ought to try to work my schedule free next week and just ride along. That's right on their path to the our restaurant.
I'll visit our most favorites restaurant next Saturday. I'll send you a picture.
That'll make me angry.
1st down and 10 here. Here's a pass down the left sideline. That one is going to be incomplete. And now a penalty flag goes down.
Going to get Kellen Robertus.
Well, Vaughn was the intended receiver.
He ran right into Robertus.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that Robertus did. Just the receiver ran right into him.
That's what he's telling the Dakota Wesleyan players on the sideline. It's right down in front of us. He's like, I had no choice. He ran into me.
So flag comes down. We'll see if. Yeah, they're going to a PI there on Kellen Robertus. Really, nothing that Kellen could have done there. He was just playing defense, and the receiver just runs right into him. Ball's at the 45-yard line now of Hastings. Jensen wants to throw again. Here comes the pressure. Jensen is going to run, 45. Oh, and he's knocked down at the 43-yard line. Knocked down at the 43 by Jake Lambert of the Bronco defense. After all that running, a pickup of a couple of yards in the play. Second down and 8 yards to go with 8:17 to play here in the fourth quarter. Up to the line of scrimmage without a huddle now for D-Dub. 3 wide receivers to the right side of the formation. Jensen wants to throw. Now he does in the center of the field. That ball's going to be picked off at the 20. Back to the 25-yard line. That's the Colton Marsh. He's at the 30, 35 to the 37-yard line. So Marsh, the junior out of Grand Island, gets his second interception of the season. And that thwarts any kind of a scoring possibility there for the Tigers. Colton Marsh picks up the ball, the third turnover for the Broncos here in this ball game. And Hastings will have the ball here at the 38-yard line.
Jensen with 2 interceptions. Did he have 4 last week in the game against Midland? That's what I thought you
Yeah, they had
said.
5 turnovers, including 4 interceptions last week.
By the way, the game at Midland, we didn't get to see him a lot, just 4 times through his career, but Tyson Dinkert, all-time leading rusher for Midland, Kennesaw product. We got to mention him because we won't get shrimp anymore if we don't.
Oh, Pops, he'll probably still go to the game, will he?
I would hope so.
Here's a handoff again. That's going to be Merriman with the ball as he bounces outside 40-45, and he's run out of bounds here at the 46-yard line. Yeah, I think if you can find out when Midland's graduation is up there in Fremont, you and I will attend Tyson's graduation. We don't have to see him on the football field again.
We could really make a splash. We could go to graduation and to his wedding. He's getting married this next summer as well. So, yeah, we could
buy him an Extreme Sports wedding gift.
There you go.
So a pickup for Merriman of about 8 yards. Second down and 2. Merriman gets the call again. He's got the first down and more. 50-45. Breaks outside to the 40-yard line. Down the sideline. 35 to the 30. Puts his head down and drives his way out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Nice run there by Merriman for Hastings. Picks up the first down and more as he takes the ball down to the Dakota Wesleyan 26-yard line. First down Broncos.
Speaking of 26, that is the amount gained there by Merriman off left side. I'll tell you what, he doesn't gain a 25 officially, but he doesn't back down to anybody, no size or nothing. He lowers his shoulder and lets them have the boom.
I knew you were coming. You thought it was a 26-yard game, and that matches his jersey number. That's what you were thinking.
He's 42.
No, that's Merriman.
Yeah.
All right, Merriman's going to get the call again. He breaks into the open. I thought that was Armbruster, but it was Merriman. As he takes the ball down to the 20-yard line. We got to act like we've done this thing before.
We don't know. We don't know. We have people at home that wonder if we even are watching the same game.
All right.
9-yard gain there off right side. So Hastings with a second down and 1. Ball right outside the 20-yard line.
We're down to 6:02 to play here in the fourth quarter. Hastings with a lead, 21-0. Merriman stays in the backfield. He's going to get the call again. Nope, that's going to be a Lichtenberg into the ball game now as Lichtenberg takes it inside the 15 down to about the 13.
6-yard gain.
Now they're getting everybody in the game now. Why not?
Yes, they are. Gather them up. You're not going home with a clean jersey.
So Lichtenberg, the ball carrier from Windsor, Colorado, the third running back in this offense. Lichtenberg's going to stay in the ball game now. 1st and 10. Hastings with the ball on the 13-yard line. Wide receivers split out to the left side. There's Sinek with the ball. Sinek throws it back this way. That's going to be a lateral pass. It is loose. It goes out of bounds.
Kicking the balls. That's a 15.
That's a lateral.
Football.
As it's thrown to the near side. No penalty flags.
I think they tried to throw that back as Cynic rolled to the far side. The only guy out there was big old Jaden Lawrence.
Yeah, he was the right tackle.
That's a kick.
Now the officials, no, it's not. I don't know what they're talking about. That might be. There's no penalty flags. I don't know if they were discussing maybe intentional grounding. You're right. The only guy out there was Jaden Lawrence on kind of a throwback pass. The receiver, I don't know if he got knocked out or what, but there was no receiver out here.
Might have two good questions for Matt when he gets up here.
So it's second down now and 21, a loss of 11 on the play. Here's Cynic. He rolls out of there. He throws the ball down the left sideline. That one is going to be incomplete. Far sideline down there in the end zone. That was Josh Levine out in the pattern there for the Broncos. Couldn't come up with the ball. And now it's third down. So that was a lateral for Cynic as he throws the ball behind the line of scrimmage. So that's why we're now looking at a third down and 21 situation. But, yeah, the fans were right. There was nobody in the area that was eligible to catch that pass except for Jaden Lawrence, which was our right tackle. So it's now third down and 21 yards to go. The ball is at the 24-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. Cynic again sets up a little screen. The pass is going to be tipped, and it's almost intercepted. It falls to the turf. Trying to set up the screen across the middle there to Lichtenberg, but it was tipped here at the line of scrimmage. It falls errant as it falls down to the turf. Now Hastings looking at fourth down. Fourth and 21. Ball is at the 24-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan.
Even if that was completed, I don't think it would have gone for very much at all. There was a lot of Dakota Wesleyan defenders right in that area now. Matt's going to call a timeout.
So Hastings will burn a timeout with 4 minutes and 41 seconds to play. Let's keep it right here. Check the scoreboard, find out what's going on in football today. Morningside and Dordt having a whale of a ball game up in Sioux City. Morningside has got the lead over Dordt going into the fourth quarter, 29-27.
Look at the Northwestern score. Concordia's come back in that game.
17-14. Northwestern now with a lead over Concordia. They got 14 minutes to play in that ball game in Seward. Hastings continues the lead here. 21-0 over Dakota Wesleyan. Doane has come back. They were trailing early to Waldorf. Doane now in the lead over Waldorf up in Forest City. The score is at 21-10. Doane with a lead. Mount Marty is trailing Midland and Fremont. The score is 31-8. Women's college basketball back home. Hastings and Dakota Wesleyan in a great basketball game for the women. Broncos are leading Dakota Wesleyan 48-47. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Again, we've got Hastings College basketball today over on Extreme Sports 2. Hastings College football here on Extreme Sports 1.
Fourth and long for Hastings. They'll send in the field goal unit. Going to be Shaw holding for Colton Wilmot.
Wilmot, a 41-yard field goal attempt here. From the near side hash, they're trying to tack on 3 points here in the fourth quarter. Good snap. Wilmot gets into the football. End over end kick. That one goes up there, and it is good. He bangs one home here from 41 yards out. So Hastings adds a field goal, 4:34 to play in the ball game. The Broncos now have the lead. Hastings 24 and Dakota Wesleyan nothing. You're listening to Bronco Football today on
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
To VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line move.
All right, welcome back to Mitchell. We apologize for the internet outage here. Beyond our control. 2:20 to play. Dakota Wesley has got the ball. Hastings has got the lead. It's 24-0, and now we got penalty flags on the far side of the field.
Well, not a lot had happened since the technical difficulty. Dakota Wesleyan had brought the football out to around midfield on just a few plays. They've got a new quarterback in, Connor Drake, a redshirt junior out of Maryville, North Dakota. And now he's guided the team down. That was a nice pass play. That's a gain.
No, actually,
if it's good, will be
it's another 15. It's not halfway.
About 23 yards, and I think the penalty is going to go on Hastings College. So, yeah, it's going to be 23-yard gain. And then a personal foul on Hastings College.
So a personal foul following the completed pass in Dakota Wesleyan. Now with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to play here in the fourth quarter, sniffing the Broncos end zone here, trying to avoid the shutout here in this ball game. Drake wants to throw. Drake steps up. He's on the move. He's at the 10-yard line. Stiffs on the man at the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. He's into the end zone for a touchdown. Drake takes it in from about 10 yards out, and the Tigers are on the board.
Well, Drake must be the favorite because Mr. Know-It-All down in front of us, as you were trying to get the system back up, he was basically telling everybody around him what this Drake kid brought to the table. He's only thrown for Yes, the crowd.
All right, we're back here in Mitchell, and the ball game is finished up, Jimmy, 24-7. The final score is the Broncos win this ball game over Dakota Wesleyan. Again, the Tigers getting a touchdown, a 10-yard run by Connor Drake, their backup quarterback. They had the point after touchdown, 24-7. The final score here this afternoon is the Broncos win the ball game over the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan. So Hastings will wrap up this season with a mark of 5 wins and 5 losses on the season. Obviously, their best finish in a couple of years is the Broncos' best finish since 2022 when they finished at 7-4. So during the internet alleys, you really didn't miss much as Dakota Wesleyan comes up with a touchdown to make it a 24-7 ball game.
The excitement was down in front of us. There was 2 fans, obviously not seeing eye to eye, and there was a skirmish down here in front of us. I seen a couple of fans get up. You were worried with the computer, and I started watching here, and they're still kind of looking up here. They've got this older gentleman. They've got him kind of seated down. He was arguing with some younger guys, and there was some shoving, and they got separated. But my goodness, I don't know that I've seen the same fans get into a skirmish before, but a little bit of one here. That was really the only excitement to end the ball game. What a way to end the season here for Hastings College football.
24-7, Hastings College wins it. We'll have the final totals after this. You're listening to Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
If you experience heating problems this winter, call the experts at Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning of Hastings. Ruts is a locally owned family business with over 45 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They service all makes and models of heating and cooling equipment for both residential and commercial customers. You can trust Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning to complete all repairs, installations, and maintenance work on time. If you're shopping for a new air conditioner or heating system, remember Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. Call 402-463-4853.
It's Brad Taylor, along with Will Hill on your live bet Saturday. We've got action going in these 3:30 Eastern time window starts. As we see now, Alabama driving on Oklahoma. Looks like they just had a penalty called on Oklahoma, and Alabama will have a first down inside the 10 of Oklahoma. Alabama currently down 10-0 in that game. And the current live betting line here, Alabama, although they're down 10-0, a 1.5-point favorite, minus 130 on the money line if you're so inclined, total 46.5. Alabama, the favorite, although down 10-0 against Oklahoma. USC now is against Iowa, down 14-0 now in the second quarter. But USC has the ball, and they're on the Iowa side of the field as they're finally trying to mount some sort of offense in this one. So plenty of games going on here. Will Hill, your thoughts right now as we look at the 3:30 Eastern time window of start times in college football for today.
Yeah, nice of USC to show up. Nice of them to realize the game has started. You're only about an hour late or so, but nice of you to finally join us. Just keeping an eye on everything. Oklahoma up 10-0. It does look like, as you mentioned, that Bama's about to get some points back. Second and goal now from the 2-yard line. So you'd think this is 4-down territory. You think even second and goal, you get stopped, third and goal. You think if you're DeBoer, you give your team 3 shots, and it's not even at the 2. It's right up against the 1-yard line, which they go shotgun. This stuff drives me nuts. I know DeBoer knows more about football than I do, and they're going to plow ahead for a touchdown. That just drives me crazy. When you're on the doorstep of the football, you're a nose hair away from the end zone, and you just line your quarterback up at the 5 and you step. You just give away 5 yards. Again, they've got reasons for doing it, I'm sure, but it's just from a pure logic standpoint, it's just it's a weird approach to it. But Bama is in. What was a 10-0 deficit is now a 10-6 game, extra point coming. So I believe we're just moments away from having a 10-7 game, and looks like this is going to be a hell of a game, Brad. Looks like Oklahoma's up for the fight. Bama answers back. So I would imagine, 5 minutes to go, fourth quarter, this is anybody's game. I don't think either of these teams is going to pull away and run and hide in this game.
I would agree with that. That's why when I looked at this live betting line just 5 minutes ago, when we said Alabama was plus money on the money line, that might have been a decent play to kind of go back and forth with this one. But yes, 10-7 now, Oklahoma over Alabama as we're about 5 minutes into the second quarter there. We do see that our unranked trap, Duke, has finally started to put the ball into the Virginia side of the field. Number 19, Virginia, was an underdog at unranked Duke. And now Duke just gets another first down on the Virginia side of the field. And Duke, 9 minutes left in the second quarter, is down 7-0 to Virginia. And right now, Duke's still a 1.5-point favorite in that game. So the Desert's still telling you this is a spot where Duke is still supposed to win this game, according to the odds makers. We do see that USC now is inside the Iowa 5. So there you go. First and goal for USC at the Iowa 4-yard line going in. Still 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Still plenty of time for SC to win and cover that spread with ease in a rainstorm out in L.A. And yes, Texas Tech still up 21-0 on Central Florida. Live betting line for this one doesn't give much faith in Central Florida. 37.5 is your live betting line for Texas Tech. A stinker that is so far and stinking a little too much, if you know what I'm saying. So anything else getting your way there, Will Hill, as we're getting into the 3:30 starts and we're getting into second quarter of these games here?
This is the point. Those 4:30 Eastern kickoffs are always a little weird because it's not the 3:30 window. It's not the later window. It's that little just kind of a sneaky time slot where I'm just having a hard time finding the North Carolina game. So I got to see if this is on ESPN, or ESPN Plus, one of those apps. Looking across ACC network, all these different stations, I can't find it. So I'm going to have to find that. For those that missed it a little earlier, like 10 minutes ago, I gave out North Carolina plus a 0.5 point in the first quarter. So I'm going to sit here and try to just get a push or a win in the first quarter with North Carolina. And did you say you were able to find that game? Do you know what station that one's on?
The CW is where I have of noticed that it's up. Yes, the CW network, where we find all of our big names. Touchdown, USC. And now their extra point is coming up. So Iowa now up 14-7 on USC, as we're still plenty of time for SC there. And maybe the cream will rise to the top, as the Macho Man once told us. We do see that Tennessee, we are 5 minutes into the first quarter. and Tennessee and New Mexico State still at 0-0. Wondering if the weather around here had anything to do with the early start here. So, yeah, a lot of these games, like you say, Will Hill, getting to that kind of point in the afternoon where it's a little weird time to be kicking off. Georgia Tech up 14-7 on Boston College, but Boston College has the ball on the Georgia Tech side of the field. So Boston College, one of our favorite, another one of our stinker plays of the day, hanging tough at home with Georgia Tech. So, yeah, are there any other games maybe other than these top 25s that we're looking at? I know you mentioned Michigan State and Penn State earlier. Michigan State is up 10-7 now on Penn State. Great call by you there, taking the Sparties there. Illinois up 7-3 on Maryland. Anything else maybe in the non-Power Fives catching your fancy this afternoon?
You and I going head-to-head, East Carolina and Memphis. I like East Carolina. You liked Memphis. So far, it's this bald guy over that bald guy because ECU is up 7-0. Memphis does have the ball. First quarter, long way to go. But a little pride on the line, you and me, head-to-head. As I start opening my big mouth, it looks like Memphis, they just missed a touchdown. They had a guy open. He was deep. He would have walked in, but the ball was overthrown from Maiden. This is not the starting quarterback, Lewis. I mentioned this is why I like ECU, because I watched Memphis last week, and we're going to get roughing the passer on East Carolina. So Memphis is going to move the ball inside of ECU territory. Maiden is the backup. He's a runner. Lewis played last week, and he gutted it out, but he was horrible. He was hurt. He was limping around. He needs his legs to be effective. That's why I didn't trust this Memphis team in this spot. I just figured with not a healthy quarterback, I just don't know if they can run their offense the same way. This is not the same juggernaut offensively. So I think ECU is in good position to get a win here. Memphis looking to try and tie this game, Brad.
Will Hill, there's two things you don't talk about. Don't talk about my mama. Don't talk about my hair. But if we're talking about our pride on the line in Memphis and East Carolina, we're all right. I guess we can throw cheap shots. It is a bucket of pride game for Will Hill and me in Memphis and East Carolina in this one. So, yeah, the non-Power 5 games getting some publicity, but we're going to try to keep an eye on these big ones where the lines keep changing here. We do see Boston College now driving into the Georgia Tech red zone in this one, and we do see Duke just kicking a field goal on Virginia. So, number 19, Virginia, although they were an underdog, is winning 7-3 at Duke, who was the unranked favorite in that one. So, yeah, we've had a lot of things kind of going on right now. Oklahoma has the ball now after Alabama scored, and they are third down, and they just threw an incomplete pass. Fourth down. Looks like they'll be punting. Alabama now will be getting the ball back down 10-7, 9:52 left in the second quarter as the quarterback runs off the field for Oklahoma here. Your thoughts on that game now? Alabama has kind of turned this on a dime. Looks like Alabama, we look at the live betting lines in this one, and Alabama now a 3.5-point favorite in the live betting lines. A little too late to jump on the tide here.
Yeah, look, I had Oklahoma before the game, so I don't want to sit here and go for middles and just add stuff no matter what. Yeah. I only want to make a bet if I really like it. Boy, that was a strange play. Did you see the third down play where Oklahoma threw an incomplete pass? The receiver was open, and the pass looked like it was on the money, and the receiver just didn't see it for whatever reason or took his eye off it, and it was a drop, and it was a strange drop. It didn't even get close to him. So a weird play there. Like you said, Oklahoma punts. The punt has been fumbled, though, and we'll see who's got it. It is going to be Oklahoma ball. How about that? So Bama, who has outplayed their stats, DeBoer is not happy, the Bama coach. Bama's gotten, I don't say gotten lucky, but a lot of these games where they're outgained and the stats aren't pretty, they win and they find ways here since the Florida State game to win. Now the turnover bug has caught up to them. They threw a pick six, and then they just fumbled the punt. Let's see here if he was down. It was not down. That is a legitimate fumble. It gets punched out, and it's going to be Oklahoma ball here. They're going to be in business. I want to say at the Bama 35, 40-yard line with a chance here. Just as you said, Bama gets the momentum back. They get a touchdown, a stop. They get the ball back. It's now Oklahoma now with a chance to add on to their lead.
And just as you say that, they flip the favorites at DraftKings. Oklahoma now the 2.5-point live line favorite. In this one, Alabama your dog. That's how quickly it can turn. And just like that, Oklahoma, first play after the turnover, gets another first down. They're now in to the Alabama red zone inside the 20 at about the 19. How quickly things can turn in this world of college football and in the world of sports betting. And that's why we're here on this Live Bet Saturday. How Will Hill and I try to guide us through without losing our minds and losing all our bankroll, trying to get to the promised land of cashing some tickets here. As we see, Iowa now has a big third down against USC in this one. And let's see what they do before we go to a break, as Oklahoma is running the ball, and they are into the end zone. Touchdown, Oklahoma. Live Bet Saturday. The only place where you get these live betting lines, and Iowa looks like they're running down the sideline. What a day to be watching college football with some money on the line. You get it all right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-693-3109. 800-693-3109. Again, that's 800-693-3109.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Mainly sunny this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 69. North winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Partly cloudy skies tonight, lows around 38. High of 62 tomorrow, partly cloudy. Low 60s Monday, much cooler on Tuesday with highs in the mid-50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 70 degrees.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
It's never too late to start protecting your company's data from cyber attacks. Your customers put their trust in you to keep their information safe from online threats. Don't let them down. Partner with Hamilton Business Technologies to get real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and experts who monitor it all for you. We care about the success of your business and the communities you serve. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
Have you checked the time lately? Good chance a Maletta Vista Winery is open. Hey, this is Mick with an update on our new hours. Tuesday through Sunday, we're open 11:30 to 3, and Fridays and Saturdays 11:30 till 9. Not sure what you want to enjoy when you get here? Well, Maletta Vista features award-winning wine, select beer, spirits, world-class foods, breathtaking views, and live entertainment. Visit MalettaVistaWinery.com. Check out our events page for music schedules and more. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook. Make your reservations now at Maletta Vista Winery, located on Highway 281, just north of St. Paul.
Views contestants as they discuss their strategies and reveal their picks. It's the Circa Friday Football Invitational every Friday night from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday coming to you from Franklin, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall here at the Circa Sportsbook. My name is Brad Taylor along with Will Hill here on your Live Bet Saturday. Let's try to cash some tickets today. We just saw, before we went to break, we just saw a touchdown, Oklahoma. And now Oklahoma is up 17-7 on Alabama. The live betting line, Oklahoma minus 3.5 here. Alabama getting 3.5. Minus 166 for Oklahoma on the money line. Alabama plus 114. Good spot maybe to, if you're so inclined. And we see Alabama now completing about a 20-yard pass. They're on their own 40 now, going towards the Oklahoma side of the field. Oklahoma here, I think they're, if you're looking at them maybe to, if you had them before the game, it might be a decent spot to maybe flip it with Alabama for my money. I know you're not one of these people, Will, that like to kind of middle a lot of these bets. Don't split a 20, so to speak. You don't like to, when you have a winner, you feel like you don't like to mess around with in-game a lot. Is that correct?
I do with my own betting more than I do on the air. I just think, and this is maybe getting the weeds a little bit, it kind of looks bad. It's just, I don't feel like that's fair to the audience when I'm giving out Oklahoma before the game and then I'm giving out Bama during the game. And then it's like either way, but I was right. I picked Oklahoma before the game. I was right. I picked Bama during the game. I just don't like to give out both sides of a game on the air. That's kind of part of it.
Yeah.
But look, if you got Oklahoma plus the points and you say, you know what, I could see Bama coming back. They played well in these big games. They played well in these close games. I don't trust Oklahoma completely. I can understand taking some points here with Bama and just and going for a middle. So I wouldn't completely argue against that.
We're just being devil's advocate. We're just throwing stuff, spitballs against the wall, trying to get your feelings and a lot of things because Alabama right now, they just got another first down. They are now at the Oklahoma 29-yard line going in. So the points are starting to pile up. By the way, Will, I heard a little roar in the background behind me here at the Circa Sportsbook, and Tennessee has put up their first 7 now on New Mexico State. We're about halfway through the first quarter, and Tennessee up 7-0. Live betting line, Tennessee 45.5. So you're getting some value now. Will Hill was all over Tennessee before this game began. So a lot of these, and don't count out our stinky dog just yet in Central Florida. They just got a safety on Texas Tech. It's 21-2. What is that I feel there on my wrist? It's a pulse. We've got a pulse there in Texas Tech with Central Florida now at midfield with the ball, actually driving now on Texas Tech, something we didn't see for the whole first quarter there. So, yeah, all kinds of craziness going on here. And Iowa looks like they've put up another touchdown here on USC. Iowa up 21-7. They are now a 6.5-point betting favorite on the live betting line. Anything you're kind of looking at right now in terms of live betting lines, Will Hill, with these big powerhouse games?
Seems like there's going to be a lot of scoring in this Iowa game. If Iowa's getting their points, USC is one of these teams. They're going to get their points no matter what, especially playing at home. I know the weather's not ideal, but that's where I would look towards a live over here. Maybe the next commercial break, I will look to bet that. So, look, that's another thing, too. When you have the big favorite that's down, the big favorite usually gets their points. When you have the big favorite that's trailing early in the game and they're down double digits, that's usually a scenario where playing the over is a nice play, and it's kind of correlated with how the game is going. Because if I was going to move the ball and they're going to score, I'm not too worried about USC scoring. I think they're going to get their points too, especially when you have the favorite playing catch up. I mentioned Tennessee on the minus 41.5 and minus 10 for the first quarter. Touchdown. You're probably going to hear another roar here in the background. That is going to be 13-0. Extra point penny would make it 14-0. And Heupel, the Tennessee coach, he's a bully. He likes to run up the score. Not that it matters, not that Tennessee's getting in the playoffs, but make everybody happy, cover the number, win this game by a zillion points. I think Tennessee, this game's got like 56-7 written all over it. I think Tennessee absolutely rolls in this spot.
When it comes to this, we love the bullies. We couldn't get enough of bullies. When it comes to sports betting, absolutely, we love the bullies. We do see now that Central Florida turned it over at Texas Tech, now running in. They are now driving on the Central Florida side of the field at the 40, going in now, up 21-2 on Central Florida. I do want to send a shout-out to the Big Blue Nation here in Kentucky. Kentucky does win and does cover a point spread in a cupcake game, 42-10 over Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech was 10-0. That's what I heard all week when they played Kentucky. By the way, Kentucky, who is about to fire their coach, has won and covered 3 weeks in a row. Now they play Vandy and Louisville the next 2 weeks. If they win one of those games, they go to a bowl game. Will Hill, should I put money on Kentucky making a bowl by having to go on the road and beating Vandy and or Louisville in the next 2 weeks?
Probably not. I mean, SEC is pretty tough. That's probably not going to happen. Louisville, I mean, it just goes to show you, because if Kentucky, you put Kentucky in the ACC, they're probably one of the better teams. It's just in the SEC get swallowed up. And you and I were both on. I think I talked you into them against Florida plus 3.5 last week.
Yeah.
They beat the absolute hell out of Florida, which is interesting. We'll get to some of these later games. It's interesting because if you watch Florida, you want no part of them this week. They look like a team that's just kind of cashed in the chips. They don't get the bump for the new coach anymore. Kentucky beat them every way they could beat them. Kentucky fumbled a punt and set up an early Florida touchdown, and still Kentucky ran them off the field last Saturday night. So, no, I don't have any plan on Kentucky going forward, but they were nice to us last weekend. As we get back to some of these games, Bama down 17-7, throwing towards the end zone. They had a guy open. Boy, that's a miss. They had somebody. Simpson just completely overthrows his guy. It's now going to be 2nd and 10. Fringe field goal range, I would say, is that one was just way, way over the receiver's head. So 2nd and 10 for Bama. 7 minutes left in the half. Important for Bama, not just to score here, but I would say get a touchdown. A field goal here feels like a missed opportunity, but it's going to be about 3rd and 4 as they run for 6. Clock running under 7 minutes. So Bama down 2 scores, looking to get back in this game. They've really just done themselves in with turnovers. Interception for a touchdown, fumbled a punt. And from a Heisman perspective, with Sain and Mendoza setting up what looks to be a battle between undefeated teams for the Big Ten championship, I don't know that Simpson can afford these games where he's throwing interceptions, throwing picks for touchdowns. I don't know how live Simpson is anyway. Now, if he comes back and wins this game, it all is forgiven. But keep an eye on this performance from the Heisman perspective as well. Speaking of that, and then I'll throw it over to you. Did you see this? Jacob Rodriguez, the stud defensive player for Texas Tech, scored a touchdown, a fullback dive. They handed him the ball. Yeah. Maybe they want to get him at least, in the ceremony in New York and get him some buzz. He's not going to win it, but he's a hell of a player. And as I'm saying that, Bama is into the end zone. Cuevas, the 25-yard touchdown catch, 17-13, point after coming for Bama.
You mentioned the Heisman. We saw earlier today Marcel Reed, the quarterback for A&M. He was 20-1 when I got here this afternoon when they were losing that game. Now he's 6-1, Marcel Reed, to win the Heisman. That tells you a lot. Ty Simpson right now, 14-1 to win the Heisman. And, of course, a lot of that will depend on what happens today. So, yeah, Mendoza is now plus 110. An hour ago, he was minus 110. That just tells us these awards, the Heisman especially, such a difficult, timing is everything. It's such a difficult award to bet. Are you a big, Heisman future guy, especially early in the season? It's a little easier because you're down to just a few now, but especially in September. Are you a big Heisman guy in terms of getting futures on these guys?
I bet Beck at 30-1. He got down to 2 or 3-1. Felt like I had a great bet, and we know how that went. I'm not somebody who's going to chase the market. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to have 5 or 6 bets on the same market. Then if they all lose, I lose 5 or 6 different bets and chase it. If I see a number that I think is off, I'm not afraid to adding. But I haven't felt like that's been a great market all year, and I'm certainly not somebody that's going to bet Mendoza, even money or thereabouts right now. I just don't think there's any value there. I kind of think it's as simple. And this is a boring answer. It's as simple as Mendoza in Indiana versus Ohio State and saying that Saturday, I think it's December 5th, about 3 weeks from now for the Big Ten championship. I think the winner of that is probably the Heisman, as boring as that is.
A good sports gambler, it is boring a lot of times. It really is. And that's what people, we all get fooled by the media and then Hollywood painting sports gambling to be this, it's this big flusy thing. It's a grind. It is a grind. And just trying to pick winners every day, it's difficult. And it can be, it gets that way. We do see the live betting line in Alabama and Oklahoma. Alabama, your favorite again, minus 2.5. Basically, whoever gets the ball last, they're going to be up a minus 2.5 in this one. We do see Texas Tech now 37.5 point live line favorite over Central Florida. We do see Iowa now 4.5 point live line favorite over SC. Georgia Tech and Boston College, one of our favorite stinkers of the day was Boston College getting 16.5. Now their live line is 11.5 against number 16 Georgia Tech. And Virginia still laying the wood to the unranked trap. They're up 7-3 on Duke, and they are a 3.5-point betting favorite on the live line as we get set for the next hour of Live Bet Saturday. And, we're getting it done here. Will Hill and I are taking you through these afternoon games as Oklahoma now has the ball, and they're driving on Alabama now. Boy, I felt like just 5 minutes ago I said, wow, the under might be a decent play here, and all of a sudden a turnover changed everything. Coming up in the next hour, more games. We'll talk about night games and best bets, all coming up right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. To
rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Iris Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behavior after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Top of the hour here on Live Bet Saturday. I am Brad Taylor along with Will Hill. We're broadcasting live from the Circa Sportsbook here in Franklin, Kentucky at the Mid-Gaming Hall. We're trying to get you through this Saturday afternoon of college football as we watch these games and try to get some live bets down on some of these games as we're going through now. Getting towards halftime of these 3:30 starts, and we do see USC just put up a field goal on Iowa, so it's Iowa 21, USC 10 in that game out in L.A. Iowa minus 6.5, total 56.5 on your live betting line. Oklahoma is still up 17-14 on Alabama. Alabama now has the ball back, and there's less than 3 minutes to go in the first half in this one, and Alabama is down 17-14 with the ball, and the Desert says minus 2.5 on the Tide, total 57.5 if you're live betting some of these games. Will Hill, your thoughts on the afternoon games as we kind of look towards halftime here, and we're getting ready to talk about some of these night games we have from a handicapping perspective.
Big sequence here for Oklahoma, because if you can get off the field and get the ball back with a chance to score, because Bama is backed up here, and now Bama is going to throw for a first down and get up to like the 30, but they had them like inside their own 10, right around their own 10. If you could have gotten the ball back, I believe Oklahoma does start the second half with the ball, create a double dip scenario for you. If nothing else, that first down for Bama gives them some breathing room where you would think, barring a turnover, and we have seen them turn over a couple times, you would think Bama can at least get into the half no worse than down 3. And you know what? You're home. You're the favorite. You go in down 3. It's not the worst thing. And they get another nice chunk here, 8 or 9 yards. It's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. So Bama, that was big to just keep their offense on the field, not give Oklahoma a double dip scenario. And like I said, I took Oklahoma plus the points, but this looks like a back and forth game where, 4 or 5 minutes to go, an hour and a half from now, fourth quarter of the game, late in the game, it's going to be anybody's ball game here. Big implications for Oklahoma. This is basically an elimination game. They already have 2 losses. Bama certainly doesn't want a second loss themselves. So a good game, a fun game. It is weird, Bama, Oklahoma being an SEC game. Some of these I just have a hard time getting used to being conference games, but should come down to the wire here, Brad.
And you made a great point about game theory there, about keeping the offense on the field right before the 2-minute warning. That really does change the perspective of the game. And the Desert knows this too, because just as we went to the 2-minute warning, this went from Alabama minus 2.5 to Alabama minus 3.5. That's game theory, game strategy. That's the kind of thing, just keeping the ball through the 2-minute warning means a lot for in this game in terms of just trying to be on the right side in this one. We do see now it's officially halftime in L.A., and Iowa now up 21-10 there, 5.5 Iowa favored, total 55.5 in that one. We're also at halftime in Boston. Number 16, Georgia Tech, tied at 14 with Boston College, one of our favorite stinker plays of the day going in. So that's a game where Georgia Tech now only a minus 6.5. And our unranked trap, Duke, is taking it now from Virginia. Virginia up 14-3. We saw this line drop throughout the week, but yeah, Duke was still the unranked favorite at home over the ranked team. But Virginia announcing their presence with authority now. They are a 10.5-point live line favorite, up 14-3 on Duke now. Let's talk about a game for tonight, though, before we get back to Oklahoma and Alabama as they're back in the 2-minute warning. Texas and Georgia, another SEC game. And we've seen this line kind of drop this afternoon in terms of where you think the line is heading from. Georgia now only a 4.5-point favorite over Texas. And earlier we got some noise from Kirby Smart on what he sees from Arch Manning, who was the preseason favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, he's playing with more confidence. I think number one, he's getting better protection. He's seeing things well. He's making good decisions. He's getting the ball out of his hand quickly. He's maturing. He's had an opportunity to play and grow, and you don't really get that until you get out there and play. He played a good bit last year, but the kind of games he's had to play in this year, just a different stature in terms of the SEC gauntlet. and just, you watch game by game. I watched yesterday each game throughout the year and watched him just grow and play better. He's extending plays. He's doing really well with scrambles, keeps his eyes downfield. He doesn't look at the rush. He's made some really impressive wow throws, and they're playing better offensively.
Before the season started, Senator Paul Feinbaum said that Arch Manning was the best quarterback ever and would be a walk-in to just win the Heisman at no cost. But now we see Georgia, 4.5-point favorite here, total 49.5. And yes, Texas coming off a bye last week. Do you agree with how this line has moved the last couple days towards Texas here, Will?
No, I don't. Again, I respect the market, so somebody that's moving this number, somebody with a lot of cash, and it's not just, somebody bet $50 and they moved it down to 4.5. This is you would think a big group, somebody with a well-respected opinion with some cash behind it is moving this number. That being said, I mean, let's just look at this. And we mentioned this earlier with, this team played that team and that team played this team. These teams both played Mississippi State within the last few weeks. Texas was down 17 in the fourth quarter. They rallied. They got some punt returns. Manning played well, but they were down 17 in the fourth quarter. They came back and won in overtime, but they still down 17 in the fourth quarter. Mississippi State and Georgia played just last week. Georgia absolutely buried Mississippi State. It was never close. Georgia just completely dominated the game. I think this is a little short. I know there's been some reports, some whispers that Texas, their running backs, their running game is getting a little healthier, and Manning has certainly played better. We got to give him credit for that, and they've got a good defense. But this is still a tough place to play. This is a young quarterback against Kirby Smart. I think this is a little cheap here. I like Georgia. I think they win the game by a touchdown. I'll lay the 4.5 with the Bulldogs.
This game scares me in terms of a handicapping perspective because we see the low total here. The total 49.5. I'm not saying that both of these defenses are outstanding, but it just feels like to me that a game like this should have a total a little bit higher than 49.5. And yes, the line move in the last couple days, has kind of scared me off taking the ranked matchup where you like to go with the favorite in the ranked matchups. That's what history kind of tells us is the best side to go. So if I'm taking either side here, yeah, I'm probably going to take Georgia, but I think it's better for me personally just to pass on this game. So is there anything else maybe in this game tonight that you're looking for in terms of maybe do you ever play the props in any of these college games, by the way?
Not a lot. I mean, it's just at some point you run out of bandwidth of all right, I'm handicapping the NFL. They're in baseball. I'm betting baseball. I'm betting college basketball. NFL, I do props. These games, I do first quarters and totals. I mean, if somebody suggests a play, I'll tail it. But as far as being an expert and this backup running back should have a big game or this third receiver, that's just I feel like I'm spread too thin. I'm sure it's beatable. I'm sure if you just study that, the more books hang, I always say this, the more markets the books hang, the less efficient it is, the more likely they are to make a mistake. But I don't, frankly, in Connecticut, it's a lot of overs or nothing. You only get that one-way market, which I get. They don't want, any chicanery here with guys going under Jonte Porter situations. But when you can only bet over passing yards or over rushing yards, over receiving yards, I tend to defer towards the unders anyway. So long story short, no, I don't get involved too much. How about you? Do you play any of these college player props?
I'm like you. For so many of them, they're under or nothing. And the thing is also the juice. I mean, I don't want to lay minus 115, minus 120 on a lot of these props that you want to lay here because it's hard enough at minus 110 to break even at 52.38%. Now you're asking me to hit 54%, 55% with more juice on these props. So I'm not a big prop player. But yeah, I was just asking to see, maybe get a different perspective from a sharp like you will, to see how you're looking at these games. So yeah, that's Texas and Georgia coming up. We do see Alabama here. They're down 17-14, but they are driving, kind of, sort of. 25 seconds left in the first half. They're on the Oklahoma 39 as they're going back to pass. And Simpson throwing it up and just looking for a place for it to land here. It'll be third down, Alabama. 19 seconds left in the first half as they tried desperately to get in field goal range to tie this up. Anything else you're keeping your eye on here as we get towards halftime in a lot of these 3:30 games here, Will?
I will say North Carolina, I'm trying to sweat this out, down 7-0. I didn't see how Wake got the touchdown, but a little drive here for UNC. and they are inside the Wake 40. I mean, I got to get two things here. I got to get the touchdown, and I got to get in the next 2.5 minutes or so. So hopefully North Carolina, Belichick, our old buddy Mike Lombardi can come through and get a touchdown for the Tar Heels, because I'm taking a 0.5 point with UNC in the first quarter. I'm already having that regret of, all right, I thought it would be close and low scoring. Why didn't I just go under 7.5 in the first quarter? But you know what? I bet it. I'm going to live with it, and we get a first down for North Carolina, but a lot of work to do for the Tar Heels to get in the end zone. Still 40 yards away. The clock is 2 minutes and ticking here as we are watching this game on CW. Who can't remember watching the game on CW? You know, it's funny because I grew up, not that I'm 100 years old, but you watch games, there's games on maybe CBS, a couple games, ESPN2. You were lucky if you got like 3 or 4 games at a time. We are kind of spoiled, Brad, where you just look in any given moment on a college football Saturday, you can watch, 10, 12 games, SEC Network, ACC Network, all the ESPNs. It's nice to be able to watch so many games.
When I was growing up, Keith Jackson doing an SEC game at 3:30 on ABC. That was it. There was nothing better than that. And there's also nothing better than making some money off props. And VSiN Pro subscribers now have exclusive access to our new AI player prop projections powered by Opta AI, the trusted source of data behind elite soccer analytics in the UK. You'll get data-driven projections for quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs, plus exclusive NBA player prop projections, all compared directly to DraftKings lines to help you find value. Access it all with a VSiN Pro subscription at vsin.com/subscribe. That's vsin.com/subscribe. 3:30 games now approaching halftime. We will look at all these from a handicapping perspective, as well as some best bets for the night. That's coming up right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Mainly sunny this afternoon with highs around 69. North winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip down to about 38. 62 tomorrow, a blend of clouds and sun. Low 60s Monday, much cooler on Tuesday with highs in the mid-50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Fromley. Currently, it's 70 degrees.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this, of trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday. We are coming to you live from the Circa Sportsbook here in Franklin, Kentucky at the Mint Gaming Hall. My name is Brad Taylor, along with Will Hill. Let's get some actionable information here on your Saturday afternoon. Alabama, 3 seconds remaining in the first half. They are down 17-14, and they are lining up for a field goal that will tie this before halftime. And as predicted, as always happens, the old ice your kicker timeout is called, and we'll have to wait a couple of seconds for that one. Looking around, these halftime scores basically around the horn here. Iowa is up 21-10 on USC here in this one. We also see Georgia Tech and Boston College tied at 14. We see Virginia sticking it to Duke as the favorite, the unranked trap. Virginia, number 19, up 17-3 on Duke. Texas Tech really sticking it to Central Florida right here as they near halftime, 35-2. Miami up 24-0 on North Carolina State. And Tennessee, one more touchdown now. They are up 21-0 on New Mexico State. Will Hill, as we prepare for the field goal here in Tuscaloosa, your thoughts on what's going on in the world of college football so far today?
Yeah, just taking it all in. We almost had the big upset with A&M, down 27, down 30-3 at half, and facing a 4th and 12 at midfield right out of the half. They come back, they rally, and they win, as the kick is no good here in Bama, Oklahoma. So we'll hold that thought for a second. I'm not sure. The kicker is barking at the placeholder or vice versa. That was an ugly kick. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you have a better view of that
here.
But regardless, it was well wide. It was a pretty makeable kick. I want to say within 40 yards. A high snap. The kicker, I mean, I don't know who this is on. I mean, it's on really the center, the long snapper for a bad kick. And it looks like Oklahoma maybe got a piece of it. And that was just doomed from the start because, like I said, bad snap. The defensive player hopped the lineman, and Oklahoma takes a 3-point lead into the half now. So good start here for the Sooners, good half for the Sooners. And if you're Bama, you got to feel like you left a bunch of points on the board. You fumbled a punt. You were driving to get points of your own. You turned that into a pick six, and now a makeable field goal you missed. DeBoer has to be furious with the opportunities his teams have missed.
Yeah, you look at the total yards in the first half of this game. Alabama, 274, Oklahoma, 107. Yet Alabama is losing this game by 3 points as we get to the half. So, yeah, the score doesn't tell you everything in these games, but cashing tickets, the bottom line, that's what it's all about here. So Oklahoma somehow up 3 as we go to halftime now, and the big one in the SEC, Oklahoma, Alabama. Basically all these games now heading to halftime as we're looking at some other games now from a handicapping perspective. Let's go to maybe a game for tonight that has piqued my interest a little bit. And we talked about it earlier. Who in their right mind right now, Will, could bet Florida against Ole Miss? Ole Miss is 9-1. They're going to the college football playoff. Heck, they might win the SEC. Florida just lost by a ton to Kentucky last week. But yet, Ole Miss was a 16.5-point favorite a few days ago against Florida. And now they're only an 11.5-point favorite here. I'm taking Florida tonight. Road team, don't give us you're tired, you're poor, you're weak. Line move in my favor. They're on the road for the second straight week. That's kind of a spot where you like to take these dogs. What am I doing, Will Hill? Why is everybody talking to me like I'm crazy for taking the Gators tonight?
Boy, oh boy. I had the unfortunate experience of watching Florida last week, so I cannot bet them. Usually I'm with you. Or I'll give my blessing if nothing else. Like, I'm not going to bet it, but I like it. I don't know. I mean, I get it's a buy low spot, but here's the thing. The line, I mean, what did this get to? Did this get to like Ole Miss by 16, 17? Now you're going to take it plus 11.5. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you're betting a plus 11.5, if you like them so much at 11.5, where were you when the line was 16.5? I can't recommend a bet on the dog. The numbers move too much. If anything, it's Ole Miss or pass. I'm curious what you think. A lot of moving parts here. Lane Kiffin, who knows, might be the next Florida coach. Does he take it easy on him? Does he want to run up the score so he makes him look good when, if he takes over, he probably knows where he's going to be coaching next year, even if he's not going to say anything. Does he think, you know what, let me beat this team 40-3, make them look bad. That way, when I take over, I'll look like the hero. Or does he say, you know what, it's going to be my next school. I don't want to ruffle feathers. I don't want to run them up. I don't know. Keep in mind, too, Florida beat Ole Miss last year. really ended any chance for Ole Miss to make the playoffs. So a lot of moving parts. I kind of just dismiss all of it. There's a number where I would take Florida, but it ain't 11.5. I passed the game. You have fun with your Gator ticket. I mean, I guess Lagway looked so bad last week. They looked awful. I don't know. Just the fact that they fired their coach, they played well the following week against Georgia off the bye. It just feels like they might be spent. I can't get behind the Gators here, Brad. But you have fun with it.
When you see this score tonight, Will Hill, I want you to think of me. And I want you to think of me just cashing my ticket for the Gators in this one. But here's the thing. The betting splits in this one. 72% of the tickets are on Ole Miss. 75% of the money is on Ole Miss. How come this line has dropped 5 points towards Florida? That's the one thing I need to know more than anything. It's a classic reverse line move. I love teams coming off big losses, and this is their second consecutive road game. That's another kind of spot, especially in conference where I like to take road teams. I love Florida here tonight, but I know I'm in the minority, and sometimes in sports betting, when you're in the minority, that's a very good place to be. So, yeah, just think of me tonight when Florida covers this spread. But if Ole Miss wins by 40, don't think of me at all. So that's the way we look at this. Anything else you've got
Here's the deal.
for these games?
I will text you regardless during this game because I'm fascinated by it. Just even though I have no Bennett, somebody thinks they know something about this game. I must be missing something. This looks a little light. Not that I want any part of Ole Miss, but this does look a little light. I'm fascinated to see how this plays out. I worry about this too, and we can move on to other things. In the era of NIL, where these kids, they all make money. If you ever hear, I'm sure you get whispers too. Yeah. I mean, these kids are making some serious money. When you have a lost season like Florida, you're young, you're 20, you're 21, you got a ton of money in the bank. The season's lost. I just worry, is the motivation there? You just kind of come out and nail it in and go through the motions the final couple weeks when you've had a disappointing season. It's something that's crossed my mind.
The world has changed in college football since COVID. It's amazing how this world has changed in college football. What was legit 10 years ago, teams going on probation, red shirt years where you transferred, you got to sit out a year, all that stuff, it's thing of the past, and it's all changed now as we're looking at a lot of these games now, just trying to pick some winners and trying to get into the mind. The mindset is a real big thing, too, when trying to handicap these games. So, yes, we're looking at some of these games, and Will Hill was on Tennessee mid-second quarter now. Tennessee up 21-0. It's going to be Price is Right Plinko at the end of this one. Can Tennessee get over that 42 hump and get to that 42? I think the bully Josh Heupel will be able to do that. Anything else catching your fancy right now as we kind of are at halftime in a lot of these big games that start at 3 o'clock, Will?
Yeah, we've seen some teams play their way out of the tournament, out of the playoff. South Florida, they're done. Who else lost early that you could eliminate? There were a couple other teams where I saw, they lost. Michigan was able to survive, but there were one or other two teams where I saw that they lost. And you know what? That's pretty much it. We're at the point of the season where if Oklahoma, they lose again, they're done. Some of these teams, even though the playoff is only 12 teams, the playoff is starts early here. USC is on the ropes right now because they can't afford another loss. If they're able to win and beat Oregon next week, there's a path there for them to make it, but they're looking to play themselves in the tournament. They're down 11. We'll see. They get the ball to start the third quarter. They're usually on the receiving end of these opening coin tosses, but I think USC can get back in the game. We can pull up a live number here. I feel like USC to make a run here and get back in this game is worth a shot. I mentioned I like the live over a little bit earlier. It just feels like as long as USC can get a stop here, eventually they get this offense going, Brad.
Yeah, Iowa minus 5.5 on the live betting line. Total 55.5. So which even with the weather, we haven't really seen the weather too much. I know the field is wet, but it hasn't really affected the scoring in this game, obviously, so far, even though you see everybody wearing the raincoats out there. Over would be a good play for you here, over the 55.5, as we see the kickoff now, USC getting it?
I do think so, and I like this script. And Cincinnati was the other team where any hope of them making it, they got eliminated. They lost their third game to Arizona. I like when the big favorite is trailing, especially when they're good on offense. If I was going to score points, I think USC is going to be able to get their points too. So I could see like somebody wins this game 34-31. I mean, I know that will require a big second half from USC, but you get the idea. Maybe a 31-28 type of game. I do think this is more of an over game, and I do think USC has a chance to get back in it and make it competitive.
when I was a kid and I was cruising the mean streets of Lexington, Kentucky, I would blast the Pet Shop Boys and Depeche Mode and all kinds of people like that from my car stereo. Well, it was actually a boombox. But get ready, Las Vegas. The Neon City Music Festival is here. A free, all-ages celebration of music, food, and art. Experience electrifying performances from Good Charlotte, Deadmau5, Breaking Benjamin, Two Friends, and more. This festival without fences will bring you the mouth-watering food, stunning 3D graphics, and the Viva Vision screen and jaw-dropping performances. All free. The fun starts Friday and runs through Sunday. This is an experience you don't want to miss. Book your stay downtown at Circa Las Vegas. Details at neoncityfestival.com. That's neoncityfestival.com. More football coming up next right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Get ready, Las Vegas. The Neon City Music Festival is here. Experience electrifying performances by Good Charlotte, Deadmau5, Breaking Benjamin, Two Friends, and more. This festival without fences will bring you mouth-watering food, stunning 3D graphics on the Viva Vision screen, and jaw-dropping performances. All free November 21st to the 23rd. Book your stay downtown at Circa Las Vegas. Details at neoncityfestival.com. That's neoncityfestival.com.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at midwestfarmmanagement.com.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings is the trusted name in sports injury management. The staff of PTSR provides up-to-date and efficient care of sports-related injuries, returning athletes quickly and safely back to the playing field. PTSR offers free evaluation of all sports-related injuries to all area athletes during convenient 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. hours Monday through Friday. Call 402-462-8824 for more information. Remember, Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings for all your physical and occupational therapy needs.
Since 1946, Cully Pipe and Steel continues to meet the pipe and steel needs of greater Nebraska and Kansas. Cully Pipe and Steel is a one-stop shop for all of your pipe and steel needs. Cully Pipe and Steel stocks a wide variety of steel and plumbing products, from custom steel products to structural steel, rebar fabrication, steel fabrications, and retail and wholesale plumbing parts and fixtures. Remember, Cully Pipe and Steel of Hastings. They're located at 405 West South Street and the plumbing showroom at 300 South Colorado in Hastings.
Have you or a loved one been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island, and we specialize in personal injury law. Let Stellick Law Firm assist you in making sure that you and your family are taken care of following a motor vehicle accident. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Let us be your voice.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
Bored of the same old sports coverage? Get on the cutting edge of sports with Extreme Sports.
That ball hammers deep toward left into the well. That ball is gone.
The biggest plays, breaking news, and we can't forget the best sports talk.
Let's be great. Let's be great.
We are Extreme Sports.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday from Circa Sportsbook here in Franklin, Kentucky. At the Mid Gaming Hall, I am Brad Taylor along with Will Hill on your Live Bet Saturday. Let's try to get some winners here as we're seeing some things happening. We see now USC is driving on Iowa. Looks like they are going to be very close. I think there was an interference call in the end zone here. Looks like USC will be close to getting another score. 21-10 currently. Well, they're going to line up for a field goal here as we just started the third quarter, and we'll watch this USC-Iowa game. And as they attempt this field goal, and the kick is up, and it is good. So here we go. Iowa now up 21-3 on USC as we just started the third quarter here. And some other games taking place. We do see Boston College now 21-14 over number 16 Georgia Tech. One of our favorite stinker dogs of the day in that one. And I'm sorry, Will Hill, but Memphis is up 14-10 on East Carolina. The bucket of pride. You can just go ahead and send that to me, and we'll call it even. But yeah, we're still sitting in the second quarter there, so plenty of time there to for you to correct everything and maybe renegotiate our deal. Loser leave town head shaved. I don't know what we can do with that going forward. So Memphis up on East Carolina. Anything else catching your eye right now, Will Hill, as we're getting into now starting the second half in a lot of these 3:30 window games?
I like under 10.5 in the third quarter, Bama, Oklahoma. Oklahoma's going to start with the ball, and this is an angle I like to look for. Anytime the weaker offense starts the ball with the third quarter, that to me points it in the under direction because you figure you can get a possession where maybe Oklahoma gets a first down or two and they take up 4 or 5 minutes of clock, then they punt, and then all of a sudden you're down to like 10 minutes in the quarter. And 10.5 is a key number because you basically need 2 touchdowns to beat you. A touchdown and a field goal is a lot of scoring for a third quarter where there's no 2-minute warning. The clock is always moving. These teams aren't trying to necessarily score before the third quarter ends, unlike before a half or before the fourth quarter. I think that 10.5 is a good number. I like that Oklahoma starts with the ball. You mentioned it. Oklahoma only 100 or so yards of offense. They haven't done a lot with the ball. Chew up a little clock, punt it. Maybe Bama drives it, and we can eat away at this clock in the third quarter. So under third quarter, Bama and Oklahoma is one I like.
Yeah, good one by you. 274 to 107, your total yardage now in this Alabama-Oklahoma game. Alabama, the one with 274. Oklahoma, the one with 107. But the fact that they're getting the ball first and they have not been nearly as strong offensively, that's a good reason to be taking a third quarter under. That's a very sharp play by Will Hill here. But before we get really started in some of these games, let's maybe look at some more games for tonight from a handicapping perspective. Ohio State is playing UCLA. Why are we even bothering with this one? Currently, Ohio State is a 34.5-point favorite in this game over UCLA. Total 47. You can construe this as maybe road dog low total, but man, that's a lot of points here. We talked about Neuheisel calling the plays for UCLA. Is that 34.5? Is that just too much to even worry about? Or is it have that stinker dog kind of mentality to it? The Bruins getting almost 5 touchdowns here in Columbus.
Yeah, I'm not playing it. We've seen UCLA play better under the new coach, but that is kind of worn off here in the last couple of weeks. Nebraska handled them pretty well. So look at some of the recent results. That's worn off, that new coach smell that you get when you bump your old guy. Ohio State's underrated. It looks like No Tate, the stud receiver for Ohio State. They seem to cover just about all these numbers. I know they got backdoored last week, but I think it was Purdue late cover, depending on when you bet it. I pass. I don't love getting involved with these games unless it's a coach like Heupel that likes to run up the score. Lane Kiffin's been known to run up the score on these cupcake teams. I don't know that Ohio State has those sort of goals. Their goal, I think, get in, get out, and just get ready for the Big Ten championship, get ready for Michigan in a couple weeks, which is going to be a point of emphasis. They haven't beat them in forever, despite the national championship. So a lot of words to say. I passed the game. Do you have? I'm sure it'd be UCLA or nothing for you. Do you have the gumption to walk up to the counter and say, "Give me UCLA," or are you going to pass?
I'll take UCLA here. I think you're getting a few too many points in this total. We talk about road dogs, low totals, 34.5, and the total is 47. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit of value with UCLA. So, yeah, I'll take UCLA getting points here against Ohio State. Absolutely. Road dog, low total. And we might be having some windy weather up in Ohio tonight. Another reason maybe this game won't go as. And yeah, when you see Ohio State 7-2 on the year against the spread, yeah, you don't see many teams go 10-2 in a season against the spread. I'll take UCLA here. Let's talk about another game, though. Let's go out to the Big 12. Utah is now a 9.5-point favorite at Baylor tonight. Total 60.5. We're looking at that game, and we're saying, wait, number 13, Utah. This line has been creeping up all week. Earlier in the week, we saw this at 8.5. Some places I saw it down as far as 7 in the middle of the week. Is Utah ranked 13 coming off maybe a loss that they should have had a while back? Do you think maybe they, at 9.5, maybe it's just too many points to go to Baylor, laying this much chalk here tonight, Will?
I do think it's too many points. Now you start to get into some dead numbers. Those 8, 9s in college don't come around too much. Yeah. The difference between, that 7 and 10, like I said, you're dealing with some dead numbers. I certainly can't lay it with Utah. I think Baylor is probably doesn't win the game, but let's see. What time is this game? This is a 7:00 Eastern game. I don't know the number of Baylor. Yes. I pass for now, but I don't know. You want to talk me into Baylor? Do you want to try a little convincing? Because I can maybe be convinced to take the points here.
Ow, twist my arm. Yeah, exactly. For me, this one, I think I'm going to take under the total. I think you might have some weather down there, and I think Utah has been putting up some numbers, but it's been in a little different fashion. I like the under here, the under 60.5, a little bit of a windy under mentality. But, as far as the point spread, I don't think I want either one of these teams. And the line move, it's Baylor or nobody, but the fact that the line has moved towards Utah and we see a majority of the money on Baylor, another classic reverse line move. And I don't like playing a dog when you're against the reverse line move. So I'll play the under here, under 60.5, but I won't be playing the side in this one. Are there any other games striking your fancy tonight? Because we're going to talk about best bets in the next segment. Are there any other games on the night schedule that you're looking at, maybe that are striking your fancy from a point spread or total capacity?
I think we covered everything. Just kind of pulling up the schedule here. Florida, Ole Miss, again, I passed. We're down to 10.5 there. Purdue, Washington, nothing there for me. Texas, Georgia's the big one. I think we covered it. I don't think we've talked about this game, I should say. TCU, you're getting the worst of the number now with the Horned Frogs getting 3. I think they're better than BYU. I'm not a believer in BYU. It's a team they should have lost to Colorado. You look at some of the results. I know TCU, I think, was down to 14 a couple times to Colorado before they pulled away too. I like getting the points here. I think this is a coin flip game. Obviously, again, the numbers matter. If you're getting 3.5, you know what? Betting 3 versus 3.5 long term, if you're getting the worst of the number, that's going to really hurt you in the long term. But just directionally, I think TCU is very live to win this game, Brad.
John Popper taught me a long time ago, the hook will bring you back. And if you give me that 3.5, I'm definitely taking TCU. I'm going to talk a little bit about that game coming up later in the show. But, there's a spot where how come this Florida game is still dropping? It's 10.5 now?
Amazing.
You mean to tell me it's down 6 points? That's a touchdown, Will. 6 points is a touchdown. How far has that come down from 16.5 to 10.5? And nobody is betting on Florida. Something stinks in the Rottenwood here, Will Hill. Help me out here. I need some help. What am I doing?
I can't help you out. I don't know what's going on. Usually I can explain these line moves and say, I could see the reason for this. I can't see, I don't get the sentiment. I'm really surprised by this one. Very rarely am I surprised this much by a line move. Doesn't mean it's going to be right or wrong, and I'm not lining up to bet Ole Miss. It's just very bizarre that this line has dropped as much as it has. I've heard you mention, this is an aside, but I've heard you mention that song before, Hook by Blues Traveler, as we're underway here, Oklahoma with a first down on the first play of the drive and at the half. Oklahoma underway. I've heard you mention that song. If you like music, if you have any interest in music, go YouTube Howard Stern, Hook, Blues Traveler. It's one of the more incredible just displays of instruments, and his voice is incredible. I would urge you and people listening, that's such a great performance. One of the just all-time live performances. Check that out. You'll appreciate it.
What year was that done? I just wrote it down because I want to be reminded of this later because I was a big Blues Travelers fan back in the day. What year did he do that? Do you have
probably
approximately?
I'm not sure. Maybe late 90s, early 2000s, something like that.
Okay. That was the mid-90s was the Blues Travelers kind of heyday, but they still, after that, they were still doing it just on a little bit different level. So that's okay. as we should be talking football, but here we are talking mid-'90s music, and that's okay. Looks like Oklahoma now driving, but there's a flag on the play there as Oklahoma on the Alabama side of the field, and this one is coming back for a hold. Texas Tech still up big on Central Florida. Virginia still up big on the unranked trap on Duke. That's not one of our favorites of the night. So, yeah, we are getting ready for a big night of college football and to look these 3:30 games and bring them home winners, hopefully, here in the desert to cash some tickets. That's all coming up. We're going to come up next with our best bets. Will Hill and I will be put our bucket of pride aside and come up with some best bets coming up next with our when we continue right here on Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside, just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200 to $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Mainly sunny this afternoon with highs around 69. North winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip down to about 38. 62 tomorrow, a blend of clouds and sun. Low 60s Monday, much cooler on Tuesday with highs in the mid-50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Fromley. Currently, it's 70 degrees.
Have you checked the time lately? Good chance a Miletta Vista Winery is open. Hey, this is Mick with an update on our new hours. Tuesday through Sunday, we're open 11:30 to 3, and Fridays and Saturdays 11:30 till 9. Not sure what you want to enjoy when you get here? Well, Miletta Vista features award-winning wine, select beers, spirits, world-class foods, breathtaking views, and live entertainment. Visit MilettaVistaWinery.com. Check out our events page for music schedules and more. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook. Make your reservations now at Miletta Vista Winery, located on Highway 281 just north of St. Paul.
Experience the Landmark difference with the next level of dealer support. Landmark, your local John Deere dealer, continually works to have parts on hand the first time you walk in the door. Our internal route system means we can get the parts to you typically same or next day to keep you up and running. At Landmark, we understand time is money. Get more uptime with our after-hours parts and service support on the phone or in the field. Stop by your local Landmark today to experience the Landmark difference.
A business's phone is the lifeline to its customers and potential clients. That's why it's so important that you can take calls seamlessly from anywhere, whether you're on the road or in the office. Hamilton Business Technologies can help ensure your phone rings wherever you are. We can equip your headquarters and any of its locations with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we know how to keep Nebraska businesses connected. Learn more at HamiltonIsBusiness.com. Imagine starting your day with a computer glitch that leaves you feeling stuck, frustrated, and unable to get your work done. You have 1,000,001 things to get done today, and waiting for the tech issue to solve itself isn't one of them. It's time to let Hamilton handle the tech so you don't have to. We help businesses across the state spend more time on what they do best and less time frustrated with office technology. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we're focused on providing custom solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Connect with us today at HamiltonIsBusiness.com.
This may apply. See site for details.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday, coming to you live from the Circa Sportsbook here in Franklin, Kentucky, at the Mint Gaming Hall. My name is Brad Taylor, along with Will Hill. We saw a couple of scores here come up. We saw Oklahoma put up a field goal right after we went to commercial. Oklahoma now up 20-14 on Alabama. And as we look at the live betting lines here in this one, we see that Oklahoma now a minus 1.5 point favorite in the live betting lines here in this one. New Mexico State put up a 3 on Tennessee, but we're still in the second quarter there. Tennessee up 21-3 there. USC did put up a field goal to begin the quarter. They're down 13-21, as they say. 21-13 is Iowa up. Iowa a minus 1.5 in the live betting lines. And our stinker of the day, Boston College, up 21-17 on Georgia Tech. They're a 1.5 point favorite now over the number 16 team in the country. Will Hill, before we get to your best bets, your thoughts on what you're seeing right now in these 3:30 games, as it looks like USC has just scored another touchdown to cut this thing down to a 2-point game.
Yeah, it was almost an ideal scenario here from Oklahoma, Bama, that perspective for the third quarter under, because Oklahoma got a handful of first downs here, a few first downs, crossed midfield, and it looked like the drive was going to fizzle out and maybe they punt, but they did kick a long field goal from 52. It is up. It is good. These kickers are so good now. We used to just joke about college kickers. You can't trust them, and you still can't, but they can hit from anywhere. They've just gotten so strong. It's almost like pitchers with velocity where you just have to readjust your expectations. Everyone can kick it far, just like everyone can throw it hard. So, but look, 5 minutes or so, 5 minutes, a little more than that came off the clock. Only a field goal here, so under 10.5. I still got some breathing room. Would like a little 5-6 minute stretch of empty football, maybe another 4 or 5 minute drive and a punt, and I can hopefully hold on for dear life in this third quarter under here. Would really like to get this one home.
USC scores, goes for 2, does not make it. So it is 21-19 Iowa. 3:33 left in the third quarter. For those of you playing numbers, 3 is your magic number there. So there you go. Those are the two, probably the only two games among both teams ranked currently going on. So here, let's go into our best bets, Will Hill. Our best bets for the night. I will go first. And yes, I'm sticking with all the ones that you have taunted me about all day long. I'm staying with the Gators. Getting 11.5 tonight when I said it against number 7 Ole Miss. Give me the Gators. This line has dropped to 10.5. I'll still play them. Well, I'd rather have it 11.5, but I'm taking the Gators tonight, despite Will Hill not having a clue how this line moved. I don't either, but I'm just still going to take them anyway. Give me TCU getting 3, some places 3.5. Shop around for it. Give me TCU getting the points against number 12 BYU. It is BYU coming off a game in which they only got 7 points last week. You think they're going to put up a ton this week? I'm not so sure. And Boise State getting 2 points on the road at San Diego State. This might be my favorite bet of the night. And San Diego State, another team, coming off a game where they did not get double-digit points last week. And Boise State, yeah, road dog, low total. Give me Boise. Those are my 3 best bets tonight. Gators, TCU, Boise State. What do you got for us, Will Hill?
Well, I went with TCU as well. I'm just not a believer in this BYU team. I think you look at some of their results. That Colorado game, they were very fortunate to win, and that has not aged very well here. So TCU is one that's yet to kick off. I was able to get the 3.5. I'd still play it at 3, but that is a big difference between 3.5 and 3. I'm with you. I'm sweating out UCF. I cashed Navy earlier, which was a little bit to my chagrin because I have South Florida to make the playoffs, and that is now dead. That team could not get a stop. And USC minus 6.5, sweating that out, not looking good, but at least making a little bit of a run here in the second half. So a little bit of a lighter night for me. And I did add Georgia. I'm going to go, now that the line's dropped to 4.5, I just think that this line should be closer to a touchdown. Another line where I don't quite understand the line movement. And I'm going to stick to my convictions. I think this line should be closer to a touchdown. Both these teams played Mississippi State recently. I'll use just a recent data point. Texas was down by 17 in the fourth quarter. Yes, they rallied to win, but down 17 in the fourth quarter. Georgia just destroyed Mississippi State. So I don't think this is a vintage Georgia team. I bet against them a lot. They pulled some games out of the fire. They're not great defensively. I still think that them against a young quarterback like Arch Manning without much of a running game, I think they win the game by about 7 points. So give me the Bulldogs here. I'll lay the 4.5 here with Georgia.
Yeah, if you look at the betting splits here, you see a majority of the money is on Texas. So unlike some of the other games we've been talking about, being able to see where the money's going and seeing the line moving in that direction makes a little more sense here as we see even at the Circa now. Circa has Georgia a 4-point favorite. A lot of the other places now have 4.5, but Circa has come down to 4. That indicates maybe a little sharper money has come in on Texas here in this one. So as we kind of wrap up here for this Saturday afternoon, we're seeing probably the two biggest games of the day, Iowa USC and Oklahoma Alabama. Alabama now trying to get into, they are now in the Oklahoma side of the field as they get a first down now at about the 30-yard line now. Oklahoma, Alabama driving as we near the middle of the third quarter here. And if we look at the live betting line here, Alabama, Oklahoma, we do see Alabama now the 1.5-point favorite despite being down by 6 here, total 55.5. Anything by the big picture and a big topic that you've gotten from this day, Will Hill? Because we've seen, Indiana, the Heisman Trophy candidate, the Heisman Trophy favorite, basically even money now to bring this Heisman home. Anything you've kind of caught in your eye that's kind of maybe got you looking forward now, maybe some futures or anything of that nature?
No, I don't know that this has been a day where the landscape has really shifted too much. A&M survived. Indiana, it wasn't pretty early, but they pulled away in the second half. We haven't gotten that, big result that's really changed the landscape. So, how college football works. These things don't stay quiet for too long. So it should be a fun night. Georgia, Texas. We have the rest of this Bama, Oklahoma game as Bama is looking to score and take the lead here. My third quarter is going to be in some trouble if Bama does get in the end zone here. They are, it looks like, stopped on first down, maybe with an extra effort he got in, and he is just short. So a lot of good games. USC, Iowa down the stretch will be fun. Oklahoma, Bama looks like it's going to be a hell of an ending, and then it leads up to Georgia, Texas. I don't think I've asked you this before. What is your routine? Will you stay at the book and watch the rest of the games? Do you get in your car right away and drive home? What's the rest of your day look like?
I'm going to hang out here and kind of enjoy the evening here at the Circa, and hopefully cash some tickets. But walk out of here, and maybe we'll have a bucket of pride as we walk out of here too. But I'm going to hang around here and make sure that we get some of these tickets cashed. As we do see Alabama now. I heard the background. Alabama does get into the end zone, and they are now going to take the lead here on Oklahoma if they can kick the extra point. Now 20-20 with the extra point pending. By the way, there's one college basketball game tonight. Number 7 BYU, number 3 UConn.
Fun one.
You're going to get this, Will Hill. I am a big college basketball guy. I know you are too. But, this is UConn all the way, right? UConn they're a 6.5-point favorite here. UConn all the way, right?
Wow.
No threat of taking BYU getting those points there, correct?
6.5 is a lot. It's gone up a couple points. I will say UConn really does well in these spots. First of all, I believe the game's in Boston. That's going to be basically a UConn home game. UConn fans travel. We've seen them do well at the Garden. We've seen them do well at Boston. That's a building where the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight a couple years ago, they just destroyed everybody in their path. Illinois and I think San Diego State in the regional semifinal. And they do really well in these out-of-conference games. Just look at the past couple of years, these big head-to-head, non-Big East games. Big East games have given them trouble. Creighton's given them trouble. Marquette's beating them at times. When they go out of conference, though, for whatever reason, Hurley gets his teams motivated, focused, and they execute really well. So 6.5 is expensive. I'd still probably look towards UConn. I think we're at the point now where maybe I'll just look for something live, though. But I'm going to be looking forward to watching that. Watching college basketball here, there's been a lot of good freshmen that just pop off the screen. The kid Peterson from Kansas, DeBonza from BYU, DeBanta, I might be saying it wrong, and Pete from Arizona. There's like 7 or 8 where, man, if you're an NBA team and you need a franchise-changing guy, you might have that guy coming to your team because it's a loaded draft class from what I've seen.
One-word answer, Will Hill. Your best bet of the night.
TCU plus 3.5 if you can get it. I'll settle for the 3 if you can't. I don't have the board in front of me.
I like the cut of your jib, Will Hill. Hey, thank you so much. You're always so good to be on this show, and you're a great guy to have kind of going through this Saturday afternoon, figuring out these college football lines and trying to get some bets down. All the best to you, Will Hill. We appreciate you as always. Don't forget staying tuned here to VSiN after Live Bet Saturday. Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern, followed by the contest show for contest strategy and analysis for Circa and Survivor players. I'm still mad at Arizona from about a month ago now. Then stick around for Cashing Out with Scott Seidenberg at 10 p.m. Eastern. Special thanks to our guy, Jared Moore, back in the studios. Jared, thank you so much, sir. You've been so good to me and helped me so much. Thank you so much. More special thanks to Danny, Garrett, Fennis, Justin, Larry, everybody else behind the scenes of today's production. We are very much appreciative here at the Circa Sportsbook here in Franklin, Kentucky. Stay tuned as Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich is coming up next right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Terry Anst.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behavior after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hey, this is Ready, Set, Bet here on a Saturday. Matt Brown and joined by a very special guest.
Hey!
Here on the desk. Look at that. It's Mike Summich sitting right next to me here in Las Vegas. We can say confidently that we are both coming to you from the largest sports book in the world, right out here behind us at Circa, downtown Las Vegas. Buddy, glad to have you in town.
I'm excited to be back, and I could not have picked a better weekend to be back as well. We've got some very good college football games today, a couple in action, a couple we'll talk about a little later, and the Sunday slate in the NFL, one of the best we have had in weeks.
Yeah, we are sitting here watching Alabama and Oklahoma in the third quarter, Mike. We are sitting with a 21-20 game in favor of Bama at home over Oklahoma. So this one has actually been close the entire way. Oklahoma gets out to an early lead. Bama roars back, and then here in this third quarter, we are sitting with just that 1 point deficit.
Yeah, it's been the Bama offense that's helped the Oklahoma offense get points on the board as we've got 2 touchdowns off of turnovers for the Oklahoma defense there. Bama able to put up a touchdown and take that 21-20 lead. About to get the football back as well, up 1 there. Over at USC, we've got Iowa and USC going on as well. USC closed a 6.5 point favorite in this spot. They could not get their defense going. Iowa able to run the football all over them in the first half, had a 21-10 lead at half. 9-0 here, third quarter for USC as they have the ball inside the Iowa 10 as well as we start the fourth quarter, 21-19, Iowa up.
No sweat for Texas Tech fans out there as this 9-1 Texas Tech squad 41-9 currently over UCF. 8:08 left in the third quarter there, and Georgia Tech's going to need to rally against 1-9 Boston College. It is 28-17 at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, this was a 14-14 game at half, and just the third quarter dominated by BC out of absolutely nowhere. 14-3 in the third there, so Boston College has a big lead. A couple things to catch you up on earlier in the day. Texas A&M, Matt. The 10-0, 9-0 at the time, Texas A&M down 30-3 at half. They come roaring back, end up winning 31-30, avoiding defeat at the hands of South Carolina.
South Carolina had so many chances to win this game over and had the ball at the end, just needing a field goal to win and could not do it. This is why we were saying Sellers is going to get an incredibly wide range of opinions on him. Looked great at times in this game. Took 2 horrible sacks there at the end when it mattered most. So I am very curious as to what the consensus ends up being on him by the draftniks. And you know what? There might not be a consensus.
Yeah, I don't think there will be. I think this is one of those players you're going to hear anywhere from, middle first round to day 4, day 3, right? Where it's like, that's as wide as the gap's going to be because the physical attributes are all there. It just not been able to put it together for a 3-7 South Carolina team that was expected to do much better things so far this year. Notre Dame takes care of business at Pittsburgh. They win 37-15. Pittsburgh came into this game talking about how they did not need to win it. They went ahead and lost it, Matt. They took care of business in a way, and now they have 2 games against ACC foes where if they win both, they will be in the ACC title game.
Michigan 24-22 over Northwestern. Even though Northwestern made this thing interesting, outscoring Michigan 13-3 in the fourth quarter. Navy upsets South Florida 41-38. And we also get a final in Arizona and Cincinnati where Arizona wins that thing by a touchdown, outscoring Cincinnati 10-7 there in the fourth quarter. But Mike, all eyes here on these games that are going on right now. Yes, there are some blowouts. Miami's up 34-0. Tennessee's up 21-3. Virginia's up 31-3. But you mentioned the USC game is a one-possession game, as is this Bama-Oklahoma game.
Yeah, USC just gets into the end zone. They go up 26-21 over Iowa. 14 minutes left in the fourth quarter there. And Georgia Tech down on the BC 11 here. So they're going to try and cut it down to 1 score against 1-9 Boston College to continue their road to the ACC title game. The ACC and the Big 12, fascinating conferences because it just seems like no one wants to win. Everyone's willing to drop games there, and all of a sudden, every single week, the picture changes at the top of who is going to be in that conference game. That loss that you mentioned for Cincinnati, that gives them their second Big 12 loss. That absolutely matters moving forward here. And if Boston College beats Georgia Tech today, that gives them their second ACC loss. That will absolutely matter.
In about an hour, we have Florida and Ole Miss. Ole Miss is on the other side of 10 here in this one. 53.5 is the prevailing total. Of course, really, the talk leading into this one, Mike, is less about this game and more about what's going to happen with Lane Kiffin's future, is whether he's going to stay up there in Oxford or not. It seems like that's been the real storyline here as opposed to the actual game.
Yeah, which of these two teams will he be coaching next year? Yeah, if he is one of the leading candidates for the Florida job, we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. Ole Miss needs a win here to kind of keep those playoff dreams going. They're 9-1 on the season, 5-1 in the SEC, still live for the SEC title game if they are able to win out. Florida just trying to figure out how anything goes well for them. This feels like there's a just massively wide range of outcomes. If you're laying the 10.5 with Ole Miss, I don't mind laying 16.5, 21.5. I think this one could definitely get out of hand. I wouldn't be shocked if Florida pulls off some kind of upset either, though. This is one of those games where I think both ends of the spectrum are possible. I like the Ole Miss side more than the Florida side, but don't have a bet in the account.
Another one in about an hour, Utah on the road at Baylor. This is on the underside of 10, actually 9.5 here for Utah. 59.5 is the total.
Give me the Utes here. I think this Utah offense is going to have a field day against a Baylor defense that does not defend the pass all that well. Utah also needs to win out to have a chance at getting to the Big 12 title game, and that is really their easiest route into the playoff right now, 7-2. They would love another shot at Texas A&M if they're able to get it.
Ohio State is hosting UCLA. In about an hour and a half, Mike, this is all the way out on the other side of 33 at a lot of shops out there, like 33, 33.5.
Yeah, no Nico Iamaleava for UCLA today. That's why we've seen this number move. We were looking at it originally around 31-ish, and now we've been pushed all the way out to 33.5. Not sure how much he matters, but this is a spot where Ohio State just needs to take care of business right now at 9-0, 6-0 in the Big Ten. Just a game that they should really roll in. We'll see what effort we get from them in the second half. Maybe this is a second half under, Matt.
And then the game everyone is going to be tuned into, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, Texas and Georgia. Texas will go in there as about 5.5 point underdogs here in this one, 49.5 the total.
Been interesting movement on this game all day long, as we've been just staying in the dead zone, but moving around inside of it, right? We got to 4.5 at one point. We've gone up to 5.5 now. We saw a 6 flash for a hot second, a 4 flash for a hot second, but primarily been in between that 4.5 and 5.5 number in this game. Man, under? It's under or Georgia for me. Those are the two looks. I can't get to Texas here, even with the current points. I do kind of like the under at 49.5, though. I think this Texas defense slows down Georgia, and I don't trust Arch Manning to be able to move the football consistently against this Georgia defense.
Yeah, it's basically that, right? I mean, your handicap is can Manning handle this situation on the road at Georgia, or can he not? I think there's a lot of people out there who are kind of leaning in the camp that he can, and if that's the case, then I've heard a lot of love for Texas in this thing. And then the argument on the other side, of course, is, he has not really risen to the occasion in a lot of these spots so far in his young career, and that's why I'm backing Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the road games. Let's focus on the road games for the Longhorns here. Lose in week 1 to Ohio State 14-7. He was not great in that game. He was a little bit better late in the fourth quarter, but early in that game did not look good. Lost to Florida on the road 29-21. That doesn't look like a good loss. Wins at Kentucky 16-13. Probably should have lost that football game. Wins at Mississippi State, another bottom dweller in the SEC, 45-38. So the offense gets rolling there, but the defense just doesn't play very well in that spot. I can't point to a road game where I've been like, Arch Manning's been awesome. Mm-hmm. And now you got to go to Georgia, where the test is going to be similar to what it was against Ohio State in week 1. It's just hard for me to believe that Arch Manning has turned the corner magically here when 3 weeks ago we saw him struggling against Kentucky.
Still 21-20, Alabama and Oklahoma. Mike, this is, again, an Alabama team, 8-1, undefeated in the SEC, a really kind of a buzzworthy team when people are talking about who they think can win this thing, win the whole thing.
Yeah, this is a team that's just played better as the season has gone along, and we've seen them consistently be able to get the job done after that week 1 loss. And you flip over to Oklahoma, game very important for Oklahoma as well. They're sitting at 7-2. Most likely cannot lose this game and make the playoff. So this is almost a playoff elimination game for Oklahoma. And for Alabama, you don't want to pick up the second loss right here. You want to be able to move forward with just 1 loss. You most likely make the playoff if you win today, but nothing is certain.
Yeah, it is. Some news coming through here right now. Evan Neal didn't make it out on the field for the Giants all season long, Mike. He is headed to IR, ending his season. So former number 7 overall pick and likely going to be moving on and trying the waters out there, because the Giants fans never really took to him, never really lived up to expectations. Being that number 7 overall pick, he's not even going to make it onto the field for them this year and is likely going to play his career elsewhere.
I would not be surprised if there's some more than marginal interest in him in the free agency market, because the talent was there. And you just kind of wonder if the organization wasn't able to develop it in the proper way, and if there was a new change of scenery is going to make a difference for Neil moving forward.
We talked a little bit about stuff going on out there in the sports gambling world, Mike, on Wednesday when we were in here. This is coming through right now. The NBA has asked multiple teams, including the Los Angeles Lakers, to hand over documents and other property as part of its investigation into illegal sports gambling. 6 league sources has told The Athletic.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, look, we knew the tip of the iceberg was what we found out a few weeks back when we heard about the different prop issues and the poker games that came out and the FBI investigation. I do expect that you're going to see more of that iceberg submerge from underwater, and you're going to start seeing more investigations into what actually happened in the code of conduct from some of these NBA teams.
Yeah, it's just, listen, again, we'll do this real quick. We're going to preview the NFL games for you. So we're not going to go into a big, long thing on all of this, but I know on surface level this looks bad, but this stuff has been going on. Like, don't think that because sports betting happened that this is the cause of all of it. This stuff has been going on forever, Mike, and the thing is now we're catching these people.
Yeah, since it's become legalized, you actually have watchdog companies out there who are finding out when these type of things are happening and actually catching them very quickly.
When we come back, we'll keep you updated on all of the college games going on out there and start to dig into the NFL slate.
With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr. The San Diego Padres could be up for sale as the Seidler family considers options. The baseball club hired BDT and MSD Partners to advise on the potential sale. Team chairman John Seidler says the family is evaluating our future with the Padres. UEFA's decision to pull a planned rescue fund following the COVID-19 pandemic is costing soccer clubs as much as the equivalent of $232 million a year. That's according to an estimate by McKinsey, one of the major consultancy firms. With teams missing out on billions of euros in lost revenue while stadiums were shut, the European soccer regulator worked on a plan to help clubs borrow as much as $7 billion at cheaper rates, but the project was ultimately vetoed by some members who questioned the complexity of the proposal and whether they should be expanding into the finance area. With the Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows around 38 tonight, under partly cloudy skies, northeasterly winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 62. Tomorrow night, lows dip down to about 42. Low 60s Monday, turning much cooler on Tuesday with highs in the mid-50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 67 degrees.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the #1 sports station because you make the phones light up.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown and Mike Summage coming to you for the next 4 hours. Of course, hour number 4, the contest show. We will reveal the top plays in Millions, also in Survivor and in Grandissimo, in which we are down to just 6 entries worth over $1 million apiece.
It's going to be fascinating to see how both of those pools decide to play New England, who was a heavy favorite on Thursday night. They end up winning and pushing the 13-point spread. 4 of the 6 Grandissimo people had them available. About 51% in Circa Survivor had them available. We'll see what those percentages are when we release the team selected in about 2 hours.
Still 21-20, Alabama and Oklahoma. That said, Oklahoma has the ball down the field here against Alabama. Is that going to be pass interference?
It is, yeah.
Yes.
We had a turnover by Alabama on just a clean rush on the outside by Oklahoma secondary. Now we've got Oklahoma set up 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line, 1st and goal from the 10-yard line, trying to turn a third Alabama turnover into 21 points.
Texas Tech scores again, 48-9.
It's over.
You said something before we got going that maybe this is the best team in the country?
We don't know for sure because they've played, but Texas Tech, they're dominant in the trenches, and when they are healthy at the quarterback position, they have been a very, very good football team. Their only loss was a kind of fluky loss as well. I don't hate the idea of taking a shot with Texas Tech to win the title right now. You get them right around 10-1 last I saw.
Georgia Tech had to settle for a field goal there, Mike, so 28-20, so they are still losing by 8 points to the 1-9 Boston College team that's hosting them. They do have the ball back, however, still, and as we said, plenty of time. 9:55 left in the fourth.
Yeah, still plenty of time here for Georgia Tech to try and pull this off. Down 8, need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion. USC up 26-21, 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter there. They are facing a 4th and 8, most likely going to punt the ball back to Iowa. We'll keep you posted on that game as well.
So a lot of news coming through. We'll get to that in just a second. But if you guys are out here in Vegas, or if you want to make a trip out to Vegas, Neon City Music Festival is here. It's a free all-ages celebration of music, food, and art. Happening right out here in downtown.
It's
absolutely
a blast.
Awesome. You're going to get Good Charlotte, Deadmau5, Breaking Benjamin, Two Friends. We got more. Fits and the Tantrums are going to be there. Waka Flame's going to be there.
Bowling for Sue.
How did we not have? They got to be added to the read.
1985.
Seriously, we got to get these guys added to the read here. But again, it is November the 21st to the 23rd. It is absolutely free, like we said. So come on down. NeonCityFestival.com for more info. So you can book it right here at Circa. You can just walk right out the doors at Circa, and bam, there it is.
Yeah, 3 stages all over downtown Las Vegas with free concerts with some very good acts. Some acts I would like to see. I wish I was here next weekend as well.
Well, you know what? Maybe we make it.
There we go. Let's do it.
Into the third quarter. So we're heading into the fourth quarter. 2nd and goal at the Alabama 10 for Oklahoma. So we will see if they can punch it in. Of course, inside field goal range in theory, but college kickers. Hashtag college kickers.
Hashtag college kickers.
Yeah, so we'll let you know.
It is a chippy. This one should be made.
This is where I would say this is what got me into the whole kicking competition thing that happened here a couple of years ago, where I can make that left-footed. And then it was like, no, you can't. I was like, yes, I can.
And you did?
And then I did.
Yeah.
I can make this left-footed.
Now, were there 300-pound people running at you as fast as they could?
No, and I didn't have to time the snap and the whatever and all of that. So no, I didn't have to do any of that stuff. But
we still don't know if you could make it left-footed. We just know you're capable of kicking it that far left-footed.
Right. Yes, that would be that would be a good one. So we got some injury news to get through for sure. But Micah, this coming through, this is from, I don't know exactly how reputable this source is. Oh, okay. I mean, 35,000 followers, covers the Bills, it says, on a daily basis. According to sources, Keon Coleman will be a healthy scratch tomorrow.
Ooh, that's interesting. Do we have any reasoning behind the healthy scratch? Is it disciplinary or
just? It says a shakeup in the Bills' wide receiver rotation.
Interesting. Taking on the Bucs tomorrow, currently laying 6. He may matter in that game. Not anymore, but he could have been a person that could have mattered in that game for a Buffalo offense that is going to have a tough time running the football against one of the better rushing defenses in the NFL. And the Bucs, you kind of feel like you want all of your wide receivers available, although he has, in what was supposed to be a breakout second-year campaign for him, he has not been wonderful.
Yeah, it is. Apparently, Gabe Davis is going to get activated, and with that, I guess they're going to make Keon Coleman a healthy scratch. Man, that is a failed draft pick, unless we come to find out, like you said, some sort of disciplinary thing as opposed to just lack of talent, which, by the way, he has not made hardly any impact on the field.
No, he had one good week early, and it's really not been much since. He was supposed to be the man beater for them, supposed to be good when in scramble drills, was something Josh Allen very good at, and just has not progressed in the way that they expected here in year 2.
Yeah, just unbelievable news really there coming through here on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, that is out of nowhere. Speaking of out of nowhere, Sam Laporta to IR.
Yeah, the back.
For the Lions, that out of nowhere. So he's going to have to spend at least 4 games away from the team. And Mike, he does matter, but there are a lot of weapons there for this Lions team. I actually think, even though they don't run at all the same routes or anything, I do think that this actually benefits Jameson Williams because it's going to force them to just target him more. And I think that's probably a good thing for this offense.
Yeah, I think Jameson Williams definitely one of the beneficiaries here. Interesting that this happens right after Dan Campbell takes over play calling as well, because we saw Dan Campbell make a concerted effort to get the ball to Williams last week. Now you're missing Laporta this week. You would expect that concerted effort continues.
And saw him running different routes than just run as fast as you can down the field.
The route tree expanded.
Yeah, it seems like Dan Campbell was like, hey, yes, he's fast, but he can do other things.
Yeah, which we've always known he could. Yeah. I mean, he was not just a straight line runner in college, so nice to see him be able to get a little bit more run. They are banged up at the tight end position here, as Brock Wright is questionable for them. They have a second tight end on the IR, so we'll have to see what happens with Brock Wright tomorrow and if he is going to be able to make it, because I like to try and figure out how to attack this from a prop perspective. I don't think it's the tight ends, though. I think you're right. I think it's the wide receivers. I think you maybe see Gibbs get a couple more catches. I think those targets get spread out to the people who are already getting the majority of the targets.
Oklahoma did not get in the end zone, so they have to settle for the chippy field goal, like we said, and he can make it left-footed.
He can.
But he actually is left-footed.
Yeah,
so there you go.
That helps.
Yeah, go ahead.
Makes it easier.
Up and through 23-21 in favor of Oklahoma. Now, they're in Tuscaloosa against Alabama. Now, plenty of time there as well. 13:41 left in the fourth quarter. 2-point lead now for the Sooners.
Yeah, 17 points off turnovers now for this Oklahoma Sooners offense, as the defense has really been able to set up the offense. 2 of those in field goal position for Alabama took points off the board. You also had a blocked field goal in this game for the Oklahoma Sooners. So a lot of opportunities for Bama that just have not been able to put points up when it absolutely mattered, and Oklahoma taking advantage of it.
Yeah, if you sit here and look, I mean, the Alabama offense, Ty Simpson has 296.
Yeah, they're moving the football.
Pass yards.
They're just not finishing.
Yeah, he's dropped back 37. I'm sure that wasn't how they planned to go into the season. He's dropped back 37 times already. We still have 14 minutes left in the game. He's going to throw 45 times in this thing.
Yeah, maybe more. We'll see what they're able to do here. Down 23-21, 13-41. Still plenty of time left in that ball game. We are starting to get down to it here with Iowa and USC. 7 minutes left on the clock. Iowa facing a 3rd and 2 in their own territory here. So big third down here. If USC able to get the stop, they'll get the ball back. Have to get, 3 first downs to be able to end that game? So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Georgia Tech in the red zone right now against BC. They are down 8, so they'll need a 2-touchdown, 2-point conversion to be able to tie that game up.
For those who will count me out again, thank you. For those who are with me on this ride, stick with me. That is the tweet coming from J.K. Dobbins, who we find out is out for the season again.
It's tough. Georgia Tech just got in, by the way, failed the 2-point conversion. So 28-26 there, Boston College. Yeah, you feel bad for J.K. Dobbins, who has had serious injury after serious injury after serious injury inside the NFL, and has been running the ball well when each of these injuries have occurred, too. It felt like he had a real chance last year when he was on the Chargers. It felt like he had a real chance this year, and things have just kind of fallen apart for him and not able to consistently stay healthy, stay on the field, and that has been the real issue with his career, because when he's been on the field, he has performed. R.J. Harvey, load him up.
Yes.
We talked about him before the season, where he was one Dobbins injury away from being very relevant in fantasy football, being very relevant in DFS, and becoming a prop threat. I'm very interested to see if he just picks up all the Dobbins carries, or if we see another running back kind of fill the Dobbins role, and R.J. Harvey just expands his.
Yeah, they got back Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah, he's off the IR
last
this week. Yeah,
and so maybe it's him. It was that Tyler. Is it Batty? Whatever, Batty.
As the kids say.
Yeah, it was him getting a tiny bit of run, but I'm with you. I think it's probably going to be McLaughlin. And, interesting, I think, maybe from a prop perspective. We'll see if they end up posting some numbers or anything like that, because he's not going, the number's going to be so low that we're not going to really need very much at all from him.
You know that it's not going to be all Harvey, because Harvey is more of the like scat back style guy where you want to have a couple routes run, but you're not necessarily handing it off to him 20 times in the game. And so I would expect Denver going to try and find ways to be able to move the ball on the ground without just using Harvey. We'll keep an eye on those props, as no other running back currently listed for Denver.
When we come back, Mike's got a couple of hockey plays that he will share with you guys. And, of course, it is a 30-minute warning. We'll run through our last-minute thoughts here on Survivor. We already know who the number one pick is going to be this week, but just how many is that, and what should you be doing, all after the break.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Rooter Auction and Realty, we are land brokers and equipment auctioneers. Our company is deeply rooted in agriculture, and we realize that farm and ranch assets are serious business. We're an integrity-based organization which has evolved into over 55 years of service to Nebraska and northern Kansas. Consult with one of our 12 agents today if it's time to sell your family's land and assets. Call us today for a no-obligation consultation at 402-463-8565 or go to rooterauction.com.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tri Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's food truck, and Sweet Herb Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at HamiltonIsBusiness.com.
Stellig Law Firm of Grand Island is committed to assisting clients throughout Nebraska. Stellig Law Firm is a full-service law firm and specializes in estate planning, probate, and personal injury. Stellig Law Firm takes the time to listen and understand each client's personal needs. To schedule your individual appointment, call 308-675-4035. Stellig Law Firm is located at 724 West Koenig Street in Grand Island. A call today will secure your tomorrow.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
Here's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Got it, the foul.
The home of 24/7 Sports Talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Well, Mike, we learned why some teams are 1-9 in college football, and I think we are seeing that play out here with Boston College.
Yep, we sure are, Matt, because we were on upset alert when this was a 28-17 game. Well, since we came on air, we have seen 19 points for the 16 points for the Yellow Jackets here. It is now 33-28. Georgia Tech has taken the lead. 6:14 left, so still time for this 1-9 BC team to come roaring back, score a touchdown for the win. But they had this game very much in their grasp, and 16 unanswered has very quickly changed that.
Yes, that is. We looked down and we were like, oh, look at that score. Yeah. Isn't that something?
First play after they got the football back, 54-yard run directly to the house.
We are still 23-21, Oklahoma and Alabama. The only thing that has changed is Oklahoma's gotten the ball back here in this one. So they have a 2-point lead on the road over there in Tuscaloosa with the ball, Mike Summers.
Yeah, huge game here for Oklahoma. Basically an elimination game for them to make the college football playoff as they're sitting at 7-2 already. Alabama, I would say more or less punches their ticket with a win here because they moved to 9-1. Unlikely they're going to lose 2 of their last 3. So huge game, a long term for the outcome of the college football playoff here. But a big game here for Alabama to be able to see if they can come up with a win. And it's been the defense of Oklahoma that has been very impressive. 3 turnovers resulting in 17 points for Oklahoma, able to sack Sayin to get off the field last time. We'll see if they're able to keep it going.
We were 21-10 at half, Iowa and USC. Iowa did not score currently in the second half, and they have been outscored 16-0, I believe. So 26-21, 1:55 left in the fourth.
Yeah, USC has the football back now, as well as Iowa was knocking on the door and turned the football over on downs. So it's going to be 2nd and 8, 1:55 left. USC with the ball up 26-21. Iowa has 2 timeouts left. So if USC is able to run the football twice, pick up a first down, it's time for some knees here. But if Iowa can get the ball back, they still have enough time to make a difference.
Here's the part in the show where we pay off the tees. Let's head to the ice.
Technical regulations size are what? It's time to ask Mike Summage, what the
Don't you ever touch my puck!
There we go. Yes. Hockey plays here on the show.
Hey-o.
Look at that. A couple of them.
2-0 last week. We'll try and keep that steam rolling here. We got 2 plays tonight, and I do not like talking about this first one, Matt. I love my St. Louis Blues. We find ways to lose games right now. It has been a very, very bad start of the season. St. Louis played last night, lost in overtime, 6-5 to the Flyers. They were up 5-3 in the third. Now you've got the Golden Knights coming in with rest, taking on St. Louis at home, where the Blues have not been good, 3-4-4 on the young season. Hofer going to be in net for the Blues, the backup goalie, so let's take advantage of that with the Golden Knights here. We're going to lay the goal and a half with Vegas. You can get plus 158 there. So Vegas minus a goal and a half, plus 158 is our first play, Matt.
So that is, again, a plus money bet out there if you guys want to take advantage of that. And you have one more that you can people can throw in.
Yeah, we're going to go to a player prop here, and we're going to go to a young man named Connor Bedard, number 1 pick a couple years back in the draft for the Chicago Blackhawks. He has been awesome. He's got 26 points on this young season, currently tied for 3rd in the NHL. He has a very good matchup tonight against the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is a game that's total at 6.5. I expect you're going to go over that total. And with going over it, I want to look at specifically player props here. And I'm looking at Bedard. You can get him at 2+ points. So 2 or more points. That's goals plus assists at plus 174. So Vegas Golden Knights minus 1.5 plus 158. Connor Bedard 2+ points plus 174.
Look at that. And there are your hockey plays, and we will not talk about hockey the rest of the show. No, I'm just kidding. Is there anything else you want to add? Do we have any more to talk about?
I mean, I kind of like, if you can get it right now, this was going to be one of them. Right. The Minnesota Wild minus a goal and a half. The game started right when we started, though. Still 0-0, 6 minutes and 57 seconds left in the first period. You can probably get a better number than I did if you want to jump in on the Minnesota Wild minus a goal and a half as well. And, of course, Matt will keep you updated throughout the show on all of the hockey action.
Of course, yes. I know. Everyone is just...
Plus 210 on the Wild right now.
Oh.
If you want to go for minus goal and a half.
We got a touchdown.
Boston College said 1-9 this.
Oh, Boston College in. They didn't just roll over.
They're going to have to go for 2 here, try and make it a 3-point game, a big 3rd and 8 for Oklahoma, as well as Alabama trying to get the ball back down 2. Huge. It looks like a 50-yard pass play for Boston College to be able to take the lead there. We'll keep you updated on the 2-point conversion.
Look at that. Okay. I thought for sure after getting... it's just going to be...
When you give up a lead,
dead.
An 11-point lead, you do not expect the 1-9 team who gave up the 11-point lead to immediately score in 2 minutes. Now, there is still 4:09 left in this game, so plenty of time for Georgia Tech, especially since it only took one play to get in the end zone last drive.
Do you know who scored for Boston College? It's just so amazing.
I know. Who?
Turbo Richard.
Yeah, Turbo. There we go.
Turbo Richard.
Are you sure it's not Turbo Richard?
It could be Richard.
I kind of like Turbo Richard more.
It could be. He is a 5'8", 207-pound sophomore. Turbo.
He's got some wheels. Look at Turbo go.
Look at that, man.
Was able to break a couple tackles. Looks like it was a run, not a pass. As Turbo Richard takes it into the secondary and just blows by everybody. Way to go, Turbo.
We're just going to go with Richard.
Yeah, it's much better. I have no clue if it's correct, but we're going with it.
If it's Turbo Richard, well,
our bad.
It sounds
Sorry.
better. It sounds better.
It does.
If it's Richard.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's a better player, actually.
It sounds more interesting.
Like Turbo Richard is not as good of a player as Turbo Richard.
Yeah, no. Definitely not. Although Turbo Richard, more of a hockey player.
Yeah.
That would be a great hockey name.
Well, there's anyone listening, there's time. Go ahead. Name your kid Turbo. If your last name's Richard, go to town. Okay, like we said, this is your 30-minute warning. Get in your picks, not only in Survivor, but also in Millions, and you're in some other ones. I'm sure they're due today as well and all that. So just don't forget to get those in there. Mike, we have yet another Thursday game that is going to play heavily into Survivor, this time advancing people as opposed to knocking people out. But we are expecting that the Patriots will be the number one selection and probably the number one selection by a large margin.
Yeah, number one selection with a bullet here. 51% of the Circa Survivor pool had the New England Patriots left. I would not be surprised if we are pushing high 40s. Mm-hmm. If the mass majority, I'm talking like 46%, clicked the button there on New England.
Kind of the only slam dunk of the week.
It really was.
Yeah.
And the Patriots, like, their schedule's not difficult heading home, but this was clearly an easy spot. And I would also argue this is a tough week. Like, if you didn't have the Patriots, this week all of a sudden becomes full of landmines. It's road teams who are favorites, maybe teams you don't trust as much. Maybe you're clicking a team like the Texans who you don't love, or maybe you have to click the Panthers or the Falcons against the Panthers. Just not a lot of options where you're really excited about the click you have to make, except for that New England click. Over in Grandissimo, 6 left, 4 of them had New England. I'd be willing to bet all 4 took New England in that spot.
Yeah, look, like we said, it was the only real slam dunk play of the week here was New England. All these other ones are going to be pretty scary clicks, including what I had to do, which was click on, what could go wrong? It's just a divisional game on the road with a backup quarterback. No big deal. No big deal. But yes, the Houston Texans are going to be my play this week. Likely to be the second most picked team here. They're widely available. 73% of people have them, so that plays into it. Also, you're going up against the worst team in the NFL, and you and I were just talking about it, because I was having trouble.
I'm your emotional support better.
Yes, I was having trouble pushing the button, and you said, "Are you going to feel bad if you lose to the worst team in the NFL?" And I go, "You know what? I'm not."
Yeah,
so there it is.
The Texans are 1-8.
Yeah.
The 1 has a large asterisk next to it.
Like the most historic blown loss ever, blown win ever.
So if the Titans drop a football at the 1 as they're going in for a touchdown, if you see a interception that then gets fumbled and kicked into the end zone, you know what's going on. Look, this is the best defense in football against the worst offense in football. Yeah. If they win, they win. This is one of those clicks. I actually don't think this is that scary of a click.
Yeah.
Sorry. Famous last words.
Yeah, I know. I mean, listen, it was something we talked a little bit about on Wednesday as well. But, I mean, if you go in with this Titans team and you take out the fourth quarter, because basically the whole fourth quarter is just garbage time for almost every game that they've been in. If you take out the first 3 quarters for every game this season, they are not only last offensively, they are last by a long shot. And, I mean, the Jets play in this league. The Jets play football in the NFL, and it's still the Titans by a lot.
Yeah, they are a very bad offense. And that's... I would be surprised if this is the week they figure things out, Matt. Yes, you're getting Calvin Ridley back. I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. A couple quick updates here. Alabama has a football back there at their own 5-yard line. USC wins by 5. They do not cover, as that was 6.5. It does go over the total there. And like I said, Bama ball at their own 5. 7:14 left as they are down 2 to Oklahoma.
couple of other popular picks this week. Green Bay and Pittsburgh will likely draw, I would guess, 8-9%, something like that.
Yeah.
For them. So I think that they will be looked at. Green Bay, of course, playing the Giants. Jameis Winston. I don't like that, actually. Jameis Winston brings so much variance that I kind of don't like that.
Yeah, look, if that's who you have left, I don't mind it. But I don't. If I have options, that's probably not what I'm clicking.
Yeah.
But I do think that they win the football game. I mean, I bet them minus 13.5, so I hope they win the football game.
Guys, you got to get on it now. This is the last week to take advantage of our Equinox special, $120, everything we do over at VSiN.com. From now until May the 1st, all the best bets, all the projections, all the betting guides, and of course you can watch the video feed on the app as well. VSiN.com/subscribe, $120 now until May the 1st.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JO.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows around 38 tonight, under partly cloudy skies, northeasterly winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 62. Tomorrow night, lows dip down to about 42. Low 60s Monday, turning much cooler on Tuesday with highs in the mid-50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 67 degrees.
Did you know that one of the most important financial protections that you can provide for your family is to have a will? Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island can help you provide and make your last wishes known when your family is at its most vulnerable time. Call Stellick Law Firm today to get your estate plan completed. Stellick Law Firm is located in Grand Island, and you may call us at 308-675-4035 to get your estate plan started today. Stellick Law Firm. Let us be your voice.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab, 207 South Burlington, is the place for all your rehabilitation needs. PTSR offers a wide variety of services, including orthopedic, neurological, and sports injury rehabilitation. A certified hand specialist is available for the more delicate upper extremity injuries. Warm, aquatic therapy, and balance training is also available. PTSR has a strong industrial services division providing physical and functional capacity testing, as well as drug and alcohol screening. Please visit our website, ptsrhastings.com.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this of trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier you with Highland's range of yogurts, smoothies, flavored milk, and cottage cheese. For parents with picky eaters and trendsetters looking to jump on the revival of cottage cheese, Highland has what you need to hit your protein goals. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
If you're planning to build a new home or add an addition to your existing one, trust the experts at Gangwish Construction. From general contracting, basement pouring, to bathroom remodeling, concrete work, and deck building, they handle it all with precision and care. They take pride in doing the job right the first time, every time. Contact Jeff today at 402-460-0013 and experience quality craftsmanship with Gangwish Construction.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We have gone final. USC does hold on Iowa. Scoreless in the second half, Mike Somich. They were up 21-10 at half. They finished with 21 points. It is 26-21. USC gets the win, moves to 8-2 on the season.
Yeah, tale of two halves here. As it was an Iowa offense that could run the football consistently in the first half, and an Iowa offense that looked like, well, Iowa's offense in the second half as they're unable to get anything going. Another huge game from Lemon, 10 for 153 and a touchdown. USC moves to 8-2, 6-1 in the Big Ten, and 100% are still in the playoff picture.
28-3 Tennessee over New Mexico State. Right now, Miami just all over NC State, 41-0. Virginia 34-17 over Duke, and that is with Duke outscoring them 14-3 here in the fourth quarter. 34-33, Boston College, Georgia Tech with the ball, moving it down. We are going to get a nail biter here in a 8-1 versus a 1-9 game.
Yeah, it's first and 10 on the BC 27. I'm sorry, now it's second and 8 on the BC 25. So we are in field goal range, Matt, for a walk-off for the Georgia Tech kicker. But you know what he is?
A college kicker.
He's a college kicker.
Yeah.
Now, we do have minute 26, so plenty of time still left in this game. Boston College has 2 timeouts. They just utilized their first, so they are trying to slow down the clock here and possibly get the football back if their defense can hold.
Texas Tech, no problem with UCF, 48-9 there, about 3.5 left in the fourth quarter in that one. And then Oklahoma still holding a 2-point lead over Alabama, where we said there was plenty of time left.
That time has evaporated.
There's no longer plenty of time left in this.
No, there is not. We have 3:04 left. Bama has the football around their own 35-yard line, so they will try and go down and kick a game-winning field goal. I would prefer they scored a touchdown, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. But they will try and get points on the board here as they are down 2 points with 3:04 left, but have the football.
Guys, you're going to want to hang out here with us for just a second. We are going to pull the winner, and we will get you out to Vegas. We had a contest in partnership with our friends over at First Bet, and we had the First Bet VSiN VIP Breeders' Cup weekend contest with all of that, Mike Somich. And what you get is one grand prize winner is going to get the Vegas VIP experience here at Circa Resort and Casino. You get the 2-night stay at Circa. You get $250 in food and beverage credit, a Stadium Swim Cabana experience. That is standard bottle service is included there with that one, and also a behind-the-scenes visit to this very studio right here. We have names in this pretty little hat, this little VSiN top hat. Who had a top hat?
I don't know. That was one of the first things I thought of is like, who's the magician?
Yeah,
on staff here. But hey, it is good because it gives us a lot of room to put all the names in the hat because it goes down there pretty deep. So we like that. I promise I won't pull a rabbit out of it. I would maybe I checked.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I checked to make sure there were no rabbits in there. Yeah. This is if you used promo code VSiNBC at the Breeders' Cup at $200, you're entered or eligible to win this contest. You would have gotten a $250 bonus there as well.
You know what? We'll go ahead and just tell everyone that you can get over at firstbet.com. You can go download the app, or you can head to firstbet.com, which is 1stbet.com. And as Mike said, the VSiN 250 code is actually better. You pointed this out, which is something you don't get very often, which
rare.
Is an offer that is better than the stock offer. Usually the promo codes and stuff and all that are just the same thing you could get other. This is not the case here. VSiN 250 gets you a $250 sign-up bonus, which that is not the stock option over there at First Bet.
No, if you go to the First Bet site, you will see a $200 sign-up bonus. So $50 extra if you use promo code VSiN 250 over there signing up for First Bet or using the First Bet app.
There it is. So, all right, Mike, without further ado, let's go ahead. Let's pull a name at it. 50-50, Mike butchers the name. 50-50, Mike butchers the name.
That is like wildly short on the butchering. All right, let's see. Who do we got here? Michael.
Yes! I win!
Michael Godlewski is our winner. Congratulations, Michael Godlewski. You are headed out to Vegas here on VSiN's dime.
Oh, that is so great. I'm like 50-50 butcher name. You look at the name and you just start smiling.
I mean, I hope I got it right.
I mean, it's got to be Godlewski.
Yeah, Godlewski.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I nailed it.
Michael Godlewski.
Congratulations, Michael.
Congrats. That's going to be the 2-night stay here at Circa, 250 food and beverage credit, stadium swim, cabana experience. That's going to get you bottle service as well. And then, of course, a studio tour of this very studio. You can go behind the glass. You can see everybody back there. The people that make it happen. Yeah. We just yap into a microphone. They're the real heroes.
Yeah, our job is not hard. No. Their job is difficult.
Yes. So we will we'll get you in here. And again, congrats to everybody that qualified for all of this. And appreciate you guys supporting our people that support us here, the First Bet.
And make sure, I know I talked to Steve Cohen yesterday. We've got some pretty cool promos coming up over at First Bet as well, but you need an account. You can have the opportunity where you just need to beat me on opening day over at Gulfstream Park and get $50 free. If you beat everybody, you get additional $250 into your account. So make sure you sign up over at firstbet.com. Use that promo code VEASON250 if you want to get that account ready and rolling for opening day for the Champions Meet at Gulfstream Park.
Really?
Yeah. That is a breaking news drop there.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. You don't know when it's starting, though.
No, it's going to be on. Okay, I shouldn't say it's going to be because we're still working through everything. But there will be two contests where it's beat Mike Somich.
Okay,
and then I'm gonna win both of them, and everyone's gonna be mad at me.
It should be beat me because I'm the one just nailing all these trifectas left and right.
Well, then just fire up your First Bet app and enter the contest.
We'll
see what's up.
No, I want people to come after me. I want to come after you. I want people to come after me.
Maybe we could talk them into putting both of us on the board with two bounties instead of one.
Yeah, see, this is what we got to do. It would be pick a better trifecta than me, a more profitable one than me.
Well, you never know. I mean, certain things are just impossible in this world, Matt.
So we are, what is that, 3rd and 2?
3rd and 2. We are inside the red zone here. So Georgia Tech has the ball right around the Boston College 15-yard line.
With 2 timeouts as well.
3rd and 2, 29 seconds left. They're going to run one play and most likely kick a game-winning field goal attempt, college kickers,
yes,
to see if they are able to push their record out to 9-1. This game absolutely matters as Georgia Tech currently controls their own fate inside the ACC, and Duke, who also controlled their own fate had they won out, are losing 34-17. Virginia's got the rock in that game as well, so Duke going to take a second loss with just 2 minutes left in that game.
All you Georgia Tech purists out there are going to hate that I tell you that Haynes King has thrown for 371 yards in this game. Like everyone that loves Georgia Tech and used to love that they would run for 250 every game. No, you got Haynes King going for 371 here in this one.
Yeah, he has been slinging the rock as they've been trailing the majority of this game. It was 14-14 at half. Boston College was up 28-17 when we came on air. That quickly flipped, but Boston College was able to respond. We are 4th down now as they failed to convert on 3rd down. Looks like they're going to have a measurement, but I would expect a field goal attempt here from Georgia Tech with the game on the line.
This is, if you like offense, actually, you should have been tuned in to this one. Haynes King has thrown for 371, and they have gone for 256 on the ground. Boston College's quarterback has gone for 338, and they've gone for 175 on the ground.
Pretty good.
Lots of offense in this thing.
Pretty good. And yet it all comes down to the right leg of number 33 as he is going to head out on the field. Looks like Ty Simpson just took a sack for Alabama. So that is going to be 2nd and long for them. 2nd and 21, still down 2, still on their side of the field as well as they're going to try and get the ball moving, and Simpson misses an open man short. 3rd and 21, minute 36 left there.
Oh, boy. And they have 2 of their timeouts remaining.
Yes.
Does Alabama. So I'm guessing you're trying to get...
This is 2 down territory.
Yeah, you're trying to get 10 yards here and then get the rest of it.
Well, I would say you're trying to get 21, but you're okay with 10.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, I'm thinking they're okay with just... Even if you have to throw it underneath a check down type situation, you have the 2 timeouts. And
you know you're going for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Aiden Burr coming in. He is one of 2 Georgia Tech kickers with multiple walk-offs.
Did it say this season?
We'll see if he is able...
Have they had to switch kickers?
I think so. We'll see if he's able to add another... There's not going to be a walk-off because there is 14 seconds left. But Burr lining up for a short field goal here to give Georgia Tech the lead. It is up, and it is good.
Or did they... or did they freeze him?
No. They didn't have any timeouts left. So up and good.
Okay.
11 seconds left. 36-34. Georgia Tech. Boston College will play pitchy woo-woo. Won't matter with the number here as Georgia Tech was a double-digit favorite in this game.
So they're going to move to 9-1, and we talk about all the time that you can't take the wins away. Like they're banked, and so it's going to be a 9-1 Georgia Tech team. Yes, they had to go down to the wire with a 1-9 Boston College team and did give up 500 yards of offense to them. But hey, at the end of the day, a win is a win is a win.
Yeah, more importantly, they moved to 6-1 in the ACC. Now we saw Duke take a loss, so now there are only 4 one-loss ACC teams left: Georgia Tech, Virginia, the Panthers, who lost today but out of conference, and the SMU Mustangs. Those are the 4 teams controlling their own destiny to try and make the ACC playoff and possibly the college football playoff as well.
A reminder, this game is in Tuscaloosa, so they're showing the crowd, and it is a very nervous crowd.
Surrender Cobras could be coming out shortly.
Right now, it is a very nervous-looking crowd there in Tuscaloosa as Alabama does trail by 2 points, 3rd and 21, a minute 36 left in this one as Simpson drops back to pass. Does get a receiver, but it is going to be short. They will go for it on 4th down, and we will see if Alabama can continue this drive or if they're going to lose here to Oklahoma at home. All of that coming up right after the break.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you...
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behavior after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
YouTube.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Final in Tuscaloosa. They do not pick up the first down, and that is it. Mike Summich, Oklahoma, goes in and gets a big road win in the SEC over there, knocking off Alabama.
Yeah, back-to-back roadies. Tennessee and Alabama, 2 ranked road wins. They now have Missouri and LSU at home to finish the season with 2 losses and most likely be a college football playoff team.
I was talking about this with producer Corey whenever he came in here. At the beginning of the season, I was not impressed at all with Oklahoma. It looked like they were not going to be. I thought they were going to be bad. I didn't think that this team was going to be good, and you cannot take away what they have done the last few weeks.
No, you can't. It's been all about the defense for them. I mean, this was a win mainly based on that defense being able to step up. They were able to force multiple turnovers, block a field goal. They get 17 points off of those turnovers, including the game-winning field goal, which was off a sack of Ty Simpson, which resulted in a fumble, and Oklahoma was able to get on. So kudos to the defense, who was really able to produce points for that offense, which was struggling. Only 6 points on drives that did not start in a turnover.
If you played them on the money line, about a plus 185-ish number out there on on Oklahoma. So good on you if you did get that into the account. But man, it was, something about that. I just kind of felt like Alabama was.
They were just going to win. It just felt like they would find a way.
They would just find a way to get it done. And like you said, the defense stepped up when they needed to.
Yeah, Alabama moves to 8-2. That was their, I believe, their first loss in the SEC. Yeah, their first loss in the SEC. They've got Eastern Illinois. And then
which is a real
thing.
It's a real school.
Probably be favored by 40. Not surprising. They will be at home for that game. They're not going to Eastern Illinois. And then they have at Auburn to end the season, where they will be a big favorite. But we've seen the Iron Bowl produce some interesting results over the years.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those where we're kind of talking as well before we came back on. There's going to be. Somebody's going to be 10-2 and get left out.
Yes. So I think this was, you mentioned it, maybe this is bad for specifically Notre Dame. I think this was awful for Miami. Miami is the 10-2 team that will not win their conference. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. It's possible it's the ACC, anything can happen, but they have 2 losses. They're 4 teams with 1. They're the 10-2 team that feels like they will be left out if you have a lot of these 10-2 teams in the SEC and the Big Ten. And with this result, it looks like you're going to have 2 10-2 teams. Now, Bama could take the automatic bid since they only have 1 loss in conference still. But we'll see how that all plays out. But this is a bad result for Miami in my mind.
Yeah, someone now was real. I didn't even think about that until this game was over, but somebody was definitely rooting for the Alabama to come back, for sure.
It's funny because we now have like the bubble teams. Like we've had that in college basketball for years. Now there's bubble teams that are rooting for teams not to steal a bid. Oklahoma very much could have stolen a bid today with that win. Still have to take care of business. But yes. Missouri and LSU are 2 squads, the 2 Tigers. They're not terrible. Mm-hmm. They could pop up and beat you. But again, with that defense, the way it played today, if Oklahoma can show up with that defense at home the next 2 weeks, they should be able to go and end the season with a couple wins.
So we got a couple of kicks that are happening here momentarily. Florida on the road at Ole Miss. Mike, my screen is lighting up as you would expect with this kick coming here in 2 minutes. Some of the 10, there's an 11.5 out there. Right now. So getting some late money here on Ole Miss, 11.5 at MGM, 11.5 at ESPN right now out there. 53.5 is the total. So people backing Lane Kiffin and company.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is a Florida team that's been much maligned this season. We've seen them really not meet expectations, and an Ole Miss team that needs to keep winning to keep their spot in the college football playoff right now, 9-1. Also at home here, I don't mind looking at the alts with Ole Miss. It feels like this could be a situation where they just blow the doors off Florida and Kiffin tries to get some style points. I don't mind looking at like minus 20.5 here, seeing if they can win by 3 touchdowns to get some plus money.
Utah and Baylor kicking off here momentarily as well. That's going to go off at 9.5 in favor of Utah, 60 to 60.5 out there from a total standpoint.
I like Utah in this spot. I think their offense has a plus matchup against a Baylor defense that is not great, and their defense should be able to at least slow down Baylor. Only concern here, obviously, it is a road game in conference. You don't love laying almost double digits there, but since we're sitting under the 10, I do like Utah laying the 9.5.
So one-way Georgia money coming in right now, Mike. This is all the 3.5s have been wiped out, and there's one at FanDuel still, but 4.5 now out there in the market in favor of Georgia.
It's been an interesting number all week. I mean, because we saw this as high as 5.5, 6 in the market earlier, and it's been Texas money bringing this number down consistently, and now we're seeing some buyback at Georgia once we got to that 3.5 point. So feels like the market's saying this should be 4.5, and that's pretty much been the consensus all week as we've seen sharp bets at the bigger numbers, and now we see this buyback happen. I kind of like the under. 49.5 here. This really comes down to what you think of Arch Manning.
DraftKings is at 50.5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So that means we've had some over money come in on the DraftKings side.
Yeah, so that you can even get a better number. If you like 49, you like 50.
I do like 50.5 more than 49.5. Shockingly.
It is shop around to get the best number.
Yeah. Make sure you got outs.
Yeah. Everybody tells you to shop around. Everyone's like, yeah, I know, man. You've told us that like 7,000 times.
It is the right thing to do.
It is the right thing to do, for sure. But go ahead and do that. And again, this is a little bit of Ole Miss money as we get ready for that thing to kick off. Most books at 10.5, but 2 out there at 11.5.
Yeah, just checking in on the NHL. The Wild up 1-0. If you laid the goal and a half, we're halfway there.
Is that what we bet? Did we bet that?
Well, it was one of the ones I mentioned. Wild minus 1.5 plus 210. And we're about to drop the puck in Chicago where we've got Connor Bedard over 1.5 points. So 2 points or more goals plus assists. You can get that at plus 174. Still got an hour till the Blues Golden Knights face off where we took the Knights minus the goal and a half.
Congrats to Michael
Godlewski.
There we go. Well done. Winning our contest here, VSiN and First Bet. So gets to come out to Vegas, gets a cabana, get some food.
Yeah.
Gets a bottle service up there.
It's a phenomenal deal. Let's just be honest. Like you had to bet $200 on races you were probably betting anyway. Why not win a free trip? And by the way, you would have gotten the $250 sign-up bonus as well. Make sure you watch VSiN at the Track. Make sure you're checking out the podcast once a week. Me and Aaron Halterman will talk about all these different promos that are coming up with First Bet as we're going to continue to roll these out as we move further into the horse racing season.
Horse interviews. Y'all talk to some of the horses as well. Yeah, some of the trainers, some of the jockeys. Y'all get trainers and jockeys on the show?
We've had a trainer on the show. Okay. We've had a couple race callers on the show as well.
Okay.
So it's fun. It's fun to be able to sprinkle in some of those interviews. It was a fun Breeders' Cup week as well. As we had Chris Felica on the show, the Bear talking about his Breeders' Cup picks. So
not saying this is not for me to try and tell people to not listen to the podcast. But are we done with big races though? No, we have more.
It's the beauty. The beauty of horse racing is we are never done, Matt.
No, so you know what I mean.
We have a lull until the day after Christmas, where there is a big day over at Santa Anita, including the Grade 1 Malibu, and we are about to start the Kentucky Derby preps as well. So that is where the big races are going to start to come from. Where the 2-year-olds, every racehorse turns a year older on January 1st. Don't know if you knew that. They don't get to celebrate their actual birthday. It's all January 1st as a birthday. So all the 2-year-olds will turn 3.
You're robbing all these horses of their actual birthday?
No, but we're giving them a bonus birthday. You got to look at the silver. I'm the silver lining guy on this show. You're always the negative Nancy.
Do the trainers only celebrate? So what if you've got a stable of like 75 horses? Or like, you got to do 75 horse birthdays on January 1?
Yeah. You just buy one cake. Makes it easier.
Come on.
What are you talking about?
Robbing these horses of their actual birthday.
Well, no, you're giving them a bonus birthday. What do you do? Jeez, wouldn't you want a bonus birthday?
I mean, I guess. It just seems like, why can't we just hold on. So what if one is born in December?
Well, let's talk about that.
Does he turn 1 after a month?
Yes, he would, but they do not breed to have births in December. So the specific breeding timeline is to set up births in the spring. So the majority of racehorses are born between January and June because they want those horses to be born and be more mature as they turn 1.
They got to get these horses in the mood in the spring. That's what you're saying.
There is some scientific
put on some
action.
Barry White. Yeah, put on some Barry White and whatever.
The fluffers out there.
Yeah, they get that going as well. All right. I learned something today.
Yeah.
All horses have the same age.
No, they all have the same birthday.
Same birthday.
Yeah,
yes.
they do
yes.
age in different timelines.
All horses have the same birthday. Man. All right, look at that.
Yeah.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
Another fun fact is that we are going to have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. Madrid, Spain is the Commanders and the Dolphins. 2.5 in favor. Actually, DraftKings is a 3. So 2.5, 3 out there in favor of the Dolphins. 47.5 is our total here in this one. Mike, of course, we know no Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin, and no Lattimore out there for the Commanders.
Yeah, no Lattimore on the defensive side for a defense that's already stinks. It feels like the Dolphins should win this football game, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
And now the big issue, I mean, we saw the last week the Dolphins absolutely housed the Bills. The Bills coming off of a game which was a lot of ways their regular season Super Bowl against Kansas City. Now you're in that same spot for Miami. You're also traveling overseas. If all things were equal, I would have loved Miami in this game. The fact that you are coming off that big win makes me a little more hesitant. I still think Miami is the right side here. I played Malik Washington over 28.5 receiving yards as well. He's clearly become the second wide receiver inside of this offense once we lost Tyreek Hill. So I do think Malik Washington has a decent day here for a Dolphins offense that should be able to throw the football consistently against Washington.
I know we did this on Wednesday. I'm going to do it here on Saturday. It's a different audience. And guess what? Just for emphasis, even if you're with us on Wednesday, I'm doing it again. EPA per play success rate, EPA per drive, early down EPA, early down success, pass EPA, pass success rate, explosive passes given up, rush EPA per play allowed. And this is over the last 5 weeks, the rankings for the Commanders. 31st, 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 32nd, 31st, 32nd, 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 31st. So if that tells you anything, they are not good at anything on the defensive side. Literally every single, they're not good at anything.
Well, that's why you favor Miami here, right? Yeah. Because this defense on the Commander side is awful, and the Miami defense has at least been able to start generating pressure with the front four. The defensive line much better the last 5 weeks than they were the first 5 weeks. Again, we're going to Spain. That throws a monkey wrench in this, and you're coming off a big win. I still think it's Miami or pass.
Texas and Georgia still to come here in about 20 minutes. We'll let you know where the line movement is going with that one. And, of course, the Packers and the Giants at a full touchdown. Is that too much? We'll let you know when we come back.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll...
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Winds out of the northeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy again tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings is the trusted name in sports injury management. The staff of PTSR provides up-to-date and efficient care of sports-related injuries, returning athletes quickly and safely back to the playing field. PTSR offers free evaluation of all sports-related injuries to all area athletes during convenient 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. hours Monday through Friday. Call 402-462-8824 for more information. Remember, Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings for all your physical and occupational therapy needs.
With 5 shooters on the floor, Wisconsin spacing and smarts make them a real threat in March. The Sports Equinox is here. Celebrate the best time of year for bettors with the VEASAN Sports Equinox Special. Get full VEASAN Pro access through May 1st for only $120. Go to VEASAN.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown and Mike Samich. Appreciate you guys being with us here. Sirius Channel 158, our very own VSiN Watch app, YouTube TV, and of course, terrestrial stations across this great country of ours. Mike, we were talking a little bit earlier about how there's a source that is saying Keon Coleman is going to be a healthy scratch against the Bucs tomorrow, and it really makes you wonder if that's the case and they were so down on him, how did they not go get a receiver at the trade deadline, considering any of those receivers upgrades what they have right now, because they just don't have they literally do not have 2 competent wide receivers on that team. And considering how low the prices were as well for those dudes, like, this seems like a really big misstep here, because this can't have just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it can't. You're right. I mean, this was something that had to have been boiling up and just kind of got to the surface this week. It's Shakir and nothing, and Shakir is kind of a 2, not a 1 in my mind anyway. There were rumors that they went after Waddle, but the price was too high, specifically in division, to move on him. So I agree with you. It feels like they should have made something happen at the wide receiver position if you thought this was going to be an issue. But look, Shakir, Davis, and Palmer doesn't exactly, tickle me pink here, right? Like, this is not a receiving core that is very good for the Buffalo Bills. And you're also missing Dalton Kincaid this week. So you're losing an option there, and you're facing a good run defense.
Knocking the dust off of Gabe Davis.
I mean,
whatever's
he
left
can catch 3 touchdowns in a playoff game. But what else is there? It's a very odd timing for this as well.
Yeah, just let's see what he. Hey man, get up. Is there anything left in there? Let's go. Come on, Gabe Davis.
You still play the slot?
Yeah, let's go. Let's see what you can do. Yeah, just very, very, very interesting. I mean, when it's all said and done, I just seems to me, considering all those receivers went for pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at what Jacoby Myers went for, like, that would have been a good fit here for Shaheed. Yeah. 4th and 5th, for Shaheed. He would have been a good addition for this team as well. So, I am surprised that they weren't more active. Again, I heard they were in on Waddle, and they just didn't want to pay the price that Miami was looking for. Man, it feels like I would have paid the price if I was the Bills. Even if like, you're looking at, I think it was a second that they wanted for him. The Bills' second is going to be a late second rounder. Waddle could have drastically upgraded this offense.
So we are going to get a big Tennessee win here. 10:45 left in the fourth quarter. They are up 42-3, outscoring New Mexico State 21-0 there in the third quarter. We are off and running up in Oxford for Ole Miss and Florida. That is still scoreless. And then Utah and Baylor just kicked as well, still scoreless there.
Yeah, it looks like Baylor moving the football here as they're inside the Utah 25-yard line. So we'll see if they're able to get the first points on the board. Ole Miss also moving into Florida territory after getting a 3-and-out on Florida's first offensive possession.
We said we would give you a little update here on what the line is looking like in Texas and Georgia. And as we sit right now, Mike, 3.5 at DraftKings now, so they came off the 4. So now we're kind of battling here. It gets to 3.5, it gets back to 4. It gets to 4, it goes to 3.5. It gets to 3.5, it goes back to 4. So it looks like we're going to toggle here all the way to kickoff.
Yeah, the total has moved up to 50.5 in some places. I did bet under 50 during the break. So I took under 50 here in this spot. There's 49.5s all the way to 50.5s. I didn't have the 50.5 available to me, so I went ahead and took the 50, which was the best number I could find.
Yeah, so again, we'll update you. This is probably still, I mean, it's listed now at 7:45, so they're not.
You got a little time.
They're not messing around with us, even though it was supposed to be 7:30. They went in ahead and listed it 15 minutes later, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a little more transparent. I mean, it's not going to actually kick until what? 7:55, but hey, at least you gave us a little bit of an idea.
Yes, a little more transparency of what's going on there. Man, the college kicks, you and I joke about it every single week, but it's like this game was supposed to start 24 minutes ago.
They're not close. They're not even close to when they're supposed to kick off.
Like, what is going on? Come on, man. You're not doing anything that's getting money in the stadium or anything. You're not helping anything out with that. Just go. Let's fire this thing off. All right, so let's talk a little NFL. We talked a little bit about the game over in Madrid. Not a great betting game, in my opinion. I mean, everything says the Dolphins, but I don't know why my finger won't press the button.
It just feels like a high variance game. Yeah. Right? We talk about like you want to try and find games where you don't believe there's a ton of variance because you feel like it is a confident play. Now, sometimes you want to bet into variance. That's why, like, again, I kind of like the Dolphins at an alt. It feels like if the Dolphins show up, they win by 10.
Right.
And so, like, if I'm gonna play this, and I have not bet anything yet, I'm probably like minus 10.5 on Miami. Right. Yeah. So just try and get 2.5 to 1 versus even money on 2.5. When I think that they're going to win. When they win, I think the Miami Dolphins version that shows up can blow out this Commanders version.
Yeah, it is. It seems to me now that you mentioned that you're probably not going to need you probably don't need to worry too much whether it's 2.5 or 3 or whatever, because again, it is very likely it's so long as they can do what every good offense is. Now, I understand that the Dolphins have been hit and miss, but competent offense. They're competent.
Yes, when they play competently, they are a middling offense.
Yes, and so any offense with a pulse has just slice and dice this Commanders team.
The Commanders' last 4 games: lost 44-22, lost 28-17, lost 38-14, lost 44-22. I mean, they've been blown out their last 4 games. Now you got to travel. You got to take on a Dolphins offense to be able to move the football. Yeah, it's Miami alts or pass.
There we go. Look at us. Maybe we're talking ourselves. I'm going to write that down. Maybe I'll throw a little Dolphin.
What do you think? What kind of plus money are you looking for? Let's go to the game lines here. Let's see what we can get.
What does a minus 9.5 get me?
7.5 is 204. 9.5 is 245. 10.5 is 285.
The 9.5. I don't need to be greedy. The 9.5 is nice.
Minus 9.5 plus 245.
Yeah, I don't need to be greedy.
Again, if Miami plays like they did against Buffalo last week, they win this game by 10 plus.
Yeah.
Now,
so we get the 9.5 at 245.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Look at that. All right, guys, make the holidays unforgettable with Omaha Steaks.
Omaha!
There we go. Well done, buddy. It's a VSiN exclusive where you're going to get 16 free smash burgers with any order of $129 or more. Plus, we are going to give you 50% off site-wide. So omahasteaks.com/VSiN. That is omahasteaks.com/VSIN. Go in right now, $129 or more, and that's going to get you 16 free smash burgers. Minimum purchase may apply. See the site for more details over there. That is making me hungry. Look at that.
It looks delicious.
Oh, let me tell you. Is that a 4-banger or is that 2 stacked on top of each other?
Oh, that's a 4-banger. That's a double bun. So they got the bottom bun, 2, a middle bun, and then 2, and then the top bun. I could use more dill pickles on there. They're a little light on the dill pickles, a little heavy on the sauce, but I mean, it still looks absolutely delicious.
I mean, that's a 4-banger of a burger on the screen right there. See, this is the reason why you watch us on YouTube TV or have the VSiN Watch app, because you can see this, and now you'd be heading straight to your refrigerator to see if you can make some food.
I am honestly jealous of the other shows that sometimes get the Omaha Steaks like in-house.
Yeah.
I would love...
They've never brought anything in here, huh?
I would love a smash burger up in here right now. Especially this time slot where you're like, you get hungry for dinner and then you see this and it would be nice. Just saying,
again,
just throwing it out there.
Just throwing it out there.
It
is what it is. All right, Green Bay Packers, full touchdown on the road against the New York Giants. This is Jameis Winston, and we talked about this on Wednesday. My opinion has not changed. I played over 42, Mike. 42.5, actually. There is a 42 available, so I have the worst of the available numbers out there. I don't really care all that much. At the end of the day, Jameis Winston brings variance. Jameis Winston can easily throw for 330 and 4 touchdowns, and he can also throw to the other team 3 or 4 different times as well. And I like that when I'm betting over.
Yeah, this is one of our first weather games of the week. Mm-hmm. That's the one concern. It's why we've seen this total actually tick down a little bit from the original opener. We're getting 15 to 20 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts between 30 and 40 miles per hour if the forecast holds, which I would assume here night before we're going to see something around this. It shouldn't be drastically off of this. That impacts deep balls that also brings more variance into the passing game, which is already a heavily variance Jameis Winston passing game anyway. I'm not in the window in this game. I like the Packers minus the 7. I didn't bet it because it's juiced, and I don't really want to get involved in a Jameis one. If anything, it would be the over for me now. I agree with you, especially when you get a flat 42 out there, because I do think that this is a get-right spot for the Packers. I like Love this week. We talked about him. And this is an interesting game from a DFS perspective.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to avoid this game because of the wind.
Yep.
And so you can kind of be contrarian here and use some players at much lower percentages than what they would normally have because of the conditions in the stadium. I don't mind stacking someone like Love with Dobbs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, really good injury report actually for the Packers. Kind of sweating what that offensive line was going to look like, but end of the day, broke really good for them. Only really Matthew Golden is the only one that I think that we're going to sweat here, whether he plays or not. But again, no one receiver changes your opinion on the Packers because any given week it's anybody. It's anyone. So you'd like him out there, obviously, if you want to back the Packers, but it's not going to change your handicap.
No, it's not. Like Golden obviously would be nice. He runs the ball every now and then for them, but you haven't seen those monster plays. On the other side, Wan'Dale Robinson going to be your number one wide receiver for the Giants. I don't mind trying to play into some receiving props if you want to go crazy with this Giants team just to see if you can get something going there. Luke Musgrave, 28.5. Interesting to me if these wins kick up. Tight end for the Green Bay Packers. He's very good, just overshadowed by Tucker Kraft. He should get some looks in high wins.
The Bucs are on the road at the Bills, and the Bengals have the Steelers again. What do we have in the account? We'll let you know when we come back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
Reuter Auction and Realty is proud to serve Nebraska and northern Kansas for the last 5 decades. We are experts in selling agricultural real estate. Our tools include traditional listings, simulcast auctions, and online-only auctions. Our dedication to details is second to none, and we realize most of our clients have one chance in a lifetime to sell their family's assets. We are full-time land brokers committed to our clients, trusted for decades. Call us today at 402-463-8565 or go to reuterauction.com.
Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island. The lawyers of Stellick Law Firm have over 90 years of combined legal experience. Our firm specializes in family law, personal injury, probate and estate planning, as well as real estate and corporate law. Stellick Law Firm believes in getting to know our clients and finding the best way to serve you. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Stellick Law Firm is ready to work for you. Let us be your voice.
In today's digital world, technology works great until it doesn't. At Hamilton, we work to keep your business up and running. We are more than an IT company. We're your partner, focused on customized solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Say goodbye to tech stress and unexpected IT costs when you hire Hamilton. Together, we help you focus on what really matters. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Extreme Sports
the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this of trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
A half a sack, 5 stuffs. Against Minnesota, he had 6 tackles and 1 forced fumble. He is third among all rookies in solo tackles, and his combined numbers rank first overall.
For more picks, listen to Pod to the Futures wherever you get your podcasts and on the VSiN Watch app.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Just finding out all kinds of hockey stuff here on Ready, Set, Bet today. See, this is why you come in more often. Yeah. I learned that all horses have the same birthday today, and I learned that Patrick Waugh is a coach in the NHL. He made $64 million in his career.
I'm actually surprised it was that high. You don't see... Like right now, what do you think the highest paid player in the NHL is right now?
Like salary wise,
yeah.
per season,
per year.
Was it like? So it's obviously super low because you're asking me like that. So I'm gonna $12 million a year. It's
like 11.5. Like you compare that to like an NBA salary, even NFL.
You're seventh guy on the bench making $12 million.
Yeah. Like Connor McDavid, I think just re-signed for I think it was 11.5. It might be a little more. But.
So and granted, he started his career in '84.
Right, that's why
he didn't make $1 million a year until 91.
That's why I thought it was low. I guess lower than 64 million, but the NHL salary is not even close to what you get in other sports still.
And I guess
Leon Draisaitl right now is the highest paid player, 14 million average per year.
So I guess the peak of Patrick Waugh's powers must have been very early late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good on the Canadians in the mid '90s, and then he won cups on the Avs the late '90s, early 2000s. More established then. I'm not sure when the peak powers would be, but he was very good for about a decade there.
$64 million though, not bad.
No, not bad. Not as much as you thought.
Oh no. And now I found out too that even with that the 64, there's probably 30. 40 NBA players that make that in 2 years?
Yeah, easily in 2 years. I mean, that won't even be 1 year of NBA salary, I think, in 2 years.
Yeah. Unbelievable there in that one. So this is coming from Joe Pompliano over there on the Twitter machine. Does some sports business stuff or whatever, but he just put out this little nugget here, Mike, which is that the game in Madrid, it's the newly renovated Santiago Bernabeu Stadium.
Yeah. Beautiful.
The field is stored in an underground greenhouse with automated mowers, irrigation, and LED lighting. So it's stored underground.
Interesting. Sounds like they're growing something else.
Yeah, I know. So there it is. This probably not going to be able to complain about the field conditions here for this one.
Well, we'll see, because it is a soccer field. And we've consistently seen people complain about soccer fields. Just because the grass is cut differently, grown differently, it's a different style of field, an NFL field and a soccer field. So I would hope you are right, because I would prefer the field not be a talking point. But you never know when you get these soccer fields in the first time you're on them.
Okay, we are about 15 minutes away from kick. Again, they were kind enough to let us know that it was not going to go on time. And so a little bit extra time to bet, actually, if you want to bet Texas and Georgia, of course, a very, very big game for Texas. We asked, all of our guests on Wednesday when we were here on the network if they felt like this was an eliminator for Texas. And I think with Oklahoma's win today, probably so.
Yeah, I mean, that Oklahoma win really throws a wrench in things here, because they will most likely, LSU and Missouri left, both at home, will most likely end up as a 2-loss SEC school now. And that was a school which I think people kind of expected to be a 3-loss SEC school.
You just assumed they were losing this game, so no one's even been talking about Oklahoma.
Exactly. Yeah. And so now they are very much in that conversation to be a playoff team. And you've got Texas, who's got this Georgia game, right? And then after that, it's Arkansas and Texas A&M. They still have A&M on the schedule, and they already have 2 losses. So this feels like it is a must-win for Texas to be able to give themselves a chance to make the playoffs. They also still alive in the conference with just 1 loss, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Obviously, playing A&M, playing Georgia are going to decide that.
Buddy, look at this teal suit out here over your shoulder. Look at that. Look at that teal suit.
That dude's ready for Spain. That's a Dolphin suit right there.
That is a teal suit with a teal hat to go along with it.
Guy's styling.
Feeling it today.
That is a fit, as the kids say.
Saturday evening in Vegas. I'm putting on my teal suit, my teal hat. I bet the shoes are teal too. We just couldn't see them.
What's the most outlandish colored suit you've ever owned?
Nothing funky actually. I did have kind of like an off brown color one time that I didn't like. Kind of like wasn't quite tan. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It was just kind of like a light brown.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't. I wore that like once.
Yeah, I didn't rock that a lot. I had a orange suit, which I enjoyed wearing.
Do you remember Jabot jeans?
No.
So they were like kind of popular when we were probably like 4th and 5th grade.
Okay.
Like, you know,
I wasn't very fashionable as a young tyke.
I had a pair of purple Jabot jeans.
Look at you.
Because everyone was like, oh, dude, you got to get these Jabot. And they made them in these absurd colors. And so, of course, I got an absurd color.
Yeah.
And then here's the deal. Once they became a little less cool, you could still rock them if they were just blue jeans.
Yeah. But
now they're purple jeans, and they just hit the shelf and donezo.
Should have thought of that.
I know. It was I didn't have really like good critical thinking skills in 5th grade.
No, your parents should have had good critical thinking skills.
That was me just going,
I need the purple ones.
I have to have them. And they're like, are you sure? You don't want purple jeans, John? I was like, yes, I do.
Yeah.
And I didn't really.
As someone who has a 7-year-old, let me tell you, the mind changes quickly on what you need.
It is 3.5 to 4 in favor of Georgia. As you said, Mike, it is moved to 50 or 50.5 just about everywhere now. So if you're looking to play an over, there is still 49.5 with a little bit of juice on it at MGM.
Yeah, I played the under. I played 50. I guess I should have waited that extra 15 minutes for this game to kick because I probably could have gotten a 50.5. But yeah, I played under 50 here. I do like the total. Going under with a Texas team that I think is going to struggle moving the football against a Georgia defense. A Texas defense that's been very good all season. So I do think this is more of a slug it out style SEC game than an up and down style SEC game. So give me the under here at 50.
Ole Miss has 10 on the board in the first quarter here at home against Florida. Still 4 minutes left in the first quarter, so they are taking care of business. Chambliss is 7 of 7 for 73 yards. Lacey at running back has 8 for 73 and a touchdown already.
Yeah, it could be worse here as Florida's gone. I believe it's 3 and out on their first possession and got 1 first down and then punted on their second. Ole Miss just kicked a field goal from the Florida 9, so they had 1st and 10 from the 11, not able to punch it in there, so 10-0. Right now, Utah threatening to get first blood. 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter there. 2nd and 6 from the Baylor 30-yard line.
The people that watch us like seeing it.
Yeah, just dodging the camera legs.
Me and you, like, all right, and like, should the ones up there and all those people watching. If you're wondering what we're doing, the TV situation in here forces you to do a little.
For the people watching, we've got one game right there, got another game over here, and then got 4 games across the top. So when you see us moving the heads around,
bobbing and weaving, and
I promise we're paying attention, but we're also trying to figure out how to keep you updated.
People are like, look, if you're sitting there watching and going, like, dude, this guy's like not even.
Yeah,
being professional. It's like, no, I'm trying. I can't see what down it is.
We're trying to multitask.
I can't see how much time is left. This is what we're doing over here. So just peeling back the curtain.
Yeah, and Michael Godlewski is going to get to see all of this in person. He won that trip here to Vegas to get to see inside the studio.
If you are a VSiN Pro subscriber, you probably visited the page that has all the projections up, and we are doing that right now. Opta AI is giving us not only NFL projections, which you can get for your passing stats, your rushing stats, and your receiving stats, but also now NBA ones as well, Mike. And as we know, with it being a daily game, it's tougher to keep up with. So it is for me personally, I think the NBA product is more valuable to me, mainly because I can I do have time to make some NFL projections on my own. I do not on the NBA side.
Yeah, look, it gives you another tool to be able to use to realize if there's something that you want to look at from a prop perspective. And as you said, the NBA can be more difficult than the NFL just because the injury reports are more fluid. That's going to change a lot quicker for you, and you need to be able to find a product that's able to keep up on it. OptAI able to do that for you, so make sure you check out VSiN.com/props as long as you are a VSiN Pro subscriber, and you get access to all those AI props for both the NFL and the NBA.
Utah, someone forgot to cover the big guy.
Tutty.
Look at that. That guy's giant.
To the house.
Number 88 is a massive human being. How did you not cover him?
He just slipped right by.
Yeah.
Just slipped right by. 7-0 Utah. Let's cover that 9.5, baby.
I don't know how he slipped away because...
I'm guessing it was play action, Matt.
He's enormous.
Yeah, he was large.
Guy is absolutely enormous. No one within 5 yards of him. So touchdown for Utah, as you just said. And so 7-0, 2:31 there in the first quarter. They're on the road over there at Baylor. 42-9, Tennessee over New Mexico State. It's at that 2-minute mark in the fourth quarter. So this will be a nice big win here for Tennessee. 6-3, outside looking in, not going to be able to do anything here for this team, but just playing now for a better bowl.
Yeah, we'll see. The bowl system is just hilarious to me now. Who knows who's going to play in the bowl games? But yeah, it's a nice win for a Tennessee team that you know, obviously not what they wanted this season, but they're going to move to 7-3 here. See what's left for the last 2 weeks. We are kicked off in UCLA and Ohio State as well. Ohio State 33.5-point favorite at kick. We'll keep an eye on that game as we do not have Nico Iamaleava in for UCLA. They're facing a 3rd and long to start out the game.
Yeah, I was looking and just because again the score bug is just messed up or something because I saw a 5-yard delay game penalty and it still said 15 minutes left in the first quarter and I'm like, what in the world? How'd you get a delay a game before the game even starts?
It's like the Georgia-Texas game should get a delay a game penalty for starting 15 minutes late.
We're going to really dig into the NFL slate when we come back. Game after game, bet after bet. Don't go anywhere.
Has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by Weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Winds out of the northeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy again tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the #1 sports station because you make the phones light up.
Have you or a loved one been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island, and we specialize in personal injury law. Let Stellick Law Firm assist you in making sure that you and your family are taken care of following a motor vehicle accident. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Let us be your voice.
Everything in between. Whether you're commuting, working out, or just catching up, VEASAN lets you take the action with you wherever and whenever you want. Search VEASAN on your favorite podcast platform and get in on the action with VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Into the end zone. DJ Lagway.
Boo.
Extra point pending. I was trying to wait so I could say confidently that it was 10-7, but
they're taking their time.
You know, and it's up and looks like he's happy about it.
It's true.
There it is. 10-7. Ole Miss at home over Florida. Again, a DJ Lagway carry in there for that one. So we'll keep you updated as we roll through there on that. But Mike, we need to get into this NFL slate now. We really got to start to break these games down, get in, all the bets that are in our account, and the Bucs are on the road at the Bills. This is 5.5-6 in favor of the Bills. It is 46.5 to 47 is the prevailing total out there in the market. And there was optimism on Wednesday when we were in here that they were going to get some reinforcements there for Tampa, and instead didn't get either Godwin or Bucky Irving back. And man, they butchered this with Bucky Irving. Had they not put him on IR, he's just taken up a roster spot for the last 7 weeks.
It's been 7 weeks now. And now he's supposed to be back next week. But, I mean, come on. At some point, you got to just save the roster spot here. It's 7 weeks. It's a big miss, right? Yeah. And apparently it's the shoulder that is keeping him out right now. He's not been able to take contact with the shoulder. Pointing for next week. My fantasy team sure hopes that's correct. But we'll find out what's going on with Bucky there. Look, give me the 6 with the Bucs. I think this is too much. I think this game should be closer to 4.5, 4, somewhere in that range. It's a Buffalo team that at some point you got to be like, they're just not that good. Like they lost to Miami last week. They beat the Chiefs. They played well in that game. But there are multiple points where you can point to them just not showing up in full capacity. And I downgraded them because of it. And now I'm sitting here where I have an edge on the Bucs this week. I'm willing to take the 6 with the dog. It's the Tampa team that I think can move the football against this Bills defense.
Yeah, the real interesting part here of that is what you said. It is this Bills defense, which has, again, at times played well. Mm-hmm. But the problem is they don't show up every week.
No. They don't.
That's the problem.
And it's the Bucs offense where I realize, yes, you're still missing Godwin. You're missing Bucky Irving. They have enough talent to still be able to move the football. I think Ibuka is going to have a big week here for them this week against this Bills secondary. I like Cade Otton against this Bills linebacking unit. And they don't have explosive runners. And this is where I wish Bucky Irving was in there because I do think he'd be a big edge for them against Buffalo. But all that being said, I still can't get to 6. Like with the current rosters as is, I can't get anywhere near this number. So I give me the points.
Yeah, it is tough for. If Bucky was back and Godwin was back all day long, I'm taking
it's not 6,
but it wouldn't be. The other problem here is your left guard is out, your right guard is questionable, Your Hassan Reddick still isn't back either, right? And so it's just like there's additional injuries to this Bucs team outside of just Godwin and Bucky Irving. That's I think what's kind of keeping me off of this one.
Yeah, look, it's a banged up Bucs team still, but this is a team that's been banged up for the majority of the year and been able to play through it in certain spots. And I think this Buffalo team is still just a little bit overvalued in the market because of the expectations we had for them coming into the season. And we talked about Survivor earlier, and the number of times the Bills have let people down inside Survivor. They were straight up beat in all those games. It wasn't games where they got unlucky or they got bad breaks. The Dolphins game that they won by 10 on Thursday night, they did not play well. That could have very easily been a different score. This is just one of those spots where I'm not confident in Buffalo coming out and playing exceptionally well. And if I'm catching 6 with a team that I think should be 2 points shorter than that, I'll bet it every day.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if this Bucs offense can find something here. It was, basically Superman Herculean effort there from Baker Mayfield trying to keep this team afloat, and he was doing it last 4 weeks, not so much. Mm-hmm. But, again, I'm not doubting Baker Mayfield.
No, he needs to play better. Yeah. He has not been the Baker Mayfield that we saw when he was an MVP candidate early in the season. Now he's playing with wide receivers that he needs to get used to as well. So there is a reason that you can make an argument. You would expect he's going to get better with more snaps, more time with this wide receiver set. I do think we see better Baker against this Buffalo defense. The pass rush for Buffalo going to be the key here, because if they can get constant pressure on him, and it is a Buffalo pass rush that has shown up in certain games, not consistently, but in certain games, it could be a longer day for this Bucs offense. But 6 is too much. It's just too much for me.
At 50 past the hour, we are going to finally kick.
Well,
over there in Athens, Georgia.
They are off, as Texas will get the football first. 14-0 Utah. That's nice. I believe it was a punt return touchdown when I was trying to glance over there. And Florida turns over Chambliss and Ole Miss, and they are set up in the red zone and just got a penalty to set up first and goal. So Florida trying to take a lead here on Ole Miss.
Bengals are on the road at the Steelers. This is that dead zone 5.5 number here for Pittsburgh. 48.5 is the total. Yes, they did open the window on Joe Burrow, so they have 3 weeks to decide if they're going to bring him back this season or not. I imagine the choice is going to be what happens in the next 3 weeks with these games. I mean, if you're completely out of it, I don't know why you bring him back, but maybe Cincinnati has a different thought on all of this. But Mike, it's Cincinnati defense that we know, incredibly porous. We don't love this Steelers team. Actually, that's being a little generous. I don't like the Steelers team really at all, but everybody has had success against Cincinnati.
Yeah, this is a fraudulent Steelers team. And this is a Steelers team that has been adjusted pretty massively over the last couple weeks. That's what's really interesting to me. So the Bengals the last 2 weeks have lost in disgusting manner. They lost 47-42 to the Bears and 39-38 to the Jets. 3 weeks ago, they beat the Steelers 33-31. They were 5.5-point dogs at home. Now they are 5.5-point dogs on the road. So we've seen a full 3-point adjustment toward the Cincinnati Bengals in the last couple weeks. They lost both games in those weeks, and their defense looked putrid doing it. Yet we still seen the adjustment. That, to me, is the market downgrading the Steelers, not moving the Bengals up. And I agree that the Steelers should be downgraded. I think this number is about right at 5.5. I would need 6.5 to be able to bet the Bengals. I don't think I'm ever going to get that. I think the over is interesting at a flat 48. This is another one where we got to watch the weather, though, Matt, because we are expecting 15 to 20 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts to 30-35. If people get too crazy and worried about the wind and we get down to like 46-ish, I probably end up betting this. If not, this is just priced correctly to me.
Yeah, I fell for the banana in the tailpipe here. Super low number on DK Metcalf for a wide receiver one against one of the worst defenses in the NFL. I played over 52.5. Like you said, there is some concern, at least a little bit from a weather perspective. But again, he is the number one receiver on a team that is going to have all day to throw. They moved Shamar Stewart, by the way, to IR, and then Henderson's not going to play. So I think he's dust, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's done. I don't think it's going to matter because he's going to have all day to throw the ball. And DK Metcalf, if he can't get to 53 yards in this game, then this offense has a massive problem because everybody has diced this defense for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the weather, right? Is that going to affect the deep ball for Rodgers? He should be the dude. Calvin Austin keeps dropping footballs. I imagine that Rodgers is going to just stop throwing to him at some point. Freiermuth sitting third on the list with 26.5 yards expectation from a receiving total. I bet T. Higgins over 57.5. You got to think Pittsburgh put the tape on and saw the 23 targets to Jamar Chase and said, guys, let's not let that happen again. Like, let's just double Jamar and see what we can do with T. Higgins and everything else inside this offense. I think T. Higgins likely to get much less attention and much more of it on Jamar Chase because of the last game. So I like the T. Higgins over 57.5 receiving yards.
You know, Mike, this has just been a middling defense over on the Pittsburgh side as well. And you look, starting corner out in Darius Slay, Alex Highsmith, Cole Holcomb, 2 starting linebackers out for Pittsburgh as well. I wonder if I was even tempted on Pittsburgh if you don't just play them out. I mean, if I was tempted on Cincinnati, that you just don't play them out, right?
Oh, 100%.
Right? Like, they're because it's either going to work or it's not, right? And then if that's the case, then they probably win the game.
Well, I think that we have seen the last couple weeks that every Bengals game has high variance, right? I mean, that's like the last 3 weeks, wildly variant football games, all come down to the final possessions, points back and forth. All of that could be in play again here today. Again, like, to me, this is, if you like the over, you're looking at if you like the dog, you're looking at the money line. If you like the dog, I think this game goes over. I don't think you see Cincinnati win a 17-13 game, Matt. I think this has to be played in the high 20s if Cincinnati wins. So I think there's some ways that you can kind of correlate around your opinion depending on what that opinion is.
If you're ready to boost your bankroll, Brocco's giving new depositors 50% bonus up to $750 in Brocco cash. Just use the promo code VEASAN when you sign up. Brocco's lines are actually over on the betting splits page at VEASAN.com as well, so you can see where the action is moving before you take a bet there. Turn your bonus into an edge with insight that matters. Go to playbrocco.com today. Use the promo code VEASAN, VSIN. 14-0 now, Utah over Baylor. We'll keep you updated on Ole Miss and Florida as well as Georgia and Texas. Keep running through these NFL games. Come on back.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4...
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realise that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behaviour after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. FSN's Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair, Samir Shah, has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
$120. That's less than $20 a month. Go to VEASAN.com/subscribe.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich running through each and every NFL game. Also keeping you updated on what's going on out there in the world of college football as we see a field goal up and good. And Texas on the board, 3-0 over Georgia.
Yeah, long sustained drive for the Longhorns. They're able to take the opening kick and burn almost 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes off the clock. 8:53 left in the first quarter. 3-0 Texas. Georgia about to get the football back for the first time. UCLA got the football first against Ohio State. They went 3 and out. Ohio State marched right down the field. They're up 7-0 and now have the football back. Baylor on the board as they make it 14-7. Utah still in the lead there. 12 minutes left in the second quarter.
Arch Manning, 4 of 5 for 31 yards there on that opening drive. Wisner, 5 carries for 30 yards on that opening drive. Again, could not get in the end zone, had to settle for 3.
And it has fallen apart down there at Ole Miss. It is now 21-10. There must have been something that just happened because it was 14-10 just a moment ago. So we'll have to see what happened here to give Florida an additional touchdown, as I thought Ole Miss had the football. So we'll have to keep an eye on that game with what is going on, as it's now saying 21-10. I don't know if that's correct.
Okay, maybe that's not correct.
Yeah, you're seeing the same thing I am, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think so. We'll keep you updated.
Yeah,
we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, score bugs have not been our friend.
They haven't been wonderful.
Yeah.
Actually, they've been fairly inaccurate.
Yeah. Unfortunate when you're trying to, update people on scores.
It would help to be right.
It was better. All right, so let's get into the next game here. That is Houston and Tennessee. The Texans currently anywhere from it's pretty much 5.5. There's 1-6, but it's pretty much 5.5 out there. 37.5, the prevailing total. The big news here, C.J. Stroud not going to play. It is going to be Davis Mills under center for the Texans on the road against Tennessee. Tennessee is coming out of a bye. This is certainly going to have some survivor implications. As we know, anyone that didn't have the Patriots available to play on Thursday is going to have a choice to make, and this is one of the choices. And I had to do that. I had to make the click, unfortunately. And we talked through it though. Davis Mills knew he was. C.J. Stroud didn't practice on Wednesday, and when he didn't walk through on Wednesday, you knew that he wasn't going to play. So Davis Mills knew he was going to start. Got a full week of prep, knowing he's the starter, working, trying to get some chemistry with the dudes, with the first teamers and all of that. And at the end of the day, it is the worst team in the NFL.
It is the worst offense in the NFL, facing the best defense in the NFL. I understand you have a backup quarterback. I get everything else. This is still, in my mind, the top defense against the worst offense. You do have Calvin Ridley coming back for this Titans team. I'm not sure that makes enough of a difference to be able to slow them down. I thought Woody Marks actually looked like he had a little juice. We saw this Texans offense get going last week, putting up 36. Now, there was a defensive score in there, but still ended up with 36 on the board. This is also a rematch of a game which ended 26-0. I bet the Texans. I don't trust this. I actually liked how Davis Mills played. We talked about this when Joe Flacco came in, and all of a sudden he's just getting rid of the football quickly. Every single opportunity he got. Davis Mills just quickly getting rid of the football. I think that is a huge positive for this Texans team, because he should be able to just get the ball out, get it to whoever he can, and be able to move the football. I think Woody Marks has a decent game here. This Titans is just a dead team walking to me. I'll lay the 5.5.
Yeah, they are last or second to last in just about all of the offensive statistics that we look at whenever we reference stuff to everybody out there. Yep. So if you hear us mention anything, whether it be success rate or EPA per play or, pass rate over expectation, which usually for a team like that is bad because that means you've had to abandon the run because you're losing and all that. Like they are down here. Completion CPOE, which is completion percentage over expectation. They are last because,
Cam Ward hasn't been
good. Yeah, and so
their offensive line isn't good. To Cam Ward's credit, like this is he has nothing helping him right now.
Yeah, and so again, it was a tough click, but it's the position that I was in, and honestly, I think if I was betting this thing, I would have to lay the 5.5.
Yeah, I think the Texans the right side. I feel like I'm getting a discount because there is no C.J. Stroud, and I'm not sure if C.J. Stroud missing actually matters very much.
Chicago on the road at Minnesota. This is 2.5-3 in favor of the Vikings at home. It is juiced, so we could see this turn to 3 at a lot of other places out there. 48.5 is our total. Mike, I said this on Wednesday. I'm going to say this again. The Vikings about really the only team outside of Baltimore that I don't feel like I have a great beat on. All of the stats that we like to look at don't really matter because they don't apply to J.J. McCarthy, and J.J. He's playing quarterback, and that's the most important position in all sports. So kind of hard for me to really accurately gauge what this Vikings team is.
Yeah, they're one of the tougher reads because the defense hasn't been as consistent as we saw last year either. We've seen some very good and very bad games from this Vikings defense. We know they're going to be blitz happy. We know they're going to try and put pressure on Caleb Williams, bring in multiple people to the house, and we'll see if they're able to get home, because that's going to be a big part of this. Is can they consistently put pressure on Caleb Williams, or is he going to find time to be able to throw? If he gets time, I do think they're going to have success in the back end of this offense. And I think it's important to reference that Ben Johnson has faced this Vikings defense multiple times the last couple of years when he was at Detroit. So he understands how to prep and what he is going to get here from the Vikings on the defensive side. J.J. McCarthy, I thought, was better 2 weeks ago than he was at the start of the season. He regressed again last week. He was holding on to the football too long again. He didn't look as confident. He wasn't getting the ball out on time. You saw Justin Jefferson starting to get frustrated last week as well. I don't know how to rate this Vikings team. I have not bet the game. If I did, I'd be taking the 3 with the Bears. I don't hate the over, but I didn't get to the window on that either. So I probably am not going to have a bet on this game.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this game is, now granted it was a long time ago that they played, but we know what the Vikings love to do on the defensive side, which is they blitz, and they blitz a ton, right? But they did not do that in the first meeting with the Bears, and actually blitzed on a season low rate for them against this Bears team. And the more you dig in, Mike, is what you find out is, weirdly, Caleb Williams is good against the blitz because he is more apt to run. Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily that he is throwing the ball better against the blitz and all of that, but what it does do is he's a pretty athletic guy, and he's got good wheels. They don't do design runs for him really, and he doesn't really pull the trigger when he's not getting blitzed. But when he is getting blitzed, he's actually 5th in EPA in the NFL, which is, you would never think that about Caleb Williams, but you go and you dig in further, and it's because almost all of his scramble yards come whenever they're blitzing and they don't get home. And then he takes off, and in the open field, he's pretty dangerous.
And quarterback scramble is one of the highest EPA plays that you have.
Yeah.
So when you're able to move the football with the quarterback's legs, generally those are plays that produce points because you're going to get significant gains on the ground. I'll be interested to see how this defense decides to play Caleb in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
I understand where you're coming from on that situation where like they did not bring the heat consistently. At the same time, it feels like Flores may try and change things up and may try and be a little more blitz happy in this situation. We've seen him just want to blitz time after time. I think the focus really is the Vikings offense, though. This is not a good Bears defense. I'm not sure the Vikings offense is going to be able to get to them. And that to me is where this game will be won or lost, is whether or not the Vikings are able to put up points.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know if they can or not. I don't know if J.J. McCarthy's good or not.
That's the key. Like how you grade out McCarthy completely changes your Minnesota number.
So I think I am lower on him and this team than everybody out there. There was a 3 out here behind us at Circa. I put it in. It wasn't one of the most confident bets that I made this week, and certainly not one of the more confident bets I've made this season. A little bit lower on the stake side of everything. I think that a full field goal is too much, but I'm willing to admit that I don't have a great grasp on this Vikings team, which is why I kind of stuck my toe in as opposed to like diving in head first.
Did you think about just playing the money line?
No, because I do feel like this could be this one I do kind of feel like could be 3.
And it feels like because I have so little confidence in my Vikings number, it feels like there's variance afoot.
Yes.
Right? Where you could just say, well, McCarthy stinks, the Bears win outright.
Right.
And I don't hate the idea of just taking the money line if you believe in the Bears here.
Carolina's on the road at Atlanta. This is 3.5 in favor of the Falcons at home. 42 is the total. And really, you just have to ask yourself, are the Falcons 3.5 points better than anybody?
Oh, I know you hate the Falcons. I was kind of hoping that you would take the Falcons in Survivor.
Oh, yeah, so they could just eliminate me every single one
of the entries. It goes down to the Falcons. Yeah. This was a 30-0 game in Carolina where the Panthers absolutely dominated the Falcons. The Falcons looked terrible last week. I can't bet the Falcons. I can't lay the 3.5. It would be Panthers or pass for me. I think there are significant edges on the Panthers' run game against this Falcons defense. And the Penix experiment, let's just say, has not gone well in my mind at this point. This is a Falcons team that should be able to run the football, but it's a Carolina defense that's been much better against the run than what I expected coming into the season. I don't see a reason why that magically regresses here. I think there are matchup advantages for the Panthers on both sides of the ball. I also think that 3.5 is right.
I do too.
I don't think this should be 5.5. I don't think this should be 6. I think this should be 3.5. And I don't really want to bet this game.
No, I don't really want to watch this game, to be honest with you.
Another reason not to bet it.
Exactly. I don't even want to watch this game. This is one of the ones you could, put on a rocket and fire into the sun. Do not have any interest in Atlanta and Carolina. Do have an interest, though, in letting you know that you can get up to $250 in sign-up bonuses if you go in and use a promo code VSiN250 over at First Bet. That is where we bet horses. Then is where you should as well. Download the First Bet app, or you can go to firstbet.com, stbet.com, sign up, deposit, VSiN250 is your code, and you're going to get up to $250. It is better than the stock option out there. That's what we're doing for you here with our partners over at First Bet. So firstbet.com or the First Bet app, VSiN250. And go in there and start betting some horses along with Mike Somich.
Fire!
You
get the live video from anywhere.
Or along with me.
Your kid's soccer game.
Trifecta King over here.
Get your little crown.
I'm going to change my Twitter handle.
Oh,
Trifecta King.
Unbelievable.
More NFL when we come back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside, just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200 to $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than...
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Winds out of the east, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tomorrow, 62. Lows around 42 tomorrow night. Low 60s Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 52 degrees.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
Here's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Call it the foul.
The home of 24/7 sports talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
Where the sharp money is headed. Upgrade to VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Rocking and rolling here. VSiN, the sports betting network. Going through all of these NFL games, getting bets in our account, telling you about the bets we already have. Looking at these statistics and firing some games into the sun. That's what we're doing here, Mike Summage.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. We do have a bunch of scoring. Baylor 7, Utah 21, and there's still a lot of time left in the second quarter.
Plenty of time here. Yeah. About 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. Utah has the ball, 2nd and 12, right around midfield. Props to the Georgia offense, who moves right down the field against the Texas defense. Takes them about 4.5 minutes to get into the end zone on a 9-play drive. 7-3, Georgia, 4:12 left in the first quarter. Ohio State tacks on a field goal to make it 10-0, and we are just in a track meet. Just a track meet at Florida Ole Miss. As Florida now has 21 points after they just hit, 20 extra point pending, after they just hit a long pass play for a touchdown, 57 yards, right after Ole Miss hit a 43-yarder to the house. So 20-17 extra point pending there. Florida Ole Miss, cash your overs. I think this is low 50s if I remember correctly.
Did he stay in? They try to push him out. It looks, yes, he does.
Nice footwork.
His name's not Turbo, though.
No, his name is not Turbo.
Sturdivant.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to try.
Yeah. Sturdivant. It's not Turbo. It's not Turbo Sturdivant. It's just something else. So extra point pending, as you said, but lined up for it right now to try to take a 4-point lead against the number 7 team in the country, 9-1 Ole Miss. And this is, like you said, just been a track meet.
Yeah, it's just back and forth. We saw a bad Ole Miss turnover, which set up the second Florida touchdown. Now you just get back-to-back big plays by these two offenses. You got to be disappointed if you're this Ole Miss defense, because this is not a Florida offense that has exactly been all that great. And you look at the Ole Miss stats, Chambliss 11 for 12, 137 and a touchdown. Lacey 12 for 87 and a touchdown. You feel like you should probably be ahead, considering we still have 7 minutes left in the second quarter, and you have a very good games going from your quarterback and running back.
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome statistical breakdown whenever we get done with this one, if this keeps up the way that it is going right now, for sure. Okay, Mike, let's continue on here with these games, and we've got to talk about this one because this one is just super, super interesting to me. I think you have this one in your account. I do not, and I'm very curious as to your breakdown of the Chargers on the road at Jacksonville. This is a full field goal in favor of the Chargers. 43.5 to 44 is our total. They travel across the country, all of that stuff, yada, yada, yada. We get Jacksonville loses Travis Hunter for the season. You got the Chargers losing Joe Alt, which, by the way, was already filling in for your starting left tackle. So not good there as well. And doesn't seem to bother you, though.
This is similar to your Vikings play,
okay,
where I'm not like pounding the table to back up the Brinks truck on the Chargers here. I do like them at -3 plus 100, though. You can get them even money -3. You probably can get a 2.5 if you wait around before game time tomorrow. And look, I have been consistently lower on Trevor Lawrence than the market.
Mm-hmm.
I still believe that he is being overrated.
You have been consistent in this, though.
Yeah, I've been yes. Carrying the Trevor Lawrence is not that good of a quarterback flag for about 2 years now. And I think I've been proven correct so far. Just throwing it out there. This is a Jags defense that was very good early in the season because they were turning people over. Since they stopped turning people over, they've been the 30th ranked defense in multiple major categories. I just look at this and I see a situation where I've got the better defense, I've got the better quarterback, I've got the better weapons, I've got a huge not a huge, but I have a head coach advantage as well. I understand we're traveling. That's the big concern here. But this isn't a Jaguars pass rush that I'm overly scared of, especially with Herbert, who's going to be the quarterback here for the Chargers in the backfield and his mobility, despite the ankle injury that he sustained last week. I just kept going back to this where my numbers have the Chargers -3.5, and I kind of agree with it when I do the eye test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the big mismatch in this one is it is the defense of the Chargers versus the offense of the Jags. I mean, this Chargers defense has been much better than I thought they were going to be. I thought I didn't think they were going to be bad. I thought middle of the pack. I just assumed kind of middle of the pack. They are playing above their talent level, but it's not anything that is unsustainable, because if you look at their season-long stats, it almost mirrors what you've gotten from them from the last month as well, right? So it's like they've been good all season long, and then over the last month, that has also continued. So there's nothing really fake about what they've been doing.
No, and you've got that good interior run stuffer in Tart. You now have Mack back on the outside to be able to provide a pass rush. They've gotten healthier in the defensive side. I just, every time I go through this game, I end up saying, yeah, I think it should be 3.5, 4. And I realize 3 and 3.5, not a huge edge, but it's a key number.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up going in the account because the last part of this that pushes me over, I think this Jaguars team is a fraud. I think this Chargers team is legit, and I very much think there's a huge quarterback advantage here as well.
You get the starting nickel, and Jordan Lewis is out for the Jags. Your right tackle, and Anton Harrison is out for the Jags as well. So, and then even if Brian Thomas plays, he's been janky. Mm-hmm. So, I think advantage, even though I know we've lost some offensive linemen for the season, but you get what I'm saying. Of the people that are available to play, I think advantage Chargers from an injury perspective.
Yeah, I agree. I like every single one of these position groups on the Chargers more than the Jags, except for the offensive line.
What could be, in any other week, would be the obvious game of the week, but we got some bangers this week for sure. So Seattle's on the road against the Rams. This is a 3.5 point spread, depending on where you look. 48.5 to 49 is our total. You guys, if you were here with us Wednesday when we do our power ratings, you will know the Rams moved up to number 1 for me. Seattle moved up to number 1 for Mike. So these are two teams, by the way, both in the top 5 for us. So this is a matchup of top 5 teams according to us. And with that, Mike, you can get on the other side of a field goal, and I think that's too much for me to pass up. I took the 3.5.
Sign me up. Give me the Seahawks plus 3.5. Like you mentioned, they're not my number 1 team. I have the Rams as number 2, so it's not like I'm far off. But at the same time, when I have 1 versus 2 and I'm catching 3.5 with the 1, I'm almost always going to be betting the 1, despite being on the road here.
And what's the Rams' home field advantage worth anyway?
It's one of the smallest in my range. I think I'm at 0.78 right now for the Rams' home field.
I was going to say,
it's not even a full point. In my opinion,
probably not even a point. Yeah, it's probably not even a point. And so it for me, if all things are equal. So again, and like you said, so other than the fact that this is not a neutral field game, but I don't expect it to be a massive home field game, so you could almost look at it as if it was kind of like a neutral field game. So I have, yes, the Rams are my number 1 team, but Seattle's 3. They are not 3.5 points apart. No. And if I'm not doing the home field advantage thing, which I'm not, I don't think the Rams have hardly any home field advantage at all, then this is just an auto bet for me. I'm getting the other side of a field goal.
Yeah, and you could say, okay, well, the secondary, specifically a little issue there is you're not going to have Love. He's on the IR for Seattle back there, and you're a little worried about the cornerbacks against this wide receiver group. They've been rushing the passer like champions up there in Seattle. I mean, both interior and exterior pass rush consistently. That's helped out this secondary. This defense, I have them, and I might be high on them, but I've got them as the number 2 defense in the NFL right now. I think they're going to be able to at least slow down the Rams. And I go to the other side, and I realize the Rams defense has been very good. I still think that you have advantages on the other side of the ball if Darnold plays well. And that's the one concern, right? Is this one of the Darnold pumpkin games that we saw late at the season last year? Because there are very similar spots here, right? Like the last year with that Lions game against the Vikings, it's that interdivision game on the road. Are you going to be able to step up in a huge spot? That's the really main issue for me in this game. And I trust Sam Darnold during the regular season, especially at this point, more than I don't trust him. And so I like the 3.5 with Seattle here.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Seattle stuff. Yes, Love is on IR, but outside of that, every other player on defense don't even have a designation this week.
Yep.
Like everyone is back, not only healthy and playing, but they're not even designated. So Witherspoon was on the injury report every single week. Reek Woolen was on the injury report every single week. Eamon Worry was on the injury report every single week. Nothing this week, not even any sort of designation.
They're all back. They're all healthy. Yeah. And that's the nice part about having, they've got multiple good cornerbacks up there because they've got Jobe, they've got Woolen, they've got Witherspoon, they've got good pieces in the secondary. This is a complete team. And I think Mike McDaniel has been phenomenal for them. Mike McDonald, I'm sorry, has been phenomenal for them up there in Seattle since taking over as head coach.
If they would have just fired McDaniels, then we wouldn't have to worry about this anymore because it would just be McDonald and we would know whatever in our brain. Yeah.
Do you think if he gets fired, Seattle hires him as an OC?
I mean, that would be horrific.
Right? Yeah, that would be. I would mess that up about 3 times a show.
That would be horrific. Please don't do that, Seattle.
I think Kubiak is happy being up there, although he's probably going to be up for some head coaching jobs.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just my numbers. I can't not take the 3.5. I can't not take the 3.5.
It's the same with the Bucs. Like I just can't get to 6 with the Bucs. I can't get to 3.5 in this game. If this was 2.5, probably wouldn't bet it.
Probably pass. Yeah, I'm just.
At 3, I was going to bet it. At 3.5, I'm definitely going to bet it.
Guys, it is the last week for you to take advantage of our Equinox special. You've heard us talk about it here. Every single thing that we do at VSiN.com, $120 now until May the 1st. You can get those articles that we put up every single day, handicapping everything out there in the sports world. Yes, you don't have time to do college basketball and NBA and hockey and all that, but we're helping you out along the way. We get those projections as well, matchup tools, and of course the video feed. VSiN.com/subscribe. $120 American dollars. Everything we do now until May the 1st, but this is going away. You got to get at it today.
Has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay,
Stellig Law Firm of Grand Island is committed to assisting clients throughout Nebraska. Stellig Law Firm is a full-service law firm that specializes in estate planning, probate, and personal injury. Stellig Law Firm takes the time to listen and understand each client's personal needs. To schedule your individual appointment, call 308-675-4035. Stellig Law Firm is located at 724 West Koenig Street in Grand Island. A call today will secure your tomorrow.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at MidwestFarmManagement.com.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tri Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's food truck, and Sweet Herb Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the number one sports station because you make the phones light up.
Since 1946, Cully Pipe & Steel continues to meet the pipe and steel needs of greater Nebraska and Kansas. Cully Pipe & Steel is a one-stop shop for all of your pipe and steel needs. Cully Pipe & Steel stocks a wide variety of steel and plumbing products, from custom steel products to structural steel, rebar fabrication, steel fabrications, and retail and wholesale plumbing parts and fixtures. Remember, Cully Pipe & Steel of Hastings. They're located at 405 West South Street and the plumbing showroom at 300 South Colorado in Hastings.
C is better at sustaining longer drives and has survived the league's toughest schedule. Bet the Chiefs -3.5. The Sports Equinox is here. Celebrate the best time of year for bettors with the VSiN Sports Equinox special. Get full VSiN Pro access through May 1st for only $120. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We are coming to you from the world's largest sports book here in Las Vegas, where the action is starting to pick up. Mike Summich, you stepped outside of the studio here and said it's buzzing out there.
Yeah, I ran to the bathroom, and it was cutting it a little close when I got back. I got to admit, I'm surprised that there's that many people out there, but we got a good college football slate that we're running through as we see Georgia get into the end zone, stretch out their lead to over 2 possessions against the Texas Longhorns there. We've got a 28-10 lead for Utah right now. We've got a back-and-forth battle down there at Ole Miss as well. So a lot of fun football, and we're setting up for the contest show. We're going to find out who everyone took in Survivor and Millions in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, 21-17 Florida over Ole Miss at the 2-minute mark of the first half. So that's it. Ole Miss has the ball driving down there in field goal range as we sit right now. We'll see if they can get more than that. As you mentioned, Georgia kicking the extra point here to go up 14-3 over Texas, 12:49 left in the first half. We said it's buzzing out there. You know who else is going to be buzzing? We got somebody drinking a tall boy hard Mountain Dew out there. They're going to be buzzing here in just a second.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before. And she's out there just taking it down.
Tall boy.
I think it's the first time she's ever had one because, I saw her take a sip and then she looked at it.
It's kind of like it's the feeling out process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, is this something I really want to be drinking right now? And apparently the answer is yes, because she's still drinking it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall boy, man. I'm telling you right now.
It hits hard.
We might have to.
No,
we might have to partake.
No. What do we even put into Mountain Dew to make it taste good, booze wise?
You know what we didn't do is go buy cards. We should have went and bought cards.
I'm good.
After
your results, I'm not sure I want to get involved in those things.
No, that's why we just got to get them here. That's all. San Francisco 49ers are on the road at the Arizona Cardinals. I would say the battle of the backups, but technically Brock Purdy's the starter.
I mean, technically Brissett's a starter too now.
Yeah, that's true. So Jacoby Brissett going to be going for Arizona. Purdy going to be going for San Francisco. This is 3.5 in favor of the 49ers. 48.5 is the prevailing total.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall going to be back for the 49ers as they're getting healthier on the offensive side. I took the over here, 48. I think both of these offenses have advantages against the defense. We've seen the San Francisco defense just be annihilated by injuries. Still no form of a pass rush there. The secondary not very good. The linebacking unit an issue for them. I realize we're missing pieces for this Cardinals offense. It's going to be Michael Wilson as the number 1 wide receiver. Don't mind him in fantasy or DFS if you're looking for him. But I think Trey McBride has an opportunity to have a huge game here. And I look on the other side. I think San Francisco able to exploit this Arizona defense as well. I think 48's low.
Diamador Lenore is the only starter actually on the 49ers side with the designation, and he is questionable in this one. So if you've been riding this wave with the 49ers all season, I mean, I understand you've already lost people for the season, but if you at least from a game-to-game basis, you're like, wow, only one guy?
That's
this is
great.
awesome. Yeah, this is amazing for us right now in this thing. So look, I think it's probably right. The only thing that I don't know is I don't know if Purdy is an upgrade or not.
I think it depends on what his actual health status is, as well as Mac Jones, because Mac Jones is getting more and more dinged up every game he played for this San Francisco team. I think he's going to be fine. Like that's kind of my overall opinion on the San Francisco offense, is that whatever pieces you move around are going to be okay and produce as long as McCaffrey is in there, because he is that one Swiss Army knife that's going to be able to consistently help this Niners team move the football. With all the injuries San Francisco's had, McCaffrey has been the one consistent. He's been able to stay in that lineup game in and game out. I think he gives them an advantage offensively here, especially when now you get Pearsall back. You've got Kittle in this lineup. I think they're effective moving the football, and I think the Cardinals are as well. Again, I think 48 is low here. When this went from 48.5 to 48, it got into my account.
Yeah, the Cardinals, of course, without Marvin Harrison this week. He is dealing with an appendectomy that he had, so apparently only going to be out a week, but is going to be out this week. Your right tackle, Jonah Williams, is out on the Arizona side as well. Did play a little sprinkle of Michael Wilson in the whole someone has to catch the ball line of thinking here in this. So did play some Michael Wilson. I get it. Not great that your right tackle is out. Your right guard is actually questionable as well, and Will Hernandez and all of that, Mike. I get it. But listen, Trey McBride is going to get.
Should.
Okay, yes, should. Trey McBride should get 12-plus targets in this game.
Yes, he also should get doubled consistently in this game.
But there will be opportunities for someone else, and I think that someone else is Michael Wilson. So it took me some Michael Wilson. I don't think it's going to be Greg Dortch.
I've heard the Dortch rumor, the rumblings out there. He's sitting at 31.5 on the reception yards prop. I agree with you. I think Wilson at 45.5 is an interesting one. I'm in a fantasy matchup where I'm facing a bunch of injuries. Wilson was the pickup that I made because you're getting a pretty weak 49ers defense here. And you're getting a Cardinals team that has been able to move the football despite some issues last week against Seattle. So I think Michael Wilson is the look you want at 45.5 if you're looking to play over on anybody in this game on the reception prop side. But again, the total for me was just, it was, as soon as we hit 48, it was a pretty easy one to get in the account.
They are showing a slow motion replay of the little chippy field goal that Ole Miss had to settle for. Lane Kiffin seems to be upset, so I'm guessing they said it was no good. It must have been one of those went over the pole.
Oh, I didn't even see.
It must have been. Oh no, it's good. It was good.
He must. Or
maybe that was Florida's. I can't see again. It's
no, that was Kiffin.
It was.
Yeah, that was Kiffin. Big return for University of Texas called back by a hold here. So instead of having the ball on Georgia's side of the field, they're going to start inside their own 10-yard line, down 14-3, 12:40 left there in the first quarter.
That coachless Florida team is up by 1 right now over at Ole Miss, 21-20 there in that one, 1:52 left in the first half. Okay, Baltimore and Cleveland. This is 7.5 everywhere. So 7.5 in favor of the Ravens. 38.5 is the prevailing total here in this one. We did get a DNP on Wednesday from Lamar Jackson, and it was listed as a knee. It was not the hamstring that kept him out, but gets back to practice. He's going to play. He's going to start. We don't have to worry about all of that, but just something to keep in mind. It was a knee. It wasn't the hamstring, so it's something new.
Yep.
Things that maybe early on in the game here, I don't want to say definitely play Lamar unders because he might get out there and just look like Lamar. But the beauty of the live betting, you used to couldn't even come close to betting props live, and now everybody lets you do it. Mike, with the eyeball test here, we'll be in here. It's an afternoon game. We'll remind everybody again tomorrow. But if he does not look like himself, that might be an opportunity for us to kind of jump in on the under from a rushing standpoint.
Oh, 100%. I think you have to keep an eye on Lamar. I don't think this is a game where he wants to run the football either. Like, you're not going to see the designed runs called in this spot for Lamar Jackson because they are a 7.5-point favorite. It is a Cleveland team that you would expect the offense is going to struggle against a Ravens defense that is getting a lot healthier here as well. Man, I wanted to play the Ravens here. I did not bet them. Mm-hmm. It's not in my account. We may see a 7 tomorrow, which may adjust the line of thinking here. I think this is an interesting teaser game if you want to go in that direction as well, but For me, this one was just tough to get into the account, especially at the 7.5. I agree with you on the Lamar props. Take a look at what he is doing early in that game and decide if you want to get on the rushing under.
No Rashad Bateman for the Ravens in this one. So if you believe in Zay Flowers, if you believe they try to get DeAndre Hopkins going a little bit more, or maybe they just keep this thing on the ground, like that's the other thing. So I don't really know where it's going to go, which is why, again, I haven't landed on any props either.
I think the plan is to try and keep it on the ground. Mm-hmm. And if you're able to run the football against this defense, you would love to just have a game that moves pretty quickly and you win 21-6, something like that, and just move along, right? And that's why we're seeing the total sitting here at 38 right now. We're in Cleveland, so another game that you got to keep an eye weather-wise on. Right now, it looks like we're going to have 25-mile-per-hour winds sustained with gusts up to 35. So that tells you even more that Baltimore is going to want to try and keep this ball on the ground. I think, again, everything points toward the under here at 38 if you want to look at that direction. It's already factored in. When we get to a Saturday and we're talking about weather, especially wind, it's already factored into the total that this has been bet down. And so I'm late to the party here to bet the under, so I'm not going to go there. But I understand why people want to come in on the under here with the conditions and the fact that Baltimore probably doesn't want to play a very long back-and-forth football game.
A game that I don't have a bet in and I don't think is going to be necessarily fireworks for all the reasons that you mentioned is a game that I am going to be paying a lot of attention to because I want to see what this Ravens team looks like.
I still, if this wasn't the Browns, I would be taking the points. Mm-hmm. I still believe that this Ravens team is not back to the team that everyone expected at the start of the season. I go back to the game 2 weeks ago against Miami. That wasn't that impressive of a win for Baltimore, despite what the score said. Miami had plenty of opportunities in the first half to be able to make that game much closer. Even last week for Baltimore, I wasn't overly impressed with what they were able to do when they were able to get the win against a Vikings team that you had the bad J.J. McCarthy coming out. This is another spot where I can't find a spot to bet against this Ravens team. And it's interesting, you look forward, there really isn't one, which is frustrating because it's after this, it's versus the Jets, versus the Bengals, versus the Steelers. I wish that they were playing a team that I liked and I could go ahead and take some points against them because it's still not that full Baltimore team, but they're playing teams that they still should be able to handle their business against.
I am not an arch apologist. Anybody that's listened to all of this, I can tell you, he has been the victim of, just anecdotally, I've seen 3 already, and I'm not even watching every single play.
One of them was a deep ball where they should have been on the 5 of Texas or of Georgia. Instead, they punted from about midfield.
Getting no help whatsoever. People are going to look, depending on how the score goes, people are going to look, see, Archman, or it's like, nah, man.
Good news. Cash that plus 210 on the Wild minus a goal and a half. They win 2-0.
Kansas City, Denver, Detroit, and Philly when we come back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Winds out of the east, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tomorrow, 62. Lows around 42 tomorrow night. Low 60s Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 52 degrees.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at MidwestFarmManagement.com.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier you with Highland's range of yogurts, smoothies, flavored milk, and cottage cheese. For parents with picky eaters and trendsetters looking to jump on the revival of cottage cheese, Highland has what you need to hit your protein goals. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab, 207 South Burlington, is the place for all your rehabilitation needs. PTSR offers a wide variety of services, including orthopedic, neurological, and sports injury rehabilitation. A certified hand specialist is available for the more delicate upper extremity injuries. Warm, aquatic therapy, and balance training is also available. PTSR has a strong industrial services division, providing physical and functional capacity testing, as well as drug and alcohol screening. Please visit our website, ptsrhastings.com.
Bored of the same old sports coverage? Get on the cutting edge of sports with Extreme Sports.
That ball hammered deep toward left into the well. That ball is gone!
The biggest plays, breaking news, and we can't forget the best sports talk.
Let's be great! Let's be great!
We are Extreme Sports.
The Raiders, as always, joined by a stacked guest list, including Marty Herney, Lorenzo Alexander, and Will Hill. It's VSiN by the books, Monday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
14-3 Georgia over Texas, and as we said going to break, Arch Manning's pass catcher's doing him no favors there in that one. The track meet continues over at Baylor.
Yeah, they just keep scoring.
28-17 now in the first half.
Yeah, 4 seconds left. So we are about to be at the break, but Utah looking like they're going to go into the break up 11 there as a last-second touchdown for Baylor cuts the game a little bit closer. Still 24 seconds left in the first quarter. Florida 21, Ole Miss 20. Florida has the football right around the Ole Miss 20-yard line, so they're looking to tack on to their lead heading into the break. And Georgia facing a 2nd and 11, throws the ball downfield. It falls incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 11 there, 8:56 left in the second quarter. They're right around their own 20-yard line, so Texas trying to get the football back here, down 14-3.
The Chiefs are on the road at the Broncos. This is 4.5 in favor of Kansas City. 44.5 to 45 is the prevailing total here in this one. Kansas City coming out of the bye. That said, Isaiah Pacheco not going to be able to make it back for them here in this one. Mike Samich and this Denver Broncos team, I feel guilty. I'm going to cash all of these tickets that I have on them. And I feel guilty.
I don't know if you're going to give cash a division winner.
I don't feel like I deserve any of the monies. But again,
take it.
It's win is a win is a win, but they have been ugly. And this offense in particular has been ugly.
Yes, it has. And they're going to face quite a test here taking on Kansas City. Now, they are at home, and this has been interesting to just see how this line has reacted all week, because we have seen money come in on both sides at different times of the week as this line has been at 3.5. We saw it as high as 4.5, 5 at one point as well for Kansas City. Right now sitting at 4 at Circa and 4.5 over at DraftKings. And I kind of have been both sides of this game at different points this week. At one point, I'm like, you know what? I want Kansas City. You got Andy Reid off the bye. The whole narrative thing's there. This defense should be able to hold the Broncos offense down. You've got missing Pat Surtain. That means Rice should have a big game. You've got other pieces inside this Kansas City offense that should be successful. I also kind of want to see it because I didn't love what I saw in Buffalo going into the bye for this Kansas City Chiefs team. Now, I think they are better than what we saw that day, but I couldn't quite get to the window. And then I'm like, well, everyone's on Kansas City. Don't I kind of want to take the 4 here over a field goal? Because it feels like this is a field goal game. I ended up not betting it.
Yeah, it's just, I guess for me, and we expected to see at least a little bit of a downswing for this defense without Surtain being out there. You can see it has. I mean, it's not, this defense is still very good. And so I'm not like taking anything away from the defense. But what I am saying is it makes the game a whole lot easier when you have one dude that can go out there, take away a team's best player, and then you have the other 10 people to worry about the rest of the team, right? And they do not have that luxury anymore. And we've seen it over the last couple of weeks in which they've been able to, teams have been able to move the ball through the air against them where they were not with Surtain. So, like you said, 2 weeks to prepare for this, 2 weeks to figure out how the weaknesses in this defense now that he's not out there. It just, it's not in the account, man, but I don't think I could go any way other than the Chiefs. But again, I've not put it in there.
Well, here, let me ask you a question. What is the number one thing we are worried about with this Chiefs team?
I guess for me would be that we're going to see kind of what we saw before we went to the bye, which was Patrick Mahomes' lack of any time to throw the ball.
And what is the number one thing this Broncos defense does well?
Yeah, no, I mean,
they rush the passer. I mean, that is the one thing I keep going back to when I want to bet the Chiefs is, what if Mahomes is just harassed the entire game? What if this Broncos pass rush, which is one of the best, if not the best in the NFL, is consistently putting pressure on the Chiefs? Now, they get Josh Simmons back in this spot. That should help. But we don't know how much it's going to help, and we haven't been able to see him in the lineup to understand, from a metrics perspective, how much it will help this offensive line. And I just, that's what keeps keeping me off the Chiefs side of this.
Yeah, it is super interesting. I mean, I'm fascinated to watch this, though, for sure. Because this is kind of the prove it game for the Chiefs where everyone's like, you know, it's still going to be the Chiefs. You get that, right? Like, it's still inevitable. It's going to be the Chiefs. Like, they're going to make the Super Bowl again.
I mean, they better do it here.
It's just like that. This is a big game.
It's a huge game.
Yeah.
They're not in the playoffs if they start today.
Yeah.
They need to start winning some of these games. It can't just be, oh, well, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And I got to say, we have had some, I'm not going to say stinkers. We've had some tough afternoon slates. We've got a great one tomorrow. We're going to be on air for Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals, Niners, Ravens, Browns, and Chiefs, Broncos. This is going to be a very, very fun afternoon slate to be on. So make sure you join us out there so you can get some live props in your account.
And then we go to the evening contest. And this is, like I said, in any other week, we would have the no doubter game of the week whenever we're talking Seattle and the Rams. Instead, here we go with Detroit and Philly as well. 4 of my top 5 rated teams are playing each other this week, and they are doing so as 2.5 or 3-point dogs in this one. Are the Detroit Lions. 46.5 to 47 is our total. Mike Samich, I have a 3 in my account with the Lions, and I am never looking back on this, right? I mean, it's a deal where I kind of hope Philadelphia proves me wrong because I have so much future liability on Philadelphia, but man, it is. What is the worst unit out there on the field, and is going to be Philadelphia's offense? And this defense for the Lions has overachieved, and at this point, we just have to understand they're just a good defense.
And that's the funny part. The worst unit on paper is the Lions defense. Metrically, it's not. Metrically, it is that Philly offense, and it's not one that has been as explosive. You're going to hear all the narratives around Goff, outside, colder game. How is he going to handle this? How is he going to handle this Eagles defense? I have not bet this game yet. If we get a flat 3, I'm a little more interested in the Lions. It would be Lions or pass at 3 for me. It'd be Lions or pass at 2.5 for me. But again, not in the account because I'm fascinated to see what we get. And I'm not overly confident I know what I'm going to get out of both of these teams in this game. I have questions on the Lions offense. I have questions on the Eagles offense. So I haven't bet this one yet, but it would be Lions or pass for me if I was going to. And if we get to a flat 3, I probably end up with the Lions in my account.
Yeah, so for me, you look in this defense for the Lions has just been so incredibly impressive to me. Like, I can't believe what they were putting out on the field right now. And Mike, this offense for Philly leads the league in 3-and-out percentage. I mean, they're so great on 3rd and 4th and short, but they're not getting to 3rd and 4th and short. Like, they are 3-and-out at the highest rate in the NFL. I don't know if anything gets better with this whole A.J. Brown situation. I don't know if it matters, honestly, if it gets any better, because he's just been out there, I mean, like, he hasn't really made a difference in any of these games.
The problem is when it's been bad, it's been awful.
Yeah.
And you have these moments inside of some of these games where you're like, it's great, it's good. And you have the deep shots to Brown and the deep shots to Smith, and the offense moves the football, and every now and then Barkley breaks one. The consistency has been wildly inapparent for this Eagles offense. They just cannot be able to put drives together, put full games together. We see him play a half well and then not play a half well. This is one of those games where I just can't get a good feel. My numbers say it should be Eagles minus 2.8. So my numbers are like right where we are. And I would be Lions or pass. I can't quite get there.
So you have this Lions team, because of how good they are running the ball with those two guys, with those two running backs, that face a heavy box like at the 5th highest rate in the NFL. But the Eagles run heavy boxes at the 32nd highest rate. So I'm very curious to see if they change what they've been doing all season long on the defensive side and go in. And if not, the Lions take what you give them.
Yes.
And so if we get a bunch of light boxes here, this could be Jahmyr Gibbs, like, career day type stuff.
Well, you have to remember, too, that this is Dan Campbell taking over play calling. Mm-hmm. What does he want to do? He wants to establish a physical mentality specifically with that offensive line. He wants to run the football. If you're going to see soft boxes, he is going to try and consistently just run the ball down the line or down the Eagles' throats here. I'm not sure it's all that successful. I think that Montgomery's going to get quite a few looks here just as a more physical runner than Gibbs. Mm-hmm. You mentioned the Jameson Williams aspect of this earlier, as well as I know you like him over his prop. Yeah. We saw him get more intentionally used last game. If anything, that would be the route I would look for.
Yeah,
is the JMO over on his receiving yards. I do like the Lions. If I can get a 3 minus 110, I don't have that in my account. I have not been able to get it in my account yet. We'll see if that pops tomorrow. But this game is just a fascinating one to watch. It's not one where I have a just strong enough opinion to bet it.
Halftime 24-20 Florida over Ole Miss. Halftime 28-17 Utah over Baylor. 3 minutes from the half, Ohio State 17-0 over UCLA. Looks like they're going to be lining up for a field goal, is Ohio State. Try to make that 20-0. Georgia and Texas, 6 minutes left before the half. 14-3. Georgia at home over Texas. Texas does have the ball right now, 3rd and 4, so we'll see what they can get done. Do not go anywhere. The contest show coming up. What were the most popular plays in Millions? What was the most popular play over there in Survivor and in Grandissimo, where we have a $6.9 million prize pool, only 6 entries left.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable...
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realise that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behaviour, after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the contest show here on VSiN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich, joined as always, the man that makes it all happen here, Derek Stevens and Jeff Benson, the guy behind the counter. And guys, it is, we talked a little bit about this earlier in the program where Mike and I were kind of talking about these weeks. Very interesting that we have had, Derek, Thursday be such a prominent game this season.
It definitely makes you look at things a little differently. The last two Thursday night games have been very, very important.
Yeah, it is super interesting. Everybody tuning in wants to know just how many people were on the Patriots. Of course, they get it done, so they will move on. We'll get to that number here in just a little bit. But, Jeff, we start over in Million. We got the new quarter going last week, and let's get some selections here.
Yeah, it's week 11 in the Circa Sports Million Pro Football Contest. As you alluded to, this is week number 2 of quarter 3. As a reminder, this is a 4-week quarter. So week 10, week 11, week 12, and week 13. When we look at how the leaders did last week, there were 367 people who got off to a great start. They went 5-0. And then we had 1,107 people right behind them with 4-1 records. So certainly a contingent of about 1,500 people that got off to a really good start here in the third quarter. And then when you look, obviously at the overall contest as we kind of, turn, halfway, and people are vying for the $1 million prize. Potato Commish, who we spoke about last week, he still sits up top, 38-12. But he doesn't have a 3-game lead anymore. The people behind them, they've tightened things. Somebody right behind him at 37, somebody right behind him at 36. So the tightening at the top. And then when we look at the bottom and the booby prize and the $100,000 you're going to win for coming in last place, Guns Buttman is 11-39. So if he had gone opposite, he would be leading the contest. So it may be even easier to pick losers than it is how difficult it is to pick winners. So those are the two leaders respectively on either ends of the contest. and a lot to play for here in the last 7-8 weeks of the contest. So when you look at Week 11, the top 5 picks are as follows. The Vikings, -2.5. They're the most popular pick this week in the Circa Sports Million. They are taking on the Chicago Bears. The Vikings are at home. They're laying 2.5. 1,880 people, or almost 33.5% of the pool, backed the Vikings in this spot. The Chiefs checking in -3.5 off of a bye and on the road in a divisional matchup against the Denver Broncos. Chiefs are laying 3.5 in this spot, and 1,738 people backed the Chiefs, which was 31% of the pool. Working our way down, another favorite, the 49ers -3. They are taking on the Arizona Cardinals in a divisional matchup. 1,680 people backed the 49ers this week, which was almost 30% of the pool. The fourth most popular pick this week, we go overseas. Dolphins laying 2.5, taking on the Washington Commanders. 1,413 people, or a little more than 25% of the pool, backed the Miami Dolphins in this spot. And then lastly, Derek's Lions, +2.5. They check in on Sunday Night Football, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. 1,289 people backed Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions going on the road, which was 23% of the pool. So Vikings -2.5, Chiefs -3.5, 49ers -3, Dolphins -2.5, and the lone underdog, the Lions, +2.5. Those make up the top 5 most popular picks this week. When we work our way a little bit further down, 10 different teams got 1,000 selections or more, and 9 of the top 10 were favorites.
Start right at the top here, Derek, with the Vikings at -2.5. This has been a game that we've seen come out. We've seen it. When Matt and I talked about it, I feel like there's a high level of variance here because we're not exactly sure what we're going to get from J.J. McCarthy here. We're going to have to figure out what to expect from him. What have you guys seen in the book here with this Vikings?
Yeah, we opened the game as a 3. We initially saw a little bit of Viking money, but then it reverted back. It's been Bears money ever since Tuesday. So we're currently hanging the Vikings at 2.5. Not the heavily wagered game. Again, 3.5, 3 down to a 2.5.
I'm just sitting here still laughing that Jeff knew he was going to walk in here and have to say "guns, butt man." I'm just still sitting here giggling to myself. He's like, yeah, he's thinking about it walking in here. Guns, butt man.
You know, there's a few aliases every year that we have to turn away, and rightfully so. We let Guns, Buttman slide.
Guns, Buttman taking up the rear here. No pun intended. No. You know, with all of that. All right, so
well played.
Yes. Yeah, see. Okay, so Mike and I have a horrible time at trying to guess which teams are going to be popular in this contest. Like in Million, it is just so incredibly difficult for us to do that. Yet we did navigate only having one in the top 5 this week, Mike. I feel like it only took us 11 weeks to get good at this.
Yeah, we asked me the question. Thanks, buddy. We got it correct here with just having the Lions there at +2.5. I did think this was a fascinating week, though, because even like the game sitting at number 2, you've got the Chiefs and the Broncos. And that's one where you've got the Andy Reid off a bye. Everyone's talking about that specific angle. On the other side, though, you have a Chiefs offensive line that has struggled and now takes on this Broncos pass rush. It's been one of the better pass rushes in the NFL. It's a divisional game. Chiefs are on the road. I assume this has been one of the heavier action games for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be this will be one of the top couple games of the day as far as handle goes for sure. As far as the line goes, we opened it at a 4. And we haven't come off the 4, so we've had pretty good two-way action. We opened the total at 44, and it's trickled up to a 45 right now. But I would say Chiefs Broncos is going to be the top game in the afternoon slate, along with the Rams Seahawks as far as handle goes. I would also say that we did see a couple of interesting teasers come in on Broncos teasing up. You think about you're playing in Denver. If you can get 10 or you push it up to an 11 at home, I think there's definitely some interest in Broncos on that side.
Jeff, we were kind of monitoring Potato Commish there for a while and how amazing the picks were. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but just historically, was on a pace to, at least for a while there, maybe have the best record. Have we fallen off of that pace a little bit?
He might be right there with Durbify, who I actually just ran into coming into the studio. But to be 38-12 through 50 selections is pretty darn incredible. And I think something that's interesting that we've seen here, at least for the last couple of weeks, is just the onslaught of people picking favorites. And obviously, I don't think the consensus has worked out too well this year. And for you guys, I think, if you're not in the top 5, you probably got some underdogs on the card. So it seems like favorites, have been very popular in terms of the consensus here over the last few weeks, and it necessarily hasn't done that well. So, to avoid, having some of your picks in that top 5 number, and, being able to not, in terms of the ownership percentage, have a lot of those teams that are, north of 25% of the pool. That's really, in terms of game theory perspective, how you're able to come from behind. You don't want to see, the rest of the pool on the same selections you are.
Yeah, to your point, we've got 10 of the first 11 selections are on favorites, and 6 of the last 7 selections are on dogs. So we're seeing dogs get ignored more and more in this contest as we move along, which I thought was pretty interesting considering how close all of these lines are. Now, we love talking about millions, but we've got a lot to talk about in both Circuit Survivor as well as in Circuit Grandissimo. Let's jump over to Survivor here, and let's talk about what those top 5 selections are in Circuit Survivor, so we can make sure we have enough time to talk about the strategy on the Grandissimo side as well, Derek.
Whoa, we're gonna bust it out early, huh?
We don't want to go?
No, we only got 2 minutes. We
only
got 2 minutes.
It's a teaser.
Oh, come on. I want to talk Survivor. It's so interesting in this spot.
Guy gets in the studio.
Yeah, I got to take it over.
And he gets excited.
Oh.
We put a paper in front of him. We give him the selections. He gets a little excited.
The people want to know. They want to know. All right, fine. We'll talk about millions here. I want to talk about my Dolphins then, because my Dolphins are catching 2.5 here, and we're after a very big win against Buffalo. I like the Dolphins side. I'm worried this is one of those spots, Jeff, where they just played their Super Bowl, beating Buffalo, and now they got to go overseas.
Yeah, and in terms of, obviously, movement we've seen in the market, they've, bought the Dolphins up to 3, and then once it hit 3, we've seen, commander buyback. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, the Dolphins are off a great win versus the Buffalo Bills, and it seems like they've got things starting to roll, but these overseas international games just have a lot of variance and wonkiness to them. It's interesting to see one of those games check into the top 5, but we've definitely seen some interest for, the Dolphins with anything less than 3 at the betting window this week.
Jeff, one last thing here real quick. As we move further into the season, have you seen historically in the contest where the picks get like larger percentages of people going 5-0 or 4-1, like where you get a better understanding of these teams? Because I'll admit, first 3 or 4 weeks, I'm still trying to figure out who these teams are.
Yeah, obviously you've got some more data points and things like that, but also I would say, the deeper into the contest, I think you have, probably less picks that get submitted and things like that. So there is a little bit of nuance that goes into it, but I would say you probably have the same amount of 5-0 picks in week 1 that you would deep into the season. I do think some of the data points certainly help some contestants who are maybe doing some more, less subjective and more quantitative stuff. But I would say you typically see the same stuff in terms of consistency throughout the contest.
Again, Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins, and Lions make up your top 5 selections over in millions. We had 367 start off 5-0, 1,107 4-1. Just how many people were on the Patriots? Find out next.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home.
That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows level off around 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies. East winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Tomorrow, 62. Mainly clear skies. Tomorrow night, lows level off around 42. Low 60s Monday. Cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Fromley. Currently, it's 51 degrees.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
Market Adjust, the NBA player prop projections tool, is available exclusively to VSiN Pro subscribers. Check it out now at vsin.com/NBA props and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the contest show here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Mike Somich, Jeff Benson, Derek Stevens at the end of the desk down there. Again, it was Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins, and Lions as we enter week number 2 of the quarter as your top 5 picks over in Circa Million. And Derek, we talked about it at the top of the show, in which we have had a lot of Thursday games have some impact here on Survivor, and we knew it was going to be again this week with the Patriots.
Yeah, we really knew. We did know. I mean, this was a pretty clear-cut situation when you had one team going in that was that much larger as a point spread favorite over the rest of the field, and it was on a Thursday night. So going in, we knew that the New England Patriots, 515 out of the 1,000 Circa survivors had New England available. So the range of guesses were anywhere between 350 to 500. And the number came in at 440. So 44% of the entire pool is now already moving on to next week. So they that's a record amount, I think, that are not going to be sweating on a Sunday, having 44% of the pool make it through. This week, after the Patriots, which was the number 1 selection, there were a total of 13 teams selected. The next most popular team were the Texans with 129 selections. Third was the Pittsburgh Steelers at 115. Green Bay Packers, fourth at 99. Baltimore Ravens at 88. Falcons at 43. Dallas Cowboys here in Vegas with 25. 49ers with 21. Bills with 12. Vikings with 11, Dolphins with 10, and then the last 2 were Chargers and Chiefs with 6 and 1. The reason I read them all the way down was because we're trying to read down to 1%. We have a total of 11 teams with 1% or more. So we have a very diversified day coming up tomorrow after this Patriots game that that they got through on Thursday. So it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. But this is probably the most spread out by quantity in what we've seen this year. So again, 13 teams selected. We're going into this week with 1,440 are already through, and the implied value at this point is 18,718 for a neutral contest entry.
No, we were talking about this week as being one of the more fascinating weeks because if you did not have the Patriots, there wasn't that clear-cut second choice. There was a lot of different directions you could go, but as we've said, without that big favorite, there's a lot of these favorites that kind of have fleas, where there is something wrong with you wanting to get in on them, and the click is not nearly as confident as you would like it to be this deep in a contest. I found it fascinating that the second and third teams were as close as they are, with the second team coming in as the Texans and the Steelers ending up there in third.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, obviously the Texans are starting a backup quarterback. They're on the road. Titans are off of a bye. Steelers are in a weather game. Packers versus the Giants with the new coach bump. The Ravens are in a weather game. So, as you alluded to, you got the double-digit favorite on Thursday Night Football. Outside of that, most everyone is less than a touchdown favorite. So certainly a difficult week from that perspective.
It was a tough click for me, that is for sure. I am one of the 129 that had to make the click on the Texans with what could go wrong, guys? It's just a road game, backup quarterback in division, whatever. I'm sure we won't be talking about that game going down to the wire or anything. So
and tons of Tennessee money.
Great.
Even better.
Oh, there we go. Great. Even better with all that.
Hey, I'm just providing the facts.
It is. Speaking of the facts, Derek, we are down to 6 people. We started with 69 over in Grandissimo, down to 6, which means every single one of those tickets over $1 million right now in implied value.
Yeah, for Circa Grandissimo going into the week, we had 6. And the big question everyone's been asking, I know that, we've got a team out here with a number of their members in town this weekend with Derbify as a member of the Dream Team. And Derbify has been celebrating Thursday night and Friday night, and he's put it out there publicly that they were one of the teams that got through on Thursday. But they weren't the only one. In Circa Grandissimo, 4 out of the 6 had New England on Thursday night. So 2/3 of the Circa Grandissimo remaining contestants live till next week. Then we got to talk about the other 2, and the other 2 are both on one team, and they're both on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we have Circa Grandissimo with just two different teams selected this week. 4 are already in the house, and then 2 more are on Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Yeah, Grandissimo is getting fascinating when you look at the availability matrix now, because we've have teams like Kansas City, Indianapolis that are already completely used. We're now adding New England to that completely used list. I am really excited to see how people decide to try and go through this moving forward. I was talking to one of the entrants last night, mentioning how they're trying to look forward to find specific island games where they can win it if they're different than everybody else in that pool. The timing of these games also becomes a factor, because you either want to pick early or you want to pick late.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what your entry is worth or how much the hedge costs. And so I love the fact that we get to see the detailed information around Grandissimo moving forward so we can analyze this even more.
Yeah.
I mean, people are already starting to reach out about credit lines.
Yeah, that's great.
There's 3 professional poker players left. They have all said no chop is what the word on the street is as well. So it looks like we'll be playing down to 1 for $6.9 million.
That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah, Mike, on your comment about taking a look at availability of Circa Grandissimo, let's go through those. Let's go through the teams that have been fully selected cannot be used any longer. There are no Denver Broncos left. There are no Green Bay Packers left. There are no Indianapolis Colts left. There are no Kansas City Chiefs left. After this weekend, there are no New England. There's no New England left. Then specifically for Thanksgiving, Philadelphia's, probably the hottest selection, but only 3 out of the 6 have Philly available on the Good Friday game. So then what do you do? And that's where it gets really, really interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is on that Thanksgiving week. I guess Baltimore could be an option for people out there. They would be playing Cincinnati, but Joe Burrow
He's
looms.
He's lingering.
Because trust me, I was looking at that one as I was trying to put together my perfect plan, and I don't think I want to be going up against Joe Burrow.
No, it's interesting because the three people that have Philadelphia and the three people that have Baltimore, exactly opposite. So the three with Baltimore don't have Philly. The three with Philly don't have Baltimore.
Well, that might foretell the future right there. How that's going to play out on Thanksgiving week right there. Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of notes. Obviously, as we get deeper, it probably has a little more applicability to the Grandissimo just based on the number of contestants left. But obviously, Derek's been gracious enough to offer credit lines. So if people are interested in hedging, certainly an option, and that'll also extend out to Circa Survivor as we, get down to maybe sub 100 people or a few weeks less, and people want to look for different ways to monetize their entry, and then maybe you want to talk about the tie option.
Yeah, I mean it's you've got it up. You got it up. So we're offering the tie option now on every remaining NFL game. Because we think there's some value in it for people that play in these football contests that a tie is something that we'll offer them a little insurance on.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously one thing if you're taking the points, but if you take the money line opposite the team that you pick in Survivor, the last thing that you want to see is a tie because then you're eliminated and you have a push on the other, and there's zero way to monetize. So just another different way if people are taking the money line and they want to ensure that a disaster doesn't strike if overtime ends in a tie.
Derek, we're sitting here looking at, Patriots, Texans, Steelers, Packers, Ravens. We're looking at, at least 5.5 point favorites or bigger. But then you get, and again, we're down to 1,000 entries. So it's not insignificant that 4.3, 2.5, 2.1, Falcons, Cowboys, Niners, these are 3.5 point favorites. This is not, these people are risking their lives here on field goal guys.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, and you got, 10 on Mike's Dolphins here.
Let's go. Come on, baby. Wake up happy.
Wake up happy. That's right. But no, you're right. But it's not going to be too far down the road where we're going to see a couple of underdogs getting selected here too, because availability is starting to squeeze people.
Yeah, and you'll see the underdogs get certainly selected in the holiday weeks. As people try to put themselves on an island, or that's all the selections they have. I think there was some charge that people didn't have a favorite for some of those weeks, so it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out.
440 already home over in Survivor. It is 4 home over in Grandissimo with the win on Thursday night with the Patriots. We will have 560, though, sweating Sunday and all the way through Monday, as we do have 25 there on the Cowboys. Steelers, the other 2 selections over in Grandissimo. Guys, I cannot wait to get in here next week and see how this thing looks. Hopefully no team of death. We're down to 1,000, we're feeling pretty good about it.
And pretty much any team losing now is a team of death when you're this short.
Come on back, me and Michael do some analysis on this stuff.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this of trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
A business's phone is the lifeline to its customers and potential clients. That's why it's so important that you can take calls seamlessly from anywhere, whether you're on the road or in the office. Hamilton Business Technologies can help ensure your phone rings wherever you are. We can equip your headquarters and any of its locations with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we know how to keep Nebraska businesses connected. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com. If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
At Reuter Auction and Realty, we are land brokers and equipment auctioneers. Our company is deeply rooted in agriculture, and we realize that farm and ranch assets are serious business. We are an integrity-based organization which has evolved into over 55 years of service to Nebraska and northern Kansas. Consult with one of our 12 agents today if it's time to sell your family's land and assets. Call us today for a no-obligation consultation at 402-463-8565 or go to reuterauction.com.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
In their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the contest show here on VSiN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich, as always. Appreciate Derek Stevens, Jeff Benson stopping by, giving us the insight and dropping the goods on the most popular picks of the week. Mike, as we sat here, we knew it was going to be the Patriots over in Survivor. We knew it was going to be the Patriots over in Grandissimo. Did not know exactly how many people it was going to be, but here we are. We now know 440 or 44% of the 1,000 entries remaining, and then all four people that had the Patriots played them over in Grandissimo.
Yeah, not a surprise in Grandissimo. We talked about that. We were expecting those four people to play them. Over in Circa Survivor, 51% of the pool had the Patriots left. 44 decided to use it, so 7% deciding to save the Patriots for another day. We'll see when that comes up, but it does give you an edge here. If you're able to get through and save the Patriots, you have a contrarian island that you can live on versus a lot of other people who are still in the contest. Texans and Steelers come in second and third. I know that you could not pick the Patriots. Mm-hmm. You did end up on the Texans. Would the Steelers have been your next pick, or would it have been somewhere further down the line?
I would have had to then at that point get cute.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. I just, we talked about it a ton, right? I just don't like
I mean
that Steelers team.
No.
And then the biggest problem is, like, if I want to go against a bad team, I kind of really want to go against a bad offense, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing is like, we've seen it already. I mean, they can still score points.
Well, if I'm looking for a team to play the Bengals, I want a good defense with a decent offense so that I can take advantage of their bad defense. And like the Steelers, I'm not sure their offense can take advantage of that Cincinnati defense in a way that is going to be able to give them enough to be able to get over the hump of what's going to happen on the other side.
So let's circle back around to circa million, and this is Vikings, Chiefs, Niners, Dolphins, and Lions as your top five consensus, We did get the Rams at 3, Cowboys at 3.5, Bills at 5.5, Chargers at 3, and then the Falcons at 3.5, all getting over 1,000 selections. Ravens not too far behind with 963 at -7.5. So a very, very, very favorite heavy contest of the week this week.
Yeah, and you look at 10 of the first 11 selections, all favorites here, which, we've seen that move toward favorites the last couple weeks when you're looking at the consensus picks, so I'm not overly surprised. I am, however, surprised at a couple of the teams that are top of this list. Like the Chiefs at 3.5, I get we're at 4 in some places, it's 3.5 in others. I'm surprised that it was as many people that wanted to go in that direction. And then with the Niners, too, with everything that's happening with their team and the injuries that we've seen. Now, that has moved to 3.5. I think that's a big reason why that was over-selected so much at 3. But that one also surprised me up top. They're getting 29.9% of the pool.
Guys, holidays are right around the corner, so make them unforgettable with Omaha Steaks. They've got the holiday roasts and gift packages as well. And then if you order using the promo code VSiN or using the omahasteaks.com/VSiN site, you're going to get 16 free smash burgers with any order over $129 and 50% off site-wide. So you can go in if you're watching on TV. Look at that. Look at that burger if you're watching on TV.
It looks delicious.
It's a quad.
I'm hungry, too.
It's a quad. I know. I'm really
I am hungry.
It's a quad burger sitting there on this. And so, again, go in, omahasteaks.com/VSiN. 129 or more, you're going to get 16 free smash burgers, and you get 50% off site-wide as well. Minimum purchase may apply, and then see that site for details. But, Mike, over in, we actually did this. Since we were in the same room for the first time in quite a while, we were able to put in our picks together. We kind of talked through it. For the first time, we actually did guess which picks were going to be less popular. We have been horrific at that. We are some of the worst at forecasting which picks are going to be popular or not. But with the way the lines all sat this week, it was, I think, a little bit easier of an exercise for us.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like I mentioned that Niners game, 3 to 3.5. The Chiefs sitting there at 3.5. We see them at 4. Okay. And those were games that we never even considered wanting to jump on. So those were pretty easy ones to move off of. We never really looked at the Dolphins that hard, which was another one which I figured would be pretty popular. I am surprised it's in the top 4. I think it's the first international game that we have seen played that heavily. So a little surprised that the Dolphins are up there. I'm excited our top pick here, the Lions, sitting there as the 5th pick. Yeah. And I like just 23% usage as well. You see a gap between those top 3, which are all 29.9 or higher, down to the 4th and 5th selections at 25 and 23% respectively.
Per usual, the Thursday night game is the least selected game. So if you're wondering who everybody hated this week outside of that, it'd be the Cardinals, and they're catching a full field goal. So you're getting the field goal here, Mike, and people hated the Cardinals. Only 8.6% of the pool selected them.
Yeah, and then the second least selected, the Commanders. Not that big of a surprise when you see the Dolphins up top and kind of the overall feeling about that Commanders team. I thought it was interesting the Broncos checked in right around mid-pack with 15.5% of the pool. We have that many people confident in the Chiefs, but there still is a Broncos contingent that wants to get involved at that price, which, I mean, we talked about that one for a while.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is new quarter started last week. 367 of you out there went 5-0.
Pretty good.
1,107 of you went 4-1. We are not them.
No.
You know what we did? Again, 3-2. Again.
We're crushing 3-2.
3-2 again.
We need to run a couple 5-0s together, and then we might get dangerous.
Yeah.
But I'm not overly confident we're going to get to that point. One game we should mention, Matt, because I think this one's fascinating. This is, in my mind, the game of the week. Two of the best teams in the NFC, the Rams and the Seahawks taking each other on here. Rams -3 in the contest. 1,246 people back the Rams. They were the 6th selection, 22.2%. You still had 914 people back the Seahawks. So almost 1,000 people, 16.3% of the pool. That game's at 3.5 in some places now. And yet you still had a lot of people backing the Seahawks. I think it tells you just how contested this game is going to be tomorrow,
and how much people and what people think of the Seahawks team.
Yeah,
that they're not worried that
you're
they didn't
giving up the worst of the number, and you're still putting it in your picks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that is a very, very good point. Also, Potato Commish. We've been talking a lot about Potato Commish. 38-12, right there on the season, just continues to crush. And then, as Jeff mentioned, we're Guns Buttman is bringing up the
rear?
the booby prize. Yes, bringing up the rear for the booby prize. Yeah.
Look, look, Potato Commish last week goes 3-2, had a 3-game lead. It's down to 1. That's how hard it is to win this contest. That you've been 35-10 heading into last week, absolutely stellar. You have 1 3-2 week, and all of a sudden someone's right on your tail, closing the gap. It's a very difficult contest to win because how many entries are in here and how many sharp contestants you've got.
Yeah, it is. For everything about this, and I know we talk a ton about Survivor and Grandissimo, as we should. It's an awesome contest. But how hard Million is? Million is so hard.
You got to click off at 75-80% to be able to win this thing. And that's so difficult inside the NFL, even with quote-unquote stale lines that people talk about where you can get an edge of a half point here, half point there. You've still got to be right a lot to be able to come even close to that percentage.
So over in Survivor, we knew the Patriots were going to be the number one choice this week, and they were. Just how many people picked them was the big question. We had 1,000 entries heading into week number 11, and 440 of those came in on the Patriots. And Mike, they probably knew, those people that clicked that the Patriots are going to be the number one pick. They didn't care. Sometimes there's good chalk. And in a week like this, where there's no super confident second click, sure, there are some second clicks, and hopefully the one that I made is good, but it's not a super confident one. And so without a real good second option, sometimes you just eat the chalk, and I think the Patriots were good chalk. Had I had them, I would have played them. Yeah, I wouldn't have cared. If you could have told me that 60% was going to be on it, I still would have played them this week.
100% agree with you in this spot. And if you look at how the selections fell behind the Patriots, you can see that as well. So 44% on the Patriots. The Texans, the Steelers, the Packers, the Ravens, all between 9% and 13%. So very dispersed group there once you get past that first team of people not really having a big opinion on which side to go to. I know that the Texans were heavily or predicted to be a higher usage rate than what we got. I'm sure you're happy to see that it's down there, and it's not a clear number 2, but a close number 2 with the Steelers. But after the Patriots, I thought this was a very, very tough week if you are not able to use them. Even like the Packers at the Giants, it feels like there's a variable there with Winston and with the wind. And when you go down the board, it's a Ravens team you want to save. They've got a couple of good games coming up the next 2 weeks. Do you want to take Dallas on the road here in Las Vegas? It's just a tough week after that Patriots game.
There were 2 entries entering last week that still had all 10. One of them still alive. One of them is bounced. It starts with a bet has been shoving every single week, shoved all 10 last week, Mike, on the Bears. The Bears score with 1:41 left in order to get that home, and it was not over at that point either. Gotta know you were just sweating that one.
You have to be happy it was Russell Wilson, not Jameis Winston, who was suited up as the backup in that game. The Bears were down 20-10 in the fourth quarter, able to come all the way back, get the job done, and then those 10 entries now become the last team or person surviving with all 10 after over 7,000 people or 700 people started with 10.
Guys, we've got those player projections over there powered by Opta AI, VSiN.com/props for NFL props and now NBA props as well. Go in, take advantage of that if you are a VSiN Pro subscriber, VSiN.com/props.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by Weatherology.com. Lows level off around 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times tomorrow, 62. Mainly clear skies tomorrow night, lows level off around 42. Low 60s Monday, cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 51 degrees.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
If you're planning to build a new home or add an addition to your existing one, trust the experts at Gangwish Construction. From general contracting, basement pouring, to bathroom remodeling, concrete work, and deck building, they handle it all with precision and care. They take pride in doing the job right the first time, every time. Contact Jeff today at 402-460-0013 and experience quality craftsmanship with Gangwish Construction.
Since 1946, Cully Pipe and Steel continues to meet the pipe and steel needs of greater Nebraska and Kansas. Cully Pipe and Steel is a one-stop shop for all of your pipe and steel needs. Cully Pipe and Steel stocks a wide variety of steel and plumbing products, from custom steel products to structural steel, rebar fabrication, steel fabrications, and retail and wholesale plumbing parts and fixtures. Remember, Cully Pipe and Steel of Hastings. They're located at 405 West South Street and the plumbing showroom at 300 South Colorado in Hastings. Stellig Law Firm of Grand Island is committed to assisting clients throughout Nebraska. Stellig Law Firm is a full-service law firm and specializes in estate planning, probate, and personal injury. Stellig Law Firm takes the time to listen and understand each client's personal needs. To schedule your individual appointment, call 308-675-4035. Stellig Law Firm is located at 724 West Koenig Street in Grand Island. A call today will secure your tomorrow.
In today's digital world, technology works great until it doesn't. At Hamilton, we work to keep your business up and running. We are more than an IT company. We're your partner, focused on customized solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Say goodbye to tech stress and unexpected IT costs when you hire Hamilton. Together, we help you focus on what really matters. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
50% site-wide on steaks and more at omahasteaks.com/VSIN. That's omahasteaks.com/VSIN. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details.
This is the Football Contest Show on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
This contest show here on VSIN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich as we roll through Survivor Talk, Grandissimo Talk. As we know, the Patriots are the number one selection. 1,000 entries entering this week, 440 have already moved on. 44% of the pool is home free. I wish I was one of you. I do. I'm jealous. I wish I was one of you. I have to root for the Texans tomorrow.
Confidence, man.
Yeah.
It's going to work out.
Davis Mills.
He's a baller.
There we go.
Got a bad rap.
Thanks. Appreciate that. The manifests for some of these sites out there are starting to populate here, and the only entry that is still alive with all 10 is it starts with a bet. They have been shoving, continue to shove here, and they did have the Patriots available this week. So all 10 on the Patriots. So it starts with a bet. We'll move on with all 10 entries this week.
Yeah, and we had over 700 people who entered 10 entries this year. They are the last one left here, so 7,000 of the 18,000 entries were part of 10-entry teams, and a pretty impressive move to be the last one left. We did have 2 last week. They split entries, that other entry, and both ended up going down, so they are out. We have this one entry left with 10. The next most is 6, I believe you said?
There is a 6 out there named Thanks, Derek.
Good name.
They have 4 Patriots already home, 2 pending on Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see because, again, there were 70 people who did not use the Patriots. So we'll see how they decide to utilize the Patriots at a later date because, part of the creating a path here is can you find advantages in being able to get through weeks where you use a team that then everyone else, the top selection wins, but you now have them in your back pocket. And this Patriots team, they do have a very soft schedule coming home. So you could make an argument, all right, I could play them against the Giants at home. I could look at, the Jets on the road or the Dolphins at home to close the season when they have to go to cold weather. There are other places to try and utilize them. 70 people now have that option as well.
I can tell you somebody is bold out there. Unless, again, we would have to look in and see what they had available. Leo's daddy has 5 entries available.
Let's go.
All 5 on the Falcons.
I was going to guess Atlanta. Look, it's bold. It is bold. I mean, because all 5 is bold.
Yeah.
If you went 3 and 2 or something,
right.
Okay, all 5 is pretty bold. But if I'm sitting here and in your position, right, you were looking through, okay, who do I use here? Do I use a team like Baltimore? Probably not. You want to save them. So then do I use Houston? If it's not Houston, you're saving Kansas City, Atlanta, Dallas, Pittsburgh. Those are your next 3 that you're selecting between. I'm probably power ranking them Atlanta, Dallas, Pittsburgh in that order.
Yeah, it is super interesting. There are, looking here at just some of the teams that do have multiple entries remaining, it seems like most of these, I'm going to guess, were splitting along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And so
they're still splitting.
They're utilizing the Patriots where they had them available, but probably took the path I did where you would be my guess is using them in week 4 against Carolina. So that's, again, just my guess on that. And so you really start to see at this point. So the next Browna has 5, 3 on the Pats and then split the other 2 on Pittsburgh and Atlanta, right? Then you see the next person that has 5, 1 on the Patriots, 3 on Pittsburgh, 1 on Atlanta. You can tell they only had New England available in that 1 entry.
Exactly. Yeah. And so then you're splitting everything else because you have confidence, but
right. You
gotta find other places to try and get home once you've used up those New England entries. Next week, I think is going to be fascinating. Like with Grandissimo, we saw 4 people take the Patriots. We've got 2 on the Steelers. We talked about the availability of Baltimore and Philadelphia. The 3 people that have Baltimore don't have Philadelphia. The 3 that have Philadelphia don't have Baltimore. Why does that matter? Those are your 2 most popular Thanksgiving picks. Well, to next week's number 1 selection is Baltimore. They're taking on the New York Jets at home. None of the Grandissimo teams can select Baltimore because these 3 are saving it for Thanksgiving. The other 3 have already used Baltimore. You go down to the next team, Seattle. 4 people still have Seattle left. So it'll be interesting to see if we do see 4 of those teams decide, I'm going to go ahead and use Seattle and not have to make a more difficult click, because after that it's Detroit, who is already completely utilized. Then the Rams, who is another team that we have seen have only 1 person left. So you're now seeing this where you're forcing yourselves into very difficult clicks if you're saving Philly, using Seattle next week. It's going to be very interesting in Grandissimo who those other 2 teams are selected if we do see a 4 Seahawks on top.
Yeah, the path that I am taking is, at least as of right now, how I have it planned out here, Mike, is if we can get by with Houston this week, Baltimore next week, Philadelphia on Thanksgiving is kind of how I have it plotted.
I got to say the NFL helped out Survivor players this year with how they scheduled some of these teams. Because if you wanted to make sure you saved 2 teams for Thanksgiving and you were saving Baltimore and Philly, Baltimore has a great game before and a great game after Thanksgiving that you can use them for. So you can save them, use Philly as long as you're confident on Thanksgiving, and be able to pivot to another week for Baltimore. Kansas City, a great team to use on Christmas. You got at Tennessee right before it. So if you have a team that you're confident in on Christmas outside of Kansas City, you can go ahead and use Kansas City the week before and then use that team the next week. It sets up very well to be able to save 2 or 3 teams for each of these weeks and still utilize good football teams.
And in Grandissimo, the other interesting part of this, Mike, with the 4 being home already, they now can just come up here and monetize this ticket because it's a clean hedge because it's just 1 game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the benefits of when you're down to 6 people. And one of the reasons I think Grandissimo is so fascinating at this point, when you're down to 6 people, your game selection, if you're between 2 games, you want to pick a early game or a late game because then you know exactly what your expectations are, what your value of your entry is based on who has been knocked out, Or if you get through an early game, you know exactly the value of each of the games after that is added to your entry if those Circus Surfer Grandissimos lose. And so it allows you to get much cleaner hedging opportunities if you know your position or you know your value. And that's something you can capture if you're playing early or late games.
Yeah, it is really, really fun to know that this is only 6 entries left, and we kind of know this is about to get really, really difficult.
It's next week and then Thanksgiving. After those 2 weeks, if we have people left, week 13, 14, 15 will be utter chaos in Grandissimo because the teams that will be left for those people are not going to be very good, Matt.
Yeah, I know. It is going to be crazy. Now, going down a little bit, Packers they're a touchdown favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Ravens, 7.5. Fine.
Yep.
But then we get to 4.3% of the pool, 2.5, 2.1. Now, these are not insignificant chunks at this point.
No, that would matter.
On 3.5-point favorites.
Yeah. Well, again, it goes back to do you want to try and get through this week and save the Texans for a later week? Do you want to try and are you willing to put your life on the line with the Falcons or the Cowboys? Again, I would rather use the Falcons or the Cowboys than the Steelers. I'm wondering how many people had the Packers left because the Packers were a team that got people through a couple of these weeks. They also KO'd some people, but they also got people through a couple of these weeks. So I'd be interested to see what the availability was on the Packers, and maybe that's one of the reasons that is a little bit lower. You don't have a great spot to use the Packers the rest of the season. They're at home against Chicago week 14. That's about it. So
Green Bay only available for 23% of teams.
Exactly. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. So you saw, 9.9%. Over half used it. And I would assume there's some overlap between New England and Green Bay as well, where if you have them both available, you're picking New England and not Green Bay. So I'm not surprised that you have some outliers here sitting around that 2% number.
Yeah, it is. Again, I look at this, and hopefully it's not my team that I picked as far as the team of death. But if you look, it is not going to surprise anybody if the Texans lose. It's not going to surprise anyone if the Steelers lose.
Let's look at it this way. There's 12 teams that are selected tomorrow. How many of the 12 lose?
Right.
2? 3?
At least.
At least. I think we're going to have some numbers drop. The question is which subset of numbers is going to fall tomorrow.
Guys, we have been running this special. It's $120. Everything we do at VSiN.com now until May the 1st. Well, this is the last week to take advantage of that. So you go in. Again, VSiN.com/subscribe, $120. Everything we do now to May the 1st. That's the best bets. That is the splits page. That's the projections page. All of the daily articles up on the site as well, handicapping everything going on out there in the sports world. So VSiN.com/subscribe, $120 now until May the 1st. Mike, so 560 people will be sweating tomorrow and Monday because, again, this goes into Monday as the Cowboys get 25 selections or 2.5% of the pool there in that one. So we will not know the completed number until Monday night as to how many we have moving on in Survivor into week number 12. But oh, Davis Mills, do this
one time.
Do this for me, Davis
one
Mills.
Time.
Come on, Davis Mills. Again, already 440 people home with the Patriots. For Mike, I am Matt. Good luck on all your bets.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still oppose the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behavior after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
By making VSiN your second screen and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Cashing Out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Coming to you from the Circus Sportsbook here in downtown Las Vegas, I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. You can always hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live as we take you through the remainder of some marquee college football games and get you ready for NFL Week 11 Sunday, which comes your way very, very fast. It's going to be an exciting Week 11 Sunday slate. We do have some weather impacts that we're going to talk about. We'll get to all the best bets, the prop bets, and what we could have two potential, I think, NFC Championship preview games. Literally, the way that this schedule could play out, the way that this season could play out. You have the Seahawks and the Rams, which could be an NFC Championship game preview. You have the Lions and the Eagles, which could be an NFC Championship game preview. So, good schedule here in the NFL. We'll get to those games coming up, but we'll start in college football, where let's get you caught up with what's going on in progress right now before we talk about what happened earlier today here on Saturday and answer some really burning questions that I have in terms of what's going to happen for the remainder of this college football season. But here's where we are in progress right now. Fourth quarter action in Oxford, Mississippi, where number 7 Ole Miss has just a field goal lead over Florida, 27-24, as Florida is hanging around trying to pull an upset here over the number 7 team in the nation. Now, this is an interesting spot because Ole Miss last season was headed towards a playoff spot. It was a great year for Lane Kiffin and the Rebels last year. They had a couple of hiccups. They lose that game to LSU, which was their second loss of the season last year. And then they go to Gainesville, second to last game of the regular season. They're sitting there at 8-2. You win that game. You improve to 9-2. You have a chance to finish the season 10-2, and you're going to the college football playoffs. Well, they lose that game last year at Florida. They finished the season going 9-3, and they do not make it to the playoff. So instead of being a playoff team last year, with Jackson Dart and as good as that team was, with a chance to, maybe do something special once they got into the playoff, nope. They played in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl against Duke. So revenge on the minds of Lane Kiffin and these Ole Miss Rebels, heading into this game at 9-1, the number 7 ranked team in the nation, with a chance to put it on Florida, run up the score, solidify your spot in the college football playoff. And this is a battle. We're sitting here with a 27-24 score, and you had to come from behind. They were trailing going into the fourth quarter. Ole Miss took a lead here in the fourth quarter. They just turned Florida over, so Ole Miss, with 8:30 left, has the football with a chance to extend their lead here in this game. Elsewhere in progress right now, Utah putting it on Baylor, 49-20. At number 13 in the nation right now, the Utah Utes. I'm sorry, did you say Ute? Yeah. The Utah Utes have a very good chance to make the college football playoff. Now, things have to certainly break for them. They're likely not going to play in the Big 12 championship game because you have Texas Tech sitting at 7-1 in the conference. BYU is at 5-1 in the conference, and BYU does have the win over Utah. So if both teams were 5-2, there's the tie-breaking scenario right there. But an at-large bid is still up for grabs. They finished their season here. They finish off a win against Baylor, beat Kansas State, beat Kansas. You'll sit here with a 10-2 record, and that should be good enough given what the rest of the teams are doing here in the top 10, top 15 for you to be an at-large team. Because when you think about it, the loss to Texas Tech, that's not going to hurt you. Texas Tech has proven to be one of the best teams in the country. The loss to BYU, yes, it hurts a bit. You should have won that game. You could have won that game, but you lose 24-21 to a rival, to a team that's been ranked the whole season, to a team that is right now 8-1 on the year, and should they win tonight, it improves to 9-1 on the year. So, the debate's going to come down, and I think this is going to be very interesting, is if, BYU loses, let's say, to Texas Tech, Big 12 championship game, and that's not even a guarantee. What happens if Cincinnati wins next week? If Cincinnati beats BYU next week, then Cincinnati's going to the Big 12 championship game. Because then Cincinnati, even though they lost, they have an opportunity to, again, they're 5-2 right now in the conference. They can improve to 6-2 in the conference with a heads-up win over BYU. But I think the debate would be interesting if BYU runs the table, loses to Texas Tech in the title game. You have 2-loss BYU and 2-loss Utah. Which one are you putting into the playoff? The committee oftentimes remembers, as much as they say, head-to-head matters and the resume and all that stuff. It's very easy for the committee to be swayed by what they have most recently seen. What have you done for me lately? We used to always say in college football, it's better to lose early than to lose late. And yes, with an expanded playoff field, certainly things have changed. We saw the ACC championship game last year. It didn't matter. It came down to a last-second field goal, and both SMU and Clemson get into the college football playoff. How you lose certainly matters, but also how you are performing late in the season matters. What's your status late in the year? What's your health like late in the year? We saw Florida State not get in to a playoff with Jordan Travis being hurt. Like, things change, and it's what have you done for me lately? Where are you right now? That's going to sway the committee members. I think Utah is a fascinating case study. We'll see how it plays out over the next couple of weeks. Also in progress, number 1, Ohio State is dominating UCLA 34-7. Julian Sayin adding to his Heisman resume. Now, Sayin right now is the second favorite behind Fernando Mendoza of Indiana. It's going to come down to maybe that Big Ten championship game. You would think, or at least you'd hope, that maybe the people that vote have a winner before that game, but it could come down to who wins that Big Ten championship game. If Ohio State beats Indiana and Julian Sayin outplays Fernando Mendoza, Sayin could win the Heisman. If Indiana beats Ohio State, Mendoza outplays Sayin, well, Mendoza could win the Heisman Trophy. Either way, and I'm not sitting here trying to throw shade at anybody or trying to take away from anybody's accomplishments, but it just feels like this year is going to be the type of season that we look back and we name the Heisman Trophy winners, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy. Because it hasn't been a special season for anybody. It really hasn't. It hasn't been a dominant runaway season. You're not sitting here going, that's clearly the best player in the country, and that's clearly the reason why that team's the best team in the country, or that player is just head and shoulders above everyone else. We don't have that this year. No, we have a wide open race where it's, okay, yeah, this guy can do this guy can do this. We'll see how the season ends up. Ultimately, it's probably going to come down to number 1 versus number 2 in the Big Ten championship game. Whichever quarterback plays better in that game and wins that game is probably going to be your Heisman Trophy winner. And that's where the odds are reflecting it right now. So, current Heisman odds, and I'm looking up on DraftKings right now, it is Fernando Mendoza plus 110, Julian Sayin plus 160. Your third favorite is Marcel Reed of Texas A&M plus 475. Texas A&M remains undefeated despite trailing earlier today against South Carolina 30-3. A 27-point comeback for Texas A&M earlier today. The biggest comeback in Texas A&M school history. The largest comeback in the country this year. The largest comeback in an SEC conference game in the last 20 years. That's how historic this thing was. And Texas A&M is 10 a.m. for the first time since 2012. Coming into this game, this according to ESPN research, coming into this game, in the SEC, teams that were trailing by at least 27 points in their games they had lost 286 straight games until Texas A&M won today. Historic. Absolutely historic and pathetic if you're on the South Carolina side of things. But Texas A&M remains undefeated, and it's funny because last week, after Indiana barely got by Penn State with the ridiculous touchdown catch, the toe tap and everything, just beautiful, one of the great catches of the year, I said, when the new rankings come out on Tuesday, Texas A&M should be number 2, Indiana should be number 3. Because Texas A&M might be the best team in the country. But you're not going to take anything away from Ohio State. The rankings come out, and it stays the same. 1, 2, 3. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M. And then I'm thinking, well, it doesn't matter, right? Because Indiana and Ohio State are going to play each other, so it doesn't matter where you rank them. They're going to play each other in the Big Ten championship game. The winner's going to get a bye and be the number 1 team in the country, and the loser will just host the game the next week in the playoffs. And then Texas A&M has this come-from-behind win today, and it's like, man, if you can both downgrade and upgrade a team in the same day, that's what happened here with Texas A&M. Unbelievable stuff. They're still going to be the number 3 team in the nation. They are undefeated. And who's going to be number 4, I think, is another conversation that we're going to have. In fact, I have an opinion that might not be popular. But I think the best team in college football right now, the most complete team in college football right now, is not ranked in the top 4, is not ranked in the top 5. It's not ranked in the top 7. I'll tell you about that team coming up next I'm Scott Seidenberg. Hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-693-3109. 800-693-3109. Again, that's 800-693-3109.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by Weatherology.com. 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, easterly winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy skies again tomorrow, 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 50 degrees.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the #1 sports station because you make the phones light up.
Let it get rolling from an odds standpoint. You and I, as we get into December, into January, we'll start to revisit some of these numbers as these signings and these trades transpire.
VSiN by the books, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Always on Twitter at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. Get you caught up with some scores in progress right now in college football, and these are the important ones that matter. Right now, with 2:53 remaining in the fourth quarter, Ole Miss leads Florida 27-24, but Ole Miss does have the football deep in Florida territory. If the Gators can hold them to a field goal, well, they'll have a chance to have a final drive and perhaps tie and take the lead in this game. If Ole Miss punches in a touchdown, this game should be over. So number 7, Ole Miss on the ropes here, is sitting here right now at, let's see, and that's an incomplete pass. So we'll see what they do here deep inside the 5-yard line. Elsewhere, it's end of the third quarter. Number 10, Texas is at number 5, Georgia, and Georgia leads 14-10. A game that I thought was going to be much higher scoring, to be honest with you. But this has been a defensive clinic by both of these really solid defenses. And I know we haven't seen it at times this year from Kirby Smart's Bulldogs defense, but they came to play here. Arch Manning has looked great over the past couple of weeks. And, you know what, over 600 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception in the last 2 games. Here tonight, 20 of 28 passing, so he's been efficient here, but just 187 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. I thought that both of these teams were going to have success through the air because both of these teams have incredible run defenses. And so far, the run defenses have held up. Georgia has only run the ball 20 times for 61 yards. Texas has run the ball just 15 times for 23 yards. So my handicap was correct in saying that both of these teams were going to be able to stop the run. They got to open it up through the air, and that's what's going to lead to a higher scoring game. But we haven't seen it. These defenses are actually playing really good tonight against the pass. I mentioned only 187 yards passing for Arch Manning, 177 yards for Gunnar Stockton through the air. And when I say that both of these defenses could be had through the air, that's just because that's what the numbers have shown us the entirety of the season. Coming into this game, Georgia ranked 100th in defensive EPA per dropback, Texas 56th. In defensive success against the pass, Georgia 70th in the country, Texas 83rd. So both these pass defenses have not been great this year. Tonight, though, they are really came to play in a very important game, more so for Texas than Georgia. I think Georgia could afford a loss here and still find themselves in the college football playoff as Georgia just scores a touchdown, and they will take a 20-10 lead with the extra point pending. Gunnar Stockton with a passing touchdown, 30 yards to London Humphreys. So there you have it. That's going to add to those passing numbers there for Gunnar Stockton and Georgia as they take a 20-10 lead with the extra point pending here against Texas. So if Texas loses this game, that's it. They're out of the college football playoff. A 3-loss Texas team. I know that there is a path that some would say if they beat Texas A&M at the end of the year, and they finished the year 9-3 with a win over Texas A&M as the last time we see this team play. Does the committee leave that Texas team out of the college football playoff? Especially when you consider Alabama lost earlier today, so they're now 8-2, and they fall to 6-1 in the conference, and Alabama would play Texas A&M if everything holds up. Alabama against Texas A&M in the SEC championship game. Let's say Texas A&M, even after losing to Texas, then wins against Alabama in the ACC championship game. Well, does Texas get in as a 3-loss team over Alabama? I don't know. I think there's lots of debates to be had here. The SEC gets really interesting. Now, Georgia, they lose this game. They fall to 8-2, 6-2 in the SEC. You still have that game against Georgia Tech at the end of the year, so they can finish the season at 10-2. And at 10-2, even though you lose to Alabama, you're not going to play in the SEC championship game, lose to Alabama, lose to Texas, it's still a resume that can get in. Although, right now, it doesn't look like Georgia's going to lose. Did they just kick an onside kick? I think Georgia just kicked a surprise onside kick. Kirby Smart is flipping out on the sidelines. Georgia scores a touchdown, takes a 21-10 lead over Texas, and with a surprise onside kick, with 14 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter, Georgia recovers the ball, and Sark and Texas is shocked right now. What a play. You see, this is what we miss in the NFL now with these new rules. With the NFL rules prohibiting onside kicks until, the fourth quarter when you're trailing and things like we lose this. We lose the surprise onside kick. This was great. What a moment here. Kirby Smart rolling the dice. Because you think about it, if it doesn't work out, you give Texas incredible field position. And if they go down and score a touchdown, all of a sudden it's 21-17. And it's like, all right, you had an opportunity. You could have pinned them deep, trusted your defense, get the football back, milked some clock, but instead you give them a short field. Well, now Georgia's in prime position to add to this lead. And wow, 21-10, they have the football. They are now cross midfield. Okay, let's take a look at the futures market right now in college football. Ohio State's the favorite to win the national championship at plus 190. Indiana's your second favorite at plus 500. I'm looking at odds courtesy of DraftKings. Texas A&M is next at plus 750. Notre Dame plus 950. Georgia 10-1. Alabama drops down to 13-1. Texas Tech 14-1. Oregon 15-1. Oklahoma, who beat Alabama today, now 20-1. I think the bet to be made is Notre Dame at plus 950. I got to be honest. In my opinion, Notre Dame's the best team, the most complete team in college football right now. The way that this team has played defensively since the first 2 games of the season, and really I guess you can say since the first 3 games of the season, because the third game actually, even though they won that game, didn't exactly go well for them defensively. They still gave up 30 points there to Purdue. But if you look at the defensive effort since those games, they gave up the 24 to Miami, they lose, all right? The 27 to Miami, they lose. The 41 points to A&M, well, look at what A&M's done this season, right? A&M just came back from 27 points down to win a game. They scored 28 unanswered points. This is an undefeated 10-0 Texas A&M team. You lost to Texas A&M because Marcel Reed threw a touchdown pass in the closing seconds of the game. No one has a better loss in the country than that, okay? All right, you gave up a ton of points to Purdue. All of a sudden, the media is asking Marcus Freeman if he's going to take over play-calling responsibilities for the defense. Does this Notre Dame defense need a wake-up call? Whatever it is. And he says, no, we're going to be just fine. And you know something? He was right. These are the results of Notre Dame's games since, I'm talking about defensively, since that third game of the season, the 56-30 win against Purdue. 13 points to Arkansas, 7 points to Boise State, 7 points to NC State, 24 points to USC, which just happens to be the number 1 offense in the country. Okay, 24 points. 10 points against Boston College, 10 against Navy, and 15 here against Pitt. And Pitt scored a touchdown with, no time left on the clock to make that, instead of them scoring 9 points in the game, they wound up scoring 16 points in the game. But really, it should have been 9 if Notre Dame doesn't even give up that score. This defense is playing like the best defense in the country over the past 6-7 weeks. They're averaging, only allowing no team. USC is the only team that has scored 2 touchdowns I guess Pitt now, but again, do I count that with the touchdown with the last second with the no time left on the clock? But coming into this game against Pitt, since that Purdue game, no team has scored 2. Only one team has scored 2 touchdowns against Notre Dame, and that was USC. That's it. Everybody else has managed just 1 touchdown in their games. And Pitt today was only managed 1 touchdown until the final seconds. CJ Carr is playing some of the top quarterback play that we're not talking about in college football. He threw for 212 yards, 2 touchdowns, did throw 2 interceptions. But you have the 2 best running backs in college football, at least 2 of the top 5 running backs in college football, in Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. CJ Carr is playing phenomenally at quarterback. This defense is back to being elite. Find me a more complete team that has less question marks than Notre Dame right now. I dare you. I dare you to find me a team that has less question marks than Notre Dame. I'll wait. Because I can go up and down the list and find question marks with almost every team in the top of the rankings. I'll give you Ohio State, maybe less question marks than Notre Dame. I think the Irish are back for another playoff run here. I'm Scott Seidenberg. It's Cashing Out on VSiN.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at MidwestFarmManagement.com.
It's never too late to start protecting your company's data from cyber attacks. Your customers put their trust in you to keep their information safe from online threats. Don't let them down. Partner with Hamilton Business Technologies to get real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and experts who monitor it all for you. We care about the success of your business and the communities you serve. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at HamiltonIsBusiness.com.
Did you know that one of the most important financial protections that you can provide for your family is to have a will? Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island can help you provide and make your last wishes known when your family is at its most vulnerable time. Call Stellick Law Firm today to get your estate plan completed. Stellick Law Firm is located in Grand Island, and you may call us at 308-675-4035 to get your estate plan started today. Stellick Law Firm. Let us be your voice.
Imagine starting your day with a computer glitch that leaves you feeling stuck, frustrated, and unable to get your work done. You have 1,000,001 things to get done today, and waiting for the tech issue to solve itself isn't one of them. It's time to let Hamilton handle the tech so you don't have to. We help businesses across the state spend more time on what they do best and less time frustrated with office technology. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we're focused on providing custom solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Connect with us today at HamiltonIsBusiness.com.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
Bored of the same old sports coverage? Get on the cutting edge of sports with Extreme Sports.
That ball hammered deep toward left into the well. That ball is gone!
The biggest plays, breaking news, and we can't forget the best sports talk.
Let's be great! Let's be great!
We are Extreme Sports.
Has an Edge Boost account, that prize is boosted to $1,000. Enter the contest today at vsin.com/Joe. That's VSIN.com/JOE.
Welcome back to Cashing Out here on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you on Cashing Out here on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network. The drama no more in Oxford as Ole Miss scores a touchdown. They take a 34-24 lead over Florida with about a minute or so left in the game. So this one will be over. Number 7, Ole Miss will improve to 10-1 on the season. Very important for them as they hope to get into the college football playoff. Elsewhere, it is number 5, Georgia, still holding on to that 21-10 lead over number 10, Texas, but they do have first and goal at the 7-yard line. And if you're just tuning in and you don't know what happened recently in this game, Georgia scored a touchdown, a 30-yard passing touchdown from Gunnar Stockton to take a 21-10 lead, and then Kirby Smart rolling the dice and going with a surprise onside kick that Georgia recovered rather easily. And so that's where they have the football still with an opportunity to extend this lead even further over number 10, Texas. We are underway in the late game there in Provo, Utah, where number 12 BYU leads TCU 3-0. This to me was a great spot to back BYU. Provo at night, primetime games. Since the start of the, going back to, I think, 2020, they're 22-2 straight up in primetime starts there in Provo. It's just a difficult place to play. You go on the road. As Georgia scores the touchdown, they will go up. Extra point pending. It's right now 27-10. They should take a 28-10 lead here over Texas. This is a very impressive performance here for Georgia. Anyway, BYU I thought was a good smash spot because they're just so dominant at home here, especially in these primetime games there at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. So I did lay it with BYU 3.5, and I do think that this is a spot where I expect them to win this game. But I'll monitor that throughout the remainder of the evening. Let's look at what happened earlier today in college football. We talk about that Texas A&M comeback victory, 31-30 over South Carolina. Number 2, Indiana smashes Wisconsin 31-7. Fernando Mendoza throws for 4 more touchdowns. That's why he is your Heisman Trophy favorite right now. Big battle in Tuscaloosa as number 11 Oklahoma defeated number 4 Alabama 23-21 in a game that keeps Oklahoma alive in the college football playoff discussion. A loss would have eliminated them. A win keeps them alive. And now Alabama, there's no room for error. There is no margin. If Bama loses a third game, like does a 9-3 Alabama team get in to the college football playoff? There's a lot that still needs to be decided. But I think this was not a good day for Alabama, not just with the loss, but also with Virginia beating Duke earlier today. It keeps the ACC alive in the college football playoff. Now, this is not a scenario that was like likely, but there was a possible scenario. There was a doomsday scenario out there where 4-loss Duke wins the ACC. And it would have needed a win earlier today against Virginia. Duke loses 34-17. So Virginia, they are still on track to play in the ACC championship game. And then it's Virginia, Georgia Tech, ACC championship game. Winner's going to get in, and that's it. But there was a chance that if Duke won today against Virginia, and then Duke goes to the ACC championship game, and as a 4-loss team wins the ACC championship, again, it wasn't a likely scenario, but it was a real scenario. In that situation, there was a chance that, they're not in the ACC gets shut out of the college football playoff. Because the language in the college football playoff was not the Power 4 conferences get in and then a group of 5 champion. The language is the top 5 ranked conference champions. And so in that doomsday scenario for the ACC, you would have 3 of the 4 power conference champions that would be highly ranked. You would have the American champion that would be ranked, right? Because we had the American conference had South Florida. But South Florida loses to Navy, so then maybe that's out of the question. But North Texas improves to 9-1, so North Texas keeps themselves in the conversation, right? They're going to be ranked. James Madison is now 9-1. They could win the Sun Belt, and you could have a scenario where North Texas and James Madison, winners of the American Conference and the Sun Belt, wind up getting into the college football playoff over a 4-loss Duke ACC champion. That was a real scenario. Moot point now. And again, a lot of these conversations around the college football playoff are moot points because it's going to play itself out. We're going to see these games. I, for one, was never a fan of the expanded playoff. I'm never going to shy away from that. I was extremely vocal, and I've been very negative about the college football playoff expansion because, in my opinion, we just didn't need it. We have games that are playoff games that aren't technically considered playoff games. Like at the end of the year, there's games that are playoff games. And to me, taking away from the importance of the regular season matchups hurts the sport. But it doesn't hurt the sport? More nationally televised games. More big matchups with big schools, with big money and big TV ratings. So I get it. I understand the college football playoff. What I would have done is kept it at 4 teams, and the solution was simple for all of us. I've had this solution for years. And I'll actually give credit to former co-host of mine years ago, Chris Landry, who was a former coach at LSU. And he and I talked about this, I want to 10 years ago, 5-10 years ago. What the college football should have done was you select the playoff teams after the bowl games. The solution has been in front of us all along. You play the regular season as is. You play your conference championships as is. You play your bowl games as they used to be with the traditional bowl matchups. Well, I know there's no more Pac-12, but you know what I'm saying. Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Orange, all those, you play those games. And those games are essentially your elimination games for the playoffs. Because after you play those games, you get a picture of who deserves to be in and who doesn't deserve to be in. You use those bowl games as a way to weed teams out, and then you can pick your 4-team playoff, or guess what? You can just pick 2 teams to be in the national championship. And then you're not even adding weeks to the season. But if you want to add 2 weeks to the season, okay, just pick 4 teams after the bowl games. You know what it does? It helps weed out the teams. It helps avoid a situation like we had last year where you had 4 teams that had byes and all 4 of them lost, where you had an Arizona State team getting a bye, right? Like it avoids all of those situations. And also it brings the bowl games back to relevance because right now no one gives a darn about a bowl game. The players opt out. Nobody cares. It's so hard for us to bet and handicap these bowl games because we don't know who's playing and we don't know the motivation. There are some coaches that treat the bowl game like an extension of the offseason, where it's their opportunity to get a look at players for next year. And then there's some coaches that treat it like, hey, it's another game for this season. We want to finish our season with a win. We're coaching to win. I just think the solution was in front of us the whole time, and everyone completely ignored it. But we will see how the remainder of this college football season plays out, who, in fact, will make it to the college football playoff. It looks like Georgia is getting the football back now, up 28-10, as if this game wasn't already, for all intents and purposes, over. If Georgia scores here, and they're going to have incredible field position as they got a great punt return, they score again, this game will be over, and the season for Texas will be over. Hey, you know what's not over yet? But it will be tomorrow. VSiN's Sports Equinox Special. That's right. It expires tomorrow. What's the Equinox Special, you ask? Well, for just $120, you get full VSiN Pro access through May 1st. That's less than $20 a month for every edge, every sport, every single day. That includes the daily best bets from our hosts and guests, live betting splits from DraftKings, Circa, and Brocco, AI-powered prop projections and matchup tools, 24/7 video and replays on the VSiN Watch app, plus full coverage of football, basketball, hockey, March Madness, the NFL Draft, and the Masters. So don't miss your last chance to lock in this special rate. Sign up now at vsin.com/subscribe. That's vsin.com/subscribe. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here in college football. I see our very own Stormy Buonantoni on the TV there as she is at in Provo on the ESPN call there for BYU against TCU. We'll keep an eye on all the action going on in college football. We'll take a look at what's happening in the NBA and the NHL as well. Speaking of the Sports Equinox, plus we will get into NFL Week 11 Sunday. All the prop bets, all the weather angles that we're going to see, and my favorite ladder play of Sunday, which includes a long shot weekly leader bet. We'll get to all that and more coming up next. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at Scott's On Air. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, easterly winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy skies again tomorrow, 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 50 degrees.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab, 207 South Burlington, is the place for all your rehabilitation needs. PTSR offers a wide variety of services, including orthopedic, neurological, and sports injury rehabilitation. A certified hand specialist is available for the more delicate upper extremity injuries. Warm, aquatic therapy, and balance training is also available. PTSR has a strong industrial services division providing physical and functional capacity testing, as well as drug and alcohol screening. Please visit our website, ptsrhastings.com.
Experience the Landmark difference with the next level of dealer support. Landmark, your local John Deere dealer, continually works to have parts on hand the first time you walk in the door. Our internal route system means we can get the parts to you typically same or next day to keep you up and running. At Landmark, we understand time is money. Get more uptime with our after-hours parts and service support on the phone or in the field. Stop by your local Landmark today to experience the Landmark difference.
Have you or a loved one been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island, and we specialize in personal injury law. Let Stellick Law Firm assist you in making sure that you and your family are taken care of following a motor vehicle accident. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Let us be your voice.
Have you checked the time lately? Good chance a Miletta Vista Winery is open. Hey, this is Mick with an update on our new hours. Tuesday through Sunday, we're open 11:30 to 3, and Fridays and Saturdays 11:30 till 9. Not sure what you want to enjoy when you get here? Well, Miletta Vista features award-winning wine, select beers, spirits, world-class foods, breathtaking views, and live entertainment. Visit MilettaVistaWinery.com. Check out our events page for music schedules and more. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook. Make your reservations now at Miletta Vista Winery, located on Highway 281, just north of St. Paul.
$120. That's Best Bet sent to your inbox daily. Betting guides for every sport, AI-driven prop projections and matchup tools, and every VEASAN show live through the VEASAN Watch app. Lock in the Sports Equinox special today at VEASAN.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Cashing Out here on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg here on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network. Want to check in on what's going on outside the football world, and here on your Saturday NBA schedule, the Nuggets a 123-112 win over the Timberwolves. Denver's now 10-2 on the season. Luka Doncic had 41 points as the Lakers beat the Bucks 119-95. Giannis had 32 in the loss. Raptors took care of the Pacers 129-111. Indy is now 1-12 on this season. Thunder improved to 13-1 as they take care of the Hornets 109-96. Shea had 33 points, and the Cavs a 108-100 win over the Memphis Grizzlies. On the ice, it was our Vegas Golden Knights who beat the St. Louis Blues 4-1, and the Eiffel Tower just continues to be the greatest thing in all of sports. However, here on Saturday, it did not come through. Now, for those who are just tuning in, maybe you've heard me say it before, maybe you haven't, but we started this a while ago. We've been betting Jack Eichel to go over his shots on goal prop every single game. And for every single game, Jack Eichel had gone over his shots on goal prop. It was like the first 7 of the first 8 games of the season. And then he just kept going over. And what happened was the sports books adjusted. And instead of Jack Eichel being listed at over 2.5 shots on goal, the books started putting the 3.5 shots on goal. But there are some books that allow you to bet the alternates. And if you were someone that was okay laying a certain amount of juice, you could still bet Eichel to have, they list it as 3+ shots or 4+ shots. So yeah, the over 3.5 or the 4+, you were getting some plus money for. But if you were okay laying the juice, you can still bet the 3+ shots on goal, and Eichel was continuing to go over that in every single game, or at least get the 3 shots in every single game. There's only been now 2 games this season that Jack Eichel has not had 3 shots on goal. He had 1 shot on goal back on October 25th against Florida, and he had only 2 shots on goal here on Saturday against St. Louis. Every other game for the Vegas Golden Knights, 16 games, we're talking 14 out of 16 games, he has had at least 3 shots on goal. So if you were someone that said, we're okay with the juice, we're going Jack Eichel, 3+ shots on goal, you continue to cash. I call it the Eichel Tower because it's just going to continue to go up and go up and go up. It's just the greatest thing that we've been betting here in this NHL season. Elsewhere earlier today in the NHL, the New Jersey Devils got a 3-2 shutout victory, shutout winner over the Capitals. And the story for the Devils, who at 13-4-1 on the season have been one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, one of the best teams in the entire NHL. They were a team that I bet a bunch of Western Conference teams to win the Cup. The only Eastern Conference team I bet to win the Cup was the New Jersey Devils. It was plus 1,500 before the season started, plus 1,600, that range. Right now, the Devils, and I believe these odds should be reflective of the Jack Hughes injury. But right now, in the futures market, let's see if we get an updated market here on the New Jersey Devils, because I still think that it's a good bet right now. If it's, let's see, futures, it popped up here. Devils are plus 1,400. So they dropped down a bit because of the Jack Hughes injury. Now, for those who don't know what happened, Devils star Jack Hughes injured himself this week in a freak accident at a team dinner. He cut his hand on some glass, and he required hand surgery. And so Jack Hughes had the hand surgery. He's going to be out 8 weeks now after having surgery on his finger. 8 weeks, Jack Hughes is going to be out. That is a big blow to the Devils because he is playing like a Hart Trophy candidate this year. And then the question that everybody's asking around the NHL is like, is Hughes still going to get named to Team USA for the Olympics? The Olympics is not until February, right? The Devils say that Jack Hughes is going to be back in, mid-January or so he can get ramped up. Now, if you're the Devils, and this is the whole thing with the NHL players going to the Olympics for the first time since 2012 or 2014, is because these NHL owners and these teams, they don't want their players to go. They don't want their players getting hurt in the Olympics. They care about the Stanley Cup. They don't care about the Olympics. Now, the players care about playing for their country. They love it. And the players were the ones that have been pushing for this all along. And how great was the Four Nations face-off last year? A little teaser. And that was the NHL's way, by the way, of getting their own money from this. Because some of the things that no one's going to tell you is that the reason why the NHL hates sending players to the Olympics is because they lose money. The league doesn't make money off the Olympics. Okay? The IOC gets the money. The NBC broadcast, or whoever has the rights, usually NBC, to the Olympics, they get the money. So the NHL shuts down its schedule for 2 weeks. They lose the door, So they lose the gates in the stadiums. They lose the TV ratings because the games are not on their partner of networks, right? And they lose the advertising dollars. There's so much money that they lose by shutting down their sport for a couple of weeks to allow players to go to the Olympics. And then there's the fact that the owners don't want their players getting hurt. I wonder if there will be pressure from the Devils, from their organization, to say to Team USA and to USA Hockey, hey, we know that Jack's going to be back in January. We don't want him playing. We told him to have this surgery here now. 8 weeks, he's going to rehab. We want him back healthy. He'll ramp up skating in January. He'll take some time off during the Olympic break, and then he'll get back for the stretch run. That's going to be something that we need to monitor. Olympic rosters are due next month, actually a couple of weeks from now. Will Jack Hughes be on the Team USA roster? Something that a lot of hockey fans are going to be curious about. Your current odds right now in the NHL futures market is the favorite to win the Stanley Cup is the Colorado Avalanche at plus 550. Your second favorite is our Vegas Golden Knights. The Carolina Hurricanes are next at plus 750. Florida is at plus 850. Edmonton 9-1. Dallas 10-1. The Lightning 11-1. And then the aforementioned Devils at 14-1. I have bets that I placed preseason on the Knights, the Avalanche, the Stars, and the Devils. So 3 Western Conference teams and 1 Eastern Conference team is who I have bet before the season started. I'll add to that portfolio, I'm sure, at some point once I get more into hockey in the coming months here. But I think it's going to be fascinating to track and to see who winds up separating themselves from the field right now. It had been the Devils, but the Jack Hughes injury completely changes things. Devils with 27 points, still the second best record in the entire NHL. The most points is the Colorado Avalanche. Colorado 12-1-5 on the season, and they have 29 points to lead the NHL. We know when it comes to hockey, if you've listened to VSiN, you'll hear, the Grace Remington vignettes during the commercial breaks talking about situational spots in hockey. There's so many situational spots that you can look at over the course of an NHL season to take advantage of in the betting markets. And, one of the spots that I love the most is teams on no rest. Teams on the road with no rest. And depending on where they play, that's where you want to fade those teams. The most profitable locations over the past several years to fade teams on the second night of a back-to-back has been Colorado, we know, of course, Boston, Toronto, Vegas. These are great places to fade teams that are playing on the second of a back-to-back with no rest. Coming up tomorrow, we have 2 teams that are playing on the second of a back-to-back on the road. The Golden Knights are at the Wild. The Red Wings are at the Rangers. So no real fade spots just because of, those 2 cities not being real dominant. I mean, I'd still look to fade those 2 teams, but it's not a strong trend based off of what we know historically when it comes to certain cities being prime spots to fade teams coming in on the second of a back-to-back. Hey, make the holidays unforgettable with Omaha Steaks. From holiday roasts to hand-selected gift packages, Omaha Steaks delivers top-quality meals and memorable gifts that bring everyone together. Every steak is perfectly aged and hand-carved for exceptional flavor. And right now, as a VSiN exclusive, you'll get 16 free smash burgers with any order of $129 or more, plus 50% off site-wide. Visit omahasteaks.com/VSiN. That's omahasteaks.com/VSIN. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details. Let's turn our attention to Week 11 of the NFL season, which got underway with a Thursday night win by the New England Patriots over the New York Jets. And coming up here on Sunday, we have 2 potential games that could be NFC Championship game previews. The Sunday Night Football game, of course, between the Lions and the Eagles could very well be an NFC Championship game preview. And the marquee afternoon game between the Seahawks and the Rams could actually be an NFC Championship game preview. Aaron Coscarelli, who covers the Los Angeles Rams, will join us coming up next. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir and at VSiN Live. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behavior after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
On the App Store or Google Play and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Coming to you from the Circus Sportsbook here in downtown Las Vegas, I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, as we get you ready for Week 11 Sunday action of the NFL season, and it is an exciting one. We have not one but two games that could possibly be NFC Championship game previews. Of course, the Sunday Night Football game between the Lions and the Eagles is definitely a marquee matchup that all the eyeballs will be on, but also the Fox afternoon game could also be an NFC Championship game preview, or at least an NFC postseason preview when the Seattle Seahawks take on the Los Angeles Rams. Both teams at 7-2 on the season, both quarterbacks playing at the top of their game. And who comes away with a victory in the first of two matchups this season? Joining us now on the Progressive Guest Line to break down this game, she is Erin Coscarelli, covering the Rams for the Believe Network. And Erin, this is the first of two marquee matchups this season between the Rams and the Seahawks. But let's take a step back first, though. What's impressed you about Seattle coming into this game?
Well, I mean, Seattle, that's interesting. You're going to ask me about Seattle? I mean,
everyone talks about Sam Darnold. Everyone talks about Sam Darnold and his play this season. I think, if you ask Sean McVay, like, what the thing he's concerned about the most, I think he's concerned about Darnold throwing the ball all over them.
I know, and that's actually, it is impressive. Because if you think about it, like, we were here, I forget, was it week 4 or week 5 when we played the Vikings? It was sometime last year when it really mattered. It was either right before or right after the bye. And it was Thursday Night Football, and the Rams ended up, figuring out how to get things done. And then the rest was history. Like, the Rams really started to put things together last year against Sam Darnold. So, listen, when you ask about Sam Darnold, like, yes, mad respect for Sam. I think he's talented. He's in a really great system there. He was able to figure things out when he was in Minnesota. But I'm going to go ahead and say maybe he could have flashbacks of what happened last season to him. And I think that's important to remember, because if one person knows how to scheme against people, it is Sean McVay, and Sean McVay will figure things out, I believe, on Sunday.
No, that's a great point. I do remember that Thursday game that the Rams beat the Vikings last year, and they were able to get to Sam Darnold and pressure him a bit. And we know that this Rams defense has been a very underrated unit this season, Aaron. There's a lot of Matthew Stafford's playing like an MVP candidate. He is the favorite alongside Drake May to be the MVP. We could talk about Puka. We could talk about this running game and how this offensive line is played. But I actually think the Rams defense might be overlooked this season.
Yeah, I think it's certainly not the topic of discussion when it comes to LA, and it should be, because I think the pass rush has only gotten better from year one, when I say last year, because now you have these guys. You have Braden Fisk, you have Jared Verse, you have Nate Landman, who was Tom Brady's LFG Player of the Week. Now I believe he's on his third forced fumble, and you've got guys like Poona Ford. So I think the Rams have sort of figured out how to shore up their issues, whether it's their special teams, whether it's their middle of the defense and bringing on a guy like Nate Landman or a guy like Poona Ford. And it doesn't, you're right, it does not get talked about. The defense doesn't get talked about enough because you've got guys like Devontae Adams, you've got guys like Terrence Ferguson and 13 personnel who are sort of maybe making more of the national headlines because of what they're doing. But the defense and that pass rush has certainly been effective in turning the ball over. And ever since the Jaguars, right, or even that Baltimore game, and I think the biggest point of contention, or at least the biggest storyline, is how the Rams sort of started to change things around right around when they had that London game. They played the Jags. Right before that, they played Baltimore. And remember, the last few games, right, Baltimore didn't have Lamar Jackson, and then they played the Jags, and then they played the Saints. So all three of those games, I think people at home thought, well, they're not really big contenders. But then they saw what happened against the Niners. The big question for us here in LA as the Seattle Seahawks are coming to town is, okay, I think this is the biggest test because we'll really be the decider of who these two teams are.
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. On the other side of the football, you look at this running attack. Kyron Williams has certainly established himself. We know how great he is, and I think this Rams offensive line might be one of the best units in all of football. I mean, I do a weekly trench report every single week, and they consistently rank amongst the tops in run blocking in the NFL. So I've been thoroughly impressed with the Rams offensive line. In fact, they are the number one rated run blocking unit in my metric right now. But I want to talk about Blake Corum. Because I see every single week, it seems like Sean McVay is wanting to get Blake Corum more touches and get him more involved in this offense. Do you think this backfield is becoming more of a 1-1A versus a 1 and a 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Good point right there. Because, Blake Corum even last year, and also Kyron had some, fumble issues. Certainly, you're seeing now Blake Corum in his second season feeling a lot more comfortable. The offensive line, let's not forget, too, last year had some injuries, had some issues. It was like rotating, different types of rotations week in and week out. I think there's way more consistency with the offensive line. And the other thing that's pretty impressive is every opportunity that the opponent has blitzed, Stafford has managed. He gets the ball out quickly, and I think it all has to do with what's going on in the trenches, like you said, up front, the offensive line, and then obviously who's the net beneficiary of that? Guys like Blake Corum, guys like Kyron Williams, and I believe you're going to see an uptick and an increase in Blake Corum because from year one, which was last year, to year two, all these young guys are just getting more and more comfortable and more confident. And the thing that Coach McVay says week in and week out is it's just another game and consistency matters. That is what he says every time he's at the podium. He says the same thing. It's all about, obviously positive mindset. And, the last time I think you and I spoke, if you don't remember, Scott, was you mentioned Stafford's playability heading into the season because to say how it started and to say where we're at now, Stafford, we were all wondering whether the guy was even going to be able to take a snap during the season because of his back issues. So I think it's really quite fascinating to see that even when, we don't know whether Stafford's going to play, there's a lot of uncertainty, or even in that Jags game when Puka wasn't available, then they run to 13 personnel. I mean, come on, Scott. I know there's a lot of hype around Seattle, but what the Rams are doing, and I'm not trying to be biased here, but what we're seeing out of Los Angeles is pretty unique, don't you think?
I do, and I think Stafford is the MVP. I mean, you've seen him now for a couple of seasons there in L.A. Is this the best that you've seen him look?
Yes. It's unbelievable that, first of all, he throws such a great ball downfield. But not only that, and that was one of the things that I had asked Jimmy Garoppolo, I want to say it was last week. I'm like, the guy can throw a no-look pass. He can do, he can do a sidearm. He's got every type of throw in his arsenal. And it's been really amazing to see because remember, as you and I spoke earlier in the start of the season, this guy was not available at all during training camp. And remember, it's like he's got, offensive line. You're trying to build cohesion. You've got guys like Devontae, guys like Terrence Ferguson. And then to know that, I had Jimmy Graham, I interviewed Jimmy Graham earlier this week, and I asked him about 13 personnel. I asked him about, how challenging being a tight end in the NFL is. And he's like, it's not easy completely reconfiguring your offense, which as you saw, last week, they use 13 personnel almost 40% of the time. Being a tight end does not just mean you need to run routes. That means you need to understand, like you said, run blocking. You need to be familiar with what the guys are doing on the offensive line. So, it just goes to show that what these guys, what the offense is doing in terms of the playbook and a Sean McVay playbook, no less. The preparation started in training camp, or maybe even before, but it certainly started in training camp. And when you didn't even have your starting quarterback available, says a lot, right?
Yeah, that's been probably the most impressive thing is how this has come together here for the Rams. Rams 3.5-point home favorites here over the Seahawks coming up here. Week 11 Sunday tomorrow in what could be the first of maybe 3 matchups, Aaron, this year between these teams. Because we know they'll play twice here in the regular season, and it could be a third time in the playoffs. Aaron, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the game coming up here tomorrow.
Scotty, thank you.
There she is, Erin Coscarelli, covering the Rams for the Believe Network. Does a great job. She's been around that team for several years now. Good relationship with the coaching staffs as well, so she's on top of everything. Hit her up on Twitter, and you catch all the videos of Sean McVay every single week and all her interviews as well. I think Stafford is the MVP. With all due respect to Drake May and what the Patriots have done this year, I think to this point, Matthew Stafford is the most valuable player in the NFL. Stafford this year, the turnovers, they're non-existent. 25 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. That's it. Yeah, he's not going to have the running ability that Drake May is going to have, but he's distributing the ball to multiple players. He's throwing multiple touchdown passes every single week, and he's doing it, quite frankly, with a much more difficult schedule than the New England Patriots are. I mean, look at this schedule. 49ers twice. Ravens. They played the Eagles. The Texans week 1, tough game. They're going to play the Seahawks twice. They got the Lions coming up later this year. The Rams with a more difficult schedule. Stafford putting up those numbers. He's the most valuable player right now in the NFL. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter, at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. It's Cashing Out here on the Sports Betting Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay,
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by Weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Easterly winds around 5 miles per hour. 62 tomorrow. Mainly clear tomorrow night. Lows level off around 42. Low 60s Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 48 degrees.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this of trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Road. They have the Steelers in 3 weeks on the road. Even the Bengals in 4 weeks at home. We can't see this version of Josh Allen if you're going to play that offense. And then it's at Patriots. It's going to be a fascinating 5-game stretch for this Bills team.
For more picks, listen to Sharp Money wherever you get your podcasts and on the VSiN Watch app.
here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg with you on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. My thanks to Aaron Coscarelli covering the Rams for the Believe Network, who joined us last segment to preview that game coming up here against the Seahawks. In about 15 minutes, we're going to get the other side of the story. We'll talk about this game from a Seahawks perspective. Joining us will be Greg Bell, covering the Seahawks for the Tacoma News Tribune. We'll talk to Greg coming up here in about 15 minutes. Still to come, we'll get to the Week 11 Trench Report. We'll tell you the top 5 overall mismatches and the top 5 rushing mismatches. We'll get to all of your favorite prop bets coming up a little bit later on in the program, some injury updates and weather updates as well around the NFL. Right now, I want to take a look at the market and see where we are as we head into Week 11 Sunday here of the NFL season. The action will start in Madrid, Spain, as the NFL's international series will continue. This one between the Miami Dolphins and the Washington Commanders has Miami as a 2.5-point favorite with a total of 47.5 currently here at Circa. We know that international games have been very good for the favorites, but that's more so heavy favorites, meaning above a field goal or even above close to a touchdown favorites. When it's a shorter spread, it's a little bit of a different story when it comes to these international games here. Certainly, this could be a buy high spot, or if you prefer to say, a sell high spot on Miami coming off of that win against the Buffalo Bills. Moving along, and we get to the normal slate here of your 1 o'clock Eastern time games. The Green Bay Packers are at the New York Giants. Green Bay a 7-point favorite on the road. The total in this one has dipped to 42.5 here at Circa, and that is because of the weather report. We are hearing about strong winds at MetLife Stadium here, or at least at East Rutherford, New Jersey, for this game between the Giants and the Packers. So the latest weather report is about 16 to 20 mile per hour winds. And if that continues through the game, we know that wind, more so than precipitation, is what affects these games. It's what affects these totals. So you have the market now souring on this total because of the wind proposition. However, I will say, as someone who has been in that stadium countless times, the new MetLife Stadium is not like the old Giant Stadium. The old Giant Stadium was notorious for having these swirling winds that really caused havoc down at field level. MetLife Stadium, not as much. It's a little bit higher build. It's just the wind, yeah, it does get windy. It's just it's not the same wind as what we know that it used to be like at the old Giant Stadium. We've had a couple of years now of data, and I could actually look up to see what we've had. But right now, it looks like 1 o'clock Eastern time. We're looking at 19 to 20 mile per hour winds. We'll see if that changes. But this is a game that I like the over in, if I'm being honest. And the fact that it's reduced now because of the weather report has me liking the over even more. A couple of things here. We know the Giants defense can be had. And I do think Jordan Love and the Packers offense needs to bounce back in a big way. So I think that they'll have a pretty good day here against the Giants defense. And I think the Giants are going to have a good day on offense. Jameis Winston was named the starting quarterback for this Giants team now. And Mike Kafka, who was the offensive coordinator, takes over for the fired Brian Daboll as the interim head coach. You don't name Jameis Winston your starter instead of Russell Wilson, in place of, Jackson Dart, who's, the concussion protocol and whatnot. You don't name Jameis Winston your starter because you're going to hand the ball off 25 times a game. You name Jameis Winston your starter because you're going to chuck the ball all over the field. And there's actually a strong trend here going back to the year 2020, to year 2000, actually, that when an offensive coordinator takes over for a fired head coach, so an offensive coordinator takes over for a fired head coach, in the first game, that interim head coach, that's the OC, 15-5 to the over. That's since 2000. 20 times since 2000, the offensive coordinator has taken over as the interim. 15-5 to the over. They get the job. They want to leave their mark on the job. They want to have an impression. They want to, institute their plans and the way that they call plays and their offensive schemes. I think they're going to open it up. I think the Giants are going to open it up here with Jameis Winston. I love Jameis Winston, even with the wind. Jameis Winston passing props to go over. Like, it's one of my favorite prop bets of the week is to go Jameis Winston over his passing yardage, his passing attempts. Right now, let's see. Winston passing yardage is at 221.5. Love that over. His passing attempts is at 34.5. That's probably going over as well. His interceptions prop, over a half. It's minus 215. He's probably going over as well. What I'm doing with Jameis Winston is I am going to ladder Jameis Winston. First off, I want the Giants to win so badly just so we can get a Jameis Winston post-game press conference. I mean, we're going to get one regardless, win or lose, but a Jameis Winston Giants upset victory as 7-point home dogs in his first start of the season with an interim coach, Mike Kafka. You know how legendary that post-game press conference is going to be? It's amazing. I want that. But I'm laddering Jameis Winston. Not only am I going over his passing yardage prop of 221, but I'm going to go over 250 passing yards for Jameis Winston at plus 171. I'm going to go over 270 passing yards for Jameis Winston at plus 272. And I'm going to go over 300 passing yards for Jameis Winston at plus 553. I'm also going to sprinkle a little bit at plus 1,400. Plus 1,800. I misspoke. Plus 1,800 up on DraftKings right now under the weekly leaders category. I'm going to sprinkle at plus 1,800 on Jameis Winston to lead the day in passing yardage. I think there's a real possibility, not only the Giants could be trailing in this game because, they're just a bad football team right now, but with Kafka taking over, with Winston at quarterback, it's not going to be a conservative game plan. They're going to throw it all over the field. And I envision a scenario, win or lose, that we get a classic Jameis Winston game. Like we might see 350 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and the Giants lose a high-scoring game. We're going to get the full Jameis Winston experience, trust me. So that's what I like. I'm going to do, the main bet for me is just Winston over his passing yardage prop, which is at 221.5. But I'm also going to ladder. And as I said, you can get as high as plus 553 to have 300 or more passing yards for Jameis Winston. And he's plus 1,800 to be the passing yardage leader for the week. I know the wind is scaring people off of this total, and it's pushed the total down. Here at Circa, as I mentioned, we are at 42.5. This game opened up at 45.5. I'm still going over between the Giants and the Packers. You got the Kafka scenario, you got the Jameis Winston situation, and the Packers just need to bounce back on offense. They absolutely need to bounce back on offense. And I think they will here against a bad Giants defense. So, yeah, give me the over in this game. And we'll see if the wind has a factor. But as I mentioned, in MetLife Stadium, more so, it's less of an impact that we have seen in what was the old Giant Stadium, how much that wind really swirled and wreaked havoc on some of those games. We'll get to more props. We're going to look through the rest of the schedule here for NFL Sunday Week 11. But coming up next, we're going to get back to that Rams-Seahawks game as we are going to be getting the side of it from the Seahawks perspective. Greg Bell from the Tacoma News Tribune will join us here on the program. But speaking of prop bets, you want to take a look at some interesting prop angles and specifically prop projections? Well, VSiN Pro subscribers now have exclusive access to our new AI player prop projections powered by Opta AI. That's the same trusted source behind elite soccer analytics in the UK. You'll get data-driven projections for quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs, plus exclusive NBA player prop projections, all compared to the DraftKings lines to help you find value. Access it all with a VSiN Pro subscription. Go to vsin.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Once again, coming up next, we're going to be joined by Greg Bell covering the Seahawks for the Tacoma News Tribune. And then we're going to get more prop bets coming up a little bit later on. Howard Bender from Fantasy Alarm will join us on the program. Chris Dell from Bet Predators will join us as well. We'll get their favorite prop bets. We'll continue to give our favorite prop bets throughout the program as we break down each and every game. And, of course, the Trench Report coming up as well. I'm Scott Satterberg. You can always hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Contribute to the program. Hit us up at VSiN Live. It's Cashing Out here on the Sports Betting Network.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the number one sports station because you make the phones light up.
Rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier you with Highland's range of yogurts, smoothies, flavored milk, and cottage cheese. For parents with picky eaters and trendsetters looking to jump on the revival of cottage cheese, Highland has what you need to hit your protein goals. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
At Rooter Auction and Realty, we are land brokers and equipment auctioneers. Our company is deeply rooted in agriculture, and we realize that farm and ranch assets are serious business. We're an integrity-based organization which has evolved into over 55 years of service to Nebraska and northern Kansas. Consult with one of our 12 agents today if it's time to sell your family's land and assets. Call us today for a no-obligation consultation at 402-463-8565 or go to rooterauction.com.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tri Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's food truck, and Sweet Herb Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
66 rushing yards. Bet Rico Dowdle under 88.5 rush yards. The Sports Equinox is here. Celebrate the best time of year for bettors with the VSiN Sports Equinox special. Get full VSiN Pro access through May 1st for only $120. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg with you on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, as we continue to preview NFL Week 11 Sunday and a big matchup in the NFC West between the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams, the first of what could be 3 games that these teams play against each other this season. We already got a Rams perspective. Let's talk about things from the Seattle point of view. Joining us right now on the Progressive guest line, he covers the Seahawks for the Tacoma News Tribune. He is Greg Bell. Greg, thanks so much for giving us a couple minutes here on VSiN. And the first thing I want to bring up is, because I've been looking at it a lot and talking about it with some people, the game last year between the Los Angeles Rams and the Minnesota Vikings. Now, Sam Darnold he looked effective in that game. He was also sacked a couple of times, pressured a bunch, in a game that the Vikings won, that the Rams won, and kind of turned around their season at that point. How much of that game has been brought up this week, and has Darnold or anybody said anything about that performance that they're looking to kind of change or take into account for this game?
Yeah, a lot. We've talked about it a couple times with him this week, and you say he was sacked. He was sacked many couple times against the Rams. It was 9 times it tied an NFL postseason game record. And when the Seahawks signed him after trading Geno Smith in March, and then again this week, he said that the biggest takeaway he took from that game was to get the ball out more quickly, even if it's not to a hot receiver, but just to throw it away, to just not take negative plays. He said that he inferred that because he had such big plays all last season, regular season up to that point, with Justin Jefferson, with Addison, with Hawkinson, that he had a tendency to hold on to the ball too long. And the Lions the week before, and in particular the Rams, exploited him for that. They played real tight coverage, and they blitzed, and they went after him, and they pressured him, and they made him have to make decisions with the ball, and he said he made the wrong ones. He made him holding on too long. So he said he studied those last 2 games, the Rams and the Lions games, to learn more about himself in decision-making. The Seahawks in training camp, I can tell you the ball was coming out a second and a half, and the defense was complaining about how quickly the ball was coming out because it couldn't affect Sam Darnold. That's how much he worked out in training camp. And then in the regular season, it's been a mix because Jackson Smith and Jigba has been open down the field, that their 52% run-heavy offense has set up play-action passes, and for Darnold to hold the ball longer because of longer developing plays. That's how Smith and Jigba leads the league in yards receiving, and how Darnold leads in yards per pass attempt, because he is holding on the ball at times a long time, especially on the rollouts and play action. So expect a mixed bag tomorrow, but I would think the Rams are going to come after him.
Yeah, that's something, when these guys pin their ears back, and it's certainly something that these guys love to feast upon. Well, one way that you can kind of alleviate some of the pass rush is to run the football effectively. It's going to be a challenge, though. The Rams have been good on both the offensive and defensive lines here. Do you think we'll get kind of a heavy run mix here to maybe take the pressure off of that pass rush?
Yeah, all season, Clint Kubiak, the first year in Seattle offensive coordinator, has been running even when it doesn't work. I mean, he'll run just to run. And many times it's to set up, as I mentioned, the play-action passes, the rollout passes. But they've been at the top of the league in run. 52% run in 2025 NFL is unheard of, right? But they've been at the bottom of yards per carry. So Kubiak's running even when he's going nowhere. I mean, Zach Charbonnet has been one of their leading touchdown makers all season, yet he has been one of the league's lowest yards per carry guys. I mean, we're talking 2 yards per carry. That's kind of how Seattle's offense has been this season. A lot of run, but not a lot of effective running. They've had spurts of it in some games in the second half last week against Arizona. They ended up running all but 2 plays of the second half in a blowout win over the Cardinals. They ended up rushing 46 times without Neil Dowds would have been 200 yards. But by and large, they haven't had the run. They've had the running plays without the productivity. That's what they're lacking so far. To me, until they do it against the Rams and the 49ers, they haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
Can they run the ball effectively against the Rams and 49ers to win the division?
Greg, you bring up Charbonnet, and we have seen this kind of split between him and Walker kind of go back and forth. Has Charbonnet kind of established himself as maybe a little bit ahead of Walker here in this rotation?
Playing time and carries, yes, but not, I don't think, in how they view Kenneth Walker. They've been managing Walker in a foot issue since August. It's related to the high ankle sprain that ended his season on injured reserve last December. They're trying to get him through 17 games, so they'll spell him right in the middle of drives. They'll spell him, he's not the 2-minute back, he's not the third down back. So you take out 2-minute third down and short yardage, that's the preponderance of snaps in a lot of games, which is why Charbonnet has more snaps and carries than does Walker. But to me, Walker's the more explosive, the more effective back, especially in this offense and outside zone. I think he is the guy for the longer haul. In the middle of a game, when you look at the stats, you see the end of the game, Charbonnet gets more carries and more time. The more threat to the Rams tomorrow, to me, is Kenneth Walker. They're trying to get him through 17 games, and he's buying into this job share thing because he's trying to get through 17 games because he needs 17 auditions for a new contract next year. This is the last year of his rookie deal, and he's unsigned after this season.
That's a tremendous point there. Talking to Greg Bell, who covers the Seahawks for the Tacoma News-Tribune, joining us on the Progressive Guest Line. I'm Scott Seidenberg. It's Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Greg, I don't want to get, I don't want to be, what do I want to say, corny or cheesy, but oftentimes in the prop markets, I look to take advantage of storylines, and there's no better storyline than when a player plays against their former team. So can you talk me off of hammering Cooper Kupp props tomorrow in this game against the Rams? Because that's all I want to do is bet Cooper Kupp to go over everything.
Well, if it goes like the rest of the season's gone, I would say no, stay away from that. Because Darnold's become almost innately trusting of Jackson Smith and Jigba, especially given how short of a time they've played together. It's basically half a season, yet every time push comes to shove, third downs, red zone, 4th and 1s even against Houston a couple games ago, it's Smith and Jigba. I mean, he bypasses tight ends open on a 2-yard out route on a 4th and 1 against Houston to throw an 18-yard out route to Smith and Jigba. He throws it to Smith and Jigba in coverage, and Smith and Jigba boxes guys out like a basketball player to get the ball. He did that last week again against Arizona for a touchdown. Kupp missed the game last week, but is back from 2 leg injuries. A lot riding on this game for him. He admitted that this week. He wasn't like saying this was just another game for him, other than he is a clear number 2. And that when you can just see tomorrow when it's 3rd and 6, he's looking for Smith and Jigba. Kupp has the track record of getting those conversions, but so far this season, the overwhelming targets and catches go to Smith and Jigba. It's 60-plus catches for Smith and Jigba. It's 26 receptions for Cooper Kupp so far this year.
Unbelievable. I like to play into the narrative and the storyline here. So
yeah.
Of course. It's going to be fun. Something that has been fascinating from the outside looking in of the Seahawks under Mike Macdonald is their performance on the road. They are now 11-1 on the road since Mike Macdonald took over as their head coach. Why does this team play so well away from what has notoriously been one of the best home field advantages in the NFL?
Yeah, you're right. Macdonald's one of the only 3 coaches in NFL history to win 11 of his first 12 road games as the head coach. They have the team record now of 10 consecutive wins on the road. They love the chip against all professional athletes do, but they love the chip on the shoulder, and Mike Macdonald really cultivates us versus them. He's tweaked and changed how they travel, when they arrive, compared to what Pete Carroll did. He listens to his players on those kind of issues. He has a players' council that advises him on, okay, when do you want to go down on West Coast games? When would you like to go on East Coast games? How should we practice? He relies on them a great deal. And because they're winning 13-4 since the bye week last season, everyone's on board. And it's at Mike Macdonald at this point, Scott, is that he can do no wrong. If he opened his mouth and said, we're going to go to Los Angeles on Sunday morning and play Sunday afternoon, they'd say, sure, no problem. It's work or whatever you say. So he has the buy-in from the players because of the success, but it is a little bit uncanny because they have not played well in the home the last few seasons, including under Mike Macdonald. I've been writing for months that they got to beat Los Angeles and San Francisco to win the division, to get home playoff games, to get to the Super Bowl. But the way they play on the road, they don't. Tomorrow's the biggest test, though, Scott. I mean, whatever they've done, 7-2, Darnold leading the league in throw passing, Smith and Jigba, the defense being number 1, 2, and 3 in the NFL in rush defense, pressure rate. They haven't done anything until they beat the Rams. And we'll find out tomorrow with them.
and what could be the first of maybe 3 games that these teams could play against each other this season. Greg, appreciate the time. Good luck. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Say hi to Bob for me, and we'll continue to stay in touch, all right?
Okay, Scott, anytime. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Greg Bell, covering the Seahawks for the Dakota News Tribune. He's in the car with Bob Condotta there from the Seattle Times. They're both, I guess probably getting some dinner there in L.A., getting ready for the game coming up here tomorrow between the Seahawks and the Rams. We talked about some props in that game. We'll get to some more coming up here next. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir, ScottsOnAir. Hit us up on the network at VSiN Live. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 38. Easterly winds around 5 miles per hour. 62 tomorrow. Mainly clear tomorrow night. Lows level off around 42. Low 60s Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 48 degrees.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at midwestfarmmanagement.com.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings is the trusted name in sports injury management. The staff of PTSR provides up-to-date and efficient care of sports-related injuries, returning athletes quickly and safely back to the playing field. PTSR offers free evaluation of all sports-related injuries to all area athletes during convenient 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. hours Monday through Friday. Call 402-462-8824 for more information. Remember, Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings for all your physical and occupational therapy needs.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
Here's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Got it, the foul.
The home of 24/7 sports talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
For instance, I've done this with like A.J. Brown. I did it with Malik Neighbors one time. Like when a player is disgruntled and voices their opinion, and all week they talk about it, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, he's frustrated, but don't worry, we're going to get him involved in the offense, or all that stuff. What I like to bet sometimes is you can bet, will that player have a reception on the first drive? And it comes through more times than you'd think because the narrative. I remember doing it specifically with Malik Neighbors when he was frustrated with the offense, and I said, when the Giants get the ball, first or second play of the game, it's going to be like a screen pass to Malik Neighbors. Like, they're just going to get the ball in his hands. And they did. It happened with, like, A.J. Brown one time. I think it was last year when there was, it might have been that Pittsburgh game. Anyway, there was a game where there was so much conversation about, and there's always conversation with A.J. Brown and the Eagles and everyone not being, on the same page. But there was a lot of conversation about the passing game, and I said, you know what, they're going to force feed him on the first drive. And they did. And so I'm not saying Cooper Kupp's going to go over 2.5 receptions, or Cooper Kupp's going to go over 34.5 or 35.5 receiving yards. But on the Seahawks' first drive, you can bet right now up on DraftKings, will Cooper Kupp have a reception on the Seahawks' first offensive drive? It is plus 118. Can't you just see it in your head? Can't you just picture this? First drive of the game for the Seattle Seahawks, it's a screen pass to Cooper Kupp. Or maybe it's like a jet sweep pop pass to Cooper Kupp. And on that first drive, maybe it's the first play or the second play, whatever it is, they just get the ball in his hands. Because the other thing is, when you have a player like Cooper Kupp, who is now coming back to play in LA against his former team, a lot of times there's nerves, there's jitters, there's anxiousness. Now, I'm not saying that Cooper Kupp's, he's going to be too nervous to make plays or whatever. But what you want to do is you want to get that player in the flow of the game. You want them to stop thinking about the fact that they're playing in their former stadium against their former team. And you want them to start thinking, hey, this is just like every other football game, and here I am. And so I think in the first drive for the Seattle Seahawks offense, they will get the ball in the hands of Cooper Kupp. And it could, like I said, could just be as simple as a screen pass. And it could be as simple as like a jet sweep pop pass. Just get the ball in Cooper Kupp's hands and just say, hey, this might be the only time you touch the ball in the game, first off. But also just, hey, this is just a normal football game. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter who we're playing against. It's a game like you've played hundreds and thousands of times. So that's it. So plus 118. Cooper Kupp to have a catch on the Seahawks' first drive. That is a bet that I would be making. Another angle for a first drive bet, as we can, I think these are great angles to look at, like getting a guy a ball, getting a player the ball, whether they're disgruntled or whether it's a storyline, other things like that. I do think that there are ways that you can handicap this. Another angle that I like to look at when it comes to the first drives of these games is you can bet which team is going to punt first. And in most situations, this bet is not properly priced. You can look at both of these teams, and if you know which team has a propensity to take the ball first on offense if they get the opening kickoff, or if a team defers when they win the coin toss, if you know that, well, you can give one team or the other the advantage in this market. One angle that I'm looking at here is in the Sunday night game. And we'll talk about this coming up tomorrow when I'm on with you guys on Live Bet Sunday, previewing that Sunday night football game. But I think the first punt of the game is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles. First off, the Eagles lead the NFL in 3 and outs. They go 3 and out more than any team in the NFL. And so I think there's a very good scenario, a very likely scenario, that the Eagles' first drive ends in a punt. The team to punt the ball first, up on DraftKings, let's see. First touchdown, first score. Nope, that's it here. First drive props. Eagles' first drive punt is plus 159. I like that bet. Plus 159 for the Eagles' first drive to end in a punt. They go 3 and out more than anybody. And the other bet that I like, and I've done this a couple of times this season, we came so close to cashing this. If you remember earlier in the year with the New York Giants, the team to convert a fourth down on the opening drive. Now, this is not a good price to bet for either of these teams. Normally, we see this prop at like plus 1,300, plus 1,400. Here in this Eagles-Lions game, it's plus 660 for the Lions, plus 650 for the Eagles. And we know the Eagles, if they get to a fourth and short, they're likely to just go for the tush push and get a first down. So for the Eagles to convert a fourth down on their opening drive, it is a likely scenario. The Lions as well. I actually like betting the Lions in this spot because we know Dan Campbell is super aggressive, and we know that on the road, big game here, but big game for the NFC standings and whatnot. Man, it's going to be fun that it could be a first drive fourth down conversion if they even get to a fourth down. There's another angle, though, with Dan Campbell that I really like this week. And I liked it last week. But last week showed us the bet to be made this week. Okay? Last week, Dan Campbell took over the play calling duties for the Lions. Last week, Jameson Williams had his highest target share of the season. Now, 2 weeks ago, if you remember, on this very show, 2 weeks ago, we gave out a Jameson Williams over prop. We also gave out Jameson Williams anytime touchdown. And we cashed both of them. The reason why we gave out those bets 2 weeks ago was because Lions offensive coordinator John Morton came out and told the media that the Lions needed to get Jameson Williams more involved in the offense. And so my handicap was, when a coach is telling us that they need to get a player more involved in the offense, we're going to believe them. And that player is going to be more involved in the offense. And what happened 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it didn't happen until the fourth quarter, but hey, Jameson Williams goes over his receiving yardage prop. Jameson Williams scores a touchdown. He had 66 yards and a touchdown in that game against the Vikings. Last week, with Dan Campbell now calling the plays, J-Mo had by far his highest target share of the season. He finished the game with 6 catches for 119 yards and a touchdown on 7 targets. Now, why do I think that's relevant moving forward? Why do I think that's relevant in this game against the Philadelphia Eagles? Well, I started to think. 2 weeks ago, the offensive coordinator comes out and says, we got to get J-Mo more involved. Last week, the head coach takes over play calling responsibilities and gets J-Mo more involved. Maybe John Morton, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, was speaking Dan Campbell's words. That Dan Campbell was telling him, we need to get J-Mo more involved. And so he told the media, we need to get J-Mo more involved. And then he takes over play calling responsibilities and gets J-Mo more involved. The two things are adding up here to me. And so I think this is going to continue here on Sunday night against the Philadelphia Eagles. So I like playing over Jameson Williams props here in this game because I'm going to believe what I'm hearing from the coaches and what I'm seeing. And I think that all the talk from 2 weeks ago from the OC was actually coming from Dan Campbell himself, and we saw it play out last week. More props coming up next. I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behaviour after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair, Samir Shah, has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Cashing Out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, as we continue to preview NFL Week 11 Sunday action, and we talk about it from a props perspective. Let's get more of our best prop bets here on the program as we head out to the Progressive guest line, and joining us, as he has done so many times throughout the season, he is Howard Bender, head of content for Fantasy Alarm. And Howard, you know, one of the prop bets I was telling you during the commercial break here that I love is at plus 118 odds right now on DraftKings to get Cooper Kupp to catch a pass on the first drive for the Seattle Seahawks. Can't you just see a scenario where we know the first drive's always scripted. Can't you see a scenario where maybe first play of the game, second play of the game, it's like a quick screen pass to Cooper Kupp just to kind of ease the anxiousness of him playing in L.A. against his former team?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's definitely a great narrative to follow along. Everybody sits there in the fantasy community talking about revenge game narratives. So, I mean, listen, I think that it does make sense. And for plus money to just kind of, sprinkle a little something on that for a catch in the first drive, I mean, listen, I'm definitely in on that. I was looking at a prop. It was like a Jeremy Ruckert prop on Thursday night to not have a catch in the first quarter. I was like, for plus 130, I'll take that. Thank you.
Well, one of my other favorite bets of the week, and this is one where you want to talk about plus money, Howard. I'm chasing all the plus money I can get. I think Jameis Winston starting for the Giants is the best storyline of the week. I love this guy. I want the Giants to win so badly so I can get a Jameis Winston post-game press conference. But I am going to go over Jameis Winston passing yards. I'm going to ladder this thing, though. I'm going to go over 250. I'm going to go over 275. I'm going to go over 300. I'm even taking a plus 1,800 flyer, Howard, on Jameis Winston to lead the day in passing yardage. With Mike Kafka taking over in the interim, he's not naming Jameis Winston the starting quarterback just to hand the ball off to Tyrone Tracy 25 times. What do you think about Jameis Winston's possibilities here against the Green Bay Packers?
I mean, I liked your ladder there, but all of a sudden, you're besmirching the good name of Joe Flacco by saying that famous Jameis is going to outpass him. Come on, Flacco against the Steelers? Is that not? Listen, I took over 260.5 passing yards for Flacco. I parlayed it up with over 1.5 touchdowns. Yeah, I like your ladder for Jameis, but no, man, my boy Flacco is going to outproduce him.
All right, so we're good on the ladder. You can get, by the way, you can get like plus 550 on Jameis Winston to have a 300-yard passing game. And I would like that from Flacco as well. We know Flacco has been an over machine since he took over at quarterback here for the Cincinnati Bengals. You mentioned that matchup here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why do you like Flacco to perform so well against Pittsburgh?
I mean, the Steelers are just, you look at their defense, it's so funny. When you get names like Darius Slay and Jalen Ramsey and Joey Porter Jr., you would think that this defense would be locked down, but it's a bottom 5 pass defense in DVOA. They give up the most passing yards per game right now. And you just go back and you look at game logs and it's really amazing just like how bad this defense has gotten. I mean, it used to be so great, having Minkah Fitzpatrick float around there in the secondary and kind of help steer the ship from the defensive backfield. So it's definitely a problem for Pittsburgh. So, I look at this matchup against Cincinnati, whose defense is 10 times worse than Pittsburgh's. And so you kind of, it's got that shootout vibe. Those old man, the Unk shootout vibes is what my friend's son is calling it right now. So the Unk Bowl. Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers should be an entertaining one.
As we've seen earlier this season as well. Let's take a look at, speaking of bad teams, the Tennessee Titans. What more can we say about them besides it has gone from bad to worse? Say what you will about Cam Ward. I don't think he's NFL ready yet, and I don't know if he will be NFL ready yet. But we can take advantage of this matchup by looking at the Houston Texans. Do we trust Davis Mills to put up a big number like he did in the second half last week, not so much in the first half, or do we look to the ground game here for the Texans, who might be running things out with a big lead late in the game?
Well, then that's the thing. For me, I'm looking at Woody Marks. I took his over the 78.5 rushing plus receiving yards. He's the pass catcher. But, a lot of people were buying into Woody Marks being like, 80% snap share last week. And I'm like, yeah, that was true, but, they were also trailing the entire game. Houston had to come back on Jacksonville in the second half. So for the first 3 quarters, they were sitting in catch-up mode. Of course, you're going to have Woody Marks on there. I was kind of nervous about Nick Chubb and whether or not he would be the one to just kind of do that yeoman's work against Tennessee. DeMeco Ryans came out with just a statement talking about his youngsters. These kids are not rookies anymore. They've played enough to know what they're supposed to be doing, and we need to get the ball into Woody Marks' hands as much as possible. So when I get that kind of an endorsement from Ryans, as the head coach, you kind of have to pay attention to that. So I think you're going to see Davis Mills throw the ball a little bit. I'm a big fan of Nico Collins. Took the over on his receiving yards prop as well. But yeah, I think this is a game that Woody Marks kind of needs, like Trevion Henderson just had. I think Woody Marks needs to capitalize on this one. Super soft run defense to make it happen.
Well, let's talk about some other games and some other players that you have some intrigue in the prop markets here, Howard. There's a good matchup here between the Chargers and the Jaguars, as LA is a 3-point road favorite. Jacksonville's dealing with some injuries. Brian Thomas Jr. is not going to play again here. Last week it was Parker Washington who scored 2 touchdowns. He had a receiving touchdown, and he also had a punt return touchdown. Do we go back to the well with Parker Washington for the Jaguars here?
I don't know. I'm not really, that into the Jaguars in this game. I really think that the Chargers have kind of taken a little bit of a step forward. I used to never bet the Chargers when they were a favorite because they would always disappoint you. And I'm still leery of them at, like when they're at home and they're a touchdown favorite. This game on the road, I think they're locked in. I think they're fine. It's just a 3.5 point spread in this one. But what I'm looking for in this game is Rondé Gadsden the second. I mean, I love what they've done with him. Everybody was, concerned. It was like, the arrival of Keenan Allen, and what was that going to do to Ladd McConkey? Well, all of a sudden now what we've seen is that Gadsden has kind of taken that step forward with McConkey at the same time, and Keenan Allen has been working a really lower snap count over the last couple of games. So I look at Gadsden here going up against the Jaguars. I think they rank like 24th or 25th against the tight end. They're giving up an average of about 6 catches for 70 yards per game. I saw Gadsden's number at 50.5. Thought it was kind of a no-brainer here with the way that they're using him. He's seeing these targets that we were kind of worried were going to be stolen by Keenan Allen, and Gadsden's got a hold of them.
49ers take on the Cardinals, Howard, and we have Brock Purdy returning. Ricky Pearsall is back. So everything's good from a 49ers perspective. We've seen the spread move now in favor of the 49ers as a result of the positive injury news. In a game in which I expect San Francisco to be leading, how can we take advantage of that from a Cardinals prop perspective?
Oh, as soon as I was told that Marvin Harrison Jr. was dealing with an appendectomy, I immediately ran to go look at Michael Wilson's prop lines. I mean, Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, obviously Trey McBride's receptions prop went through the roof. Even Amari DiMercato. I'm a big fan of DiMercato as well, but I looked at Michael Wilson's prop number. It was like at 44.5. I bet it there. I would bet this over. I think the last time I saw it was at like 47.5. And I genuinely think that I would still bet the over on that. He can stretch the field. He can go across the middle. They have the underneath work from McBride and Dortch well taken care of. So I think that they, what you saw with like 22 targets to Marvin Harrison Jr. over the last 2 games for Jacoby Brissett, he needs to maintain that downfield presence there. So I think Michael Wilson kind of picks up the slack on that one. And I would not be surprised. I mean, I would even consider doing a ladder on Michael Wilson, probably up to like 70 yards.
Yeah, you can still get 44.5 up on DraftKings right now. Michael Wilson over 44.5 receiving yards. One final thing, Howard, is there anybody else that you have some intrigue in? Maybe it's not in the prop markets, but maybe in like a DFS market. If you're looking at somebody who's going to be like a lower priced player that you think that you can get some value at here if you're building a lineup for tomorrow?
I mean, there's a couple of names out there, right? First off, Calvin Austin III. He's seen about 6 targets per game over the last 3 weeks. I know he's had a couple of drops, but Aaron Rodgers seems to be sticking with him. He seems to be developing. That game against Cincinnati is definitely going to blow up. But like I just said before, Amari DiMercato, I mean, this is a kid who's, he's out of Jonathan Gannon's doghouse for the fumble at the goal line.
He's not out of mine. It knocked me out of Survivor, Howard. He's not out of my doghouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we just say something for Survivor here? So I'm a diehard Jets fan. I took the Patriots on Thursday night, sweated that out, that first drive like crazy. But now, in all honesty, I want nothing but chaos.
Yes,
I want all the chaos of the week.
You do.
Yes, I do. And maybe that starts with a little Amari DiMercato. He's on the field for the 2-minute drill. He's the third down pass catching back. He's the change of pace guy. We've seen him get explosive. You can look at like his longest receiving yards, longest reception. You can look at his longest rush yards also, because this guy's always good for a 30-yard pop sooner, at some point or another. And if you're talking like from a DFS angle, super cheap. He's like $4,500 on DraftKings, which is like a sick price for a running back who catches passes.
Interesting angle. Howard Bender from Fantasy Alarm, appreciate the time. We'll talk to you soon. Good luck with your bets, Howard.
Thanks very much. Good to have me.
Great stuff there from Howard Bender. Hey, you guys ready to boost your bankroll? Because Brocco's giving new depositors a 50% bonus up to $750 in Brocco cash. Just use promo code VSIN when you sign up. Brocco's lines are live on our VSIN betting splits page, so you can see where the action is moving before you bet. Turn your bonus into an edge with insight that matters. Go to playbrocco.com today and use promo code VSIN. This is Cashing Out.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-693-3109. 800-693-3109. Again, that's 800-693-3109.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows dip down to about 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, east winds around 5 miles per hour. A mix of clouds and sun tomorrow, high of 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 47 degrees.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
Pro to join VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Cashing Out here on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you on Cashing Out here on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network, as we continue to look through the NFL Week 11 Sunday slate. Want to give you the updated lines and talk about some possible weather impacts that we could have here, as well as injury reports as well. So let's get back to the schedule here. We do have a weather impact possibly in Buffalo. The Tampa Bay Bucks take on the Buffalo Bills, and right now up here at Circa, we have the Bills as a 6-point favorite, total of 46.5. That's down from the 49.5 that we had earlier here in the week, and it is because of the weather report in Buffalo. Now, we do have snow showers possibly earlier in the day, okay? And there is some wind right now on the radar for Orchard Park. But it's probably not going to snow or rain during the game. Like, that's going to stop. But it is likely to be windy and cold during the game. So how does that affect the team coming up from Florida to play here against the Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park? Plus, the Bills in a big bounce-back spot after losing last week in disappointing fashion. There was a trend that I gave out last week that the Buffalo Bills qualify for. So it's if you lose a game as a touchdown or more favorite, and then the following week you are listed as the favorite once again. Last week, the Lions and the Packers both qualified for this. Now, the Lions took care of business. They won and covered. The Packers did not. The updated numbers now, since the start of the 2021 season, if you lose as a touchdown or greater favorite and then are favored again the next week, you are 38-15 straight up, 34-20 against the spread. And the Buffalo Bills do qualify in this bounce-back spot here for this game. If you isolate that to home teams, 15-7 straight up, 13-9 against the spread. Let's see. If you were away the week before and now you're home, it's not as great. 8-5. Okay. Still a good bounce back spot, though, for the Buffalo Bills. Pay attention to the weather as we get close to kickoff here on Sunday. Let's move on to the next game. It is Cincinnati at Pittsburgh. And here at Circa, the Steelers, 5.5-point favorites, total of 49.5. And Joe Flacco has been an over machine since taking over at quarterback here for the Cincinnati Bengals. He is a perfect 4-0 to the over since becoming the quarterback here with the Cincinnati Bengals. I actually like the Steelers a lot here in this game. I think this is a great spot to back Pittsburgh. It is one of those situations where you're playing with division revenge, right? So I always like backing these teams that when you play a team in the division and you lose, okay, which they did, they lost to the Bengals 33-31. You play that team again. I always like backing that team in the bounce back revenge spot, and that would be backing here the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they get the job done at home against the Cincinnati Bengals. Next, we have the Houston Texans at the Tennessee Titans. Texans, a 6-point favorite here at Circa, total of 38. A bet that I actually like in this game. You can bet right now, and obviously different sports books offer this, but you look, for example, look on DraftKings. You can bet the second half line. And right now, up on DraftKings, for the second half, the Houston Texans are -3.5. Now, you'd obviously like this number to get below a field goal, so shop around. You might be able to find a -3. Earlier in the week, it was -2.5. Who cares about that? But it's -3.5 right now up on DraftKings. Shop your books to see what second half lines they have. But I actually like betting a second half line before the game on the Houston Texans over the Titans. If you look at Tennessee this season, they are the second lowest scoring team in the second half of games. At home this year, they are scoring less than 6 points per second half. And I think once Houston plays with a lead, which they will have a lead in this game, and DeMeco Ryans can call up some blitzes and get this pass rush to just pin its ears back and go after Cam Ward, I think that's going to lead to the Texans pulling away even further later in this game. So I would actually go with a Texans prop, like betting the Texans in the second half in this game. Or maybe you do Titans like team total under for the second half. That's kind of an angle that I would take a look at here. Next, we got the Chicago Bears taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Right now, we got Minnesota, a 2.5-point favorite here at Circa. There is a 3. There's a couple of 3s on the board. If you can get the 3, I'd be on the Chicago Bears plus the 3 points. But here's what I'm going to do for this game. I'm going to bring you back to week number 1 of the NFL season, I believe it was. And in week number 1 of the NFL season, when the Chicago Bears played the Minnesota Vikings, we gave out an anti-correlated same-game parlay, which was Caleb Williams to go over his completions prop while going under his yardage prop. And that cashed in week number 1. And it had to do with the way Ben Johnson calls the offenses. It has to do with the way that Ben Johnson has attacked the Brian Flores defense. And it had to do with the way that Brian Flores defends Caleb Williams. In 2 games last year, doesn't blitz Caleb Williams. They allow the underneath. They allow things in front of the defenders. And they don't let Caleb Williams drop back and pass it deep over their heads. So I think we go back to the well and we go over completions and under yardage for Caleb Williams. A lot of dink and dunks, a lot of short passes, but he's not going to beat this Vikings team deep. As far as the spread is concerned, though, if you can get a 3, I would take +3 here with the Chicago Bears. Let's move on. Carolina is at Atlanta. Falcons 4-point favorites here at Circa, total of 42. And this is a revenge spot, certainly, because the Panthers beat the Falcons 30-0 earlier this season. But it's also a terrible travel spot for Atlanta. You see, Atlanta is returning from Germany without the bye week. And something that Evan Abrams of the Action Network has pointed out over the years, the teams that come back from Europe without the bye, most of them wind up trailing or tied in the fourth quarter of their next games. I believe the trend is in 30 games, it's been 19 times that the team has been tied or trailing entering the fourth quarter of these games. Atlanta, the 31st team to play coming back from an international game without a bye. Those teams, 16-14 ATS in their next game. I like Carolina here in this spot. I do. Chargers are at the Jags. We have LA as a 3-point favorite here at Circa, total of 44. I do like the Chargers. I like the Jaguars here, but they're so banged up. Brian Thomas Jr. not going to play again. This was a trench report game. We'll get to the trench report coming up here in a few minutes, but this was a trench report game because of the inefficiencies here of the makeshift offensive line for the Chargers. Just feels like it's a lot to lay on the road, going cross country here, playing the early start time for the Chargers. We talked about this Rams game against the Seahawks ad nauseum. We had our 2 guests earlier here in the program previewing it from both angles. Right now, Rams 3.5-point favorites, total of 49. I like the Rams, but not at 3.5. If you can get a 3, I would lay the 3 here with the Rams. San Francisco is at Arizona. Right now, the 49ers 3.5-point favorites, total of 48, something that I found pretty interesting looking at this matchup. Kyle Shanahan, as the head coach of the 49ers, 6-11 ATS against the Arizona Cardinals in his coaching tenure. Very strange. Very strange. Baltimore is at Cleveland, and Lamar Jackson is going to play. He was banged up this week, and the Ravens 7.5-point favorites at the Browns. I like the Browns in this spot. I do. Anything north of a touchdown, I like. This is the Browns defense that is number 1 in the defensive line pass rush. They're number 1 against the run as far as their defensive line is concerned. And I think they're going to make this difficult. This is going to be a difficult game for the Ravens. Ravens are going to win this game, but it's not going to be a comfortable win. This feels like a low-scoring game. Total's at 38 for a reason. It feels like both teams try and run the ball, and I would go like under Lamar Jackson rushing props because they do not want him to run the ball a lot here in this game, especially with him being banged up. And then you got the Kansas City Chiefs at the Denver Broncos, currently here at Circa. KC 4-point favorites, total of 45. I think this is a disrespectful line to the Denver Broncos. I really do. If this game was at Arrowhead, are you telling me that the Chiefs would be a touchdown favorite here? Over a touchdown favorite against the Broncos? I know the Broncos are a soft 8-2, but this is still one of the more talented defenses, even without Pat Surtain. Their pass rush is elite. I don't know. This seems like a lot here to lay. Hey, First Bet is the official horse racing partner of VSiN, and they aren't just about placing a bet. They're about helping bettors of all levels with proprietary handicapping tools that provide data-driven insights. And First Bet's in-app tools give you win, place, and show probabilities. And right now, you can take advantage of a $250 sign-up offer. Go to firstbet.com. Use code VSiN250 when you sign up.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more.
If you're planning to build a new home or add an addition to your existing one, trust the experts at Gangwish Construction. From general contracting, basement pouring, to bathroom remodeling, concrete work, and deck building, they handle it all with precision and care. They take pride in doing the job right the first time, every time. Contact Jeff today at 402-460-0013 and experience quality craftsmanship with Gangwish Construction.
Have you or a loved one been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island, and we specialize in personal injury law. Let Stellick Law Firm assist you in making sure that you and your family are taken care of following a motor vehicle accident. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Let us be your voice.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com. A business's phone is the lifeline to its customers and potential clients. That's why it's so important that you can take calls seamlessly from anywhere, whether you're on the road or in the office. Hamilton Business Technologies can help ensure your phone rings wherever you are. We can equip your headquarters and any of its locations with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we know how to keep Nebraska businesses connected. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
Through May 1st for only $120. Go to vsin.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cashing Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg with you on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Always on Twitter at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll unveil the top 5 biggest mismatches in the Trench Report, the top 5 biggest rushing mismatches as well, and recap our best bets for NFL Week 11 Sunday. Joining us now to give us some more best prop angles, he is Chris Dell. Chris is one of the industry's most accurate fantasy football rankers. He was crowned by Fantasy Pros as such a couple of seasons ago and continues to rank amongst their top most accurate fantasy rankers even heading into this season. You follow him on Twitter at Mad Journalist, 2 Ds in Mad. Chris, appreciate the time here joining us on the Progressive Guest Line. Let's talk props for Week 11. And one of the things that I like to do when I'm betting props is play narratives, to play storylines. So I've talked about this earlier on the program, but you can get right now up on DraftKings at plus 118 odds for Cooper Kupp to have a reception on the Seahawks' first offensive possession. Are you with me in thinking that Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold will just get the football in Cooper Kupp's hands on that first drive just to kind of alleviate any anxiousness that he might have playing against his former team?
I love it. I'm with you there 100%. Cooper Kupp revenge game. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to really make an impact for the entirety of the game. You know, old man Kupp over here. So on the first drive, might as well make your best impact possible.
Yeah, like I said, just on the first drive, just one catch. It could be a little screen pass, could be a pop pass, whatever it is. But I do think they get the football in his hands. The other narrative that I've talked about here on this show is Jameson Williams. We know that Dan Campbell got him involved last week when he took over the play calling responsibilities. Do you think that continues here on Sunday night against the Eagles?
Absolutely, I do. Sam Laporta was just put on IR today. Big weapon. He was kind of competing in terms of who is the 2A/2B option behind Amon-Ra St. Brown in this offense here. Jameson Williams, over 3.5 receptions, over 55.5 receiving yards. I like both of those props a lot this week. You know, it's possible that Dan Campbell strictly took over the play calling duties just to get Jameson Williams more involved. Jameson Williams had his issues earlier in his career, but he's been really revered in that coaching staff for being a hard worker. And we know the athleticism and elite physical traits that are there. He's a very good run blocker as well. And Dan Campbell was his number one advocate during the offseason heading into 2025. And we just saw that the former OC there wasn't able to really diversify his route tree. We saw last week Jameson Williams running more in the slot, running more slants, crossers, giving them those layup targets, getting the ball easier in his hands. So I think the receptions and the big playability both go hand in hand this week against a banged up Eagles secondary here.
Yeah, I would agree. That's one of my favorite plays of the week is just attacking Jameson Williams. Let's run through some of these games and see if you have a prop or two that you like. Let's start with the early game in Madrid. We got the Washington Commanders taking on the Miami Dolphins. You have anything in that game?
Yeah, I like the fact that what do we know in this game is that both defenses are really bad. And I think that you could say Miami specifically, if you look at their schedule-adjusted fantasy points allowed, this is fantasy points allowed to certain positions based on strength of schedule, so it's adjusted for that. They are bottom 4 in the NFL in fantasy points allowed to tight ends. And really, Zach Ertz is one of the only men standing left in this offense, old reliable here. You have to pay a little bit of juice, but Zach Ertz over 3.5 catches in a game where I think both offenses are going to move the ball, 47.5 point total, tight spread. You've got Deebo Samuel, Zach Ertz, and you've really got no one else. So I like Zach Ertz over 3.5 receptions as that safety valve for Marcus Mariota in a plus matchup here.
Let's move on. Giants take on the Green Bay Packers. You know I love me some Jameis Winston. Can we play any Giants props in this game?
Yeah, Scott, like we do our props pod together every single week, and we talked about the weather, and it's looking like weather might play a role here. It's going to be very windy in certain spots across the East Coast this week, and when you look at the possible weather in New York, it's starting to concern me just a little bit. We're talking about 15-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts of 25 miles an hour at kickoff. So I don't know Mike Kafka here at home in Jameis Winston's first start. Is he really going to let Jameis Winston rip it like we saw in Cleveland last year when Stefanski was calling the shot? So I think it's more of a TBD. I'm a little hesitant. I want to see what the weather forecast looks like in the morning. A lot of things can change overnight. We're seeing possible high winds in Buffalo, in Pittsburgh, in New York. So I kind of want to wait and see on that. But I think overall, like you look at Wan'Dale Robinson, Theo Johnson, those are the two guys that Jameis Winston, really all he has left. Outside of those two guys, he's essentially throwing the ball to Scott Seidenberg and Chris Dell. So I really like Wan'Dale Robinson and Theo Johnson in that receiving core there.
Hey, Jameis Winston can make me into a Pro Bowler, I'm pretty sure. He's Chris Dell. Chris Dell, his website is bettingpredators.com. He's one of the most accurate fantasy football rankers. They grade that stuff weekly. You guys can check it out on various websites. You'll see Chris Dell's name, the mad journalist, as we call him, as he joins us on the Progressive guest line. You mentioned the weather, Chris. Let's talk about the impact that we could see in Buffalo. Now, the snow showers, as light as they're going to be, probably not going to happen during the game. It looks like before the game, but we still could get a cold, windy game there in Orchard Park. And I would think that impacts the team coming from Florida. Are we hesitant on Baker and Ibuka and Tez Johnson? Are we hesitant here with this Bucs offense because of the weather?
It's a tough call. I think when you look at what these two teams have been over the last 4 weeks, Buffalo has, for some reason or the other, turned into an extremely run-heavy offense. They are minus 5.4% in pass rate over expectation the last 4 weeks. And if they're just going to sit back and be conservative and try to get a home win here in the snow, in the wind, I don't know if they're going to really push the Bucs into a very pass-heavy volume type of game here. Having said that, I do like Emeka Egbuka a lot. Buffalo has ceded a lot of production to opposing wide receiver ones, and I think Tez Johnson, he's running just as much routes per game as Egbuka, and his receiving yards total is only about 32.5. So I think Egbuka, for being one of the league's top 10 receivers right now, no Godwin, no Evans, as we know, the Bucs are getting to throw at least a little bit. You can still, it's going to be 17-mile-an-hour winds, gusts up to 30. There will still be pass attempts in this football game. Don't get me wrong. So Egbuka at 57.5, it's one of those things where I want to wait to see if the weather changes at all by the morning time. But I think that's a very low number, even given the weather circumstances for Emeka Egbuka. And then similarly for a big play threat like Tez Johnson at 32.5.
Yeah. What do we feel about Buffalo with their situation? I know they activated some wide receivers. Keon Coleman looks like he's benched now or a healthy scratch. Like, what do we think about the receiving options for Josh Allen?
It's rough, man. I mean, Kincaid has essentially been their number one receiver this year, even though he's listed as a tight end. He's out for a couple of weeks. It's down to Khalil Shakir and everyone else. Like, I expect Dawson Knox. I expect them to run a decent amount of two tight end sets with Dawson Knox and Jackson Hayes or Spencer Haas. I'm thinking of an NBA player here. This is a carbon copy name there. But no, I think that, like, I'm talking about backup tight ends, backup wide receivers. It's going to be rough. And that kind of leads me into thinking they're going to stick to that, run-heavy script that they've really been doing the last month or so. And it concerns me a little bit for fantasy for playing Josh Allen and his weapons, but I think Khalil Shakir might see like a borderline 50% target share here in this matchup.
All right, Chris, before we let you go, let's talk about some value plays. If we're looking at maybe building a DFS lineup, we're looking at some low-value guys that could maybe jump up and surprise us here this week that we don't have to spend a lot of bucks on, but could have some big performances, maybe some high-ceiling guys. Who are you looking at?
Yeah, I really like the Los Angeles Chargers here going on the road facing the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars have been a pass funnel defense all year long. They've been allowing tons of passing production to opposing offenses. They are bottom 2 in the league in terms of fantasy adjusted points allowed to opposing quarterbacks. The only team worse than them this year so far has been the Dallas Cowboys. We saw Davis Mills look like an all-pro quarterback last week in that comeback win for the Texans as well. And you look at Justin Herbert here, like no Joe Alt, but the Jaguars haven't been getting pressure on anybody. He's coming in with Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnston, as well as Oronde Gadsden. I think like a Herbert double stack to Johnston/Gadsden, that's a cheap way to get access to an elite passing offense here in Week 11. That's one of my favorite stacks, and you can mix in Ladd McConkey there as well.
Good stuff, Chris. Again, follow Chris on Twitter at MadJournalist, 2 Ds in Mad. Check out the website, bettingpredators.com. And Chris will continue to monitor all of your success here as he continues to be one of the most accurate fantasy rankers week in and week out here throughout the industry. Chris, appreciate the time, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, Scott. See ya.
There he is, Chris Dell. Make sure you guys check his stuff out. I want to tell you guys to get ready for the Neon City Music Festival. All free, all ages, celebration of music, food, and art. Festival without fences, mouth-watering food, stunning 3D graphics on the Viva Vision screen, jaw-dropping performances. You can book your stay downtown at Circa Las Vegas right now. Details at neoncityfestival.com. That's neoncityfestival.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabric.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows dip down to about 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, east winds around 5 miles per hour. A mix of clouds and sun tomorrow, high of 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s, Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 47 degrees.
If you're planning to build a new home or add an addition to your existing one, trust the experts at Gangwish Construction. From general contracting, basement pouring, to bathroom remodeling, concrete work, and deck building, they handle it all with precision and care. They take pride in doing the job right the first time, every time. Contact Jeff today at 402-460-0013 and experience quality craftsmanship with Gangwish Construction.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab, 207 South Burlington, is the place for all your rehabilitation needs. PTSR offers a wide variety of services, including orthopedic, neurological, and sports injury rehabilitation. A certified hand specialist is available for the more delicate upper extremity injuries. Warm, aquatic therapy, and balance training is also available. PTSR has a strong industrial services division providing physical and functional capacity testing, as well as drug and alcohol screening. Please visit our website, ptsrhastings.com.
Bored of the same old sports coverage? Get on the cutting edge of sports with Extreme Sports.
That ball hammered deep toward left into the well. That ball is gone!
The biggest plays, breaking news, and we can't forget the best sports talk.
Let's be great! Let's be great!
We are Extreme Sports.
Rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier you with Highland's range of yogurts, smoothies, flavored milk, and cottage cheese. For parents with picky eaters and trendsetters looking to jump on the revival of cottage cheese, Highland has what you need to hit your protein goals. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island. The lawyers of Stellick Law Firm have over 90 years of combined legal experience. Our firm specializes in family law, personal injury, probate and estate planning, as well as real estate and corporate law. Stellick Law Firm believes in getting to know our clients and finding the best way to serve you. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Stellick Law Firm is ready to work for you. Let us be your voice.
Chow will provide the injury updates, and Warren Sharp and John Hansen offer their best plays of the day. The VEASAN Pro Football Tailgate Show, Sundays from 9 to noon Eastern on VEASAN.
here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Cash Out, I'm Scott Seidenberg here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Let's take a look at the Trench Report for Week 11 of the NFL season. Then we'll get to our best bets here on the program. Your top 5 overall biggest mismatches this week in the Week 11 Trench Report. And for those of you new tuning into the program for the first time, welcome. Where have you been? I'm Scott Seidenberg. Hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. I'm always here with you guys. And each week I analyze the offensive and defensive line play in the NFL. And then I do a breakdown of the top mismatches overall, as well as the top rushing mismatches, where if you can take a look at the prop markets for these running backs in the top rushing mismatches, those have been very profitable here on the season. And as far as looking at the overall mismatches in the Trench Report, well, there might be certain angles that you can take to look at these games, whether you think a dog has a chance to keep it close because of the play by the lines, or if you want to look at any other angles from maybe a prop or derivative perspective. So let's take a look now at the top overall mismatches in the Week 11 Trench Report. The number one biggest mismatch of the week is the Pittsburgh Steelers against the Cincinnati Bengals. And that's not going to surprise anybody because the Cincinnati Bengals have been terrible in the trenches. Their defensive line doesn't stop anybody against the run. It's one of the worst run defensive lines in the NFL. Their offensive line doesn't protect the quarterback. So it's a game where TJ Watt and the pass rush here for the Steelers should be able to get after Joe Flacco. Jaylen Warren should be able to run the ball very effectively here against the Bengals. The Steelers, the number one biggest overall mismatch here of the Week 11 Trench Report. And I'm just going back a couple of weeks ago. Jaylen Warren against this same Bengals team, 16 carries, 127 yards. He should have a similar output here in this game on Sunday. Your number two biggest mismatch of the week is the Jacksonville Jaguars over the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, the Jags are home underdogs here. Maybe value on Jacksonville. Because if you look at the offensive and defensive line play, well, the Chargers, even though you had Khalil Mack made that great play last week, still not generating much of a pass rush. And the offensive line is a makeshift offensive line now. They've had their injuries. They bring in, the player from the Saints last week to replace Joe Alt, who's done for the year. They still have issues on the offensive line. The Jaguars could get after Justin Herbert in this game and make things very uncomfortable for him. So maybe some value on the Jacksonville Jaguars. The number three biggest mismatch of the week inside the trenches is the Washington Commanders over the Miami Dolphins. Now, the Dolphins have been playing better as of late, but all that's accounted for in the numbers, right? Because these numbers update every single week. So yes, they are playing better. Their numbers are getting better, but this is still a mismatch here as far as the overall Trench Report is concerned. I would lean towards Washington here in this game. The Cleveland Browns over the Baltimore Ravens, the number four biggest mismatch in the Trench Report. The Cleveland Browns grade out as the number one defensive line in pass rush and the number one defensive line in run stuff. They will make this game ugly and difficult for the Baltimore Ravens. I truly believe that. So I think there's value in taking the points here with the Cleveland Browns. I don't think they pull an upset. Ravens are going to win, but it's going to be closer, I think, than what we think. And then the number five biggest mismatch of the week is the Denver Broncos over the Kansas City Chiefs. I still don't understand this line. The Broncos 4-point dogs at home doesn't make sense to me. I get that you have Andy Reid coming off of a bye, which is something that's been publicized now for years, how good Andy Reid has been off the bye. And I know that the Broncos at 8-2 have been a very disappointing team this season. They find themselves coming from behind in the fourth quarter of a lot of these games. They're coming off of a game in which they could not have looked worse against the Las Vegas Raiders on a Thursday night. But now you have like the extended break, if you will, the 10-day break to get ready for this game. Yes, J.K. Dobbins is now on injured reserve, okay? So it's an R.J. Harvey led rushing attack now for the Denver Broncos. But again, the Trench Report's not factoring in who's playing at quarterback or running back or anything like that. It's only factoring in the line play. And looking at the offensive line play and the defensive line play, this game measures out as a mismatch in favor of the Denver Broncos. Now, it's not a significant mismatch. In fact, only the Steelers over the Bengals and the Jaguars over the Chargers are significant mismatches. These other ones a little bit more narrow. The closest games, according to the Trench Report, the Bears and the Vikings, very close in the trenches. The Lions and the Eagles, very close. And the Jets and the Patriots, actually pretty close. And that was the Thursday night game. The Jets lost by 13. And you could have gotten 13.5, depending on where you looked. Here's your top 5 rushing mismatches. So think about playing your player props accordingly. Number 1, Pittsburgh over Cincinnati. And we saw what Jaylen Warren did the last time he played the Bengals. Could be another repeat of that performance here for Jaylen Warren. Number 2 is Carolina against Atlanta. Fire up Rico Dowdle. Maybe he runs well here against the Atlanta Falcons. Number 3, the San Francisco 49ers against the Arizona Cardinals. Christian McCaffrey should be able to run well here against the Cardinals. Number 4, the Green Bay Packers against the New York Football Giants. So we can load up Josh Jacobs here against the Giants pass defense. And on Monday Night Football, your number 5 biggest mismatch, the Dallas Cowboys against the Raiders. So could be a good Cowboys rushing game there on Monday Night Football. I want to remind you guys that tomorrow is the last day to get the VSiN Sports Equinox special. It's just $120. You get full VSiN Pro access through May 1st, so it comes out to less than $20 a month. You get every edge, every sport, every single day. That includes the daily best bets from the hosts and the guests, live betting splits from DraftKings, Circa, and Bracco, AI-powered prop projections and matchup tools, 24/7 video and replays on the VSiN Watch app, plus full coverage of football, basketball, hockey, March Madness, the NFL Draft, and the Masters. Don't miss your chance to lock in this special rate. Sign up now at vsin.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Let's recap some of the best prop bets that I gave out earlier here in the show. And I understand the weather is going to play a factor here, and so we might have some concerns over the wind at MetLife Stadium for that Giants game against the Green Bay Packers, but I like that game to go over. I think the number has been suppressed now because of the wind reporting, so you can still get 42.5. I would go over 42.5 between the Giants and the Green Bay Packers, and in that game specifically, I'm all over Jameis Winston. I think he's going to have a big passing day. I would go over Jameis Winston passing yardage prop, and I even laddered this thing. So I went, you can get plus 556 on Jameis Winston to have a 300-yard passing game. Mike Kafka takes over as the interim head coach, and since the year 2000, when an offensive coordinator takes over for a fired head coach, that first game with the OC as that interim head coach, 15-5 to the over. So I do like this game between the Giants and the Packers to go over, and yes, Jameis Winston over 221.5 passing yards. My other favorite props here for Week 11 Sunday is in that Sunday night game, which we'll talk more about here coming up on tomorrow's Live Bet Sunday program. But Jameson Williams over 55.5 receiving yards. He is going to be more involved in this offense, as we've seen over the last 2 weeks. Now that Dan Campbell's calling the plays, he's going to continue to get JMO involved. So Jameson Williams over 55.5 receiving yards for the Detroit Lions in that Sunday night football game. I like Cooper Kupp at plus 118 to have a reception on the first possession for the Seattle Seahawks against the Los Angeles Rams. Now, you can bet Cooper Kupp over 2.5 catches. That is at minus 164 up on DraftKings, so it is significantly juiced. I think Kupp does have 3 receptions in this game, so I'd go over 2.5 receptions for Cooper Kupp, but the plus money prop that I like is at plus 118. Cooper Kupp to catch a pass on the first possession. I think the narrative plays there. They want to get him involved early. Yes, it's all about Jackson Smith and Jigba. We know that with Sam Darnold. But just on the first drive, first play, second play, third play, whatever it is, they're just going to throw the ball, little screen pass, whatever it is, just to get the ball in the hands of Cooper Kupp and kind of ease the tension a bit there for Cooper Kupp. And then let's go with J.J. McCarthy of the Minnesota Vikings to go over 215.5 passing yards in that game against the Chicago Bears. And then also we like Caleb Williams over his completions prop in that game as well, going back to the well with something we played in week number 1 in that matchup. Hey, tomorrow you can catch any last-minute line moves with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard coming up on VSiN's Pro Football Tailgate Show at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. They'll actually have some live betting opportunities because of the game going on in Madrid. And that'll be followed by VSiN's Countdown to Kickoff at noon, and then stick around Live Bet Sunday with all your in-game live betting action. I will be back with you on Live Bet Sunday to get you ready for Sunday Night Football coming up tomorrow. I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Cashing Out here on VSiN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available to...
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper with the Week in Review. This week saw the end of the longest US government shutdown in history. It was 43 days long. It broke with the Senate and then the House passing the funding measure before Donald Trump signed the bill allowing the government to reopen on Wednesday night. The majority of Democrats still opposed the legislation as it did not extend healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. Ever since Ira Spitzer in Washington, D.C. watched the week unfold and sent this report as lawmakers were making their way back to the U.S. Capitol for that crucial vote in the House.
U.S. lawmakers are scrambling back to Washington from their districts around the country for a vote expected to take place later Wednesday. The key breakthrough came in the Senate on Sunday when 8 Democrats first crossed the aisle to schedule a vote on the bill, despite it not containing extensions on health care subsidies, the main cause of the shutdown in the first place. The shutdown has caused major disruptions to U.S. air travel, as well as food assistance and other government-funded programs.
There were new questions this week over the relationship between Donald Trump and the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and what Donald Trump knew about Epstein's behavior. It followed the release of emails by House Democrats, which called into question the president's previous statements on the matter. Ever since Mitch McCann sent this report.
In one email from April 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman later convicted of assisting him in his crimes, he wrote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." He also added that an unnamed victim spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote to the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, he wrote. The allegations posed in the emails call into question to what extent Mr. Trump knew about Epstein's behaviour after denying he was involved or had any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump has never been charged with a crime related to Jeffrey Epstein.
The BBC apologised to President Trump this week for airing an edited version of his January 6th speech, which it said gave the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. Ever since Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
In a statement, the BBC said its chair, Samir Shah, has separately sent a personal letter to the White House, making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on the 6th of January 2021. It said the BBC has no plans to rebroadcast the documentary Trump: A Second Chance. It also said that while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, it strongly disagreed that there was a basis for a defamation claim. Donald Trump's lawyers had threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Or Google Play and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the contest show here on VSiN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich, joined as always, the man that makes it all happen here, Derek Stevens and Jeff Benson, the guy behind the counter. And guys, it is, we talked a little bit about this earlier in the program where Mike and I were kind of talking about these weeks. Very interesting that we have had, Derek, Thursday be such a prominent game this season.
It definitely makes you look at things a little differently. The last two Thursday night games have been very, very important.
Yeah, it is super interesting. Everybody tuning in wants to know just how many people were on the Patriots. Of course, they get it done, so they will move on. We'll get to that number here in just a little bit. But, Jeff, we start over in Million. We got the new quarter going last week, and let's get some selections here.
Yeah, it's week 11 in the Circa Sports Million Pro Football Contest. As you alluded to, this is week number 2 of quarter 3. As a reminder, this is a 4-week quarter. So week 10, week 11, week 12, and week 13. When we look at how the leaders did last week, there were 367 people who got off to a great start. They went 5-0. And then we had 1,107 people right behind them with 4-1 records. So certainly a contingent of about 1,500 people that got off to a really good start here in the third quarter. And then when you look, obviously at the overall contest as we kind of, turn, halfway, and people are vying for the $1 million prize. Potato Commish, who we spoke about last week, he still sits up top, 38-12. But he doesn't have a 3-game lead anymore. The people behind them, they've tightened things. Somebody right behind him at 37, somebody right behind him at 36. So the tightening at the top. And then when we look at the bottom and the booby prize and the $100,000 you're going to win for coming in last place, Guns Buttman is 11-39. So if he had gone opposite, he would be leading the contest. So it may be even easier to pick losers than it is how difficult it is to pick winners. So those are the two leaders respectively on either ends of the contest, and a lot to play for here in the last 7-8 weeks of the contest. So when you look at week 11, the top 5 picks are as follows. The Vikings -2.5. They're the most popular pick this week in the Circa Sports Million. They are taking on the Chicago Bears. The Vikings are at home. They're laying 2.5. 1,880 people, or almost 33.5% of the pool, backed the Vikings in this spot. The Chiefs checking in -3.5 off of a bye and on the road in a divisional matchup against the Denver Broncos. Chiefs are laying 3.5 in this spot, and 1,738 people backed the Chiefs, which was 31% of the pool. Working our way down, another favorite, the 49ers -3. They are taking on the Arizona Cardinals in a divisional matchup. 1,680 people backed the 49ers this week, which was almost 30% of the pool. The fourth most popular pick this week, we go overseas. Dolphins laying 2.5, taking on the Washington Commanders. 1,413 people, or a little more than 25% of the pool, backed the Miami Dolphins in this spot. And then lastly, Derek's Lions +2.5. They check in on Sunday Night Football, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. 1,289 people backed Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions going on the road, which was 23% of the pool. So Vikings -2.5, Chiefs -3.5, 49ers -3, Dolphins -2.5, and the lone underdog, the Lions, +2.5. Those make up the top 5 most popular picks this week. When we work our way a little bit further down, 10 different teams got 1,000 selections or more, and 9 of the top 10 were favorites.
Start right at the top here, Derek, with the Vikings at -2.5. This has been a game that we've seen come out. We've seen it. One when Matt and I talked about it, I feel like there's a high level of variance here because we're not exactly sure what we're going to get from J.J. McCarthy here. We're going to have to figure out what to expect from him. What have you guys seen in the book here with this Vikings?
Yeah, we opened the game as a 3. We initially saw a little bit of Viking money, but then it reverted back. It's been Bears money ever since Tuesday. So we're currently hanging the Vikings at 2.5. Not the heavily wagered game. Again, 3.5, 3 down to a 2.5.
I'm just sitting here still laughing because, that Jeff knew he was going to walk in here and have to say guns butt man. I'm just still sitting here giggling to myself. He's like, yeah, he's thinking about it walking in here. Guns butt man.
There's a few aliases every year that we have to turn away, and rightfully so. We let Guns Buttman slide.
Guns Buttman taking up the rear here, no pun intended. No. With all of that. All right, so
well played.
Yes. See. Okay, so Mike and I have a horrible time at trying to guess which teams are going to be popular in this contest. Like in Million, it is just so incredibly difficult for us to do that. Yet we did navigate only having one in the top 5 this week, Mike. I feel like it only took us 11 weeks to get good at this.
Yeah, we asked me the question. Thanks, buddy. We got it correct here with just having the Lions there at +2.5. I did think this was a fascinating week, though, because even like the game sitting at number 2, you've got the Chiefs and the Broncos. And that's one where you've got the Andy Reid off a bye. Everyone's talking about that specific angle. On the other side, though, you have a Chiefs offensive line that has struggled and now takes on this Broncos pass rush. It's been one of the better pass rushes in the NFL. It's a divisional game. Chiefs are on the road. I assume this has been one of the heavier action games for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be this will be one of the top couple games of the day as far as handle goes for sure. As far as the line goes, we opened it at a 4, and we haven't come off the 4, so we've had pretty good two-way action. We opened the total at 44, and it's trickled up to a 45 right now. But I would say Chiefs Broncos is going to be the top game in the afternoon slate, along with the Rams Seahawks as far as handle goes. I would also say that we did see a couple of interesting teasers come in on Broncos teasing up. You think about you're playing in Denver. If you can get 10 or you push it up to an 11 at home, I think there's definitely some interest in Broncos on that side.
Jeff, we were kind of monitoring Potato Commish there for a while and how amazing the picks were. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but just historically, was on a pace to, at least for a while there, maybe have the best record. Have we fallen off of that pace a little bit?
He might be right there with Durbify, who I actually just ran into coming into the studio. But I mean, to be 38-12 through 50 selections is pretty darn incredible. And I think something that's interesting that we've seen here, at least for the last couple of weeks, is just the onslaught of people picking favorites. And obviously, I don't think the consensus has worked out too well this year. And for you guys, I think, if you're not in the top 5, you've probably got some underdogs on the card. So it seems like favorites, have been very popular in terms of the consensus here over the last few weeks, and it necessarily hasn't done that well. So, to avoid, having some of your picks in that top 5 number, and, being able to not, in terms of the ownership percentage, have a lot of those teams that are, north of 25% of the pool. That's really, in terms of game theory perspective, how you're able to come from behind. You don't want to see, the rest of the pool on the same selections you are.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, we've got 10 of the first 11 selections are on favorites, and 6 of the last 7 selections are on dogs. So we're seeing dogs get ignored more and more in this contest as we move along, which I thought was pretty interesting considering how close all of these lines are. Now, we love talking about millions, but we've got a lot to talk about in both Circa Survivor as well as in Circuit Grandissimo. Let's jump over to Survivor here, and let's talk about what those top 5 selections are in Circa Survivor, so we can make sure we have enough time to talk about the strategy on the Grandissimo side as well, Derek.
Whoa, we're gonna bust it out early, huh?
We don't want to go?
No, we only got 2 minutes.
Oh.
We only got 2 minutes.
It's a teaser.
Oh, come on. I want to talk Survivor. It's so interesting in this spot.
Guy gets in the studio.
Yeah, I got to take it over.
And he gets excited.
Oh.
We put a paper in front of him. We give him the selections. He gets a little excited.
The people want to know. They want to know. All right, fine. We'll talk about millions here. I want to talk about my Dolphins then, because my Dolphins are catching 2.5 here, and we're after a very big win against Buffalo. I like the Dolphins side. I'm worried this is one of those spots, Jeff, where they just played their Super Bowl. beating Buffalo, and now they got to go overseas.
Yeah, and in terms of obviously, movement we've seen in the market, they've, bought the Dolphins up to 3, and then once it hit 3, we've seen, Commander buyback. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, the Dolphins are off a great win versus the Buffalo Bills, and it seems like they've got things starting to roll, but these overseas international games just have a lot of variance and wonkiness to them. It's interesting to see one of those games check into the top 5, but we've definitely seen some interest for, the Dolphins with anything less than 3 at the betting window this week.
Jeff, one last thing here real quick. As we move further into the season, have you seen historically in the contest where the picks get like larger percentages of people going 5-0 or 4-1, like where you get a better understanding of these teams? Because I'll admit, first 3 or 4 weeks, I'm still trying to figure out who these teams are.
Yeah, obviously you've got some more data points and things like that, but also I would say, the deeper into the contest, I think you have, probably less picks that get submitted and things like that. So there is a little bit of nuance that goes into it, but I would say you probably have the same amount of 5-0 picks in week 1 that you would deep into the season. I do think some of the data points certainly help some contestants who are maybe doing some more, less subjective and more quantitative stuff, but I would say you typically see the same stuff in terms of consistency throughout the contest. Again,
Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins, and Lions make up your top 5 selections over in millions. We had 367 start off 5-0, 1,107 4-1. Just how many people were on the Patriots? Find out next.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. 38 tonight under partly cloudy skies, east winds around 5 miles per hour. Tomorrow, high temperatures reach up to 62. Tomorrow night, 42. Low 60s Monday, turning cooler on Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Frobley. Currently, it's 44 degrees.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this and trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Every month, folks with money in their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the contest show here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Mike Sommer, Jeff Benson, Derek Stevens at the end of the desk down there. Again, it was Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins, and Lions as we enter week number 2 of the quarter as your top 5 picks over in Circa Million. And Derek, we talked about it at the top of the show, in which we have had a lot of Thursday games have some impact here on Survivor, and we knew it was going to be again this week with the Patriots.
Yeah, we really knew. We did know. I mean, this was a pretty clear-cut situation when you had one team going in that was that much larger as a point spread favorite over the rest of the field, and it was on a Thursday night. So going in, we knew that the New England Patriots, 515 out of the 1,000 Circa survivors had New England available. So the range of guesses were anywhere between 350 to 500. And the number came in at 440. So 44% of the entire pool is now already moving on to next week. So that's a record amount, I think, that are not going to be sweating on a Sunday, having 44% of the pool make it through. This week, after the Patriots, which was the number 1 selection, there were a total of 13 teams selected. The next most popular team were the Texans with 129 selections. Third was the Pittsburgh Steelers at 115. Green Bay Packers, fourth at 99. Baltimore Ravens at 88. Falcons at 43. Dallas Cowboys here in Vegas with 25. 49ers with 21. Bills with 12. Vikings with 11, Dolphins with 10, and then the last 2 were Chargers and Chiefs with 6 and 1. The reason I read them all the way down was because I'm trying to read down to 1%. We have a total of 11 teams with 1% or more. So we have a very diversified day coming up tomorrow after this Patriots game that they got through on Thursday. So it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. But this is probably the most spread out by quantity in what we've seen this year. So again, 13 teams selected. We're going into this week with 1,440 are already through, and the implied value at this point is 18,718 for a neutral contest entry.
No, we were talking about this week as being one of the more fascinating weeks because if you did not have the Patriots, there wasn't that clear-cut second choice. There was a lot of different directions you could go, but as we've said, without that big favorite, there's a lot of these favorites that kind of have fleas, where there is something wrong with you wanting to get in on them, and the click is not nearly as confident as you would like it to be this deep in a contest. I found it fascinating that the second and third teams were as close as they are, with the second team coming in as the Texans and the Steelers ending up there in third.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, obviously the Texans are starting a backup quarterback. They're on the road. Titans are off of a bye. Steelers are in a weather game. Packers versus the Giants with the new coach bump. The Ravens are in a weather game. So, as you alluded to, you got the double-digit favorite on Thursday Night Football. Outside of that, most everyone is less than a touchdown favorite. So certainly a difficult week from that perspective.
It was a tough click for me, that is for sure. I am one of the 129 that had to make the click on the Texans with what could go wrong, guys? It's just a road game, backup quarterback, in division, whatever. I'm sure we won't be talking about that game going down to the wire or anything. So
and tons of Tennessee money.
Great.
Even better.
Oh, there we go. Great. Even better with all that.
Hey, I'm just providing the facts.
It is. Speaking of the facts, Derek, we are down to 6 people. We started with 69 over in Grandissimo, down to 6, which means every single one of those tickets over $1 million right now in implied value.
Yeah, for Circa Grandissimo going into the week, we had 6. And the big question everyone's been asking, I know that, we've got a team out here with a number of their members in town this weekend with Derbify as a member of the Dream Team. And Derbify has been celebrating Thursday night and Friday night, and he's put it out there publicly that they were one of the teams that got through on Thursday. But they weren't the only one. In Circa Grandissimo, 4 out of the 6 had New England on Thursday night. So 2/3 of the Circuit Grandissimo remaining contestants live till next week. Then we got to talk about the other two. And the other two are both on one team, and they're both on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we have Circuit Grandissimo with just two different teams selected this week. 4 are already in the house, and then 2 more are on Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Yeah, Grandissimo is getting fascinating when you look at the availability matrix now, because we've have teams like Kansas City, Indianapolis that are already completely used. We're now adding New England to that completely used list. I am really excited to see how people decide to try and go through this moving forward. I was talking to one of the entrants last night, mentioning how they're trying to look forward to find specific island games where they can win it if they're different than everybody else in that pool. The timing of these games also becomes a factor, because you either want to pick early or you want to pick late.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what your entry is worth or how much the hedge costs. And so I love the fact that we get to see the detailed information around Grandissimo moving forward so we can analyze this even more.
Yeah.
I mean, people are already starting to reach out about credit lines.
Yeah, that's great.
There's 3 professional poker players left. They have all said no chop is what the word on the street is as well. So it looks like we'll be playing down to 1 for $6.9 million.
That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah, Mike, on your comment about taking a look at availability at Circuit Grandissimo, let's go through those. Let's go through the teams that have been fully selected cannot be used any longer. There are no Denver Broncos left. There are no Green Bay Packers left. There are no Indianapolis Colts left. There are no Kansas City Chiefs left. After this weekend, there are no New England. There is no New England left. Then specifically for Thanksgiving, Philadelphia's, probably the hottest selection, but only 3 out of the 6 have Philly available on the Good Friday game. So then what do you do? And that's where it gets really, really interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is on that Thanksgiving week. I guess Baltimore could be an option for people out there. They would be playing Cincinnati, but Joe Burrow looms.
He's lingering.
Yeah. Because trust me, I was looking at that one as I was trying to put together my perfect plan, and I don't think I want to be going up against Joe Burrow.
No, it's interesting because the 3 people that have Philadelphia and the 3 people that have Baltimore, exactly opposite. So the 3 with Baltimore don't have Philly. The 3 with Philly don't have Baltimore.
Well, that might foretell the future right there. How that's going to play out on Thanksgiving week right there. Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of notes. Obviously, as we get deeper, it probably has a little more applicability to the Grandissimo just based on the number of contestants left. But obviously, Derek's been gracious enough to offer credit lines. So if people are interested in hedging, certainly an option, and that'll also extend out to Circa Survivor as we, get down to maybe sub 100 people or a few weeks less, and people want to look for different ways to monetize their entry, and then maybe you want to talk about the tie option.
Yeah, I mean it's you've got it up. You got it up. So we're offering the tie option now on every remaining NFL game. Because we think there's some value in it for people that play in these football contests that a tie is something that will offer them a little insurance on.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously one thing if you're taking the points, but if you take the money line opposite the team that you pick in Survivor, the last thing that you want to see is a tie because then you're eliminated and you have a push on the other, and there's zero way to monetize. So just another different way if people are taking the money line and they want to ensure that a disaster doesn't strike if overtime ends in a tie.
Derek, we're sitting here looking at, Patriots, Texans, Steelers, Packers, Ravens. We're looking at, at least 5.5 point favorites or bigger. But then you get, and again, we're down to 1,000 entries. So it's not insignificant that 4.3, 2.5, 2.1, Falcons, Cowboys, Niners, these are 3.5 point favorites. This is not, these people are risking their lives here on field goal guys.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, you got, 10 on Mike's Dolphins here.
Let's go. Come on, baby. Wake up happy.
Wake up happy. That's right. But no, you're right. But it's not going to be too far down the road where we're going to see a couple of underdogs getting selected here too, because availability is starting to squeeze people.
Yeah, and you'll see the underdogs get certainly selected in the holiday weeks. As people try to put themselves on an island, or that's all the selections they have. I think there was some charts that people didn't have a favorite for some of those weeks, so it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out.
440 already home over in Survivor. It is 4 home over in Grandissimo with the win on Thursday night with the Patriots. We will have 560, though, sweating Sunday and all the way through Monday, as we do have 25 there on the Cowboys. Steelers, the other 2 selections over in Grandissimo. Guys, I cannot wait to get in here next week and see how this thing looks. Hopefully no team of death. We're down to 1,000, we're feeling pretty good about it.
And pretty much any team losing now is a team of death when you're this short.
Come on back, me and Michael do some analysis on this stuff.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free
You're locked in.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at midwestfarmmanagement.com.
Did you know that one of the most important financial protections that you can provide for your family is to have a will? Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island can help you provide and make your last wishes known when your family is at its most vulnerable time. Call Stellick Law Firm today to get your estate plan completed. Stellick Law Firm is located in Grand Island, and you may call us at 308-675-4035 to get your estate plan started today. Stellick Law Firm. Let us be your voice.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
In today's digital world, technology works great until it doesn't. At Hamilton, we work to keep your business up and running. We are more than an IT company. We're your partner, focused on customized solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Say goodbye to tech stress and unexpected IT costs when you hire Hamilton. Together, we help you focus on what really matters. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
The holidays are starting to bloom at Bob Sass Flowers. Discover festive floral arrangements, cozy seasonal home decor, and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. From seasonal stems to scented candles and ornaments, everything you need to make your home merry and bright is right here. Don't miss our holiday sale Monday through Saturday, November 10th through the 15th. We are open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and Saturday, November 15th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have 20% off savings store-wide. Save on gifts and home decor for the holidays. Join us for our annual Ladies' Night Out November 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. at our store in Hastings. We will have pop-up shops IME Boutique, the Tribe Boutiques Charm Bar, Back Alley Bakery's Food Truck, and Sweet Herb Sourdough Bakery. Come for a night full of shopping and fun. Bob Sass Flowers is located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings, serving Hastings since 1955.
In between, whether you're commuting, working working out, or just catching up, VEASAN lets you take the action with you wherever and whenever you want. Search VEASAN on your favorite podcast platform and get in on the action with VEASAN, the sports betting network.
This is the Football Contest Show on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
It is the contest show here on VEASAN. Matt Brown and Mike Somich, as always. Appreciate Derek Stevens, Jeff Benson stopping by, giving us the insight and dropping the goods on the most popular picks of the week. Mike, as we sat here, we knew it was going to be the Patriots over in Survivor. We knew it was going to be the Patriots over in Grandissimo. Did not know exactly how many people it was going to be. But here we are. We now know 440 or 44% of the 1,000 entries remaining, and then all four people that had the Patriots played them over in Grandissimo.
Yeah, not a surprise in Grandissimo. We talked about that. We were expecting those four people to play them. Over in Circa Survivor, 51% of the pool had the Patriots left. 44 decided to use it, so 7% deciding to save the Patriots for another day. We'll see when that comes up, but it does give you an edge here. If you're able to get through and save the Patriots, you have a contrarian island that you can live on versus a lot of other people who are still in the contest. Texans and Steelers come in second and third. I know that you could not pick the Patriots. Mm-hmm. You did end up on the Texans. Would the Steelers have been your next pick, or would it have been somewhere further down the line?
I would have had to then at that point get cute.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I just... We talked about it a ton, right? I just don't like
I mean
that Steelers team.
No.
And then the biggest problem is, like, if I want to go against a bad team, I kind of really want to go against a bad offense, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like, we've seen it already. I mean, they can still score points.
Well, if I'm looking for a team to play the Bengals, I want a good defense with a decent offense, so that I can take advantage of their bad defense. And like the Steelers, I'm not sure their offense can take advantage of that Cincinnati defense in a way that is going to be able to give them enough to be able to get over the hump of what's going to happen on the other side.
So let's circle back around to circa million, and this is Vikings, Chiefs, Niners, Dolphins, and Lions as your top five consensus. We did get the Rams at 3, Cowboys at 3.5, Bills at 5.5, Chargers at 3, and then the Falcons at 3.5, all getting over 1,000 selections. Ravens not too far behind with 963 at -7.5. So a very, very, very favorite heavy contest of the week this week.
Yeah, and you look at 10 of the first 11 selections, all favorites here, which, we've seen that move toward favorites the last couple weeks when you're looking at the consensus picks, so I'm not overly surprised. I am, however, surprised at a couple of the teams that are top of this list. Like the Chiefs at 3.5, I get we're at 4 in some places, it's 3.5 in others. I'm surprised that it was as many people that wanted to go in that direction. And then with the Niners, too, with everything that's happening with their team and the injuries that we've seen. Now, that has moved to 3.5. I think that's a big reason why that was over-selected so much at 3. But that one also surprised me up top. They're getting 29.9% of the pool.
Guys, holidays are right around the corner, so make them unforgettable with Omaha Steaks. They've got the holiday roasts and gift packages as well. And then if you order using the promo code VEASAN or using the omahasteaks.com/VEASAN site, you're going to get 16 free smash burgers with any order over $129 and 50% off site-wide. So you can go in if you're watching on TV. Look at that. Look at that burger if you're watching on TV.
It looks delicious.
It's a quad.
I'm hungry, too.
It's a quad. I know. I'm really
I am hungry.
It's a quad burger sitting there on this. And so, again, go in, omahasteaks.com/VEASAN. 129 or more, you're going to get 16 free smash burgers, and you get 50% off site-wide as well. Minimum purchase may apply, and then see that site for details. But, Mike, over in, we actually did this. Since we were in the same room for the first time in quite a while, we were able to put in our picks together. We kind of talked through it. For the first time, we actually did guess which picks were going to be less popular. We have been horrific at that. We are some of the worst at forecasting which picks are going to be popular or not. But with the way the lines all sat this week, it was, I think, a little bit easier of an exercise for us.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like I mentioned that Niners game, 3 to 3.5. The Chiefs sitting there at 3.5. We see them at 4.